never even had it inherently in the first place. So why would you need to install a right for like something that you already made?
Rights don't exist outside of governments
Yeah.
or societies with governments and laws. Otherwise, rights don't exist at all.
We need rights.
And copyright is definitely something that you have to file for. Like you have to,
Right,
you have
should
to
be
actually
something.
submit a completed application. You pay a non-refundable fee, and then you deposit all the amount of works that you want to have copyrighted.
Rights should be something that you already have. To install them on a piece of paper means you never even had them in the first place.
How do you already have a right? How does a right exist until you write it down?
Inherent rights.
How are they inherent?
So,
Who
for
gives them
example,
to you?
I have the right to chop down a tree, but the government tells me that I didn't have that right until they write it down on a piece of paper.
Who
No?
said that you had the right to chop down the tree?
The fact that I exist means that I have the right to chop down that tree.
So,
But
Okay,
the problem being,
so
You
the
have the
fact
right to
that-
assault
the
someone?
problem
JD,
being,
there's a problem
Wait,
with your statement.
everyone's
hey,
getting excited today. Let's go. W, holy shit. But the problem being is that the government is coming in and telling me what I can and can't do. This is actually an argument in your favor whenever you're arguing for IP, Mojo. So
Yeah, I
So-
agree with you. If you're born with all rights, if you're born with the right to do anything and everything that you possibly want and decide you want to do, then the government is simply taking rights away. However, if everything is a right, then nothing is a right.
Right. Correct. And that's where I was gonna step on in, like JD. So when you say like, oh, like I like your, example of chopping down the tree for an example. If I just walk on out and I walk over to my neighbor's yard, I don't like the shade that it creates onto my yard. I'd rather have the sunlight. So because of that, I just chop down their tree. Okay, because well, it's blocking my sunlight. Right now. Is that something I should just be able to do because I can easily walk over there and chop down that tree?
sure. So you're talking about violating other people's rights for the sake of your own. To like Mojo's own dismay, I would even probably argue, yeah, you could chop down that tree, but then the steelman part of it would be they can retort or respond in any way they seek to do so, right? Like that is their inherent right too. But
Sounds like anarchy.
The government is the ruling legislation, the judicial
it
body
sounds
that
like I didn't
tells
have the
us that
right.
we can't do those things.
JD, it sounds like I didn't have the right to cut down that tree in the first place.
No, you have the right to do so. What I'm saying is that whenever I try to chop down their tree, they have the right to respond however they so choose.
Which could be violence, right?
Yeah.
He's saying consequence is going to happen, but
You
that's
don't,
like
yeah, hold on.
that's
So,
libertarianism, JD.
No,
You're
no,
saying
Brad,
you're
I
saying
can solve this. You don't need to. Okay. So you're talking about like the argument, the same type of argument that like a free speech absolutist brings up. Whenever they say that the free speech shit is like super absolute, free speech absolutism does not exist. Free speech does not come without consequence. So if I were to walk up to a police officer and I were to say like fuck you to the police officer, that's going to be protected. But then if I also include violence within that, then it's not protected anymore, right?
I mean, to a degree.
That's protected under laws, JD. That's not protected under rights.
Yeah, exactly. Those are laws. And so like when we're talking about like you're saying that you have inherent rights. Okay, the only inherent rights that you have, okay, is life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's it.
Dictated
That's
by
all-
who?
that-
By
that's-
the
that's
government.
You don't even.
That's
You wait. Hold
the
on.
only inherent
Hold on.
rights that you have.
Hold on. You don't have the inherent right to life, or
Yes, you
liberty, or happiness.
Why would you not?
Because those things
because
are
if
being
I can-
dictated by the government. As much as you want to offer a criticism of my
Can
argument,
anyone-
where I say
can-
like,
can-
hey, if you
can
go to the
anyone-
police
Hey,
officer
chill.
and you say fuck you with violence, you don't have that right anymore.
No, but can anyone take away your life
Yes.
without
Actually,
consequence?
yes.
Can anyone take
Yes.
away your life without consequence?
Yes.
Who?
Anybody that can shoot you in the head and then get away with it.
It doesn't sound like there's no consequence because
Yeah,
then they're
There
going
is
to
no consequence.
They're going to be
Also-
on the run.
How
Also,
many?
too,
No,
your
they're not going to
argument-
be on the
your-
run. Wait, hold on. They're not going to be on the run.
You have to
There are.
hide.
How many unsolved murders are there every single year in this country?
I mean that's due to neglect of
Okay, so people killed people without consequence. It happens
You're
all the
also
time.
over. You're
But-
Oh,
also
wait, Mojo,
No,
every word you're
but
saying
Mojo, but
feels like
Mojo.
you're trying to get your live shut down so you can go play your video game. I see through what you're doing right now.
Shut up.
I was like, yeah, if you don't want to be on
If he
live,
wants to
Mojo,
play
you can just say
Cyberpunk,
it.
let him play
Mojo.
Cyberpunk, okay?
But
Also,
Mojo.
too,
No,
though,
hold on. I'm
argument-
playing Crimson. I'm
arguments-
playing Crimson Desert, just so everybody knows. And I
Jesus
don't know.
Christ,
I
you're even
played.
more of a
Oh,
nerd than I am.
God.
I played for.
Holy shit.
I played for
Well,
like
just-
shush. Played for like 11 hours yesterday. So anyway,
Also,
Imagine
too,
that
though,
long
your
enough.
argument still
Wasn't
doesn't
that your
stand
pursuit of happiness? Wasn't that your pursuit of happiness, Mojo?
and there's still consequences. I didn't
What
get to go
consequence
live
came
yesterday.
with
I
it?
didn't go
What-
live yesterday.
Oh, boo-hoo.
Also, too, your argument doesn't stand because castle doctrine is a completely legal practice that gives an inherent right to someone to defend their property.
You guys, if you're going to talk about rights, you have to talk about rights in a society and then outside of the society. Because the society is going to define what your rights are, and they're going to protect them, and they're going to codify them, and all that nifty shit. In the state of nature, rights don't exist because all rights exist.
Can I let me pet peeve something real quick. When I try to discuss philosophical things like the way I think things ought to be and the way society should decide, people run and they hide behind the decisions society has already made. Like, well, this law makes it legal, and I'm like, the discussion is kind of bigger than that. We can choose what people have to do to participate in our economy, if they have to pay fair wages, or what is a crime. Where does somebody's rights begin, or will society protect them? So when we mix the two, I feel like the conversation just goes nowhere. If that makes sense.
We stop trying to fucking use government to argue our fucking what are our essential and inherent rights.
You're saying natural
people,
rights, right, JD?
People are so people are just like so brain broken on this that they don't understand it. If I'm living, that means that I have the inherent right to anything, right? That, or at least it ought to. But the people who are telling me that it's not my inherent right are going to be the government. They're the one who come in and make the fucking laws about whether or not I can go out and murder someone. That doesn't mean that I don't have the inherent right to murder that person, which puts and me are like coming like face to face on. It just means that like there's probably going to be consequences for me murdering that person.
Potentially no if you don't live in society.
My brain hurts.
I mean, I'm not.
It always
I'm not
hurts,
gonna argue.
Tony.
That's
I don't get it. If somebody
that's
creates a
status
piano,
quo.
somebody creates a piano, okay, and then somebody plays that piano and creates music from it, does the person who created the piano get royalties from it?
No.
What? We're far away from that.
Yeah, but he's still
I'm
thinking
just
about
saying.
it. Let him go. He's still thinking about it. It's okay.
I don't get it.
I'm going to say no. But I'm also going to say that the person that played the piano didn't actually create something that they will not always own.
I mean, I would say that the person who created the piano probably did get royalties more than likely because they had to buy that piano and there was a royalty that was paid out for that piano.
That's for the labor of
absolutely
making the
get
piano.
royalties.
That's from the
Right,
labor
they're
of making
compensated for their labor for making the piano. They don't necessarily get any extra benefit after it's used by someone else after the purchase.
Correct. There's no other extra benefit, but they got.
Tony, you're in 2 boxes. Sorry, Tony's in 2 boxes.
Was that Tony on JD's box?
There's this one. This one, he's a retail associate.
Hey, there we go. I could see him selling some car parts.
And then this one is him as his fucking F-15 is crashing into a body of water.
Oh God.
Somebody's infatuated with Tony.
For real. JD, I think you got a little too much Tony on
This one is him with a dunce cap on.
Oh my God.
I gotta run, guys.
Listen, it's not my fault. He decided to put his cam on one day. He had the perfect angle. I screenshotted that shit, and I'm running with it.
This has devolved anyway.
No, I just actually have to go somewhere. But so the conversation's fine.
All right.
Yeah,
Have
I
fun.
mean, Mojo. I
Go read
actually
East
have
of
to go
Eden
too,
again, Brad. Give it
because
another try.
I'm going on
Fuck
a
that
hike
book.
where I'm in elite service and everything. So it's my day off. So I try to touch grass and get out there in nature.
John
Yeah,
Steinbeck's overrated. Tennis.
Yeah, those are fighting words.
And
Tennis
then he
gonna come
runs.
after you. Tennis gonna come after him. But hey,
You know-
it's been a delight today, guys.
Go ahead.
You made all your ops run away.
There were no ops. This is all fucking liberals. It's been liberals. It's been liberals for a fucking week and a half.
I thought you said liberals
That's
were ops, bro.
because-
What happened? Stop switching
Yeah,
up.
I hate liberals. I hate all liberals.
That's
You guys
because
suck.
all
We
the
hate you
MAGA
too.
don't
We hate you
accept
too.
any of my invites.
I know.
Like even Steve from State Farm won't accept my invite. Damn it.
Yeah, well, that's because I beat the shit out of John Galt yesterday. He doesn't want to take that shit on. I want to go back to the piano thing. So that was an interesting concept. So the person that created the piano doesn't get royalties for the music that was created on the piano, and the music that was created on the piano was recorded by somebody, by something, and the person that made the recording thing didn't get royalties from the person that's actually recording it. So why does the person that actually touch the keys, why is that the person that deserves the money from it when it goes in, when the labor that's included in there has split between so many different people? Why don't they all get royalties?
Because the
Copyright
person
doesn't
who
make any
created
sense at all.
Because the person who created the music is the one that enacted their own mental labor to create it.
Yeah, but mental labor, that's funny, mental labor. But the problem is that it can't be
You
created.
have to think of
The problem is
you have to think of how
the
the music is created.
The problem is that it can't be created without the piano, and it cannot be recreated without the recording device, right?
I would disagree. You can have
Really?
any other instrument. Yes, absolutely. You can have any other instrument created. You can create it with your own mouth.
Oh,
You can
but then
hum
it
the-
would
you
be
can-
something.
you can hum
Then
the
it would be
music.
something. Then it would be something totally different.
Also, you're still creating
Because
music.
Yeah, but it's not the same thing if it's played on a piano or whether somebody creates it with fucking mouth noises. It's not the same thing anymore.
It's still music.
Okay,
Yep, but
but
it's not the
We
same
learned,
thing.
like I feel like we never learned like basic science. So if I have like a glass of milk, and all of a sudden I heated the glass of milk up to where it becomes a solid, is that still the same fucking thing? Is it still milk?
No, you're creating it with different properties. What are you talking about?
so
So it's now an entirely new thing. Thank you.
what?
It's still,
okay,
but it's still created with the concepts of milk, though. Milk is still a baseline. It's still
Okay,
so that technically it's still a
That's
dairy
true,
product.
but that's also Mojo's point: is you're never going to get the original thing.
But
I
it's
have a
still
question.
made with dairy. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but how can you own it if it's not the original thing that you actually created?
I'm very confused on what your logic is here, Mojo.
I understand you're confused.
No, because you're making no sense.
Well, JD seemed to get it just fine.
Did he?
Yes.
Because I'd argue he didn't.
Okay,
Yeah,
let's
because you
put it-
don't
let's put it
understand.
another way.
Sorry,
If
wait.
I-
Before we go
No,
further,
I want
Sammy.
to do it. I
No,
wanna try
stop,
another
JD.
example.
JD.
Fuck.
Sammy's been trying to talk. I want to give her a chance.
Go ahead, Sammy. We love women.
I was gonna say, what I don't understand is the argument for like intellectual property, because literally every other argument for every other facet of creating things is, oh, well, if that person can take it and make it better, then like they deserve to do that. So why would that also not be on intellectual property too? Like if someone can take a John Lennon song and make it better, then they deserve the right to do that.
What is that? What is that noise?
That's called the
That is-
transformative work.
No
That is a
way.
crazy
No
noise.
way. Because they wouldn't have been able, but for Lennon's original piece, they wouldn't have had the base for whatever change they want to make. And it's funny, I was going to make that argument that if property, if his art should be considered a free for all, okay, then somebody could just take those words and change a few things and then sell it and and try to own it as the original. So I disagree with that.
Well, it's not as the original; it's as a derivative work. But either way, you can do that. If you change it a certain percentage, even under your idiotic laws, you still own it.
Below me? Wait, hold on.
No, but you wrote the
It's a
base.
very muddy area,
But
though.
for the
Is the guy
base,
below
but
me,
for
is
the
the guy below
original.
me actually getting it now? Because I'm sorry, he said transformative work. I didn't know if he understood what transformative meant, but I'm hoping he does now, which means that the original thing is not the same as the new thing that you're creating.
But for the original art, the other one would not exist.
Okay, so
So
does that mean
completely
does that
different.
mean wait, does that mean that the person that created chords in the first place, that person owns all music?
No, courts are different than music. Courts are not art.
Chords.
How are courts art?
Chords are the only reason
Courts
that
are
you
buildings. Courts
Court-
are buildings. The
do you-
architecture,
what do
are
you
you talking
mean
about the architecture of a particular courthouse?
No, not courts, chords.
Chords, CHORDS.
Chords. Oh, chords. Sorry, I heard courts.
You can't make music without chords. So the person that came up with the chords is the person that owns all music. Then is what you're saying?
No, because a
Without
chord,
chords.
excuse me, a chord is a tone. And
Exactly. And so
it's
is
a tone,
music.
but the words,
So is music.
The words, imagine all the people living life in peace, are not chords.
Okay, but the words mean nothing without the music, right? Because then it's no longer music. Now it's just a book or a poem. And if it's a book or a poem and I rewrite it and I add some different words, but it says the exact same thing, then do I not own it? I mean, if I transform it a certain amount.
No, because
Yes,
but for the
yes,
original
yes,
art.
yes,
No, wrong.
yes.
You're wrong.
If I transform it a certain amount and a court decides that I've transformed it enough, I own it. Even in your law.
Where is that? What under what law is that?
Let's take it a step further. Hold on, because I wanna keep fucking making this argument stronger. The person who planted the tree in which the wood was used to make that guitar or that violin, they now own all of music.
That's ridiculous.
That's a ridiculous argument.
Okay, hold on. Fair use and derivative works are the two areas of law that create a transformative work.
Fine. You can argue that certain things, certain songs, maybe with the same melody, or listen, how many cases have been Led Zeppelin, having derived from rock and blues from the South, or just George Harrison taking, I know a lot of Beatles things, but George Harrison taking, being sued for My Sweet Lord.
I disagree with all of those lawsuits.
Okay, I understand you do, but you didn't create those songs. You didn't write those songs from your artistic creativity.
Okay, since somebody in the comments is telling me they have to do this, I better do it now. So Patagonian and Patagonia. So Patagonia is a drag queen named Patagonia, and Patagonia, the clothing company, is now suing Patagonia for their copyrighted name. Is that okay?
They're not using the same exact name, though.
It's a spelling. That's a spelling. That's not a creative artistic work.
Thick Penguin was describing the actual, because he thought that it was stupid at first that Patagonia was suing Patty, but when he actually delved into the case, it actually made sense because Patagonia actually gave Patty the permission, like, to use the name and stuff like that. There was an understanding, or like a whatever, that I guess you would say that she would not use the lettering or their image in any of, like, the merchandise or anything like that. Well, she started selling merchandise using the font that Patagonia uses and stuff like that, and then filed for a trademark. And that was the big thing, is when she filed for the trademark.
I think you have a basis for her suit then at that point in time, or
What
they,
the
or I'm sorry,
fuck?
Patagonia
JD?
would have a basis for their suit.
Tony's just now seeing the fucking pics.
What the fuck, JD? What the fuck's your problem, dude? I had a phone call. I'm sorry, I had a phone call.
I was like, Tony, have you been taking a nap?
No, I had to take a phone call.
Tony's
Get
probably
the fuck out of here.
driving.
Tony, you don't remember this?
No, I mean, I seen the one with the guy named tinfoil hat. Now the dunce hat? Give me a fucking break. You guys are fucking...
We were on panel together.
Wait, he had
I
more.
have one feeling left, and you guys are hurting it. All right?
We were on panel together.
We
So
love you,
sad.
Tony.
We were on.
Yeah, I bet you do. Yeah,
Tony,
I'm
Tony,
feeling it, right? Yeah.
Tony,
I
we were on panel together, and you had your cam on. I don't remember which panel it is. So I can't tell you. And you had your cam on, and you were in this angle. I took a screenshot of this angle, and I started making random fucking ChatGPT pics with it. This isn't the only one that
I own the
have.
tinfoil hat. It's coming right now.
Hold on. Wait, Tony. Hold
my
on.
gosh.
This is the only one I have. Maybe you'll remember this next one. You remember... Wait, it's not popping up. Fuck. TikTok
There it
sucks.
is. I did it. Sorry. Not sorry.
You remember this
What
one?
the fuck?
You remember this one?
No, what is that? Tenfire?
That's you in an F-15 as it's crashing into the water.
Oh, what the fuck, man? Is that the way you guys think of me? What the fuck?
Tony, no, you have to understand when we do things like this is out of love and this is out of admiration and nothing else. Please understand that.
Tony, here's you as a fucking retail associate.
Oh fuck, man! I fucking have an opinion of my observation of how I see things, and you guys tell me I'm wrong. I'm like, how can I be fucking wrong? I just see it this way. What the fuck?
Tony, this comes from a place of admiration and love. You're going to have to simmer down, buddy.
Oh
We
yeah,
love
I'm feeling
you.
the love. Yeah, peace and love, peace and love. Yeah, I got it.
The image is gone, Tony. You're no longer being doxxed. I love you. Okay. We're moving on. We're moving on.
That picture right there was I'm making fun of another live creator, and I tagged him in it. Millie, I make fun of her all the fucking time.
The tinfoil hat came about because
Millie.
I put a tinfoil hat on Mojo too, and so the same day you got a tinfoil hat, it was just solidarity with Mojo. I'll get his tinfoil hat to smooth this over.
Wait,
Okay.
on my actual head or on a tiger?
What are you talking about now?
She said she put a tinfoil hat on me.
We'll find out in a couple seconds here. With that being said,
And Tony, I'm
argument-
gonna provide evidence as to why you shouldn't give two shits about this fucking image or any of these images. Just so you know.
Don't you remember? There
Yeah.
it is.
Okay, on the tiger though. But it's on the tiger, it's not on me.
Well, it's the sentiment. That's all. It wasn't personal.
It's the sentiment that counts.
Tony, we love you. Please don't take it as anything more than that. And
I get it.
I enjoy
okay?
you. We don't agree on many things, but I do enjoy you at all times. So please know that.
Yeah, well, I don't agree with Millie or Middies. They're on my radar for I'm using my platform to bash on them, and I'm not trying to get any traction out of it. I'm just pissed off at what the hell happened with CS. That whole situation I'm still pissed off about it. Middies is a piece of shit, and I'm gonna make him known that he is.
Yeah,
Do you think
you
the
do
moon
that,
landing?
Tony. You
Do you
do
think
that.
the moon land? Hey JD, one sec. Do you think the moon landing was not real though? That's news.
We're getting so off the track with the
Come on, man. I
Okay.
question it. Give me a break.
Hold on, I
All
want
right,
to
fair enough.
Tony.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, Tony. Hold on, I want to show you a reason why you shouldn't care about anybody recreating your image. Are you ready? Are you looking at your screen?
Yeah, I got it. Go ahead.
I don't want to leave this up here too long, just so you know, because it's
Wow. Oh my god.
this is why you shouldn't care.
Those juggalos. Holy.
That's funny
Just
right
yeah,
there.
it is what it is.
That was
but
the same night that CS13 came to fruition.
that is correct. But then we also have things like this and
See, Tony, I'm imperfect too. See how this works? It can happen. I'm an imperfect being.
I was cracking up when Mojo he had to do something. He left his computer, and he left the panel to Messi, and he got up, he turned around, and all I saw was ass crack.
I don't
And I
know
was
what the
rolling
fuck
for
you're
hours.
talking about.
Yeah, oh my God, I watched down the comments. You got up out of your chair and you turned around, and all I saw was ass crack,
I don't know what you're talking
like a plumber.
Wait,
Like a
somebody
plumber.
saying
Okay.
that objective looks like Iranian leadership is probably the funniest thing I've read in a very long time. Holy shit. Wow.
Okay, so returning to the conversation about AI and IPs, the argument that the person who planted the wood owns all of music is not a ridiculous argument because it's using your logic to prove that you guys are being ridiculous. So if I were to say that the wood was used to be transformed into a fucking violin, the wood is still there. It's used as a baseline. Therefore, I ought to be given protection for it.
No, you dingus.
Where did you get your law license from? DeVry Institute? I'm just curious.
Seriously, because here's the thing:
No,
is the
I
wood
actually got it from the Salvation Army you go to.
Okay.
compensated for the labor of the person who actually harvested it. Same thing with the person who created the guitar. So therefore, the person who created the music should be compensated fairly for the music that they create, even though it's still made with
That's
those
the way
items.
that IP works. Like, on its face, that's the way that IP works. And tennis could speak to this too. Like, that's how IP works.
Yes,
At
we
a
all
very
know
basic
how
level.
IP works, but we're arguing if IP should be a thing or not. That's the argument here. I know you just came in, Al. I know you just came in, so I'm being nice.
Oh, thank you. That's so kind. You don't have to go easy on me. You know, you never have to go
Why should
easy on
anyone
me.
create anything then at that point in time? If someone's not going to be compensated for their labor, then why bother creating anything?
I wonder if the legislators who argued this before the floor with respect to the legislation argued about the wood chips and the chopping the apple trees, and whether or not that, since that wood existed before and guitars and violins were created therefrom, that somehow the artist isn't entitled to their creative work. I wonder if that was argued. Just curious.
I planted.
Hold
yes,
on.
it probably has. I planted the tree, therefore I get a piece of the copyright protection.
I want to go back to what Shakuna said. Artists create things whether you pay them to create them or not. Somebody that has a need to create music will create music whether they're paid for that music or not. Vincent van Gogh is a perfect example. I'm a good example. I've made a lot of artwork in my life, and I have sold very few pieces. But I make it because I like making it, because I have to make it. It's part of who I am. So there are times where I just don't have a choice. I just got to draw some shit. It's just part of who I am, and so I think the profitability is what fucks it up, in all honesty. And Vincent van Gogh never sold a piece of artwork in his entire life, and now everybody knows who Van Gogh is.
But that's virtue. I mean, congratulations, and I respect how you create, and you wouldn't mind if anybody took your art. But look, there's a lot of artists that would mind, and they wouldn't like it to be changed, and they'd like it to be. Yeah, I just that your philosophy or your virtue of being like that is great. Congratulations, and I applaud you. But most people don't feel that way about their own personal art that they create.
Then you're not a creative person. You're just doing it for a profit, and the rest of it is
Not
irrelevant.
necessarily. Nope. They
Yes,
created to
necessarily.
begin with. They created to begin with because they were creative, and they drew some satisfaction out of that. Just to say that they want to drive a profit, that's not fair.
Not
You don't know.
necessarily. This is the problem: is that both of you are trying to create a monolith out of this. Not one individual is going to swing either way or another. It's not a fucking black
Are
and
you
white
saying
thing.
there's a
There are going to be
spectrum?
individuals out.
Are you
there are going
telling
to be
me there's a
individuals out
spectrum?
Yes, it is a spectrum. Just like
Don't
human
do
nature
that.
is a spectrum.
Everything is.
So with that being said, there's going to be individuals out there who originally have the intent of making a profit when they create their art, Tennis, and you need to acknowledge that.
Of course there is, but it doesn't mean everybody who
Exactly. So the
creates is like that.
argument falls apart.
I'm not saying that people don't create art to even just wholly to derive a profit, but I'm just saying not every artist does that.
Well, I think Mojo made the good point, which is that the artists feel like they need to make this stuff anyway. So these laws are just a way to protect them. And just to be clear, like, I know that you're talking about the gray area and maybe a broader IP conversation, but like with music, like the chords don't constitute music because they are just relational vibrations that work well together. But it is the melody that works with those chords that gives it a unique artistic thing, and that's
Again, I just want to know where everybody got
people understand relational vibrations, but they can't understand.
Hey, I just want to know where everybody got their law
wood.
license because I can tell you where I got mine. I don't know. Sorry, just saying.
I didn't hear you. You were talking in fucking Chinese or whatever the fuck.
But they don't.
No, I just want to know where everybody else got their law degree.
You know what it is? They don't have a law license, but they disagree with intellectual property law. They don't think there should be, people should be entitled to the art that they create and have any dominion over it. So they don't need a law license to have that opinion. So that just explaining that.
Thank you,
I think Mojo should be the next Bob Ross. He had a video himself painting these
No,
pictures.
Bob Ross is not a fucking artist.
What the fuck? Then what was he then?
Oh, dude, someone get Mojo's face on a
These
Bob Ross
puffy,
picture
sweet little
immediately.
clouds.
He's not
The
an
puffy
artist.
clouds and trees and
Bob
the
Ross
lake.
is Bob Ross
I'm
is
on it.
Bob Ross is
Thank you.
he's a teacher. He's a teacher of people that don't know how to paint. He's teaching them how to get some enjoyment from painting. He teaches. He doesn't create art.
Actually, Bob Ross is the exact kind of good argument that I needed, Tony. Thank you. If Bob Ross, just going off of Mojo here, is the one teaching them to create the art, they're essentially recreating his fucking art he's teaching them to create. Is that a problem to you guys?
No, what Bob Ross teaches is the technique to draw a particular object, to be fair. I mean, I don't know if Bob Ross, and somebody could correct me or enlighten me as to whether or not he had any original pieces of art. He probably did. But what he does is that he teaches technique.
That is
He's a
correct. He
teacher.
teaches you different ways, and he shows how easy it is to actually create something that is worthy of putting up on your wall or whatever. And he gives you the idea to do it to let everybody know that they can be an artist in some way, shape, or form. Even if they're not an artist that's going to sell their shit for, $10 million, they're an artist that can create something to hang on their own wall or give to a friend or a family member or something like that. Everybody has the capability of doing that. I think that's what he was trying to teach everybody. But the artwork that he creates is, it's simplistic. It's childlike. So, I'll put it
How
that way.
dare you? Blasphemy. I grew up
I
with
can
Bob
draw
Ross.
stick figures.
Fuck you, Mojo.
I have watched
I can't even draw a smiley face, so I got to be quiet here.
I have watched every Bob Ross episode. I like Bob Ross.
Oh my God! Look at this, Sammy! Oh my God!
Yes.
I cannot. It's so fucking good. Sammy, you are a
almost
rock
looks
star.
like
Holy shit!
Wait, you already had this. I've seen
It doesn't
this
matter. It still plays. It's so good.
Still good.
What the fuck is wrong with Bob Ross?
He has a great
I mean,
attitude.
Mojo,
I mean, he
your
teaches
face-
children so well.
Shut up.
It
Don't
gives
tell me I
people
look
peace.
like Bob Ross. Don't tell me that.
Anyone
I was about to say,
who
your
puts
face
that
super
hearing
faces over
glasses
Bob
on
Ross
is gonna
right
look
now.
I'd
like
love to
that.
see Bob Ross Mojo with tits. That would be the ultimate.
No. Bob
King
Ross
is
Mojo
back.
painting. No. Bob Ross Mojo painting a painting of Mojo with tits.
Why do you look like Adam Sandler there, though? It's really weird. Like I see strong Adam Sandler in the face.
That's the beard. It's because he got that beard now.
State King is a conservative. Everybody get him.
Greatest
King, what do you
debater-
think about?
Greatest debater since Charlie Kirk.
Oh
Yeah,
God!
he gets his ass
Congrats.
kicked every time he comes up on the panel, but he tries to be conservative.
Welcome, King. What's good?
Hello.
What's up, sweet prince? What do you want to talk about?
I want to talk about Trump.
Can I raise a subject? I think it's okay. I think it's hilarious that what's his name, Todd Blanche, goes Oh, shoot. Here we go. Go ahead, somebody else. No, wait, this is good. All
Wait,
right.
I have a subject if not. Okay.
Todd Blanche goes to Congress and he says, we're withdrawing our quote unquote proposal, even though it was an agreed to settlement for the slush fund. So now he's spinning it as a proposal. Never was a proposal. It was sacrosanct. It was signed. It was a slush fund that aggrieved people were going to be able to draw from if they felt aggrieved by this quote unquote weaponized government. So, but at the same time, he won't withdraw it on paper. He won't sign off on that. And he says the piece of it with respect to Trump being absolved from any liability, tax liability, and audits of the past is still in place.
Correct. He signed off on the clause that states that him and his family cannot be audited at any time in the near future. So that is he's still protected under that. Yeah. But I don't disagree with you, Tennis. I think that it's just an excuse, and I wouldn't be surprised if this comes back sometime in the future.
Yeah, so that's why Democratic Congress people want him to sign something that says he's not going to bring back in the slush fund, but he won't. He said he'd take it under advisement.
Oh, he left.
Sorry?
He left. That's sad. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Tennis. Sorry for interrupting.
No. And then, so it's just ridiculous. But we do have the reason he did that, he took away the proposed settlement, is because there's 2 lawsuits pending that are trying to oust it. So those lawsuits need to stay in place.
News.
I want you guys to know. I just remembered this. I had a bad dream last night. My bad dream was that I had a bunch of liberals on the panel and I was begging for conservatives. And every time a conservative came up, everybody would ignore them. And then they would just disappear. And then somebody else would come up and everybody would ignore them and they would just disappear. And I was screaming. I was like, you fucking stop doing that. And I just
And then
I just
happened.
remembered this. Yeah, it did. It did just happen because it happens all the time. Because if you don't pay attention to them, if you don't make them the center of attention, they run away. They go away. They have to be the center of attention.
Every time.
And I want to talk to conservatives because all you liberals suck. So I end up here stuck with a bunch of liberals living life in hell, and I don't get to yell at conservatives.
I have a controversial topic. Let's do this, since this caused a lot of controversy in my room yesterday. So let's see what everybody thinks here. I would like to know the current thoughts on Graham Plattner, with all the information that we know today, because there are a wide variety of opinions. So thoughts on the tattoo, thoughts on the controversy, thoughts on him and his. Should he be running? Is he electable? All the things, anything and everything.
You ready for the hot take? I think he should. If Mark Robinson, who was a known neo-schmatzi, was allowed to run, I think he should. I don't give a fuck.
I'm going to say that. I'll give mine. I'm going to say this as a Jewish woman. I absolutely understand the implications of the tattoo. I also understand the story behind the tattoo. I think, and I got flamed for this, but I'm going to say it anyways. I don't think that he has any neo-Nazi ideals. I think that he's a good example of the common man, and the platform that he's running on, I kind of support. So I'm going to get flamed for that. But
is this the Charlie Kirk song? Well, I'm the ghost in the data set, copy-pasting cigarettes. Every line you quote is theft. But who wrote this? Robot? This is fucking terribly written.
Oh my god. Oh shit. It's fucking Crosstabs.
Oh.
He's going crazy because he's doing work right now, and he and I had a debate on IP, which he only won because he started crying in the middle of the debate. Otherwise, he would have lost. And now he can't talk about IP, and so he had written a song about the theft of IP.
Through Suno? How are you going to argue? Okay.
That's the point, JD.
Okay. I don't think JD's aware that he's been making music like this.
The whole point is that he's using Suno. He's using AI.
I don't fucking pay attention to Mojo's lives every single day.
Wait, are Penny and Santana debating right now? Anybody? Somebody? Lolo?
Who cares?
Oh, okay. That wasn't very nice.
Mel, what was the tattoo?
I know.
Yes, Penny and Santana are debating right now.
Yes.
It was a Schnazi skull that he didn't know that it was, allegedly didn't know that that's what it was. And then he covered it up with a Celtic tattoo that was really fucking ugly and laughable.
Okay, here's a test for IP theft tennis. Penny is debating Santana right now. Do I play it here and watch it here? Or do I shut down and have everybody go over there to watch it?
Play it here, so JD doesn't get.
I'm asking tennis.
Oh, sorry.
It depends on the rules of TikTok. Does TikTok allow you to rebroadcast other people's lives?
You can. You just can't show the name of the creator who you're rebroadcasting. Like, even though we know it's Santana, but you can't. You have to put out him.
How do you know? I've never read that.
Because I looked into the terms and conditions, and it's in there.
And
okay, so I don't know what the rules are, but certainly if you put your voice out on TikTok to debate, right, that's public information. So I don't see the intellectual property question. Maybe if you have some other idea about that.
Really? So that if I create a movie and it's shown in a movie theater and I put it out to everybody, to the world, then I no longer own it? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that, because there are specific laws that protect those movies from being rebroadcast. What you're talking about is live debate voices that you avail yourselves to when you go onto TikTok and you debate. You avail yourself to being to putting a voice out in public. It's not intellectual property.
If the law says that I can unalive you whenever I want, is that okay?
Oh my God. That is such a falsified one.
Mojo's about to fill, bro.
I'm just confused. I mean, if we're only going to go based, wait, hold on. If we're going to,
we can
hold
tell.
on.
So
if you're only going to,
laws,
if you're going to, if you're only going to go based on laws, then they can make bad laws, right? Laws can be incorrect, right? Tennis?
Yeah, I disagree with some laws. Sure.
Okay.
I disagree with some laws, but
you're going to
abide
by them?
I do believe that we are a society of laws, okay, and that we need the law to protect the public. Is there something wrong with that? And I don't agree with all those laws, but I do believe in the rule of law that we should protect people from unaliving each other, for example.
Hold on, because I'm going to make the argument here. We don't need the law. As long as you have common sense individuals who are going to stand up for the victims, the laws are just fucking irrelevant.
As long as is a very interesting phrase that you put into your sentence. Because as long as we have people who are reasonably minded, is Donald Trump have a reasonable mind? Just answer that.
Are you positing there's absolutely no one in the world right now who's common sense to take a stand against Trump?
Of course I'm not. But what you seem to be saying is that all we need, as long as we have reasonably minded people to protect people from, then we don't need laws. I don't agree with that.
I don't disagree that my argument is hinged on the word "as long as," but that doesn't mean that there's just never going to be common sense people. Do you understand that?
Of course there's common sense people. I'm common sense. A lot of people on this panel are common sense. But there's a lot of freaking twisted people out there who are narcissistic, pathological, sociopathic, and you name it.
Fuck, Mojo. Why aren't you jumping in here and yelling about there's no common sense?
Common sense is a meaningless term for sure.
I forget that me and Mojo differ.
Busy resizing Windows.
Fucking human nature.
No, but technically, laws inherently aren't right or wrong. They are just either in alignment or misaligned with individuals' moral values.
All the donos, guys. If anyone else like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Guys, can we knock out the daily gift goal over?
Can you guys hear it?
Yeah.
No, I can't.
Yes. Loud and clear.
Yeah,
Please. Also, 2,000 people hanging out here. Look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. We got 82 new followers so far over on TikTok. But there's 2,000 people watching. I know for a fact there's more than 82 people that have not hit that follow button. So if you see the word follow, hit that follow button, turn on notifications so you know when we go live. If you're over on YouTube, make sure you follow me. We're like 200 followers away from 23,000 followers. Make sure you hit that follow button and make sure you hit that thumbs up button to give me a follow on YouTube.
This
in
is
the
how
chat for
it's
Sam
done, okay?
for the $1 donation.
Mojo, you taking notes?
I got it, Sam. I got it. All good. I will pass that along. W's in the chat for Sam. All right. You were telling me where in this actual House.gov, I'm sorry, Congress.gov article, publication. Sorry, holy smokes. The House.gov publication that it talks about the 2 permits.
Wow.
Yes. In 2019, presidential permit issued by President Trump. In the first paragraph.
In the first paragraph? Okay.
Yeah, in the first paragraph. And in the decision, which brings up the federal court decision, that's when it talks about the water permits.
Okay, cool. 1 second.
And I just want to restate my claim, which is despite the fact that on the second permit, which is the water permit, they could have found ways around that because they needed 2 permits, which was the cross-border permit, which is under control of the executive branch, and the second one, which, to your point, had a Supreme Court decision, but there were ways and different methods they
you
could have
still
done
haven't given me
around
those ways to get around it. Like, we've already gotten to the point where, like, you're working backwards now, right? Because
I'm
your
just restating my claim.
Your original point was that Biden could have still opened the Keystone XL pipeline, even though the Supreme Court ruled that he couldn't. And I said, give me something that shows that he could have. You couldn't give me, like, you gave me this information from NRDC, and that didn't say anything about him being able to continue construction and open the Keystone XL pipeline. And then you work backwards and said, well, the Supreme Court ruling was for the water permit. There were 2 permits. And so now we're going to look at the 2 permits, and we're going to look at the Supreme Court ruling, but this still does not answer the question as far as how he could have done it, because I made the point that Trump tried and was sued and shut down 3 times, and that came from your source. Your source
Congress
gave me
could have
that.
passed a bill for the second one.
Wait,
shocking!
Wait,
I know.
wait. So now are you conceding that it's not Biden? It's not Biden because hold on. No. Wait. Because who passes legislation?
Congress.
So it's not Biden. It's the Congress that was in office. Hey,
well, there's 2 permits. I said for the water permit, Congress could have done something.
So quick question.
That needed the executive
Quick question. If that was the case, then why didn't the Trump administration go to Congress and have them pass legislation instead of continuing to try to go through other means and measures? Why didn't the Trump administration get legislation passed?
I would have to assume that it is, given the fact that you see the first date that it's listed on what I just sent you, right? What was happening at the time? The country was shut down.
I thought in Florida you guys never shut down. We never shut down in Florida. Anyway.
I didn't say we never shut down.
Anyway, let's take a look at your claim.
I said we were reopened. And
let's take a look at your claim.
On May 25th,
I got
2020.
I got it, Penny.
Yeah, so
I got it. On May 25th, 2020, TC Energy, previously named TransCanada, announced the completion of the 1.4-mile segment of the Keystone XL pipeline crossing the U.S. border from Canada into Minnesota. The border crossing was authorized under the 2019 presidential permits issued by President Trump, suspending a prior presidential permit issued by the U.S. Department in 2017. Although the TC Energy was able to conduct this cross-border segment, the federal court's decision on April 15, 2020, vacated and remandated that the pipeline permit from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to cross the waterway and wetlands in the United States. Waterways and wetlands into the United States. The decision effectively blocked construction of the other pipeline segment pending further court's action or successful jurisdiction appeal. An overall decline in oil imports from Canada due to the coronavirus 2019, COVID-19, also reduced the demand for the oil pipeline and transportation, at least temporarily. Notwithstanding these setbacks, TC Energy expects to eventually receive all necessary approvals and intends to construct the entire pipeline by 2023. That didn't happen. So let's take a look at the presidential permits. So I'm going to open the link for the presidential permits. Damn. That's not going to work.
TC Energy
don't run. You said you gave me this source. You gave me that source, right? And you told me that the actual permits were listed in the source. Well, I went to the source and dang it, hold on, wrong thing. Boop. I need to be here. Boop. And what does that say?
Page not found. I wonder who took it down.
Who has control of whitehouse.gov?
Well, who would have had control when it was taken down? That's the better
it
question.
would have been moved to the archive section. You still would have been able to use that link, because anything that was done in the prior administrations that's placed on whitehouse.gov, it goes to the presidential archives. So when you click on links that were active on whitehouse.gov and there's a new administration, it goes to the archives. Hey, why isn't this archived?
I would be interested to see if it was in the archives.
Why?
Well, I would be interested to see that.
Okay, then go find it, because again, what happens, right, is that it's actually sent to the archives. It's sent to the archives. It's literally, who, can you tell me, question for you, who is the president that's been literally trying to rewrite history and degrade the history of multiple presidents before them?
Well, I believe I found that permit. It was a simple Google search.
Sure, give it to me. Like you said, it was a simple Google search, and that's why we were here before.
Yeah, I just Googled White House Archive Keystone XL permit. Came up pretty quickly.
Okay, so it's the archives?
Yeah, I also think it's important to note that, was it TC that you were mentioning before? That's located in Canada, so...
I've been saying that the whole time. Are you just now realizing that the actual controlling interest of the pipeline was from Canada?
Well, you're saying that Canada had ruled down on construction. They said, despite the ruling, we have every intention of continuing. They really just needed the cross-border permit.
I said the Canadian Supreme Court was set on the ruling to shut down the construction of the pipeline because of the actual contamination of the indigenous land in Canada. So they can say, oh, we expect to be able to do this by 2023. That, like, they can say that, but it wasn't a thing. But that's fine. I don't even care about that claim. Like, you're just now trying to, like, when I tell you you're grasping for straws, this is wild. This is wild, but that's fine. Let's look at, you said White House Archives. What's the title?
It just says Presidential Permit, Energy and Environment, issued on March 29th, 2019.
Presidential Permit, one more time?
It just says Energy and Environment, issued on March 29th, 2019.
This is kind of boring. This is why conversations like this is.
All right, so on Presidential Archives,
boring like 20 minutes ago.
You said March 2019?
Yeah, I don't. I get bored with conversations like this. I don't want to sit there and look up 20 million different sources just to have a conversation about one thing that that really has no meaning whatsoever, right? It's the Keystone XL, for Christ's sake. It's not going
This
to
was
happen.
just
It
an
didn't happen.
extension. Like
Yeah.
that's what people don't understand is that like the Keystone Pipeline is already there. This was just an extension of it.
Is he drinking a mimosa? What is he drinking? Base drink. I knew it was gonna be trash, Mojo. I knew it was. I just didn't want to say it.
Yeah, and the person who brought it up is gone.
Well,
No.
to much of your dismay, I suppose, probably, not a big fan of Santana. Don't really like the guy.
Why?
Because I think he's a smug prick, and I think he uses race a lot when he doesn't have to, and I think he's one of those liberal purist type of people that want to purity test everybody. Not much like that either.
Do you think that Dean Withers is a smug prick?
Yes, I think he's also a purity tester.
Okay.
This all comes from, I guess this all comes from the Unfuck America tour thing. And everybody that was on the wrong side of that just kind of sucks as liberals.
Good morning to the esteemed panel. Mojo, how are you?
Well, I'm here arguing like a conservative.
Yeah, well, I wanted to say something about Santana. You know, the reason I like Mojo's stream is that Mojo, to me, he's a real person. He's whatever his opinions are, he comes off as a real person. Whereas guys like Santana, those are people that like you could picture them working in a cubicle side by side, and they got a team of people. They've got discords and this and that. They're reading AI talking points. They don't actually believe half the shit they say. They're divisive, and that's why I don't like those people. And I like the same thing with the Dean Withers and all those people. I think all those people, they're basically actors. I think a lot of those people answered a casting call sometime, especially like the Dean Withers and the Chris Mowry. Like they're photographed together and they're all these things because they're probably from the same like talent agency. So they're not even real people in my opinion. They don't have any life experiences. Like, Mojo's worked in the government. He's got all these things he can tell you about firsthand. Those are kids that don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Same thing with like Santana, and all they do, they like take turns streaming and shit like that, and it's just like pushing talking points and race baiting and stuff like that. So I dislike those people.
You said race baiting?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
I've never seen one applicable example where they race bait, but based. Okay.
And with Santana too, it's funny because I've heard him say verbatim Nick Fuentes talking points when debating somebody about Israel. So I find that cute too because they'd call those people Nazis 3 or 4 years ago, and in 2026, a lot of the talking points are the same. So I think there's a lot of apologies due for that.
Go, Sammy.
I mean, I actually kind of agree with Mojo. I'm not a huge fan of Santana. I would rather listen to someone like Pickles.
I like Pickles. I do like Pickles.
Yeah, I really like Pickles.
Pickles is a good guy, but I think he falls in the same bucket where it's Democrat talking points, and that's really all you're getting. He's going to pull up some stuff in AI and try to, do this it's a political man on the street thing. That's what most people are doing on here on TikTok. They're trying to get a low information person. They're trying to embarrass them and make them sound stupid. And most of those people are doing that while they don't personally actually have that knowledge to one up them. They're just reading off a script. And that's what I don't like.
I learn as I go a lot, and you're going to run into talking points no matter what, because everybody's talking about the same subjects, the same issues at the exact same time. So there are going to be things that you hear other people say. There are going to be things that are shared amongst viewpoints on the same side of the aisle. You're going to hear them from conservatives and liberals. I don't think that that's that big of a deal as far as talking points go. It's basically going to be the same. Now, if you get a whole host of people coming in saying the exact same thing, like verbatim, then it does sound like they're talking from a list. But otherwise, like somebody like Dean and Parker, they actually let the other person set the debate. I don't know if Santana does that or not, but Dean and Parker say, "What do you want to talk about? You voted for Trump." Same thing I do, I suppose. I asked if they're a Trump voter like you, and then I ask why you voted for Trump. And I let you kind of set the debate, and I'll follow you down whatever path you want to go down.
Yeah, but like Dean Withers has no life experience. He's never worked in government. He's voted
That's
like
true.
once or twice. He doesn't
That's
know
true.
anything from 10 years ago. And then so like they're reading off these talking points of like, these scandals from the last, like 15, 20 years, but they don't actually know any of it. They didn't live it, and they don't know what they're talking about.
Santana race baiting. There's that great clip of Destiny taking on Santana during the whole Unfuck America thing and silencing Santana, basically.
Oh,
Because,
I heard that. I saw that. Yeah.
yeah, and that was one of the best things. It's hard for me to I can't talk about what they talked about, which is pretty crazy because I'm not strong enough. I don't have enough of a following to be able to keep from getting canceled for saying what he said. But I don't know. But you like Santana, JD?
Anyone who fights for the cause is just in my eyes.
Yeah. I'm glad he's a liberal, honestly, and I'm glad he's out there doing what he's doing.
This is the only criticism that I have of these types of people. Other than that, I don't give a fuck. They can do whatever they want. Is that they spend too much time trying to prioritize, and I understand it too. So I don't even know if it's really a criticism. They spend too much of their time trying to prioritize MAGA people and not enough time trying to actually have conversations within their own party so that way we could push the needle forward. Because these are people of big influence, and they could have those conversations on the very niche things that they disagree upon with other people, but
Well, you think infighting is a good thing, then? That's what you're saying. We should all get on TikTok and just fight with other liberals.
I think people need to come to reality.
Because that's exactly what I said, Mojo. But
Well, that's why I'm asking. What do you think that he should be talking to other liberals instead of conservatives?
Yes, I think that he should be talking to other liberals, having conversations to help us. Because for example, you're a Marxist. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm still sick a little bit. Not entirely anymore, but you're a Marxist and I'm a capitalist, and there's very different ideas that we have, but we actually have like conversations about this, and sometimes it's productive, sometimes it's not, but we still have these conversations. That's the thing that I hope for those big people.
Okay, I don't necessarily disagree, but the power dynamic is pretty big among like a smaller creator even like me than somebody like Santana who has a pretty big following. The power dynamic's a lot different, so more people are going to tell me that I'm wrong about what I'm saying, even if I'm correct about what I'm saying. So then it becomes a less productive conversation. Then it looks like infighting, and then you get a bunch of conservatives in there cheering for me because they hate Destiny or they hate Santana or whatever, and I'm the little guy, so they're going to cheer for me if I say anything that they agree with.
It's not implausible, and Destiny is the prime example. Destiny has had plenty of conversations with people from his own sides, for example, Hutch, where it's not been unproductive.
That's true. I actually enjoy those conversations a lot that he has. I think that they're wonderful. And I would like to be able to do that more often. And I try and do that. I mean, even having the panel this morning, where I'm the only one who's arguing against IP. I'll do that every day of the week. Go ahead. Oh,
I was arguing against IP too.
Well, you didn't say much, but yeah, you were. I agree. But I'll have those conversations every day. Human nature, common sense, the way we argue, the way we talk to people.
Can I get everyone to agree that J6 was mostly peaceful?
No.
Yeah, I mean, I did see a lot of holding hands and kumbaya. Yeah, definitely.
As they were busting through police barriers, hitting people with flagpoles, hitting cops with flagpoles and shit. Yeah, mostly peaceful.
Actually, I saw a whole bunch of gay men making love to one another there.
Oh, my bad.
Have you watched the video? Did you watch it on YouTube?
Did I watch it on YouTube? You know, when J6 happened, I didn't watch anything, and then I got home thinking I was going to be seeing literally 9/11, and the first thing I saw was that dude that had his feet on the desk, and after seeing all the months of BLM riots, that just didn't do anything for me. Didn't make me feel any sort of way. I was like, okay, I could have easily seen Democrats doing the same thing as we've seen them do before, and I think it would have been cheered on and talked about differently in the media. And I would die on this hill that they absolutely exaggerated J6 because they were trying to get Trump out of the election.
Would you say so? You didn't watch it in real time? Because I watched it in real time.
I was working.
I mean, I was working too, but I saw it in real time.
So you watch
it like a big protest.
So you watch it after, and you said if the Democrats do the same, and would you call the same if Democrats do the same? Would you call it peaceful as well?
Well, I'd say that in jest, sort of, but it's a fact because the BLM protests were said to be fiery but mostly peaceful, and so it's kind of a joke. But the fact is that most people that were even charged were not charged with violent offenses. But the people that talk about it from the left, they try to portray it differently, like it was everyone there doing stuff. One person smearing shit is suddenly a whole group of people doing it, and you never fail to hear people exaggerating every single claim. So that alone tells you that they're lying if they have to exaggerate anything, and that's what we've seen. And we saw them try to remove Trump from the ballot in Colorado.
As it should be.
That
he should have been removed. He should have been fucking removed.
Well, that's why they said insurrection over and over.
I mean, Truther, yesterday I literally watched Montana say that the whole entire state of Minnesota was burned down during the BLM.
Yeah, I mean it's hyperbole, but there were lots of fires, and they also attacked the White House in May of 2020. If you guys remember that, people talked about it. They said they called Trump Bunker Boy for being evacuated like the J6 people were. So it's kind of strange that when J6 happens, the left cries about these people being scared and all this stuff. But then when Trump is at the White House and his family's evacuated because they're attacking it, they make fun of him and they try to make him sound like a pussy and he's a bunker boy, he's hiding.
Who was attacking?
I say BLM because it's easier to say it because there was BLM riots. I couldn't tell you exactly who did it, but there was 50 some odd Secret Service injured that day.
There was never a BLM riot. Never. The BLM were protests. The BLM were protests. There were people that did things during the protests that were not related to BLM, and that absolutely did exist. The protests on J6. Those were intended to change the government's mind or stop them from doing what they were doing, and they were breaking through police barriers as soon as they got there. They didn't hesitate. There was no hesitation. There was no peaceful march anywhere. They marched down there. They talked about what they were going to do. They created the gallows. They carried flagpoles that with spears on the end of them. There was no hesitation. That was not a march. That was an attempted insurrection.
See, they got the left who loves protest, and the entire left identity is about protest, and they get you guys to go against protesting, and that's
that wasn't protesting. There's a big difference. There's a big difference between somebody holding a sign and somebody holding a flagpole with a pointy end on one side of it.
What's the breakdown there? Like 90% of people did nothing wrong, and then 10% of people did that, or is it more like 95 to 5?
Does the left go to Capitol? To protest?
Because
everybody
most people there didn't do anything wrong.
Everybody on the Capitol grounds were actually breaking the law.
Was that because of COVID policies closing the area or what?
No, because they were sectioned off by the fucking police and they broke down barriers to even just fucking stand there. They were breaking the law. Every single person that was standing on those grounds is breaking the law.
And you really, you play right now disingenuous. You really don't understand that you cannot protest in the capital?
Ma'am, respectfully, you're not American. I can't take your opinion on this seriously.
First of all, it's not respectfully. So fuck off.
Respectfully, I'd like the war in Ukraine to end too, so less of you people die.
So just don't be pussy. Answer to my question.
It's not against the law to stand on Capitol grounds, Mojo.
Originally, I was gonna sit back. Originally, I was gonna sit back and let this guy just like fucking rant on about his wild conspiracy theories. But because now I am gonna step in. Mimi is an American citizen. She lives in Florida. Okay.
Wait, no, that's not true.
Wait, where do you live then?
She lives in Florida, but she's not a citizen.
Damn, JD, you really shot yourself in the foot there, buddy. But can you give me an example of what a conspiracy theory is that I've said?
I'm just
going to tell me something I said that's wrong.
The whole idea that everything was fucking peaceful. What was Richard Barnett, the guy who had his feet on the desk? What was he charged with?
Do you understand what the term, the qualifier, mostly means? It means that most people there were peaceful, which is a straight up fact. And the reason I say that in part is because people on the left, like you can't stand to hear it.
You used Richard Barnett as an example, but even Richard Barnett was not peaceful. And I think you ought to understand this.
Dude, I don't know the guy's name. I'm telling you, he had his... I don't know, dude. I just know that he had his feet on the desk, and that's the first thing I saw with the J6 reporting. It wasn't anything else. It wasn't people being attacked. That's what they were showing on the news.
Proceeding, aiding and abetting obstruction of an official proceeding, interfering with a police officer during a civil disorder. Now, I could go over the first two, but the third one is probably going to be the most important. Interfering with a police officer during a civil disorder essentially means that you are fucking either attempting to or in active mode, I guess you could call it, physically interfering with law enforcement. So this would be like fucking pushing them around, shit like that. So in other words,
Alex Preddy and Renee Good, that's crazy.
Active. Yeah,
so it's a crazy jump there, buddy. Great.
Fix your fan, JD. God damn it.
JD, thank you for defending me.
Wait, yeah, and by the way, am I wrong about that, Mimi? I'm correct in saying what I said, right?
No, I don't want to comment this because it's
That's
enough.
fine.
Just my accent. It does not matter. You know, it shows the level of it's not about citizenship. It's about an accent. Let's be real. This fucking Nazi are so fucking loud today. He didn't mean who I am, citizen. As soon as I hear an accent, it's time to hate. It's time to go after people. You fucking Nazi. Let's call it how it is.
I love your accent respectfully. I would love to have you as a woman. The reason I said what I said was because he was going to say it if I didn't say it, and I'd rather have me say it than him say it. That being said, she is in the United States of America. She's being affected by American laws right now. Whatever her status is, whether you like it or not, is irrelevant. She's being affected by American laws. She has every right to speak out about those laws that exist in the United States.
He doesn't know anything about me, but as soon as he heard my accent, he has right to shut me down without like he said, like, I'm not gonna talk to you. Do you know what is my status? So you said I'm not American. What is your based on your argument here?
Well,
so
ma'am,
be real here.
You don't have any idea of what freedom of speech is here in America. So
what the fuck are you talking about? What do you know about me? What do you know? What I have idea or I have not? Have you ever speak to me? Just because I have an accent, you have a right to be piece of shit. How you are a piece of shit, and show it loudly. You not attack me. You just show how much so low level you are,
well,
and
it's
how
enough to
Nazi
have,
you
libs. I'm not a Nazi. I resent that, first of all. So I don't know why you're trying to defend me.
You're just
in
going
that way.
after my accent. You have no base of this else. It's just my accent what is set you up. And had you right.
We're talking about J6, and I just simply think your opinion
and
doesn't matter.
Exactly, and I had a conversation, some arguments there. I have much to say there, but you don't give a shit what I have to say because I have an accent.
Well, in your country, it's probably okay to round up people that were at a J6 event and like throw them in a gulag. So that's what I'm talking about. That's why your opinion to me doesn't matter.
Yeah,
because you're probably more of a Nazi than you think anyone else is.
Yeah.
Are you part of the Azov?
What propaganda are you reading about Ukraine?
So let's speak your language. You not living in Ukraine, so shut the fuck up your mouth and don't speak about Ukraine. Do you want to go that level of conversation? Because I can speak your fucking language.
Zelensky is 5'1".
You don't live in Ukraine, so shut the fuck your mouth. You don't have right to speak about anything else. I can speak your language.
Well, I hope the war ends. I hope the war in Ukraine ends, okay?
I can speak your fucking language. You understand? I can be an asshole. I can level your level, you know? I can go to your fucking low level.
All right, Mimi, you're going to end up getting a violation. We need to calm down.
Can we talk about the pipe bomber on J6 that the Biden administration tracked and then chose not to arrest?
I don't think they did, and I don't really care one way or another.
Would you consider that the worst offense from J6? A guy leaving explosives?
Did they blow up? Did anybody get hurt?
Well, that's a good point to what I'm talking about. Were they real? But they were suggested to be real, and then people had their charges amplified based on the idea that someone had put boom booms there. But then they didn't arrest them.
That never happened.
I think it did.
No, it
didn't. I think it played into the insurrection narrative and trying to say it was an attack.
No, it didn't.
Absolutely did.
Didn't they actually charge him, but then he got pardoned by the sitting president?
No, that's not true, but I appreciate you saying that you thought that because it shows that you guys are uninformed on this.
And there was FBI agents proven to be causing violence.
This is also bullshit.
Yeah, that's not true.
You know, Proud Boys were there texting their FBI handlers, telling them that they were trying to...
Also bullshit. Also bullshit.
No, that's true. It's documented.
No, it's bullshit. This is not documented.
It is, dude.
No, it's not.
Pull it up?
Yeah, pull it up. Pull it up. I want to see your fucking...
what are you going to say when it's true?
Yeah,
he's going to say that. I don't trust that source.
Pull it up. I'm certainly not going to trust the source unless it's actual fucking court cases.
He's referring to...
Did they not...
Because I already know this argument. There were 26 FBI confidential human sources in Washington, D.C. on Jan 6. However, the report that he's fucking misreading because he doesn't understand basically the news, the report had found that no undercover FBI agents were embedded in the crowds, and none of those informants were authorized by the Bureau to break the law or encourage violence.
Yeah. Doesn't mean they didn't do it.
Oh, you mean like the... JD, you mean like the DEA agent that had his service weapon on him during J6?
Kind of, sort of.
And was
on
then
my TikTok, I have
fired?
Falcone saying that he was attacked and they were pulling at his weapon, and then his body cam video shows they weren't even doing that. They were being nice to him. So,
but Truther,
what? That's bullshit.
It's on
Truther, who is Brian Cole Jr.?
It's documented on video. Video exists.
That's the guy that the Trump administration arrested, and his family says he's too autistic to be able to carry that out. But my issue is that the Biden administration, the FBI tracked the license plate. Like, they tracked them via camera back to the car, and then they didn't effect an arrest.
I don't know who you're talking about. But they weren't arresting anybody, by the way, that day. They didn't arrest anybody that day. There was a purpose behind that. They wanted to get it done and over with, get everybody off the Capitol grounds to stop the actual insurrection that was occurring. That's the reason they let people in. That's the reason they walked them through the building and walked them out the other side of the building, because they wanted to create a peaceful situation before they ever did anything.
So, Truther, I'm not going to let this pipe bomb thing go. So you're saying that the Biden administration had the information, but yet the Trump administration arrested the wrong guy?
Well, first of all, what I'm saying, so the Trump administration arrested them. You previously said you thought they got pardoned.
No, they arrested the wrong guy. The Trump. Hold on. What she just said was that they arrested the wrong guy to start out with for the pipe bombers. You know that, right? This whole fucking gate analysis bullshit that they had.
You think that's bullshit? You think
Yeah,
that
it's absolute
to
bullshit.
Me,
it's not even the fucking same person. They arrested the wrong person. You're saying Biden knew who it was. The Biden administration knew who it was, and then Trump arrested somebody fucking totally different. So obviously Biden didn't know who the fuck it was.
Well, but they tracked them in the weeks after. They tracked them to the car, dude. They had the license plate.
But the information would still be in the fucking FBI database. That's what I'm not understanding. So if
why did
Biden
Trump
arrest them, why in the hell would Trump's administration not arrest them?
Why would they arrest somebody else, as a matter of fact?
Good question, and it's probably also to do with the deleted Secret Service phones we heard about.
Yo, what a fucking bunch of shit! God, you guys get your fucking information from fucking 4chan. Is that the information you just pulled up? Because you were supposed to bring me something. Did you bring me something? Is it from 4chan?
No, it's not. I was searching, dude. What I said about the Proud Boys is well documented. I read it.
No, it's not. Yeah, you read it. I'm sure you read it.
Not on 4chan.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The Proud Boys were not infiltrated. The fucking Tario was not a fucking informant. He did get sentenced to 22 years in prison, and he got pardoned for that fucking shit. And yes, they did have him on video the night before with the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, and the Boogaloo Boys planning the actual attack. But that was a video camera that was set up in the garage. It was not something set up by the FBI. This is the whole fucking narrative that you're spewing right now is absolute bullshit.
Where did Boogaloo Boys come from?
The Boogaloo Boys were there too. Are you nuts?
What's that about? I think you guys are exaggerating that.
No.
Yes. In fact, I never hear anyone link them to J6 ever.
I just did. They were in they were in the parking garage with the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers.
You know, what I find interesting about that parking garage thing is the fact that there was a camera there. So you got, Fed infiltration.
Oh my God, there's a camera in a parking garage? Are you fucking serious? How could there ever be a fucking camera in a parking garage? Oh no. That's so interesting.
It's kind of like the Whitmer. You remember the Whitmer kidnapping thing, right?
Members of the decentralized anti-government extremist group known as the Boogaloo Boys were present on January 6, 2021. Researchers in Department of Justice recorded multiple instances of individuals aligned with the Boogaloo movement participating in or capitalizing on the unrest, though their overall presence was smaller than that of other far-right groups.
I'm sorry you didn't know this, Truther, but that's because you didn't fucking read the goddamn information and you're basing your ideology on fucking 4chan and 8chan bullshit.
That's not true.
Oh, and also, JD, if you look up the Boogaloo Boys, they were also indicted and charged in the burning of the Minneapolis police precinct.
What was the outcome of that?
Their ass is sitting in jail.
First of all, I don't think that's true. But then, second of all, you'd have to use that same logic for J6, and then you'd agree that a large event like that would, by nature, be infiltrated in the same way.
Maybe Pardon will send those boys a pardon too.
So you guys think the BLM riots were set up by right-wingers, and then you guys say it's stupid when other things are said about J6?
You act as if left-wingers actually try and infiltrate right-wing groups. They generally don't. As a matter of fact, even the Southern Poverty Law Center shit that they were doing, they were not even trying to infiltrate. They were trying to get informants that already existed in the organizations. They were trying to flip people. Left-wingers don't infiltrate these fucking places because we can't act like those people.
Yeah, I mean, well, in some cases, like the Whitmer kidnapping case, the FBI does it.
That was before the Whitmer thing happened. There was somebody that was actually involved in the militia group that they and this was a long-standing thing. They were trying to take down the militia group, and the militia group had plans for the Whitmer thing while there was already an informant inside of their group.
Yeah, and then it was mostly agents. It's like when they find like a couple idiots.
It was not mostly agents.
It was.
No,
yes,
it wasn't.
It was, dude.
No, it wasn't.
That's what
God,
those groups
you
are,
are so
dude.
full of shit. You don't fucking know any of this shit. You're just making shit up as you go here. This is fucking idiotic.
All those extremist groups are like that. They're feds, and they try to get tards in there that they can try to trick into filming themselves doing a terrorism.
And then they get people like you to try and sell this fucking narrative afterwards because you're such an idiot that you'll buy anything
Weren't they acquitted?
that fits your fucking narrative.
They acquitted some of them, dude.
Yeah, they did acquit some of them because it was entrapment.
Because it was
or
a
some
setup.
Shit. because
Yeah, it was
entrapment or
entrapment.
something. Yeah, there were people.
Exactly.
Yes, I get it. I get it.
Exactly.
They had everything written down, but again, they were infiltrated ahead of time before this was ever planned. The plan actually came from one of the militia members, and all the infiltrators did was to go along with that plan.
It probably came from Whitmer herself, honestly.
And it didn't probably come from anybody. It came from
probably-
the fucking militia group.
That probably hurt her presidential run there.
See, this is your problem too. Fucking probably. Take that word out of your fucking lexicon. Stop doing that shit.
Let me ask this question: which of the two sects of the Boogaloo Boys do you think was real? The one that was in D.C. or the one that was in Kentucky on the same day, blocking intersections and pointing rifles at drivers? Which one of those two do you think was real?
I think it's like a really niche group, and I don't think they have many numbers. I would bet there's probably like 15, 20 members of the Boogaloo Boys, unless you're talking about people talking online.
So the question I asked, I'm glad you tried to duck it, but you're not going to, was which one of those two groups do you think is real?
I mean, they're probably all infiltrated with feds, to be honest.
Gotcha. Okay.
Probably. There's that.
Do you
probably again.
Do you wear extra how much tinfoil do you wear? Like 2 grams? Like what's the
hold on.
Dude, the Boogaloo thing is a conspiracy.
Hold on. God, stop. Cromweezy, can I get your age and who you voted for?
Call it.
Hello? Crom, are you there? I'm going to drop you if you don't respond.
No. Yeah, drop.
Crazy. Okay. You got to stop saying probably, man, because every conspiracy theory starts with the word probably. Every single one of them.
Well, if you're talking Boogaloo Boys, you're the one that's doing a conspiracy theory.
No.
If you're trying to attribute anything to them.
There are Boogaloo Boys sitting in jail right now in federal prison for setting that fucking building on fire in Minnesota.
I don't know if they set the fire. Actually, the guy
They did set the fire. They got they got thrown in jail for it, you dipshit.
I don't think so. No, I think
they did.
Shooting.
You can't. I don't care. Nobody cares what you think. By the way.
Hey Mojo, you're wrong. And the guy got sentenced for shooting his gun into the building. It was set on fire by the BLM rioters.
You're fucking idiotic.
Well, that's true. That's a fact.
Hold on.
Hold on. So you're saying it was just one person?
I'm going to go down the same logic tree as Chufu here. I personally don't believe OJ was anywhere near his wife and his friend. I don't think he was guilty.
You're not cute, JD.
No, that is pretty cute. And
actually on that
pretty
last
apropos, actually.
Well, hey Mojo, you're wrong on that because the guy, like I said, he shot his weapon into. That's what his charges were over. And his buddy, the reason that I have issues with that is that his buddy actually unalived a cop. And to me, right-wing people were not up in arms about the police with George Floyd. Okay, that was left-wing people and the more extreme people. So if you're trying to tie that to general right-wing people like me, that's just not true. People like me were watching the riots play out and just. I mean, it was kind of scary, honestly, because you didn't know if it was coming to your city, and that's something people need to take account for because that wasn't the case with J6. With J6, there was not a threat that maybe someone was going to come to your city and upend your life. Whereas with the BLM riots, you didn't know. Maybe the Walmart down the street gets burnt down. Maybe suddenly you got a fear for people that are walking around your house. And that never happened with J6. There was a total different threat level. And also the death toll is much higher. There was something like 24 people that died from BLM, not counting the crime wave after. Mostly black people, by the way,
nobody
getting
died.
murdered.
Nobody died.
Yeah, the excess.
Nobody died.
What are you talking
Nobody died. Nobody died.
The course of
nobody
the BLM
fucking
riots.
died. God damn it! Shut the fuck up. Nobody died because of the BLM protests.
Dozens of people.
Because nobody was attacking anybody else during the BLM protests. If you are talking about things that happened blocks away or miles away or in different cities altogether, simply because the person was black, yeah, then that doesn't fucking count. I'm sorry, guy. Nobody died because of BLM. Not a single person.
How would you want me to phrase that? BLM. I understand BLM is just an easy term to use because it was the BLM riots. How would you prefer me to phrase it?
It was never a riot. You're such a
people?
dipshit. Your fucking propaganda doesn't get sold here. It's not a riot. None of those were riots.
I mean, when people were burning buildings and setting
nobody
things on
was
fire,
burning buildings. Nobody in BLM was burning buildings. Stop the fucking nonsense.
How are you denying?
Prove to me
fact?
somebody that prove to me that a single fucking person that was marching in the BLM protest actually burned a building. One single person.
What's that phrase? If there's 10 Nazis sitting at a table and you sit down, you're a Nazi. Well, I guess if BLM is out there protesting and things are catching fire and people are getting unalived,
so you can't prove it. So you can't
it's easy to say it's BLM, dude.
You can't prove that a single protester actually set fire to a building. You get that, right?
Who else was out there? Who was out doing that stuff?
That would be the Boogaloo Boys and people like you.
So you think that's crazy? Do you think that all that was right wing people trying to frame the left?
I don't think all of it was right wing people. I think there were normal people out there looting and shit too, but this had nothing to do with BLM protest. Nothing at all.
You know, I agree with the Umbrella Man thing, but what people need to do is you need to come to the middle, because if Umbrella Man was a thing in BLM,
I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
Well, yeah, so Umbrella Man, he's this guy that people photographed, and he was one of the first people that broke out windows. I think it was at the AutoZone, and then it kind of started this mob mentality thing of trashing the cities and stuff. But the same thing happened on J6. So if you're going to blame the Boogaloo Boys for any of that stuff from there, you need to adjust your opinions and be open to the fact that J6 was a fraud.
They were not BLM protesters, and J6 was perpetrated by three organizations and a whole bunch of fucking people that were sent down there to fight like hell, or they're going to lose their country.
Damn, Mojo, you're still saying that talking point. Peacefully
That's
and patriotically make your voices
exactly
heard.
what Donald Trump said.
No. Hold on.
You guys got to let go of this J6 insurrection fantasy.
We're going to stop you.
Y'all have been lying about J6 for 5 years.
No. We're going to stop you before you start talking about...
They ruined lives over those lies.
We're going to stop you before you start talking about the ellipse, okay? Did he at all demand them to go to the Capitol peacefully?
CJD, you're denying. He said peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. We're going to go cheer on the people.
To go peacefully.
We're
He
going
said, I know you're going to go peacefully.
He said, I
know you're going to go peacefully, but he didn't tell them verbatim, you need to go there and protest peacefully.
You're the only one with a fucking narrative.
Did you listen to BBC?
You're the only one with a narrative here, Truther. You get that,
Mojo,
right?
you guys are cooked. You guys have a totally false view of J6. You guys exaggerate everything, and you create this fiction, and then you want people to buy into your fiction.
Random bullshit things.
No, that's not true.
It is true. That whole thing on the ellipse, the word violent was mentioned like 36 times. The word peaceful was mentioned once.
They didn't say violent. What are you talking about?
They did.
And in the impeachment, the second impeachment, they totally tore apart this fight like hell thing by showing that Democrats
they didn't tear anything apart. What the fuck? They didn't even go
through.
You're such a fucking dipshit. The only reason the second impeachment didn't go through was because he wasn't in office anymore. Stop the fucking nonsense. They actually shut that down before it actually even went to fucking trial. God, you're an idiot.
They got cooked, dude. They got cooked. There was a 20-minute supercut of Democrats saying, fight, fight, fight. Go make a crowd around them. Beat them up. Slap them, all this shit. And then we've heard that for years, and you guys try to deny it. That's fucking sad, dude.
It's all semantic. It's all semantic. We have to focus on a capital. Capital, it's an answer. You don't fucking protest in a capital, period.
Hey, Mimi, in the United States, we have the freedom to assemble and the freedom of speech.
Fuck off, piece of shit.
I don't think we need hateful people like you in our country if you're going to be attacking U.S. citizens. You should have more respect.
I think you are a hateful person. I don't think you should be in the country.
I have no hate in my heart.
I think you're full of shit.
I hate liars.
No. Mojo, it's not hate, it's tough love. That's what it is.
Your mommy left you, yeah, when you were little, so you hate a woman, right? And you have the immigrant because it's like you need to hate somebody. You
grumpy potato. You come to US because your country tried to get you killed.
This guy's a piece of shit. Where does he get this stuff? Like, it's like a whole story that was rewritten just for them.
Yeah, it's like he paid actor. Like it's like when you listen what they like, and I don't know, Donovan, like lately I have a questions because like when I listen what they say, they just lately they have to come back every time, oh, you Democrats, and everybody who said whatever argument, whatever topic we touch, it's come to the end, oh, it's Democrats. It's like spreading hate toward Democrats. They have nothing to add anymore. This is paid actor for me.
The big thing I have a problem with is that he turns BLM into a riot. BLM was simply a movement to try and change the way our police do things in this country. That's all it was. These are protests. These are people peacefully walking down streets with signs, chanting. There was no violence intended, no violence involved. January 6th had at its core an intention of violence. They had at its core an intention of stopping a proceeding in the U.S. federal government from occurring. They had at its core the hanging of Mike Pence or intimidation through violent tactics. We know this because immediately they broke down the barriers. Immediately they broke down all 3 barriers. Immediately they started attacking police officers. This was the way it was designed and the purpose for it being. The BLM thing is something completely and totally different. If there are offshoots, if there were crimes that happened during that time or by other people that were not involved with the actual protests, sure, but still not involved.
Yeah,
everybody that took part in J6, they were all there for one sole singular purpose.
Exactly. They're there for one purpose, and also he very conveniently would say, oh, that he was saying BLM because it was, quote, easier, when really it's just lazy and like misguided to characterize people who are trying to voice their dissatisfaction about something that's happening in the country, how somehow that's akin to having one singular motive. Like, also the insurrectionists didn't go home to get their pew-pews and their makeshift weapons. Like they were going there with the express purpose with those things.
I think Trufer forgets when it comes to the ellipse that even if you were to like discount Trump from the speech, you still have to ask what the fuck Rudy Giuliani meant when he said trial by combat.
Your fan is so fucking horrible.
You love my fan.
I don't. I really don't. Everybody thinks it's fucking Mortal Kombat.
No, I hear some goat. You're somewhere on the farm.
Leave it to the Ukrainian to hear the go. It's like one of those Rorschach photos. What do you hear?
Wow, that's brutal.
I'm sorry, but I just imagine Mimi on a farm herding her goat.
Are you basing your idea of what Ukraine is like on a fucking Borat movie right now?
Yeah, like, have you seen Mimi? She's too hot to be working on a farm.
You don't think there's hot people working on farms? Bro, you got to get out more.
Well, yeah, I go on my...
They're fucking...
You know, I take my Z4 and I go to take a potatoes.
Well, you do whatever you want to do, Mimi. I'm just messing with you.
I know. This is like exactly, I agree with you. That's how we Ukrainians do, you know.
All right, Mojo, I've given you your daily 2 hours of fucking content. I'm hopping out.
Yeah, Mojo, keep ignoring the fucking facts.
Oh, God, this guy.
Oh, what
in
facts?
2020, the facts are the Antifa so-called rioters
prove it.
Always show up when the elections are on the corner. They always show up like something new. Create a fucking stir shit up moment. BLM after COVID, just like fucking like.
Is BLM the same thing as Antifa? Because I'm confused because you use it interchangeably.
So Antifa are a group of people that are just recruited right? They're brought in under some
No, they're not recruited.
so-called
What are you talking
social
about?
justice cause. Last
But
time,
by who? Who's recruiting?
yeah, the Democrat Party, the
Okay, do you
Alex Soros, George Soros,
do you have evidence of this
the
recruiting
Prowl
process?
Huh?
Do you have evidence of this recruiting process?
There's no the recruiting process is just paying grassroots, like the Open Society, grassroots foundation. The Open Society just hands them cash and says, okay, we need 500 people in Seattle. Let's rile shit up. Let's just fuck shit up, and let's make it. So this time it's
I want you to
immigration.
prove that.
Next year it'll
Prove
be
it.
trans
Prove it.
something.
Prove it. Prove that anybody got paid $500 to show up to a protest. Any single person. Just prove one person.
Give me please contacts. I'm gonna go. I need a 500. I tired to pick up potatoes.
It's the Alex Petty types who are
So you
sitting
can't
there
prove
radical.
it. So you can't prove it. You're just
You didn't
saying
see the
random
images
shit.
during BLM?
So it's just a trust me, bro. That's what you're saying.
Was BLM a peaceful movement?
You just said people were getting paid $500 to show up. I want you to prove that statement.
Who has time to show up for these things? Honestly, if you're
Prove
working and
it.
you have kids and
Prove
a family,
your fucking idiotic
who the fuck has
statements.
time to show up for this?
Prove your shit. I'm not going to allow you to lie on here. Prove that a single person got paid $500 to show up to a protest. Otherwise, shut the fuck up.
I'm not saying it's exactly 500. I mean, it might have been more or less.
Now
I don't know the
you're just
exact
making
amounts.
shit up. All you're doing is making
Dude.
shit up, Jay. You get that, right? You're just making shit up.
Okay, I'll pull up the DOJ. They have a whole site on this shit that happened. The Department of Justice. Just give me a minute. I'll pull this shit up. You guys make me do this fucking shit all the time. The DOJ page stating how the President Trump wants to, kind of crack down on Antifa and all these like protesters. That's what they're trying to do right now. That's what they're trying.
They're coming after people like me.
Oh, they're not, Mojo. Come on, please.
They are.
I don't believe
Alex
that.
Petty was out there. They didn't come to Alex Petty's house. They didn't come to Renee Good. They didn't ask Renee Good to get in the car and do what she did.
That's a
They
different
didn't ask
thing.
Alex Petty to
That's a
leave
different
his house.
That's a different thing altogether than what you're talking about with the DOJ. When you're talking about it with the DOJ, Donald Trump did a press conference for that. He got a bunch of right-wing creators together to try and create lists of left-wing creators that are dangerous, that they think are dangerous. I'm not convinced that I'm not on one of those lists somewhere.
I don't think so, Mojo. This president has not. He's just trying to enforce the law, and Democrats have this radicalist approach to elections. They think that elections are the most important thing
Okay,
for
now you're
Democratic
just
Party. They
going
just
off
have
on
to
a
win.
different fucking talking point. Why?
No, I'm saying the protests are not
Yeah.
real. They're for elections. You
But
understand
they-
that, right?
They're
None of these people care.
I'm sorry. 13 million people showed up for no kings.
For what?
13 million
And
people.
far from election time.
How do you know that? Was somebody counting 13 million people? Are you fucking
Yes.
insane?
Yes,
Dude, really?
13 million people showed up for no kings.
How do you know? Did they buy
13
tickets
million
to the fucking thing?
13 million people showed up for no kings, and there was no election in sight. I'm sorry this was not just around election time, and I'm sorry that they're not paid protesters, and I'm sorry that these are voluntary movements by individual American citizens that see this country as fucking going down the wrong path. You're just
I don't
wrong,
think so.
Jay.
Maybe 100,000
13
people showed
million
up.
people tell you that you're wrong. The
I-
largest
13 million.
protest,
How do you
the
know,
largest
Mojo?
the largest protest in American history says that you're wrong.
Did they buy tickets, Mojo? How do you get that number?
They
I know for
count them. What are you talking? Do you not understand
I
how
know
like
there's,
satellite
50,000 people
imagery
in game.
works?
They probably bought tickets, right? So they stamp the tickets. They count. Okay, 50,000 people bought tickets, and 50,000 people showed up to the game. Because when you scan your ticket, you kind of showing up for the game.
No, I don't think
How do
I'm
you know
big
13
time. I
million
just
people
know
showed
I'm
up
on
on
a
the
list
street
somewhere.
in some random place? How
Yeah,
would
you-
you know
Use
that?
images, dude.
Images.
They
So
take
okay, so the image is counting. So when Trump shares an image and says there's 25 million people here, you guys will sit there and shit on him and say, oh, that's not true.
He
But
showed a
you guys
fake
will pull the
crowd.
same fucking image and say 13 random fucking number.
He showed
Pull
a
it up.
fake crowd.
Dude, come on, man. The psyops
When-
here
It was
is just
proven.
insane.
What you referring when you said the Trump show in the picture? What picture are you referring here?
Every time Trump shows like a inauguration
Not every
picture or
time.
whatever,
When you
right? Like he
when
show
you
a rally
speak,
picture, and we're like, no, how do you know it's 5 million? It's not. Oh, 100,000? No way, that's hardly 5,000. I can see it's 5,000. All your lives will go fucking insane on X or on Truth Social or whatever,
Each
right?
place
You guys will be like
each
fucking,
place you're,
oh, there's
each
no
place,
way.
Jay, each place you're talking about has specific numbers of people that fit in that place. They've
Look,
done the
in America,
measurements.
nobody
They've
has
done the
time.
math. Hey, Jay, they've done the measurements. They've done the math. They know exactly how many people can fit in a particular venue. And when somebody says that they have 10 times more people that can actually fit in the venue, somebody's obviously lying.
It wasn't a venue. It was on the street. What venue was it?
Now you're talking about protests, but
Superdome?
now you're talking about protests, but you were talking about a rally that Donald Trump did.
Okay, fine. The Trump rally, I'm just giving you as an example.
Okay,
Like,
and I'm telling you
guys
why that
don't trust
example is a bad
pictures,
example. I'm telling
but
you
we
why that
gotta trust
example.
the
I'm
picture
telling
now.
you, Jay, why that example is a bad example.
Mojo, nobody has time to show up for a random protest that doesn't affect them. Okay, nobody has time.
it's
Okay,
you when
know
you
that.
fucking when you have
You know
mentality
that.
of slave. When you
People
have
go
when
to
you
work, they go to the gym, they take care of their kids, they
when
take care
you
of their
have a
loved
tone
ones,
in a Trump
grocery
ass.
shop. Nobody has fucking time to go
Sammy?
stand at a random
Just
protest
because
for
you
day.
decide
All right,
not
stop.
to prioritize.
Sammy, you've gone to a couple of these, haven't you?
No, I haven't gotten the opportunity to.
See,
Wait,
there you go. Thank you.
somebody,
Nobody actually goes unless they're
God,
paid.
shut the fuck up. Do you remember who it was? There's at least one person on the panel that's been to a couple different rallies, who also has kids and also works a full-time job. So I don't know.
I've been to lots of rallies and I have kids and a full-time job.
I mean, this is normal, Jay. It's not abnormal for
Yeah,
somebody.
it's called prioritizing. It's called prioritizing. It's called prioritizing your values. And when you feel like there are things going wrong in the world, you skip the gym one day out of the month to go to support something that's
all hell's
important.
gonna break loose.
Yeah, you sitting and standing in a random street for 8 hours,
That's
just
good.
like a zombie for no money, right? Come on, man. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
Jay, hold on.
Who can afford that?
Jay, are you saying that you're here for money? Because you saying
I'm not saying
that you just
I don't go to these things. The people standing there are probably paid
so
$20 an hour.
So you're saying that you don't do anything if you don't receive money? So are you here for money?
In California, you gotta pay $25 an hour for 8 hours or whatever it takes for those people to show up. That's just a fact.
Why
then you gotta
why
pay
you
for
spend so much time in a TikTok?
for their transportation and their food. Why would they show up for free? Are you kidding
you
me?
say anything like that again, I'll just fucking boot you.
I'm just asking why it's a question.
Yeah, you can just
Hate the
leave.
messenger,
You can just
dude.
leave
Hate
if you
the
want
messenger.
to. You can leave.
Jay,
I'm
so
not
you
trying
don't
to
do
disparage you guys. I'm just trying to be realistic, dude.
Jay-
you guys
Jay-
live in this country, don't you? You don't know how things work here.
Jay, I understand you. I follow your logic. So I see you every day on a TikTok, and you say if you don't receive money, you don't spend your time. So now prove me wrong. So you here just because you
TikTok
got paid?
Is you sitting in your house or in your gym, or let's say you're biking for working out on your Peloton bike or whatever, or you're walking around, you can be on TikTok, right? You don't have to fucking get in your car, fucking drive downtown, turn off the fucking car, park somewhere, and then walk to some random ass shit when hot weather, when you got to pay for your own food. You know how expensive food is
really
now.
sad. It's really sad that
It's
you
pathetic. Nobody
see this
does
as
that,
just
dude.
like a waste of time. The fact that you think that it's pathetic and a waste of time just proves how fucking pathetic and non-contributing you are to this society. Go
What
away.
do you mean? I pay taxes, buddy.
You're
I
an
have
idiot.
kids. Future workers.
They're
okay?
going to be idiots too, I think.
Oh, come on, please.
Everybody pays
Because you don't teach
taxes,
them
Jay.
anything.
Everybody,
Listen, dude. I know you hate me personally. It's fine.
Everybody pays taxes, Jay.
Well, you don't want me to pay taxes. You just remove you just stop work permit for every Ukrainian, so you don't want them to pay taxes.
Dude,
Jay,
nothing
do you
is free.
also? Oh,
Nothing
sorry,
is
Jay,
free.
go ahead.
Nothing is free in this world, buddy. That's all I'm saying. Nothing is free, and
I need you
social
to-
media influencers are not free either, and we all know that as well.
This is your answer for my. This is your response for me wants to give, right? I want to give, and you say to me, oh, no, just take it, just take. So I will take.
Do you know this guy called Tim Pool? Like, he's a social media influencer on the right. You know, he was paid by a bunch of governments like Russia and other places. You know, there are people on the left who get paid because it's not free. It costs money, right?
Who on the left gets paid?
I don't know, man. What's that guy?
Hassan Piper.
Destiny, maybe.
They get paid by their fans. That's it. Nothing more. They're not getting paid by governments or
I'm not so
foreign
sure about
countries.
that. They need a startup cost.
Then, if you're not so sure about it, then prove it.
Well, I think Hassan Piper is probably the heart of the DNC Democrat has Party. paid
creators before, and that's a fact.
Yeah.
I got you.
And now you have low-income people standing there all day for free.
Jay.
Because they really care about this shit. And half the
How do you
people
know
standing
they're
there
low income?
have these
What makes you think-
signs made for some
What makes you
reason.
think that they're low income?
Who made these signs?
Messi made her own when she went. She did it on camera while she was on the live. She made her own
Was she handed a
posters that she
sign?
was carrying.
Did
No,
somebody spend
again,
money
she
to make signs?
She made her own. She did it on camera on this fucking live before she went to the protest.
I can barely keep up with my kids and helping my parents,
Well,
my
I'm
in-laws.
sorry
and
you're
my
a lazy
kids.
You being fucker. shitty at
I have to
life.
go to the
Yeah,
gym
I
every
know,
fucking day. I
right?
don't have time, man. How do you
I'm
guys
sorry
have
you're
time?
lazy. I'm sorry you're a lazy fucker. That's fine.
Jay, maybe you quit TikTok and go to get a real job, so you don't have to work hard on TikTok, so you can keep
I
up
can
with
work
your
on my
chicken.
computer and be on TikTok when I work from home. I can also, work out in my basement and then be on TikTok. I could be driving my car and be on TikTok. I could be at a
making
grocery
a
store
sign
on
on
TikTok.
TikTok. You could go
I don't have to
live.
fucking go somewhere and be shouting.
You could be at a protest live on TikTok. What the fuck are you talking about?
Dude, but you understand, right? To go to a protest, you got to drive there. You got to park there
You're a
because
fucking
most of these
idiot.
protests are downtown.
You just
gotta
saying
pay
that you're
for
so
everybody
fucking
else to drive.
lazy. You just
I
saying
could
that
be
you're
at
fucking
home.
lazy. You are so fucking lazy, so you cannot even get out of the house, and you preach about this and you brag that you're fucking lazy. Yes, I'm not lazy. I don't fucking care to sit in a car and drive, server. I don't fucking care to spend my time. I'm not fucking lazy. Stop bragging that you're fucking lazy.
These people are not really lazy. They're making money.
Okay, hold
No,
on.
they're not
I'm
making
not
money.
saying they're
They're
lazy.
spending their time.
Hold on. Oh fuck.
They're not selfless is all I'm saying.
Predictor, you have something yet?
I'm saying be skeptical,
Well,
guys. Just be
Jay,
skeptical.
so do you not hold the same idea for those that would attend Trump's rallies? Like, why weren't they working? Why weren't they at work? Why weren't they with their kids?
Yeah, a lot of Trump's rally. I haven't been to a Trump rally myself. Okay, first off, I don't give a shit.
Oh,
I
too
don't.
lazy. We know
Okay,
They
it.
must be
listen,
getting paid to go there because why else would they do anything?
I don't go there. Okay, maybe they're getting paid, but you know what? Trump would be open about it. He'd be like, I pay these people to come here. I mean, we're not ashamed to say that they get paid, right? Okay, maybe they got paid. I can maybe take your
You don't
argument
actually fucking believe in it. You
and
don't
look
actually
at it
fucking
and
believe
say
in
maybe
it.
it's
If you have to be
possible.
paid for it, you don't actually fucking believe in it.
But I
You
don't
don't
come
actually
here
go
and
fucking
like
believe in
trash
it.
you for giving me the message, right? It could be true. Okay,
Jay.
you have a point. Maybe that needs to be investigated. Maybe Trump's
Jay,
paying them, right?
what are you trying to achieve? You're trying to us admit and not be ashamed that we got paid?
No, I'm trying to say is don't fall for the propaganda, guys. Don't fall for the psyops. That's
Which
all
one?
I'm saying.
Which one?
BLM went away as soon as the election ended in 2021.
BLM is
Where is
still around.
BLM today?
BLM is still
It's
around.
nowhere.
BLM is not a group. It's a fucking movement.
Okay,
right?
then
It's
there was
not.
this kid that was pew-pewed in, what's that place called? South Carolina by this guy, I forgot his name, Rick Chow. A guy called Rick Chow pew-pewed a 10 or 14-year-old kid.
Is Rick Chow in jail?
What's that?
Is Rick Chow in jail?
No,
Is he
I said
arrested?
the kid that got pew-pewed is black. He's 10
I
years
know,
or
but
14 years old.
is the guy that pupiled him? Is he in jail?
He just went through trial and got acquitted like 3 days ago or 2 days ago. Rick Chow. He pew-pewed a 14-year-old and he went to trial and he got acquitted.
Is Rick Chow a cop? Oh, sorry. Is the guy that pupiled him? Is he a cop?
No, he owned a gas station in South Carolina.
So he was a civilian.
Yeah, and he threatened this kid.
Okay,
This kid ran out of the store.
People got angry about David Chauvin about Derek Chauvin because he was a cop. The cops tend to have
No, this guy
cops tend
chased
to have
this
immunity.
14-year-old kid and pew-pewed him on the street.
But Jay, you
He
are
was
not
charged with
understanding
I have to
the
look more into
point.
that.
Jay,
Rick
you're
Chow,
not
Google
understanding
it. It's
the
all
point.
over the news. Where's Black Lives Matter, man?
Jay, you are not understanding the point. Black Lives Matter started with Trayvon Martin because what's-his-face was not held accountable until they started protesting.
Okay, George Zimmerman, I get that. Listen to me. All I'm saying is it's not the hot topic of the day. Right now it's immigration, right? This is like everybody's immigration. But there was a black kid pew-pewed in South Carolina by a guy called Rick Chow, who was a gas station owner, and you can just Google this stuff. And 2 days ago, he was acquitted by a jury. No protests. Where are all the BLM people gone? Where did they go?
But
This was worse than
you're not
freaking that other
understanding,
guy
Jay.
who got his.
He had his fucking day in court.
Yeah,
You're
but
not
then so did
understanding.
George Zimmerman, and all you guys were out there protesting George Zimmerman's verdict, and now nobody gives a shit about this.
One is a police officer, and one is a civilian. What?
No,
are
Rick Chow
you
is a
really need
civilian.
to?
He
No,
owned a
stop
gas
talking.
station, dude.
Stop talking. You really need to stop talking with so much confidence. You really do, because come up and you're like, guys, you got to listen to me. And this saying stupid shit is really annoying.
This
Google
Chow
it.
case.
Nah, I agree.
This
Jay,
Chow,
I'm in North Carolina. I'm gonna speak up.
This Chow case is pretty fucking annoying. By the way, I've not read about this, but it's pretty fucking gross. This guy owned a grocery or a convenience store, and said that this kid came in and stole 4 bottles of water, and then there was some claim that they thought he had a gun or something like that, but they shot him in the back as he was running away from the store, and got away with it. That's fucking disgusting. Yeah, our justice system sucks in this country.
So you didn't even know about this that I told you,
Okay,
right?
so this literally happened. This literally happened a day ago. This literally happened a day ago. I'm already seeing footage. I just looked up footage, and there's people already.
It happened in
small group
2023.
protesting.
It was happening in 2023 when your president was
Yeah,
there.
but the verdict just came out a day
Let me
ago.
see. Okay, yeah, the verdict came out a
It
day ago.
happened in 2023.
Okay, but
You
the
guys
verdict
never
came
heard
out.
about it because you had the wrong president at that time. That's why you didn't hear about
no,
it.
wait,
You're
wait,
right.
No, because
Jay,
the guy
thank you.
because he was being charged with a crime, and he was denied bail. It looked like there was every reason for the guy to spend the rest of his life in jail, for Christ's sake, and be punished for the crime that he committed. Now it's only a big deal because he got acquitted, and that's gross.
Yeah, basically the whole point is that because I'm looking at it, I looked it up right now and I got mixed up with my bad. I thought it meant that it happened recently. No, it didn't happen recently. The verdict happened recently. So literally, I'm seeing like news stations upload their videos to YouTube, and like some of them are as early as 3 hours ago. So it's barely starting up. So you basically spoke too soon.
Jay, I just want to say thank you for sharing this story. As someone who lives in Charlotte, Mid Hill, North Carolina, I'm embarrassed for the Carolinas. This is not a standard we have. And now that I know about this, things are going to change. Trust me. Thank you, Jay.
What are you going to do, El Predictor? I'm telling you.
Hey, you
Trust
guys,
me.
chill. Wait, hold on, Predictor. Do you agree
Yes.
with the verdict, or are you against the verdict?
No, I'm against the verdict. That's disgusting, and that's embarrassing to the Carolinas. And I'll do something about it. So, thank you, Jay. I didn't even know about this.
Mojo, are you against the verdict?
Wait,
I am.
Victor.
Do
how
you
did
think
you
it's wrong?
not-
Yes, ma'am.
Do I think it's
How
what?
did you not know about the verdict? And I'm 2 states away, and I knew about the verdict. You're literally
I'm telling you,
right on
I'm
the
in
other
Charlotte,
side.
Mid Hill, North Carolina. I did not know about this story. I don't even know where in South Carolina.
If
What
you
makes
live in
the
Mid
verdict
Hill, you
wrong?
could literally throw a rock and hit South Carolina.
Because first of all, they
That's
shot the
not
kid. First of all, they shot the kid in the back. He was posed no threat or danger at all to anybody.
So what?
Right.
Yeah, in the
Because
Carolinas,
a justified shooting would only be if somebody poses a threat to you.
So you're saying self-defense?
That would be the case, generally speaking, when you're going to shoot somebody in the United States. Yeah.
Okay. So in this case, might doesn't make right. The guy with the gun who shot the kid with the water.
Now
You
you're
agree with
talking
me now,
philosophy.
Mojo?
Now you're trying to combine philosophy with current law.
Well, you said it was wrong.
I do think it's wrong.
Well, how can you think it's wrong?
I think it's wrong according to current law.
Well, not really, because current law said he was acquitted.
Yes, so I think it's wrong according to current law.
But it's not wrong according to current law because the guy
No,
got off.
I think it's wrong according to current law because the way the current law sits is that you are supposed to not be able to kill somebody unless they are a threat to you.
Yeah, but you said that if there is no consequences, then it's not wrong. Therefore, this is not wrong. That was your words.
Yeah, but if you're talking about the state of nature. I'm sorry you got your ass kicked, dude. I don't know why you're coming back in here and trying to change the subject all over again.
Is this your pivot?
You're the only one pivoting here. What the fuck is going on?
Dude, Mojo,
you could declare victory and then your little
was
cronies.
amazing.
Yeah, Ash, settle down, pal. You could declare victory and then your little cronies can cheer you. Calm down, buddy.
Do I need to settle down, Galt? You come in here hot.
Calm down.
Yeah. You need to come in here and get your ass kicked by Mojo again. Let's hear it.
Okay, sure. So again, I'm using his logic and he's disagreeing with his own logic. So Ash, explain to me how I'm getting my ass kicked.
Because
you haven't yet. You're well on your way.
Okay.
You don't know the difference. You don't know the difference between real life and the world that we live in today and the way the laws work, and the difference between that and philosophy or the way things should be.
Okay. So the guy with the gun, then, was he justified in shooting him since might makes right? Under your logic?
Told you. No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Under my logic, under my logic, I don't think that's correct. I don't think that there's a rule or a law in the state of nature that says it can't, though.
Okay, so then he was justified.
We don't live in the state of nature. We live in a society. There's rules and laws.
Okay, and then society decided it wasn't wrong either. So now what?
Therefore,
it's correct, right?
Well, our justice system, our jury system, decided that it wasn't wrong. It wouldn't be society.
Well, society puts the laws and the system in place that made the decision, no?
I would say that juries can be wrong as well.
Well, you are now taking an opposite position because you had told me that if there is no consequences to an action, then the action isn't wrong and it's justified. These are your words.
In the state of nature.
Okay, well, we all live in the state of nature. What are you talking about?
There will be consequences for this guy, by the way.
What are those?
Well, there's still a whole lot of civil cases going on, and there's a lot of protests going on. The protests are going to lead to some sort of change in the legal system that would probably make sure that this can't happen again.
But it did happen, so therefore it's justified.
Yeah, but there will be consequences.
To who, though? Him?
Probably legally, financially. Yeah.
Okay, and if there's not, is this guy then justified under your worldview?
I don't know. We'll talk about it then.
Yeah. Why don't you just admit you were wrong? You're losing under your own logic.
I'm not losing on anything. You're comparing two wholly different scenarios.
I'm not. It's the same scenario with The Rock. Who has possession of The Rock?
I'll be interested to see if a civil suit comes out of this.
It will. There will be a civil
suit. And if there isn't?
The articles I was looking at,
the civil suit starts today. It started today, the deliberations of the civil suit. But my point here is you guys need to understand that you are being shown what you need to see. You're not being, you think you're being all fucking woke and shit, and you're not. There's a lot of
I'm just kicking Mojo's ass right now.
Was the kid shot in the back?
Who cares?
It was. I mean, but I'm just saying Black Lives Matter doesn't give a shit about this kid.
Okay, nobody's talking about BLM. Nobody's talking about BLM.
Stop bringing up BLM, bro.
Okay, so
especially in the Carolinas, we know they're a scam. I voted Trump. Stop bringing up BLM.
Okay,
this is crazy.
Okay, stop. BLM is not some like fucking Avengers type of agency where you think they have like some headquarters and they show up wherever an atrocity happens. That's not how it works. BLM is just a hashtag. It's basically that's what it is. Anybody that goes out there, people that are there's protests starting to happen right there in front of the courthouse as we speak because there's literally news footage right now that's just uploaded recently of people protesting. So BLM is anybody that goes up there and protest under that protest against what happened. of that protest against the quit. So basically, the BLM is not some particular group. It's anybody that goes out there to protest. It could be 5 people, it could be 100 people. Doesn't matter. That's BLM. They all come from it's people from the community that go in and basically start protesting. Right? It's like what Antifa is. It's not a particular group. It's anybody out there that goes out there and protests. It's not some group that you sign up for. It's something like that. So it's anybody that's out there right now protesting. That's BLM.
Yeah, and I just want to clarify something because there's 3 layers to this, right? There's the natural order, there's societal laws, and then there's personal moralities. Those are 3 layers. So what Mojo's talking about is the fact that he disagrees with the ruling based on his personal morals. That also has nothing to do with natural law.
But he's not applying his moral system to it. That's the problem, Ash. The one that
Hey, Mojo.
What?
Okay, more defense for
Can I
Mojo.
offer you redacted?
Can you offer me? No. No.
Trump himself said that these
Redacted's
the
a
protesters
friggin' Redacted's a friggin' hand grenade.
Redacted will be on his best behavior, I promise.
You promise.
Ash, does that
Then
yes,
when he's not,
I will send
then
you
when
a
he's not-
galaxy if he's not.
Okay, deal.
What's that?
Does that make sense? I'm using his logic that he used against me to debate.
Okay, I'm going to tell you that in the state of nature, no rights exist. You have the ability to shoot and do whatever you want to anybody you want for any reason you want. The reason we form societies is because we don't like that idea. We want people to have rights, and we want to have those rights codified and protected. So we create societies. Now, societies won't always get it right. Societies will fail in the upholdment of those laws and those rights. And in this particular scenario, in this particular society, this justice system failed.
How do we know they failed, though, if there is no rights unless society decides?
We have rights.
So
we have rights. This justice system defined what those rights are. And as far as the castle doctrine goes, the rights are that you have to be an imminent threat to be able to shoot somebody. They shot this kid in the back that was unarmed. That was not a castle doctrine thing. This justice system failed. We need to make the justice system better.
But you
This
told
doesn't
me
go
if
against
there's not
anything.
consequences.
This doesn't
Yeah.
go against anything that I've said.
Well, it actually does, because if you said there was no consequences to an action, then people are just, it's not inherently wrong.
There are consequences to somebody that fails in a justice system where this thing is illegal. The problem is
Okay.
that our justice system failed.
Okay, and if there are no consequences in this situation, then it's justified under your
No,
worldview.
it's not justified. However, in the system that we have right now, this person is going to get away with it.
And it's justified because there's no consequences.
It's not justified. They're just going to get away
You
with
said
it.
to me, you said to me, if there are no consequences, then there are no rights.
In the state of nature.
Okay, we live in the state of nature. What are you talking about?
Don't. We live in a society with codified. We live in a society with codified laws, a justice system, and a way to punish people.
Okay, and if there are no laws to protect those rights,
We have laws.
Okay, well, it didn't do it.
You're right.
There are
it
no
failed.
consequences.
Again, I
Okay,
said
then
it
it's
failed.
justified.
No, it's
Then
not
it's justified.
It's a failure
is.
it's a failure in the system that doesn't make the action justified.
Well, then you're not adhering to your rules. You're changing your rules.
I am exactly adhering to my rules.
Justify why it's wrong.
Don't argue with an idiot, Mojo. You got this, bro. Like, let's move on.
Why are you calling me an idiot?
No, like, I don't know why Mojo's
what am I
wasting time
dumb
with you,
about?
to be honest.
What am I
You're
dumb
wrong.
about?
You're wrong, to be honest, bro. You're wrong.
It's a lovely.
Also,
I'm using his
Also,
argument.
look at me, Doctor.
This Tuesday.
Dr. Gout.
Hope
Doctor,
everyone's doing
go
well.
to a Catholic church this Sunday, bro.
Dr.
Gout is crazy.
You need Jesus in you, buddy. Go to a
Sorry,
Catholic
what?
church, buddy.
Bro,
What about church?
Go to a Catholic church this Sunday, please, Doctor.
No, thank you.
Guys, I know we have some
Exactly.
differences, but let's
That's a
I know
great
how you sound.
argument.
I know what you are. I know what you are.
Hold on. Redacted. Go ahead.
Absolutely. Guys, I know we have some different disagreements, but there's absolutely nothing to get upset with each other over. Everything's fine. Everybody's family is cared for.
Sammy, he
Here's
tried
the
to
calm
save your
before the
galaxy.
storm.
Nah, man, let's crash out. Let's go.
Yeah,
Come on.
please crash out redacted.
Let's go. Come on. Yo, let's go. Yo, Trump just said that he's going to keep the octagon in front of the White House. Let's go. Just
I
like the
hope he
Eiffel
deports
Tower,
you.
he said. Let's
I hope he
go.
deports you. There's my crash out.
I'm not entirely sure what you guys mean by crash out. I feel like this is a decent conversation we're having today. I feel like I'd like to get on a certain topic.
Sammy, did you drug the guy?
What is this voice?
Absolutely not. I'm on your face and redacted.
He did a doobie.
Yes, it's like only
Slipped in some
guarantee you can have.
Quaaludes and threw him out on stage.
To risk your galaxy, you have to have a guarantee.
That's funny.
Sammy, can you make me some sort of image, some sort of Dr. Gout image, please?
I
Thank
ran
you.
from nothing, Colt. I proved that you're wrong. Once again.
Okay. Your cronies jumped in to change the subject, like always.
We have a panel. You jumped up on a panel.
Yeah, that's fine. But you can't declare victory when you don't make an argument against me and then have everybody jump in and then declare victory.
I did make an argument against
just to be
you.
entirely clear, it was not my intention to change the subject. I was just trying to bring the temperature down a little bit.
Why are you talking about?
It's summer. Let's get it
Because
high.
he's trying to
Let's
remain
raise
calm.
the temperature. It's summer. Let's go. Take your
Sam.
shirt off. That's including you, Mimi. Let's go.
What'd you say,
Sam.
Mojo? Try that?
What the fuck?
That's
Sam,
fucking
can I
creepy as
have
shit.
a little bit of those?
Sammy, I think she's asking you to be a
Hold on.
dealer.
I'm working on the Dr. Gout.
Thank you.
What don't you understand about what I said, Galt?
You're contradicting your worldview that you gave me the other day, and you're not giving me a resolution to the contradiction.
What is the worldview that I'm contradicting?
Yeah, you said that rights are just subjective and they're preference based on like what anybody thinks they can be or ought to be. And then you also said that rights are only given by, I don't know, some sort of like society that decides what they are, and they can decide whatever those rights are. And if those rights are enforced with some sort of consequence, then it's justified. And I'm using your logic and applying it to the scenario, and you're just saying, nah.
No, okay.
Well, that's kind of a more meta. Sorry, Mojo.
Well, yeah, this is the meta conversation we're having. This is a conversation I had a couple days ago.
Okay, so we're not specifically talking in context of America.
No, Galt thinks that natural rights exist, but he doesn't believe in God. So I asked him where natural rights come from, and he said they just come from nature. And I said, well, how do you know what they are? Because nature can't tell you what they are. And he says, well, I'm just going to define them. So Galt's going to define what natural rights are for us and let everybody know what they are, even though nobody's actually told him, and he's going to be the ultimate arbiter. And then he said, no, society's going to decide, or the people as a whole are going to decide. So I asked him if it was a democracy, and he said, no, we don't get to vote on it. They just are what they are. And I said, well, where do they come from then? And he said, from nature. So it was this fucking big tautological bullshit fucking circle that we're dragging ourselves around in. So I said natural rights don't exist. The only reason that we have rights at all is because we form societies, and we form societies to make sure that we can codify rights, that we can protect those rights through a justice system and a police force. Otherwise, rights don't exist at all. Now, we live in a society where rights are codified, and you have the right to life in this country. And the laws are set up, even with castle doctrine in place, to suggest that the only time you are able to kill somebody is when your life is threatened yourself. And this particular scenario, the person that owned the convenience store had no threat to his life whatsoever and shot the kid in the back that was unarmed. So our justice system failed here, even though he was supposed to serve time for this. He's not going to serve time for this because our justice system failed. Not because he didn't.
I'm not familiar
wasn't
with this
supposed to get.
What name do I need to look up? I'm not familiar with this case.
The name is Chen.
Rick Chow.
Shit.
Rick
Chow, and it's in South Carolina.
Yeah.
Well, the system didn't fail. It operated as you described it. And then the consequences were not upheld, so therefore it's justified.
It operated as it normally should. It came out with the wrong outcome. And that happens. That will happen because people are imperfect.
Well, and I would argue it's still wrong because the person was the aggressor and the other person wasn't acting in self-defense and they were the aggressor. You even acknowledge that, and you're acknowledging it in your argument. It's kind of quite funny. You're actually advocating for natural rights.
No, I'm saying that even in our justice system, it's wrong. Our justice system said that what he did is wrong. The jury got it wrong.
But the jury makes up our justice system, so...
No, the jury is a...
Oh, no?
No, the jury is a wild card in our justice system.
It's still part of the justice system that
It
society
is,
has
but it's
created.
still a wild card, and the jury can get things wrong.
Okay, but if they get it wrong, in your eyes, what is justifying that it's wrong if it's part of the justice system that you said can be created, which decides what is right or wrong?
I'm not going to say that we should create a lynch mob now and go after this guy. I'm also not going to say that we try.
You're dodging.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you that this is the way our system's set up. We don't. This is justice has been served here. It was the incorrect justice, in my opinion, based on the laws that exist in the United States of America. However, it will stop here. This guy should not be killed. He should not be harmed by anybody in society. He should not be tried for the same crime again because that's the way our justice system is set up. He should probably pay in a civil court for the crime that he committed. That's where we can go with this. And we can protest it and try and change the system for the future.
Yeah, those are just your preferences, right? And you said that preferences make up what rights are.
That's not preferences.
Well, yeah, that's what you prefer to see happen. The jury's already decided what's happened. Therefore, the jury has decided, the justice system has decided, and according to your worldview, then it's right.
Yeah, and he's not going to serve a day in jail. I get it, because according to our system, he's right. He was right in his actions.
Okay, and you said when I first got up here that it was wrong because it wasn't self-defense. You were literally acknowledging with rationality and observation that rights exist in nature.
No, I did not. There's nothing of the sort. We live inside of a society. You can't equate that to nature in any way, shape, or form.
Well, I think you even looked at it through a rational mind, which Mojo, by the way, and you said, hey, the guy got shot in his back. You yourself with rationality and observation.
Doctrine. This was not rationality and observation. This was law. Castle doctrine.
Do you need law to know that's wrong?
We need law to be able to define why it's wrong. Yes, I mean you could just say it and say trust me, bro, but that generally doesn't work in the real world.
Okay, well the law said it was justified under our legal system.
That would be the outcome that we had, but the law actually said it wasn't justified.
Well, that's not true because under the law, the jury decided.
Well, Gold, do you believe that the law has never been applied misappropriately ever?
That's not that's not the argument here, Ash. You got to track it.
It's my question. It's just my question to you.
Yeah.
No, just my question to you. Simple. Hold on. It's a simple.
Can we
yes
get
or
back
no?
to the ice facility?
It's an easy question.
No, Jay.
Yeah, you can let Mojo run. He's getting destroyed. So
no, sure. Doctor, he's not getting destroyed. If anything, you just said the jury, right? Be honest with me. Doesn't it only take one?
Doesn't it only take one what?
Jury member. Doesn't it only take one?
Well, that's the system that Mojo has conceded to as being the right and wrong decision maker. Yes.
I didn't say it was the right and wrong decision maker. I said it's the system we have. It's a system we've decided on as a society. Other societies have different systems. This happens to be ours.
Right. And you said the system that's created is what decides what's justified and right and wrong and whatever it decides.
No, I didn't say right and wrong. I said it defines what your rights are.
Okay. Well, rights decide kind of what's right or wrong, no?
No, you're conflating rights with laws.
No, I'm not. I'm conflating rights with morality. It's a morality argument.
Okay, same thing. Same thing.
So when you
Mojo, I'm going to switch devices. I'll be back in just a second.
Okay, cool.
Do you think it was immoral?
Rights and morality.
Switch back to immigration, please?
In your
world,
sure,
you
no.
Go ahead, Mojo.
Rights and morality in your fucking mind, in your tiny little fucking puny ass mind that you have, are the exact same thing.
Oh, you don't have to be mean, Mojo. It's okay. My
They are the
puny
same
little
thing.
mind.
Yes,
Was
they
it
are the same thing
immoral?
in your
Was it
mind.
immoral for the guy to shoot the other guy in the back for grabbing some waters?
There's no morality tied to this.
Well, I'm asking you, was it immoral for him to do that?
I'm telling you, there's no morality tied to this.
Okay, so Ash, is he running or is he not running here? Help me out here, bud.
He's keeping his own line on track. But let me go back and forth with you for a
Ash,
quick second.
was it immoral for him to shoot him in the back?
Yes, I believe so.
Me too. Okay, Mojo, do you think it was immoral? Yes or no?
There's no morality involved in this.
Okay, so there you go. See, Ash, this is why I wanted to debate.
So, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. I was actually wrong to delineate the morality factor, because Mojo's actual point was that this isn't a matter of law being juxtaposition of morality. It's more that the law was not what's the phrase I'm trying to use here? It was not applied correctly. That's what he's saying. He's saying that the Castle Doctrine states clearly that one thing is true and it was not applied correctly in court. That's what he's saying. It's a purely judicial
stand
issue.
your ground, and there's a Castle Doctrine. This is pretty complicated. We can't just do. You guys can't just parse this here. It's just way too complicated. Not every state
Jay,
has a
it's for
Castle
you.
Doctrine.
It's for you.
Castle
complicated.
Doctrine means you're a house. That's what
Well,
means castle.
Mojo doesn't think it's immoral for him to get shot in
In
the back.
Florida, you can pretty much pew-pew anybody anywhere if you feel threatened. And Mojo knows that.
Okay,
It's just
the
in
house.
some
The
states
reason I
you
said
have.
the reason I said Castle Doctrine is because the place of business was his house.
Okay, well, that wasn't where it happened. The kid ran out of the store, and
Yeah, but even in your
on
house,
the
even in your
street.
house, even in your house with Castle Doctrine, you are able to shoot somebody that has left your house.
You know what? Actually, I feel
What about
sorry.
buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does, why is it doing what it's doing? Get it out of my face.
Ash, absent the law, let's say nobody ever caught this person and there was no consequences. If I just shot the kid stealing water running out, would you still say that's wrong and immoral, even if like the cops don't find out or like whatever? Would it still be wrong of me to do that?
Yes, I said that already.
Okay, Mojo doesn't think that. That's the whole point of this argument.
No, because I've never
morally
actually
wrong.
talked about. I've never actually talked about what my morality is, because I think morality is relative and subjective. So we would have to take individual case and do it on a case by case basis as to whether I think something is right or wrong. But that's my personal opinion, and nobody else has to hold my personal opinion. Morality is subjective.
Right. So
Hey,
if
Mojo.
I believe, so Ash, so if I said to you, I think he was justified, and I don't really care what your opinion is, that's my morality. Would you still say I'm wrong, objectively speaking, if somebody just randomly shoots somebody in the back?
Hold on, pause for a second. Mojo, I am getting ready to lose service, but I will rejoin as soon as I get back to service.
Okay. And
And redacted, great job.
And when she rejoins, everybody tell her she owes me a galaxy. Okay?
I'll remind you.
Sammy, great drug.
I'm just kidding, Sammy. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Ash, if I just randomly shot you in the back and you were just walking,
Well, he said
and I
yes.
just said, hey, it was morally okay for me to do that because that's my preference, would you agree with that?
It's very complicated when we're talking about like the reasons that people do things. So if we're talking about like this shopkeeper needed those 4 bottles of water to sustain his own life, and it
No,
was
I'm just
taken
saying the
away from
hypothetical
him.
is I just randomly do it to you because I think I have the right. Just like I'll walk past you. There's no other reason. I'm just like, I have the moral right to just take Ash's
You're not a
life.
man. You're not a man.
No one thinks that.
Mojo does.
In this particular scenario, my morality would probably be aligned with yours. In a different scenario, that probably is not the case. Like Dr. Gall, I can come up with a scenario where we're gonna disagree, morally speaking. That case is that if my daughter is dying because of a lack of a medication, and you have that medication but you're not using it, you're just holding on to it for future use just in case you need it, then my morality says that I can take it from you, and you're gonna tell me I can't. and that's against your moral value. So you and I are going to disagree on morality in that particular scenario.
He's just making it preference. It's whatever you prefer in the moment is your morality. That's what he's saying. So if you have a different preference,
I'm going to say it's subjective and relative. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Right.
Dr. Graf,
Well, that's the point I was making with the water one as well. But go ahead.
I have a question for a Graf. Like, you're talking about morality. I would love to see your constitutive and morality. Do you feel moral to pretend that you don't see how right now those immigrants are being treated in detention center?
Do I feel moral to pretend what? What am I
that you
pretending?
don't, is that you
the
don't
law is
know
being enforced. That
that
they're
you
paying
don't
for their crimes.
Jay, I don't
Jay.
agree. So that you don't want to see
I'll give it to you
how
next
how immigrants being treated in a detention center. Do you think it's moral?
That I don't want to see it?
Do you know? Do you see it?
I don't know. I don't really understand your question. You're asking, like, you're like drawing a conclusion without even asking my opinion.
Yeah. You ask a good question. You don't want to see or you see it? So you do or you don't? Do you know how they've been treated there?
Yeah, I mean, I see it generally if it's broadcasted or on the news. But what's your point?
My point is, if you want to follow morals, and you like, because I listen to you and I want to believe that you are a moral person, but you want to see consistency from you, because last time we were speaking and I said, like, yeah, they, like, from my community, I know what they're doing. They took people who are legal here and they treat very bad in those conditions. And you said, well, I don't know what's happening. So where is here your morals?
What do you mean I don't know what's happening? You're just, like, assuming a bunch of things and then asking me a question.
No, last time
you just like assuming
she's leading
like,
you on for an answer. See how she's leading you on with facts?
Yeah, exactly. You didn't see anything. Where's your
honor?
Galt, did we speak last time? I'm not assuming. I'm just taking a conversation from last time.
You're like saying, hey, a kid was just raped. Where are your morals? Like, that's what you just said to me.
Okay, Dr. Galt. So I'm not gonna assume. So do you know how immigrants being treated right now?
I know some circumstances, sure. Like Albrego Garcia was wrong. Mo just heard me openly say that was wrong. What are you asking me?
Only one? Or you know more
the other
cases?
one too in New York City, I forget his name. The one they posted the things about. Yeah, I mean, if I hear of a situation, Alex Peretti was wrong. The other chick, that was wrong. Like I've openly said these things. Like,
so
am I supposed to get on a pirate ship and seek all these people out and like sword them or something? I don't know what you're asking me.
Yeah.
No, I don't think if you save one person or talk about one person, then you have the.
First of all, sword them is crazy verbiage for Pride Month.
So
thanks, that's funny.
So you're saying that it's just one person, and I come back to my original question: why you don't see that this is not just one person? It's entire system. It's a lot of people treating very bad in detention. So now I want to hear your answer. You saw it just one person. Why you don't see what is reality?
Do not respond to this question.
What do you mean? Why don't I see what's reality? What are you saying?
Because it's not just one person. It's every immigrant.
Yeah, all these people had chance to self-deport, by the way. These people all had chance to self-deport, get the money, get the free ticket, and leave. And they chose not.
That's not what she's talking about, though. You're like,
That's with immigration.
Even Albrego Garcia is a great case because the guy got denied asylum.
Mojo, you said Redacted was going to go next like 20 minutes ago.
I said who can go next?
Redacted.
Yeah, go ahead, Redacted. Yeah, put that fucking hand down.
All right. Well, I appreciate it. I'm trying to follow your rules and be a good boy.
Thank you.
If rights can be violated, does that not defeat the whole inalienable thing?
No.
If rights can be taken away, does that not at least imply that they are not, in fact, inalienable?
They're not saying they could be taken away, but they can be violated, but it doesn't mean it wasn't your right.
No, yeah, I misspoke when I said violated. That's not. that was the wrong word. If rights can be taken away, does that not suggest that they are not in fact inalienable?
I don't think they can be taken away. I think they can only be violated.
Why, it doesn't make sense to me that the same entity that protects these rights can also take them away. Let's use, for instance, the Second Amendment.
Well, you're
He
saying
never even accepted the premise.
or the right to vote. If you
I never said that you get taken away.
if you can become incarcerated and then lose those rights, does that not suggest that those rights are not inalienable?
Do you have a? I don't mind. Does he have like a script? Because like he didn't accept the premise and he just kept on going. What was the point? Trying to get him to accept the premise.
The point is, dipshit, is that he's trying to get his fucking sentence out so that you guys can fully understand what he's saying. Then you can make your argument. That's the point.
Well, I
thought he was.
Let him
finish
his statement. That's all you need to do.
Okay.
No, that was essentially it. If a right can be taken away by the entity that we say protects them, such as the Second Amendment or the right to vote, as a result of incarceration, does that not suggest that those rights are in and of themselves not inalienable?
No, because I reject the fact that they can be taken away. So now what are you going to say? Because I said that like 3 times already.
They literally can. I'm not.
No, they can be violated. They can't be taken away from you.
How would the entity that arguably issues those rights also be able to take them away if they are in fact
because they're not issuing the rights? You had them to begin with before that it was issued.
Okay,
I reject what you're saying.
They're not
violation
inalienable.
entails that the rights.
You're telling me
that
the United States government is violating the Constitution, but nothing has ever been said about it.
What do you mean
now you're saying the rights are the Constitution. If they're inalienable,
Mojo, can you translate for me, please?
They're absent of the Constitution.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, Redacted, that you're wrong here, because what they're saying is that the rights existed before the Constitution, and the Constitution was just set up to protect the rights that already existed in the first place. So if the Constitution is failing in protecting those rights, then they're not being taken away. They're just being violated by the actions that the Constitution is allowing for.
Yeah, the Constitution was a blueprint that said the state ought not violate our rights, and here are what those rights are. And if those rights are violated, here is our here is the Constitution is acknowledging our rights if they're violated. Yeah.
Someone had to come up with a concept of rights.
Well, that's kind of what I'm saying. The same entity, the same document that is telling me that these rights are inherent and inalienable are the ones that take them away, that remove them.
They're not taking them away. I reject that. Stop saying it.
They are taking. They're
violating
them. Violating them suggests to me, at least, that it's a temporary. It's a temporary. Right, it's an instance, whereas not allowing someone to enact those rights systemically is taking them away.
I'll even use a leftist argument here against you. If you sign the social contract of the Constitution, which is saying they're inalienable, then you've already recognized them by living here. And even if I don't need to make an argument, I'm just saying that because you've chose to live in the society, you've chose to accept my definition. If not,
I didn't choose shit.
The idea.
So the social contract's not a choice.
The idea that they're inalienable is basically a concept that they had to come up with in order to make that so. The idea that they're inalienable rights is something that they had to actually construct in order to enforce it. They had to construct it first. So the rights are literally given to you. I'm talking about the concept of rights, the concept of anything, right? Basically, any living thing that gets harmed by another living thing would obviously feel wronged. We're just, our species are the first ones to come up with a structure to basically build a society around creating the concept of rights.
Okay, but even if you agree with the social contract theory, which I think most of you do, then you would agree that the Constitution uses the word inalienable rights. Therefore, you're even agreeing under your own social contract.
I could argue without the social contract, although I think it probably exists.
Well, if it does, then you live here and you pay taxes that you say to me all the time that I agree to under the social contract. Then you agree to inalienable rights.
Again, it's not a social contract. It's a W-2 that you sign.
Oh, you don't like the social contract now? Got it.
How did you not hear what I just said? I don't necessarily buy into the whole social contract theory. However, in this particular scenario, I'm okay with defending it.
Are you referring to me or the entity that shares my name? In all caps.
Who?
Are you asking me?
This is getting dangerously close to an I'm not driving, I'm traveling argument.
I don't know what you're talking about. Or who you're talking to.
You've never seen the Sovereign Citizen videos on YouTube, Mojo?
I don't know who you're talking to.
I'm talking in general. God, it's so hard. It's so hard to stay calm. I'm doing it for you, Mojo. I want you to know how much pain this
you're
causes.
creating a straw man? Is that what it is?
No, I'm saying that we're getting awfully close to a sovereign citizen type argument.
No, I understand what their
I am
argument
the
is.
entity that represents John Doe.
I understand what their argument is. I just don't agree with their argument. I don't agree with the argument because Galt doesn't believe in God, and if natural rights exist, you have to have some sort of creator that gives you those natural rights. Otherwise, they just can't come from nature itself. Nature itself is cold, brutish, and short, and nobody has rights in nature. So if you don't have a God that will lay out those rights for you, or some sort of creator that lays out those rights for you in some sort of a book written by fucking man, not God himself, I'm going to disagree with the whole notion of natural rights altogether. I just understand what they're saying.
That's not necessarily true. The way I've always take the Ten Commandments for example, right? There's that people you can argue that most laws have similar backing, and we get into that with oh well, if morality doesn't, et cetera, then God. That's kind of going along that vein here. Those concepts of morality, those common law rights, come from protecting the species, in my opinion. Right? It's we're intelligent enough to realize that if we go around murking people and we go around stealing from people, then that's not good for the development and sustainability of the species. That's
how do we
where I
know
would argue the
genocide
natural
is
rights
wrong?
come from.
How do we know
What's
genocide? How do we know genocide is wrong?
That would go along the same lines as homicide.
I don't think we inherently know it's wrong.
Ash, do you agree with that?
I think explain guilt, because there is a neurological mechanism. I'm sorry, Ash. There's a neurological mechanism for guilt, so it doesn't exist. It doesn't make sense that would exist if we don't.
Are you born guilty? Do you think babies feel guilt for anything?
What do you mean?
Well, their brain isn't developed.
What do you mean? What the fuck?
Yeah, you need a bit of brain development, I think.
Yeah,
Mojo doesn't you do, but there's still
I'm just saying it's not inherent. You're not born with it. It's not something that we're born with. It's not something that's built into us. It's something that we learned.
It is. There, like I said, there is a neurological mechanism for guilt and for sorrow and for anxiety and so on and so forth.
Yeah, just the ability to think is that.
Yeah, but Mojo, we're also not born with our bones fused together. That happens eventually over time. So things evolve with humans as we grow.
Sure, but the bones are gonna heal over time as long as you stay alive, no matter what happens to you. Now, the way you feel guilty or the things that you feel guilty for are gonna change depending on who teaches you what those things are.
Well, yeah, but that still doesn't go away from the fact that it seems, at least what he's saying, is that there is this thing that is guilt, and this is sort of in existence prior to anybody learning about it.
I don't think it is. I don't think it is.
Well, this is what he's saying.
Okay.
Well,
yeah,
I forgot the
question. Gold, can you ask me that question again?
Do you have some evidence for that, or?
Hold on, Gold's trying to ask me a question. Can you ask it again?
Oh, I don't remember. We got so far off.
It wasn't Galt's question. I think it was Mojo's question that we don't inherently know what's right or wrong. And my contention to that was, well, there is a neurological mechanism.
Right.
So yeah, that's where it kind of started off.
Oh, my question was, how do you know genocide is wrong?
Right. So my thing is kind of in alignment with what Redactor is saying, is that, like, I think that humans have evolved some inherent understanding that that there's like sorrow when you lose people, and they have developed empathy, and through that are able to cast their negative feelings about that onto others. That's why we view murder as wrong. That's why we view something like genocide as wrong.
Is that all humans?
Unless there is an
probably not all.
abnormality.
No. Sure,
Unless
yeah,
there's an
not
abnormality.
all
yes.
humans?
I don't.
Okay, so as a general,
I don't feel
okay.
sorry. I don't feel sorry for losing somebody.
I know he's just saying this because otherwise it would break his.
Well,
but okay. Look, before we like add so many different factors, like when you say that redacted, like that is your belief, then that means that there's something, right? Unless there is like an anomaly, we can generalize to the human being, which would make it seems like, at least to us, distinct to other beings. So this characteristic, we can apply this to humans as a nature.
Which characteristic?
This just like feeling
Holy
guilt.
fuck human nature thing. Jesus Christ. Dumb American, can I get your age and who you voted for? I'm pretty sure I know who you are, but go ahead and give it to us anyway.
36 Harris.
Oh, I don't know who you are. Okay. Well, I do know who you are. You just weren't,
I'm a
you just
lie.
weren't who I thought you were. David,
I'm not
are
gonna
you
lie.
there?
He had me in the first half.
David, are you there? Do I need to drop you? You're on Teacup. Hello. Come on, Teacup. David.
You might see Mr. Hyde come out with David.
Redacted, you believe in human nature.
Oh, well then I want Oh, god damn it. I want Mr. Hyde to come out.
Oh,
Ash,
now
do you believe in human nature?
Yeah, because I get a galaxy if it does.
Ah, that's fair. That's fair.
You're the dog and pony show.
No, David, where'd you go? I was
He
just
ran.
getting
I
fluff.
didn't do it. I wanted him to stick around.
Ash, do you believe in human nature?
Can we talk about immigration, though?
Yes.
No.
Do you believe in life?
No,
that-
we cannot
do you
talk
believe
about
in life
immigration.
after love.
Seems like Mojo's the one who's.
I feel like Mojo's just doing it because
This is the
otherwise
one
it would
single
break his
thing.
worldview.
This is the one single thing that Mojo and I probably disagree on.
Listen,
and I know I'm right because HR would agree with me.
This is probably the only like actual Marxist thing, is that whatever logic is, we're just going to reject it and do the opposite. Not necessarily.
That's rich coming from the one and only Easy Mate.
That was an attempted insult from a dipshit. That's what that was.
I love how we're all just
but
kinda
no,
numb.
to answer
we're just
your
kind of
que-
numb to him now.
I don't know.
To answer, I've got people fucking egging me on. Everyone's dad, one of the calmest dudes ever, is telling me to crash the fuck out.
I watched a real commie smoke Mojo the other day. It was fucking wild.
I want to listen to Dad. Dad, you want to come up? I'll drop for you.
Yeah, I'll drop for Dad.
And now Bryn's telling me to. Jesus
Drop
Christ.
you guys.
How have
No,
I
I've been up for a
garnered
while.
this
You
reputation?
guys stay. I'll
Biggest
drop.
issue
guys
right
don't
now
know.
is the illegal immigration that's happening. And we're trying to get, to enforce the
Oh shit,
law.
he did
in
run
it.
away.
Perfect. Let's go into immigration. Jay, I've heard you on Michael's panel and Mandy's
Yeah.
panel before.
Wait, can we get a
why
concession
do-
from Mojo before we move on?
No, because
For what?
this is a
I mean, he already
Philbro
left
argument
screen. That
waiting
is a
to happen.
concession.
Okay.
This
A
is a
concession.
Philbro argument waiting to happen. All of a sudden, we're
I
going
Wait,
redacted
wait,
words.
hold on. I like Philbro arguments as long as there's some
let's
somewhere in
go
between.
then. So do I, but I
And
know that
as long as
TikTok
as long
is
as
redacted.
hello,
You're not
hello,
even capable.
hello. I like Philbro arguments as long as there's somewhere in between incoherent and I don't know, ridiculous.
So you're
Mean
making
in-
so
wait,
you're making a Presbyterian
incoherent or-
argument right now.
Incoherence. Redacted said, I don't like Philbro, but then because Mojo said it, he says, I like Philbro.
No, I do.
Okay, my bad.
I never said I don't like Philbro. I just know that most of the TikTok debate community finds it pedantic and Presbyterian.
Okay.
What the fuck, Presbyterian? What the fuck does that mean?
Would you rather me say ontological or epistemological? I was just trying
Yes,
to use
Presbyterian
a
is kind of
$4
weird.
word because that's all Philbro arguments are.
I find it more Muslim.
I find your mom more Muslim.
Yeah. You couldn't fuck my mom if you wanted to, pussy.
Probably not.
Pussy.
Because I know what I know what antibiotics are. Anyway, let's get into this human nature bullshit. Jay wants to get on to immigration, but I'll leave it up to the host, of course.
Well, Redacted, you already believe in human nature, so I mean, you're gonna have to argue against Mojo.
It's a lot more nuanced than that. But
You
yes,
literally
I
said that
there
people
is
feel
such a
guilt unless there's an anomaly. You can just like
believe that
characterize
there
this
is
as a
such a
generalization.
I believe that there is such a thing as human nature because we can.
Why do you think Mojo was freaking
structure.
out and like he constantly was stepping in and was like adding his own things? It's because what you were saying and what Ash was inferring before he left too, he agreed that he believes in human nature.
You and I
was
have
that there
a
is a
different
human
definition
nature.
of what freaking out is, apparently.
Well, so yeah, Mojo kept on stepping in even though there was a conversation, right? That's because you were
He's the host.
alluding
Maybe
to
you
something
can
that
cry
would be
about
human
it more,
nature.
it'll
All right,
help.
well, all right, no problem. So like, what do you think human nature is?
I think human nature is the ability and proclivity of humans to react certain ways to
Yeah,
certain
sure.
situations,
Yeah,
unless
so-
there is an abnormality.
Okay, so it's going to be like a generalization that we make about this characteristic, right? That we can like just assign to this concept of humans, right? And just remove all of the particular things that would be like different. So if you, as you already sort of said, this is a thing that exists unless there is some like anomaly, we would apply that as a generalization, a general characteristic to humans, correct?
Not necessarily a characteristic.
Not necessarily.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you talking?
You said that this characteristic, okay, this feeling of guilt,
Yeah, you've
it
already
would
said this. He
apply
was trying to
all
answer you. He was
humans.
trying to answer you while you interrupted him. You understand that, right? That was why he said what he said. How do you not get why he fucking said
it's
you
a
were speaking?
complete contradiction.
Okay, you didn't even let him finish the goddamn fucking word, much less a sentence. What the fuck is wrong with you?
All right, watch. All right, let's see this. Watch.
Okay, well, it doesn't necessarily have to do with a characteristic. You just used a bunch of words that don't really. Well, if you generalize the characteristic of the human, then that means that the characteristic of the human, et cetera, et cetera. It's not a characteristic. It's a.
Do you guys agree that human nature
You
is
just
to
didn't
incentivize
understand.
bad behavior?
No,
or
So,
bad
so this
behavior
is
happens? Do you
so,
guys
so
agree with
Mojo,
that?
this is why I cut him off. It's because he's too stupid.
Do you guys
He
agree that
demonstrated
human
it. Thank you
nature-
for letting him demonstrate how stupid he is.
I'm about to
Yeah,
get
that was
a,
really-
Let's
I'm
move
about
on.
to get a galaxy.
Good job.
But do you guys think
It's-
human nature is if you
You
incentivize
fell
or
so flat on your face, Redacted. You shouldn't do Phil.
I didn't understand what you
Yeah,
were
I know
saying,
you didn't understand.
bro.
I know you didn't understand.
I just have a question,
do you
guys.
care to clarify, or are we going to move on?
Can
Yeah,
I ask a
when-
question? Can I ask
okay.
just one question about
No,
that?
no, I want to hear him
Damn,
clarify.
I got restricted. restricted.
Stop saving him. Let's hear him.
Oh no!
So go away.
What?
Go
Oh no!
away.
I mean,
Why would you
Mojo
get
backed me up on
restricted?
this. Was that? Was
No,
I
I
not paying attention to what he
No,
was saying?
I understand. I understand what you're saying because I hate the whole fucking idea that human nature can be generalized. Generally speaking, it's this, and generally speaking, if it applies to generally part of the population, then we can generally say it's part of human nature because it's generally applicable. The whole fucking generally thing drives me fucking batshit crazy too.
That's kind of what I was saying. Like it does. You weren't leading me anywhere. Like it's just, what are you asking about? Because I said something about neurological structure, and you said, well, if you apply the general characteristics to the human, then you can. What is your? What I don't understand your.
It just
question.
means all
Anyway.
he's saying is that most people have fucking toenails. So because they have toenails, they have of nature. That's all he's saying.
That's the way I understood it, which is why I was like, what?
I got
But
a question,
apparently
guys.
I'm
If
not
you
smart
reward
enough to
bad
understand what he
behavior,
was asking.
if we reward bad behavior, does that human nature cause people to do more of the bad behavior or less of the bad behavior?
Who defines what bad behavior is?
Damn
let's say we give tens of millions of people amnesty for, let's say, $1,000 fine.
Who decides what who decides what bad behavior is?
Society.
Society. So it's a democratic process?
Yeah, society through laws. We have laws.
So then if you reward a bad behavior by the rules of society, that is not a bad behavior. Or at least
no, but do you
over
think
time
more of it will
become less of a bad behavior and it will turn into a good behavior because it's being rewarded.
Exactly.
This goes back to the original point of the guy.
Illegal immigration will become good behavior and it will
how much are they paying you? I have never seen someone try this hard to get a certain thing to happen.
It's common
until
sense.
the first
Why
time I went
should
out
they
on a
pay
date.
me? I'm just saying common sense.
Since the first time I went out on a date. How much are they paying you? You want to talk about immigration so badly. Well, that's what I'm asking you, Jay.
I just do this selflessly because I want
Why do
people
you
to...
want to talk about immigration so bad? We're on like the polar opposite of immigration.
Because I see that the society...
Jay, this is good for you. You should talk about something other than immigration, so you're not just this
It
fucking
affects
one...
me daily.
Hey,
That's
Jay,
the problem.
Jay, you should talk about something other than immigration, so that when you go on panels, you are not this one-trick pony that everybody fucking makes fun of.
So, redacted, if I went around and taught everybody that whacking people over the head is like good behavior, would you still say it's bad behavior even though I taught everybody and they did it?
Are you any sort of authority, or are you just a dude?
Why do I have to be authority?
I'm not suggesting that you have to be. I'm just asking for clarification.
It's
do we
irrelevant.
not like that here?
It's irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant.
Yeah, I guess they're looking at me as some sort of authority figure. Sure.
Okay.
So
based on human nature, if you're just a dude that's going around telling people to whack people in the head with a bat, no, that's probably still going to be bad behavior.
Why?
Because based on the systems we have, you would just be put away.
Well, I just made the system. Yeah, I just made the system.
So we're not operating within the systems that we already have.
Yeah, I'm teaching 20 people to just run around and, like, I don't know.
So it's Schrodinger's system. It both is and is not our current system, depending on who's.
No, this has nothing to do with that. Just answer the question. Stop overcomplicating it into something it's not.
It is a complicated question.
It's not. If I just teach people that it's okay to do this, does it then make it okay?
If you are just a dude going around...
This is the uncomfortable part of your logic.
My sweet white Republican Jesus.
This is the problem with your logic. You can't confront
I haven't been able to tell you my
part
logic.
What's the actual question?
Yes. They're claiming that people can just be taught what behavior is and isn't, whether it's good or bad. So I'm asking him, okay,
Mojo,
fine.
I'm doing this for you.
I mean,
yeah, so I'm saying...
You're doing it for Sammy. Let's be clear. I want you to crash out.
So I'm saying, okay, fine, if I teach somebody 20 people that it's good behavior to run around and whack people over the head, is it then good behavior or is it still bad?
Based on the society as I understand it today, if you are just a dude that's going around holding seminars and telling people why it's good.
You're adding a qualifier that wasn't in my question.
Why it's good to bash people in the head for no apparent reason, you will be put away.
Okay,
however,
we're on an island. We're not in
God
the system.
Damn it.
You're not answering my question.
I am trying to answer your question.
Okay, there's no system. We're on an island. I teach 20 people.
So you're moving? Are you
okay,
moving?
I know this is uncomfortable.
Hold on, Galt, is this a Lord of the Flies reference?
No. We could not even be on an island. We could be anywhere. I don't care.
If you are some sort of moral or legal authority or both, and you tell people, well, the Constitution in Article 2, Section fuck you, actually says that it is beneficial for the law, it is good for the law or human nature, whatever, to go around and whack people in the head, that may, because you have some weight, some societal weight behind you. That is why I ask. So simply, no, that does not make it a good action. However, if you were some sort of authority or somehow convince the majority of the population that that is a morally good act, yes, it would then become morally good.
Okay, so if I convince enough people in the United States that we should go genocide another nation, then that genocide would be good behavior.
According to your population,
in relation to our
society, yeah.
Let him.
Yeah, in relation to our society, yes.
Really?
There is no such thing as objective good or objective bad.
Okay, so genocide is good if people decide it's good?
Holy straw man, Batman.
Well, that's what you just said.
No, it's not. I'm saying that the perception is what's important, not the act itself.
What?
I think for me, it seems about if we view morality as objective, or if we view it more based on social agreement, because there's a different answer for each of those for that specific situation.
Right. Well, yeah, he's using social agreement. I'm using objective.
I think too.
To me there would be different answers for both of those. So
there's a massive amount of we're not really addressing the massive amount of like weight and power and push that comes from being able to get that many people, half or more of a population, to follow something so that was once morally objectively wrong. Like,
well,
to switch
now you're throwing in objectively wrong. He's saying it's not objectively wrong.
Okay.
CT
in the comments had a good point. Nagasaki.
Stop.
We did in fact convince an entire. Oh, I'm sorry.
Stop.
I didn't hear you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but no, I think was trying to speak and go. No, and you spoke right over the top of it.
Sorry, no.
No, you're good. I would say thanks, Mojo. What I would say is that if morality is based on social agreement, Galt, then a society, I guess, theoretically could redefine unaliving as acceptable. If we're looking at it from objective, then I guess teaching unaliving people as good would still be wrong because it promotes a harmful act. Even if everybody accepted that teaching, that would be my 2 cents.
Well, I don't disagree with your statement. I think redacted, though, isn't accepting what you're saying, which is the uncomfortable outcome of his position, which is if society teaches everybody that genocide's good under his worldview, then genocide is good. He'd have to accept that premise.
I want to give an example. Hold on. I want an example. I want to give an example here to Galt. Galt, we can probably agree that approximately 6 million Jews were killed during the Holocaust, right?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm not a Holocaust denier, so sure.
Okay. And was that a genocide?
Yes.
Okay. Approximately 8 million Germans were killed during World War II. Was that a genocide?
Who are they killed by?
Exactly. Subjective and relative.
Well, no, I'm asking you who they were killed.
Exactly. Subjective and relative. So genocide.
No, because there's something called self-defense.
Genocide is going to be a relative term based on the circumstances of that situation.
No.
Yes. You just did it.
The Jewish people didn't aggress, Mojo.
The definition of genocide has to do with intent, not action.
Okay. If I go in an army and know I'm going to commit a genocide and I die in that war to somebody defending themselves against the genocide, then I was objectively wrong.
That's not a response. The definition of genocide has the intent of erasing a culture or erasing a people.
Okay. If me and my 30 friends get together and go aggress on a bunch of Jewish people to genocide them, I am in the wrong. Therefore, if I die, which is why I asked a clarifying question to Mojo, if I die in that act, then yes, I am morally wrong.
Well, if on the way to commit this act of war, you drive a Chevrolet instead of a Toyota, then how does that affect the outcome?
That's irrelevant.
I probably should have gotten a Volkswagen.
I know it's irrelevant.
It's irrelevant, dude. What are you talking about?
Take for instance, I'll add on to Mojo and give another example. Take for instance Hiroshima.
No, you don't have
and
to give it. My fucking example was perfect. God damn it.
Okay. No,
Yeah,
now
I think
you're
you guys are
crashing
just
out on
losing
me.
this
Does that
argument.
mean
So
I
you're
get a
getting
galaxy?
weird. Yeah, you're just losing this argument, so you're getting weird.
Brother,
So Mojo, do you think there's some subjectivism in this discussion?
Yes, I think it's all subjective and relative.
Okay.
I
Fair,
think that I think if even in Dr. Galt's example that he gave with going to I don't know, kill 30, he and 30 of his friends decided to go kill some people, it would be objectively wrong or whatever. Jews, I guess, is what he said. But what if those Jews were stealing money from you? Then is it objectively wrong? Now, see, you have to actually.
I would have used a different example than that.
Yeah, I understand. I'm pushing the boundaries here. I'm pushing the boundaries here for a particular reason, though, because there are loaded terms when we have these discussions and loaded ideologies when we have these discussions. And because he was talking about Jews, this is why it matters.
I was until you brought up Jews. You brought up
no,
Hitler.
you said Jews. You specifically
yeah, because you were using Hitler.
I know, but you're the one who used that for that example. That's why I used the example I did. And then you would think that you were justified in doing what you were doing, which would make it not bad, not morally bad, because you were defending yourself.
No, you're just assuming. No, I said if 30 people got together to go commit a genocide and one of those people died in the act of trying to unalive people because those people were self-defending themselves against the genocide, you can clearly tell who's morally wrong and right in the situation. If you can't,
I'm saying you can't. You need the entirety of everything that happened and why it happened in order to make a justification.
Well, that's why I asked you for clarification on the 8 million Germans that died.
That's my point. Morality is subjective, and you agree.
No, it's not.
It is. You just agreed to it.
No, I didn't, because if 4 million Germans died that were innocent, that were just not doing anything, they were just sitting in their houses, I don't know, eating some oatmeal, and they got killed for sitting there eating oatmeal.
I can tell you that 5 million Germans died that were not part of the military.
Okay, and if they weren't partaking in the genocide and just casual damage, then yeah, it would be immoral that they died. Yes, that would be wrong.
Yeah, but is it a genocide?
Brother, this guy stinks!
Okay, Sammy,
sure.
Wait, Sammy's got her paw up. Sammy, go ahead.
Yeah, so I was just gonna ask the question, is there any way to actually measure morality objectively? Because in my opinion, morality is all subjective. But also, we have 109 people in this space, and we're only at 40,000 K taps. So y'all better be doing something better with your fingers. So get to tapping, get to sharing, get to gifting the panel and the host for this lovely little discussion that we are having.
So, Mojo, is it your position that Hitler wasn't immoral in his actions of killing 6 million Jews?
I think he was immoral.
Okay,
personally,
holy straw man.
Well,
no, he did that for a reason. I don't think it was a straw man. I think he did it I think he had a rationale behind it. I get it. He and I have
society in Germany at the time supported him, generally speaking. So under your worldview, at the time, it was
there's
moral.
that generally speaking. I actually don't think society supported him. I think they were scared to death of him and his SS brigade.
This kind of touches on a point that I've been wanting to bring up. So, and this might just be my opinion, but I think there's some evidence to show that it backs up. So I think genocide is generally against human nature. We don't want it. To get a population to the point, like talking about Hitler and what he did, to accept or allow it to happen, it comes with so much trauma, so much dehumanizing, so much propaganda. This is not human instinct. This is a reaction to trauma. So I think that when you're talking about whether it's human nature and all that kind of shit, it's not human nature to commit genocide.
Yeah, but Redacted and Mojo have to deal with the uncomfortable part of their position, which is whether people in society chose through being subjective that this was right, then those people were right.
But that's what I'm saying, that's not always true. They didn't just choose that it was right. Sometimes they just accepted it for their own well-being. We are human beings and we want to survive. If our life is that,
I know that.
We have to hold on. If we have to accept something that doesn't affect us because we will then survive, I would argue that most humans will accept it.
Well, no, he's saying it's morally justified if the majority of people said it was the case.
So, but that's what I'm saying is, are they saying it because they actually agree with it, or are they just
Yes, let's say they
no,
are.
but that's not that's generally not the case. History shows.
Okay,
that
but
people
let's
don't-
say they did.
Hold on. History shows that people don't just accept these things like actually agree with it. There's trauma
agree with you
and
'cause it's
propaganda and stuff like that associated with this.
I agree with you because it's wrong.
Right.
Okay, but let's say hypothetically they all did agree with it. What Mojo's saying is then it's right.
If you, I mean, but yes, but that's
I don't
an
think I
odd
said that.
hypothetical scenario because that's just not human nature.
Mojo doesn't believe in human nature, dude. I'm not debating you. I'm debating Mojo.
Okay,
I
well,
agree with you.
Let's just we can all agree that humans have like a strong, well
No,
documented.
Mojo doesn't agree.
Hold, let me say my shit before you even fucking interrupt me. Can we agree that humans have a strong, well documented capacity for things like empathy, cooperation, and moral reasoning? Right?
No.
Okay, but you're changing the
No?
debate and you're letting Mojo run from this uncomfortable question. So you're
I mean,
debating me on something I
so-
agree with you on.
Okay, well, I mean, I think that like at large, the majority of human natures present those things, and we've managed to come up with civil societies. I mean, none are perfect. I mean, none of which have like become a utopia, but like humans aren't. I think there is a thing as human nature, but it does stray the argument, and if that I don't want to do that, so.
Yeah, it does. So the scenario is simple. If everybody in Germany at the time said that it was right to do the Holocaust, what Mojo is your position, then it would be morally acceptable if everybody in society decided it was the right thing to do?
No.
No?
Does
I think
does
it's
time
does time not judging from an outside source, not
It's
judging
such a
from
straw
an
man
outside
argument, though.
Why?
not judging from an outside perspective, I would say no. But if you are inside that perspective, then you would possibly agree. I think the people in Israel will agree, and the people that support Israel right now will agree that what's going on in Palestine is not a genocide. I think generally speaking, that's probably true. I think given a number of years, 50 years or so, I think they might change their mind. People might change their mind over a period of time, given all the information, instead of being stuck in the middle of the situation.
Do you think those people should have felt right in being justified, or do you think they were wrong?
I think a lot of people didn't even know about the fucking concentration camps. I think the vast majority of the people didn't know about the concentration camps.
Okay,
I just
that
think
wasn't
that
the question.
the question you're posing, Galt. The question you're posing, Galt, is just a straw
Stop
man.
saving
argument.
him. We agree.
It's a straw man fallacy, though.
It's
So
not.
like- yes, it is. You're
It's an
literally
uncomfortable question, and you're saving him.
No,
Are
you're
you his
literally
friend?
changing the scenario to fit your narrative.
No, I'm not.
No, yes, you are, because in reality, people didn't just accept it and actually agree with it. There's millions of people that did it out of fear.
I don't disagree with you, dog.
Then your premise in that this hypothetical scenario where everybody accepted it is just out of reality. And it's a
That's
straw
his
man
worldview,
argument.
that if that
Because
were
if
to be
you-
the case, then
no,
it would be
because
justified.
you have had to alter your argument to something that is not in reality to fit this question. It's a
Yeah,
misrepresentation.
creating a hypothetical creates it's easy to question somebody's...
A hypothetical doesn't have to be in reality, though.
Right. It tests consistency. Stop saving him, please.
It's still a straw man fallacy, I believe.
It's not a straw man.
I think it is, because it's not. There's no world where we can record.
Well, you're
and
not
show.
even debating me. I'm debating Mojo.
Yeah, I don't. Okay, so this is the problem with people's understanding of logic or philosophy, I guess, in general. You create a hypothetical situation. If you find a flaw, or if the other person finds a flaw in that hypothetical situation, you are or can or probably should change the hypothetical situation in order to get to the particular outcome that you're looking for. So if there are inconsistencies that exist, then it makes sense to actually create a hypothetical where there are no inconsistencies, so you can get to the truth or the reality of the problem that you're presenting.
May I present the inconsistency to him?
But I'm just saying I'm just saying, even if he had an inconsistency, that's not wrong for him to do that, philosophically speaking.
But I have there's an inconsistency with this hypothetical scenario he's presenting. So I'm asking.
Are you going to use reality?
Well, I mean, kind of, yeah, I guess. I mean,
Well, then you're
that's
not.
like.
Then that's not. Then you don't know what you're doing.
But how do we find the outcome of such a harsh hypothetical scenario when we're arguing whether or not human nature exists in the first place?
I have Mojo in a position where he has to agree with his logic being applied.
This particular argument isn't about human nature in general. It's about this particular moral judgment. This one moral judgment is always trying to nail me on.
Yes.
I mean, he's
it's
using
hard
whatever
because I
way he
think
can to nail me on it. He's telling me that I'm immoral because of my belief structure. That's what he's trying to nail me on.
Well, not even just that. I'm just saying that I would hope that you would agree, even if all the people in Germany thought they were correct, you believe that they should think that they're not correct, that they should have thought otherwise.
I believe that they didn't have enough information to actually make a correct judgment.
Okay, if they did.
If they knew everything that was going on, if they knew about the concentration camps, if they knew about the disabled and the socialists and the women and the other religions that were involved in it,
correct.
If they knew everything and they still agreed, then I would.
They still thought it was right.
Then I would think that they were wrong for believing that.
I agree with you. Thank you. We can move on.
He had to move the goalpost twice to get there.
That's fine.
That's how this conversation works, dude.
Yeah, that's
fair enough.
That was the purpose of the conversation. He was trying to get me to say I would agree in some scenario.
All right. It just seems petty, but whatever. I get it.
It's not petty.
It's Philbro. Go ahead, Sammy, or somebody else was going to say something.
Well, I was just going to ask Dr. Galt if the people that are on those the islands, shoot, I can't remember which one it is, where like that Christian missionary tried to go and visit them.
Yeah, North
he
Central
was
Island.
unalived. What?
It's North Central Island.
Yeah, so like were they justified in taking his life, Galt, because they thought that it was appropriate because he's an outsider?
I don't know that scenario. I'm sorry. You have to give it to me. I'm not familiar with it.
So it's an island where
you could just make it up too. I'm not going to fact check you. So if you get like a detail wrong, I'm not going to gotcha on it. So go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no. So it's essentially an island that is inhabited by a very secluded group of people. And this person was told to not go and try to contact them because they were vicious, yada, 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 all that kind of stuff. And the guy tried to make contact with them anyways, and they unalived him. So, like, are they justified because they morally thought that he was an outsider and it was their right to unalive him?
No, I don't think an act of making a phone call or sending a letter justifies. There's no imminent threat to life there. And the people who are saying that there is, that's pretty irrational.
No, like he went to their island. Like he canoed or boated over to their island.
Okay. And what did he do when he got there?
We don't know. We just know that he was unalived.
Well, then I can't answer the question. Like, simply going on, like, if I walked on the Mojo's property, even if he told me not to walk on his property, he's not justified in killing me unless I present some sort of imminent threat. So you'd have to give me that detail in order for me to answer the question. If he just simply went there and, like, I don't know, put a beach chair up and, like, started sipping a margarita or something like that and was just like, haha, I'm here, no, they're not justified in killing him.
I think him being on the island was seen as an imminent threat.
Sure. Well, then you have a conflict and you'd have to show evidence as to that being the case. Like, why was he an imminent threat?
Just being on the island. I mean, the rule.
No, just being somewhere is not an imminent threat. Me just existing somewhere doesn't make me an imminent threat.
But can you be perceived as an imminent threat from another party by just showing up somewhere?
By just showing up, I don't believe so. I think you'd have to show some other sort of action to be perceived as an imminent threat. I don't think just your presence alone.
Enter a secure police office building or something like that. Don't you think that it's pretty obvious you'd be perceived as a threat? Like, logic would show anybody to, if you like.
No.
Did he know that? Did he know that there were tribes there?
It doesn't matter unless he's like Chuck Norris.
He was going there. He was trying to spread the gospel.
He did. He knew, and so there's laws against going to that island.
And he knew that they have
acted, but did he
like? And they have that specific tribe has known to act violent towards people coming to the island, right?
I guess we expect anything more than that. They've been on that island for tens of thousands of years.
I understand, but it's well known that they don't like outsiders, and you will get fucking attacked if you show up.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
Right. So logic would any reasonable person would know that me being on this space, I am perceived as a threat. So that's an instance where you can just show up somewhere, be a threat, and not think you're a threat, but have a whole group of people perceive you as a huge threat.
But that doesn't morally justify. What if I was on a ship and it wrecked and I swam up to shore?
To their perspective, it is.
Okay, and they're wrong. Objectively, they're wrong.
Objectively, you're wrong for being there.
Okay, that's fine. You can make that claim. Now justify it.
Those people's beliefs, they are protecting their land. You're an intruder.
And he could have been a carrier of diseases. They could have interpreted that.
Absolutely.
They were protecting their space.
Again, if they had evidence to believe otherwise, you're just assuming that he had something, or you're just making you're just pretending or making something up.
That's how they've protected their island for tens of thousands of years.
Okay, and I think it's wrong to just kill somebody based on a belief that you think there could be a possibility of something, don't you? Do you think that's right?
If I'm them, then I think you're wrong.
Okay, so then should I be able to show up to like a Marxist house because I perceive them to be in the United States and I perceive them to be pushing a revolution, therefore I have the right to unalive them? Do you actually believe that?
No, because we have
laws.
Okay,
well then why are you arguing this?
Because you've shown up to a remote island where there are no
I'm
laws.
on the island already. Who cares? Why do I showing up have to matter?
And you have an entire tribe of people that perceive you as a huge threat to them, so they're going to unalive you.
Okay. I'm on my island here in America, and I perceive Marxists to be a threat. Do I have the right to go unalive them?
In America?
No.
Come to America and do it? From your island?
I'm in America, and I perceive people to be a threat to me. Do I have the right to go just unalive them?
No, because we have rule of law here.
Okay. But with absent of rule of law, if there's no rule of law here, let's just say we're in the United States and we're all just existing here and there's Marxists here, do I have the right to go unalive them because I perceive them to be a threat of a revolution?
With absolutely no rule of law whatsoever?
Mm-hmm.
Then yes, that's your objective morality. There's no rule of law, so absolutely.
That's my objective reality?
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be my subjective morality? How would I have it?
You know what I mean? That's your view. If there's no rule of law and this is what you want to do, then that's the wild, wild west. I guess.
Okay, so law is the only thing that makes things right or wrong then, under your worldview.
It's a reflection of society. A lot of society wants balance and order, and they want to feel safe, and they want to know that they're protected. So we agree on a set of rules to abide by them.
Okay. Well, and this is where I got back to before. If the law says that the guy who shot the guy coming out of the convenience store, it was okay and permissible under the law, and society decided that, therefore it's good. You have to live with that. I don't believe that. I think it's still wrong. And Mojo actually agreed with me when I first came up here. This is the whole point.
I believe I missed that.
Yeah, law doesn't make things good or bad. Like, things could still be good or bad. Like, if the law says slavery is good, I would still argue, objectively speaking, slavery is bad.
Oh, I believe that for sure. Yeah.
Okay, then why are you arguing with me?
Because the argument was about the argument was about going to an island that has no rule of law and being a completely surprised that you're perceived as this threat and you're unalived.
I don't care about law. Law doesn't determine good or bad to me. Whether there's a law, you can do something or not.
Galt, I don't think that you think slavery is wrong.
Okay, Mojo.
I don't.
Sure.
You're a capitalist. You can't think slavery.
I still think under the argument that I was making, like there's a perceived, obvious perception that this island they protect it and they don't like outsiders. There's record of them attacking people, and this person shows up and is surprised by them being unalived. Like, that is just silly.
Okay, that doesn't mean it's morally justified. Just because
to them it is morally justified.
And they're irrational and wrong.
That's an opinion that you have that's different than them. It's literally a perception of the reality.
That's fine. People can act irrational and wrong. It just means they're irrational and wrong.
But to them,
you can as well.
Okay, so Jeffrey Dahmer was correct then. You're wrong.
See how you have to come up with this hypothetical scenario to try to prove me right? I'm just talking about the people on the island. You have to come up with this hypothetical scenario to make yourself right.
No, I don't.
Isn't the island a hypothetical? Yeah, the people on the island is also a hypothetical.
He has to change the hypothetical to try and make it right. He's moving the goalpost every single time I respond.
No, well, maybe not. It could just be like
Maybe not. Okay, whatever.
I'm not changing the hypothetical.
You are. You brought up many different scenarios other than the scenario you originally started.
No, I'm testing your logic. If you're saying that these people are justified in doing it because of whatever they believe to be true, then Jeffrey Dahmer technically was justifiable to do what he did because that's what he believed.
Can I respond? So the big missing component of that is a civil organized rule of law.
Okay, you're saying law makes things good or bad. So then you have to believe that slavery was good.
It sets a precedent for what is allowed and what is acceptable and what's not. So yes.
Okay, so then slavery was good.
Up until we got rid of it, yes, it was perceived as good.
What?
You think it's good today, Golf? You still think it's good today?
Could they change it tomorrow?
You and Easy both think it's good today.
Could they change it tomorrow?
Okay.
I don't think they could.
We could deal with that, Mojo, right after this.
Is it possible to change it? I mean, it's technically possible, but
okay, So if it's possible to change it, then tomorrow, let's say it were the case that it were changed, then it would be back to being good.
I don't think so, no, because we have a very large. Let me answer. We have a very large precedent since we have eliminated that's not what we want in society.
No, you're going outside of the hypothetical.
No, let me respond.
You're going outside. The reason why I'm stopping you is you're going outside of the hypothetical.
Please let me
I'm saying it is the case that the law is changed to now that slavery is instituted.
Right,
it is
but again,
codified.
it's like you could it goes back to the Adolf Hitler thing. It took the amount of propaganda and coercion and trauma it took to get people to accept this. I think the same is true for this scenario. It would people. Let me finish, please, before you interrupt me.
He's drowning.
The amount of trauma and coercion it would change in a day to get the American people to just all of a sudden accept this. I don't see that being possible.
That's fine, but that's not engaging.
I'm still talking. Over a large 100-year period, it might be possible to change society through manipulation and coercion and propaganda. Yes, I think that's possible.
Okay.
Okay, do you know what a hypothetical is?
Yeah.
What is it?
When you come up with something that's not actually real and you talk about what would happen?
Not necessarily not actually real, but it's an idea
or
that you, as the interlocutor on the other side, you're going to have to take it on, right, as true, okay, and engage within it. You're not taking it on as true. You're not engaging in the hypothetical.
Hold on. Dumb American, what is the purpose of a hypothetical?
Holy fuck.
To stretch your understanding,
No, Dr. Galt said it over and over again. It's to test your logic. It's to test how sound your logic is, if you will change your logic.
Okay, I see.
Not necessarily change. It's to see if there are any logical fallacies in sort of what you're proposing here. So we're sort of testing this, and then it might just you might just commit to everything, but it'll go down to some sort of reductio that'll be just absurd. Either one or the other, or you could be completely sound. But right now, you're just not engaging in the hypothetical because I think it would make your position absolutely absurd.
Well, no, I mean, I think I'm reading the room terribly wrong. I thought we were actually having a debate. I didn't realize this was just
this is part of a debate.
Right, but this is a part of a debate I've never been a part of, so...
Yeah, it's a different...
Well, new things, right?
It's a different...
Yeah, absolutely. Now that
pop your cherry.
I appreciate Mojo for explaining it that way, so it makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, it's a different kind of debate. So we're not just talking about modern politics or what's going on today with Donald Trump or whatever.
Facts are not at all applied to this.
No, this is about your I'm sorry. What am I trying to... Philosophical approach to...
Internal critique, honestly.
Shut up.
Interesting.
Shut up! God, you're fucking obnoxious when you just interrupt everybody for no reason at all. It's about your philosophical approach to how you argue or why you believe the things that you do. So if you think Donald Trump is bad, we could talk about particular actions onto why that you might think are bad, but this is about getting deeper and to seeing why you think those things are bad, I guess.
It's your telos.
No, it's not telos.
Okay, so generally speaking, people, right, either logically believe what they believe and they've gone through the sort of steps it takes to understand what it is that they're saying, or what they're doing is they're getting their information from like some other person and they're just adopting a view. Most of the time, I think people are just like adopting what other people are saying. But if we were to take what you're saying to its logical end, right? Like even something like slavery tomorrow, it totally could be like, I don't know, instituted. This could be law. And according to what you've presented to us, how you've been answering, this would be completely good. Like it would be seen as the new good, since the law is what is good.
Interesting.
Well, it's your take. I'm saying it's absurd. It's not interesting. It's absurd.
No, I'm just recognizing that the logic is flawed. No, like I guess when it comes down to it is like now that I understand that it's a lot about like what's real, but where the logic is, I think that still like my perception of the world is that humans have a certain humans inherently lean towards a certain way, and that is generally not committing atrocities. And it takes a large amount of coercion by other humans to reach said level of accepting it. And I don't think that it's...
This is a generality that I wouldn't make. Like, since it's kind of like taboo to say that word, but sort of like careful about it, I guess, now.
What word?
Well, generalities, because you don't like that. But anyway, like generally speaking, when you say that they don't commit atrocities, right? Well, we can go on what the definition of nature is later. But you say generally speaking, they don't commit atrocities, but like historically speaking, they do.
Well,
as a generality.
I guess I mean like we like have gotten to the certain point where we try to atone for those things. We have moved past things like slavery, and we're trying to, we fought wars against genocide and are still trying to. And I mean, civilly with now in America, that opinion on that is very much divided. So I guess.
Can I ask you? Okay, this is going to be good faith. I'm not trying to gotcha. Okay. Honestly speaking, like, are you for or against the Iran sort of conflict, war, or whatever?
I'm generally against it. Yeah.
Okay, so like when you say that slavery existed or something like that, and then we've been making amends for those sort of atrocities, we recognize that, what the IRGC does. Like, I don't know anybody who is for or against the war that would take a position that the IRGC is good, unless they're sort of LARPing and they want like America to, fall under, that's like other sort of motives. But either way, they would
argue that
recognize the IRGC as evil. Yeah, sure, I know. But generally speaking, the word IRGC is seen as evil. So we would, want to make amends for atrocities, and we would go there and sort of save them. But even now, you're taking the position, right, that you're against the war. But earlier, you're saying like, yeah, society, we recognize the wrongs that have been done to the people that are being done, and we're trying to make amends to it. If that's the case, then you would sort of support the war, I would think, in a way. But I think there's more nuance to it than that, to simply just state that, yeah, we're all fixed, we're all good, we're like against atrocities. I think that
I guess when I apply context to the Iran war, because I have to, because we're talking about reality here, not really a hypothetical. Like I don't like how we ended up in this situation. Do I think that that is a bad regime, and that we needed to probably do something about it, and we don't want that to thrive in our world? I think that's a reality I can accept. But like when you look at how we got into this situation via this administration, I don't agree.
But isn't that the ultimate reality anyway? Like when you look at the IRGC or you look at them, ultimately, right, they are bad. So that would be the ultimate end. Now, like how you got there, that's history, right? Again, like we recognize that what happened in the past, like what you were saying, slavery, bad. Okay, great. Now, in virtue of today, right, we allowed slavery to sort of happen or whatever. Do we look at like sort of how we got there, or do we just end slavery now? You understand?
I mean, we look at how we got there.
Really?
Right?
So you would say then
we don't just two things are true. Hold on, let me fully respond, because two things are true. I think we we change it, we stop it. But we also
Okay.
don't just pretend. Hold on, we don't just pretend and move on. Like one of the things that I think that we do, that other countries do differently than we in America do about our past and the things, is Germany. And they have a very much a like virtue signaling almost sort of mentality towards what happened with the Nazi Party. And they constantly remind themselves where they came from so they do not repeat it. That's something we don't really have in society in America, because we want to take down statues and we want to try and remove this thing instead of remembering it. And I think that there's a certain aspect of remembering it on a larger scale, that so we don't repeat it.
You would think that like humans are not perfect, right?
No,
Obviously.
no, definitely not.
Yeah, humans are not perfect. So like, let's say even in them, like in never forgetting the Nazi sort of party and what happened, there could be, right? There could be an instance where there's some sort of conflation. There could be somebody who doesn't like agree with what the Nazi sort of rhetoric, ideology, anything like that, far from like fascism. But then they have some things, right, that people are sort of associating with like Nazism. Like a lot of people, you'll hear this even like say like they're socialists, right? Okay, so like what if there's other things like nationalistic pride or whatever that sort of gets conflated because of that, and there's like people that are unwarrantedly, because of like that certain slight association with Nazism, are sort of also getting like pushed down. Their ideas are sort of getting pushed down because of that. Would you recognize that?
I mean, are you talking about people not being able to like actually like learn about somebody and who they are before they make an assumption about what they believe?
I'm saying that there's going to be certain people, let's say, if you're like, yeah, this is our past, this defines our past, there's going to be certain people that sort of get tied to that, even though they don't really have much of an association with it, much of anything.
What are you referring to specifically?
I don't know. Maybe people will be like, Trump is a fascist, even though he's not. All right, I got to deal with something, but I'll talk to you guys later.
Oh, wow, that's quite a way to drop it.
Thank God.
Mojo, you're still here. I thought you went to go take
I will say I apologize if my logic and reasoning was more contradictory than it should have been. Now that I was just trying to defend the logic or the reality of it, and I didn't realize we were having some just crazy hypothetical debate.
No, it's cool, bro. Like this is why I'm against like subjective morality, because it gets to a logical conclusion to where this is how leftists justify all their crazy shit, dude.
This
I mean,
is
that's
why.
not necessarily true, but okay.
Wait. This is why, because he wants to define what morality is. That's the only reason he's against it. He
Well,
doesn't
you
want
should-
anybody
I mean-
else to define it for him.
Technically, you should want to define it too, in the sense that just unaliving people.
I do
for,
define
like-
it. I have my own morality. It just doesn't happen to align with yours.
So you think? Well, you agreed with me that the guy running out of the store didn't deserve to die, right? You have to think about that.
I do. I would have to think about it because we have an actual scenario with a lot of outcomes and a lot of reasons that it happened the way it happened.
Okay.
I
So when
would
I came up here and you said it wasn't
Yeah.
justified, you were lying.
I would generally agree that shooting somebody in the back is probably not going to be justified.
I mean, sorry, I cut somebody off.
No, I was just saying good afternoon. I think if I get a chance to talk, I'll take my turn, but I'm not sure how you do turns host. So
Well, I haven't been really controlling much, except for the fact I'm trying to get people not to talk over each other. That's it. So
Yeah.
if you want to say something, go ahead.
okay. No, I think there's a lot. You guys have got several different interesting, and I think that the thread through it all, right, is how do you apply morality to actual human situations, which are complex and sticky and messy. And I think that's one of the hard problems in a democracy, is that we have different versions of morality. And I think the hardest thing to think and understand is that maybe the other person, even if you don't agree with their morality, it most likely is coming from a place where they think they're actually trying to do the right thing, right? So that's the first step, is to kind of understand. Then let's talk, facts and decisions, and try to figure out from there how we get to what we can agree on, which is also another, basic tenet of democracy, is we're not all going to get what we want, and we're not going to all agree, but we've got to figure out how to live together.
So here's a problem though in today's society with the right and the left. You'll find somebody like Dr. Gall on the right, even though he won't call himself a conservative, he's still going to be on the right because he believes in objective morality. And he believes that so much so that he's going to define anybody that thinks morality is subjective as somebody that's evil. All they're doing is looking for a rationale for doing evil things. They will tell you this, but their objective morality is going to stem from a whole bunch of different places. Some people are going to say it comes from God. Some people are going to say it comes from nature. Some people are just going to want to define it however they want to fucking define it for a particular scenario, meaning that they're doing it subjectively, but they don't even understand that they're doing it subjectively. But this is an attack that the right uses on the left often. So if you can understand the attack, then it makes the conversations with right wingers a lot easier as well.
Well, I think that's, again, just what you said. You also have to self-examine. You used a lot of things to try to box in your assumptions about the other side. That may or may not be true. So what I'm saying is the first step should be for you to listen to that person and try to really understand them before we put them into a box, right, left, whatever.
I agree.
Because if you put them in the box, then you're already limiting them, and we really have to get to a place again where we're going to talk. I think what I would suggest, my concern, I was a history major in undergrad. I served in the U.S. military 26 years. I still consult back to the U.S. government on very complex problems. And I will tell you that my biggest concern for the U.S. today is this idea that we think democracy is durable. It's not a human state that if we look at the history of humanity, it's a very fragile state, and we need to really start thinking about how we get back to it, because humans tend to fall into authoritarianism very easy. It doesn't matter what side, what type, what attitude. At the end of the day, that's much more the natural state of human societies, it seems, based on history and the realities that we live in. So we've got to fight hard to work together and compromise, or we may find ourselves in situations that are much worse than even today.
Hence the reason we need to fight against subjective morality.
Subjective or objective?
Objective. We need to fight against objective, because Dr. Gall here believes that he has the answer and only his answer is correct, which means that he is closer to an authoritarian government than I am, for sure.
Well, I would argue liberalism was the destruction of the monarch, the patriarchy, and sort of this idea of natural rights where women have self-ownership, which I think you maybe disagree with self-ownership, which is where the totalitarian government structure comes from, right? Like liberalism destroyed the monarch.
How did you reach that conclusion?
What do you mean how?
That's funny, because Marxism is based on the whole notion of self-ownership.
How the fuck did you organically reach that, or is that on your script?
What script? I don't work off a script.
That's fair. That was not fair, Galt. You are usually reasonable. I apologize.
Yeah,
That's
I think
right.
God damn it, crash! Fucking redacted. Shit.
There's still time. It's still foreplay. I haven't quite got there yet.
So I think there's a lot there. I think we've got to really step back and start looking, even when we disagree, even if we think the other side is making bad assumptions or doing it for bad positions. How do you get to the compromise? Because that's what we've done in democracies that work, have done that, and we've got to do it. We've got to have our leaders talk about compromise, talk about the value of that, because the value, again, I've served in places where those things fell, and I've seen it, and I've studied it around the world, and it is the default. Classic examples, the Arab Springs, the balkanization, post the USSR breakup, all these, typically when things start to break apart, violence is a much more likely outcome in authoritarianism than democracy, right? So, we've got to keep fighting to get back to compromise.
Have we talked before, Jay?
Yeah.
Have we talked before?
I don't know. I think I've been in here once or twice. I tend to you seem to, if it's a reasonable panel, I like to come in and talk, and you guys are definitely, reasonable and thoughtful. So.
Well, I guess the only reason I ask is because
Was there
you
one
did
for product
something
function?
you did something specifically right wingers do, but then you're saying some left wing shit too. So I'm not sure where you stand.
No, I'm very middle. I'm very middle of the road. I look at each area individually. I think humans are social. We have to have society. It is a naivety on both sides that what they kind of portray. A lot of the
You don't have any curiosity.
Yeah. Sorry.
You don't have any curiosity.
Oh, I have a lot of curiosity about a lot of things.
Then I gave you two specific things. I said that you said some things that make me think you're right wing, and you gave some rationales that I agreed with, but you didn't ask me what those were. That's so weird.
Oh, because I assumed that you said the truth, and that I was just going to explain my position on that since. But
Okay.
yeah, you anyways, my thought is just that both sides. That's kind of we kind of are naive that we think. I think that you need some of both because that seems to be how societies flourish after looking at humanity over thousands of years, having some individualism and some socialism, and putting those two together and figuring out where that balance lies. And it changes, right? It changes from a small tribe to a large nation to an industrialized nation to now a postmodern nation to
He's
an
left
information
wing.
age nation. Yeah.
He's left wing, Mojo. There you go.
I think he's probably center and a little bit left is what I think. But the whole notion that he came in to announce his bona fides to start out with.
Things.
Nobody asked you, Jay. When he came in and announced his bona fides before he started talking, that's generally what a right winger does.
No, I just try to establish that I have some credibility in that, but I'm willing to listen. And I think you guys, like I said, this seems to be an area where there's a conversation, and that's the first thing we need is to have these conversations.
Do you believe in free market capitalism?
I believe in a so again, I believe in a market that is managed. So that you free market where it works, and then you've got to decide where to step in and manage. We've done that in the past, and almost any society has done that. Very rarely does a free market capitalism system exist. It doesn't work.
Okay, there you go, Mojo. He's left wing. There you go.
I just said he's center left. I agree that he's center left.
Yeah, and so I would disagree. I think that most if you look across democracies today, most of them, that's what they believe in is capitalism with some government management oversight so that it doesn't overreach. So I think that's center, but you can put me wherever I want. I definitely am not a pure free marketist. That would never work. It doesn't work. It never has worked. It never existed.
If it never existed, then how do you know it doesn't work?
Because every situation where it starts to exist. So you think about areas that are unlawful. So that's the American West. That's piracy in the Caribbean.
It did exist.
That's Somalia. So when it exists, it rapidly some government agency takes over that and imposes regulations or laws or whatever you want to call them. So when it doesn't exist,
you're saying that Somalia was capitalist?
No, I'm saying Somalia there are free market unregulated areas of it, and militias.
What do you think free markets is? Can you define that for me?
I don't really. I'm not an expert in defining these things. I'm just saying that areas that are unregulated exist for short times, and then as humans get into those areas, someone starts regulating those economies.
Capitalism has law in it.
I'm not going to get into the whole issue that I believe in capitalism.
No, it doesn't.
Some regulation.
Easy. I'm sorry,
you're
but
not
any law infringes on a free market. Any law, rule, or regulation that you put in place infringes on a free market.
You're not a free. Okay, so the free market person ought to define free markets, right? What you're just arguing for is just something else. Yeah.
No, I'm arguing for. I'm telling you what a free market is. I'm sorry you don't agree.
How about this? So instead of Mojo Marxism, I'm going to say that you are a Marxist. So defend Marxism. That's what you're doing to me.
I'm not asking you to defend anything, Easy. I'm just telling you what a free market is. You don't have to defend
I'm the free market guy, and so the free market guy should define what free market is.
A free market doesn't exist without government regulation. It doesn't exist at all.
Let me.
Okay, I've already told you that there's law.
within free markets.
So easy. I would
Not
like to hear from
relating
you,
to the
and I
markets.
want to hear this construct. So there's you think there's a possible societal construct where the markets are completely free and the government law doesn't impact the markets but controls other parts of society?
It doesn't even necessarily need to have a sort of government or anything like this, but like this whole thing, this sort of structure, this system, that's what capitalism is. It's an economical structure. It is based upon humans. This is the necessity. You need humans. So within that sort of like human aspect, what allows for sort of capitalism is going to be like individual property rights. Property rights are necessarily going to be the case.
I will argue that markets exist without humans.
Okay, anyway, all right, sure.
Because
Because
they do,
beavers
though.
are
That's objectively true.
Okay, they exist without humans because beavers are trading with platypuses. Okay, thank you.
No,
All
but
right,
it's,
anyway,
no, but
No,
it's,
because
no,
in
but no.
Easy. I'd like to ask you this.
Hold on. Can you stop?
They won't let you.
Can you stop? Can you stop? A tree has a market with the animals or creatures that live on the tree. There are markets. They have exchanges of goods and services. That
That's not
exists
a market.
without humans. It is a market.
It's not a market. That's an
It is.
ecological system. Yeah. Okay.
It's a market. They exchange
Okay.
goods and services.
Where is
Mom
the
exchanges
rational?
goods and
Okay,
services.
so stop. Okay, where is the rational exchange of goods and services based off of like this value?
Why do you have
That
to-
exists
why does it have
in
to-
virtue of being
qualifier?
humans.
Yeah, why does it
No,
have to be
now
rational?
you're adding a qualifier.
Yeah, why does it have to be
You-
rational?
You literally
Why does
are.
it have
You're
to be
adding another
rational?
qualifier.
Yeah, because that's what we're talking about when
Why
we're
does
talking
it
about
have to be
markets.
rational?
No, that's what
Because
you started talking
now
about.
that's where. Okay, how about this?
You can do your dumbass mocky voice all you want, but that doesn't
Well,
change
then-
the fact that
oh,
you
okay,
just
so you don't
moved the
wanna let me speak?
goalpost in front of me,
There
God,
wasn't-
and his sister.
I'll let you.
Really? Okay, so
Okay,
when
go
I
ahead,
said
Izzy.
that capitalism, right, and free markets is a system, okay, and that it is based off of humans, okay, and in order for humans, okay, to exchange, they need like private property. Now, when we say free markets, this is indexed to something very specific. If you just want to say, oh, markets are just like, this thing and blah, 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 this is like you going off on a tangent and just not engaging with very specific terms that
I'm not
everybody knows
engaging
about.
because I'm not
Everybody
entirely
knows,
sure what to
okay,
engage with. I
okay,
don't know if you're done
okay,
adding
listen,
qualifiers.
Okay,
Hold
great,
on.
great. If
Redacted.
you're not familiar with economic terms
Yes.
and
Let
how
him
they are
finish.
indexed to, you can just ask me, little buddy.
That's funny that he said little buddy.
I'd love to have a 1-minute conversation when you guys are ready for me.
Yeah, Jay, I gotta run. Before I do, did you vote for Obama?
I did. Yes. So
Obama.
Obama.
All right, there you go. Thanks. See you later, guys.
Wait, the
Yeah,
majority
but I
of
would've-
MAGA
I-
voted
but
for
I voted
Obama
for
twice.
Romney as well.
I got him.
So I voted for Romney as well at one point.
The majority of MAGA voted for Obama twice. They all tell me so.
Yeah. So I voted for Romney. I voted for Obama.
He's gone. He's gone.
So I'm back and forth. So
He's
let me talk to Easy though. I'd like to just. So this is the way I look at things. And I'd like to hear your thought on this capitalism society you envision. So I look at when and where that has existed at all in human history, because if humans don't easily create societies that support a certain system, then it's hard. You got to then figure out how are you going to enforce and make that society work. And I haven't seen a lot of capitalism. So there was capitalism. I would say some of the closer things to what you're talking about were probably the 15, 16, 17, like when Europe got to a point from the late 1400s to about the 1700s, there was a lot of free market capitalism with an authoritarian, autocratic nobility over the top of it. But you see the kind of the economic wars amongst the Venetians and the economic wars amongst the Dutch East Trading Company. But those were also still government, pretty heavily regulated, but they were pretty free market capitalism. The governments gave those companies pretty free reign to fight it out. That's probably the closest time I've seen it pretty work well. But like I said, if you're in a unregulated state, that's where you see the closest thing to free capitalism, and it very quickly typically is someone takes over, and typically they're much more authoritarian, and they still manage and regulate the economy pretty heavily. So I'm just trying to understand: how do you, when you look at this, what's the reality of potentially having this system work?
Listen, the reality of the system is first and foremost recognizing, not as some people are trying to just like make this unintelligible and taking away from because we are engaging, and I can define it for you, and just going off into a tangent is a disservice. You're just, arguing something else. So capitalism, the system, right? It is based off of humans, and the necessity we can foundationally ground, because it's basically philosophically what we believe to be the case, and then in virtue of that, capitalism is a sort of system that exists, because of I don't want to say this word, human nature, whatever, but humans, are engaging within capitalism if they have this thing that is private property, which requires, yes, enforcement. So that's why I'm saying there is a law. The law is just going to be one, when we sort of start off, we can just without all of the other details, private property. And we know that private property is the case as other forms of property. They sort of contradict. But anyway, this allows for the sort of capitalist system to work the way it does, right? We have subjective forms of value that get assigned when we engage within a market. We can sort of use other people's sort of effort in what they've created in exchange, and in that exchange we actually generate more utility because it's something that I have and that you value more than what I have it, and vice versa. You have something that I value more than what you value, and then we exchange, and so the overall value sort of goes up, right? So in virtue of that sort of exchange, we are flourishing. So this thing, humans flourish because of this sort of principle of comparative advantage. This exists, right? Insofar as we have a private property system, right? If you do not have this sort of private property thing, you don't own this, then there isn't anything that can sort of drive you to sort of invest into it, create it to what you want, to essentially take it to what its end is, its true logical end, in virtue of you, the human, being this rational teleological agent.
What the fuck are you talking?
Well, we're going down the philosophical chain, but ultimately, I'm just trying to let you know that capitalism, it does have a law, and that law is going to be private property, and identifying that whenever there's a conflict, that's what laws are doing. They identify who is wrong or what is wrong.
How do you?
And what is
how
right.
do you? Okay, got it. How do you determine ownership of property?
Yeah, ownership is going to be defined as the person who has the right, if you will, to have
I didn't say
exclusive
defined.
control.
I said how do you
getting
determine? How do you
I'll get into the
determine
determination.
ownership?
Yeah, we'll get into the determination. I just want you to, it's the right to exclusively control, or the right to exclude others from this specific thing. We'll say a scarce resource.
Hang on.
What you're saying.
Okay, and then we sort of create this ownership through a principle,
let him finish.
more or less of homesteading.
He's going around the roundabout, but
yeah, more or less this principle of homesteading. Are you familiar? I don't exactly.
You say a lot of words without saying anything easy.
How
are you familiar with the Lockean proviso?
How do you determine ownership?
Yeah.
The reason I interrupted you initially
yeah.
is because you went into defining it, and I said no, not the definition.
Are you familiar with the Lockean
determination?
proviso?
Because I knew that you were going to stick on the definition and act like that was sufficient. How do you determine
I'm actually not acting
ownership
like
of property?
I'm actually not acting like it's sufficient. I've told you. Are you familiar?
Easy. Easy. You gotta stop interrupting people. That's why you get kicked every time.
You interrupted me.
Hold on.
I
was in doubt for the last.
You literally
minutes.
interrupted
Someone
me.
give me the TLDR of what Easy is saying.
He's not saying.
Okay,
anything.
are you familiar with the Lockean proviso, redacted?
The what?
Lockean proviso. You said you were like Phil bro-ish. I would at least expect you to know this.
No, I don't consider myself
homesteading.
a Phil bro. I have no. How?
Well, you said this. Homesteading.
Answer my fucking question.
Homesteading. Are you familiar with this concept?
Yes.
Okay, so there you go. Do you need like a long-winded
There I
explanation?
go. What?
Well, that's how you determine ownership.
Answer my goddamn question.
That's how you determine
How
ownership.
do you determine ownership?
Oh, so you're not familiar with what homesteading is?
You
Just
dense
fucking
fuck.
answer.
Answer my fucking question.
Yeah, so you determine who is the correct owner by the person who comes to this said resource, first, and then uses it for their means
That is
to whatever end that
incorrect.
they have. Well, how's that
That is
incorrect? This is my
incorrect.
system.
So
This is my system.
wait, hold on.
How's
So
that
if you-
incorrect?
Wait, hold on. If you're the first person to piss on it, it's yours. Is that what you're saying?
Pretty much.
What
What
the
is the
fuck?
Not to
Lockean
piss on,
proviso?
not to piss on it, because if you've pissed
Hang
on
on,
it, right?
hang on.
We can
Paula's
assume
trying to
that
get
you've
in.
also abandoned this thing, right? So
No,
if
I
you
just want-
abandon it, now you don't own it. Nice
No,
try,
it's
though.
ownership. This is
Wait.
the law
No.
of nature.
Well, it's
This
my
is the
system.
law.
That is
Easy,
not how you
easy,
my
determine
system, not
ownership.
yours.
easy. Okay, stop. This is the law of nature. This is how dogs. This is how a lot of animals say that this thing is theirs. They fucking piss on it.
That's not how humans do it. And so if humans are like pissing on it and they just leave it there, then this
How
is
would I
abandoning
possibly have gotten to my home that was built in 1872 first?
it. Yeah, sure. So like whoever was sort of like there within that land, let's say if this is
How would
unclaimed
I,
property that just exists within
born in
nature.
1993, have possibly gotten to my Victorian-style home built in 1872? Yes, I'm kind of bragging at this point. Fuck you. How would I have possibly have gotten to that first?
Yeah. Okay. So like, it's not simply that you got it to, you got to it first. It's that the person that owned it first then engaged in voluntary exchange because there's private property, right? And so that exchange then, after we've established who the initial owner is, okay, they had the exclusive right to exchange, and it eventually got to your gum ass.
Perfect. Thank you. If I then take the... Oh, sorry.
It's okay, Redacted. I'm enjoying this much more.
There
Go
is
ahead.
no way that you were born in 1993, you fucker.
I guarantee. I promise.
I feel
You
old.
sound
Why does
like you're
everybody say
fucking.
that? Why does
because you
everybody
sound
think
like
I'm
you're
fucking
60.
50?
Yeah, you do.
What's
You
wrong with
sound
being
like-
fucking 50?
He said
Paula,
60.
I love you.
I have
The
done
Lockean
things that are
proviso-
illegal in the state of Tennessee to 50-year-old women, so there's nothing
there-
wrong at all.
I just easy. Is there like a corollary, or is there like a little like but for
Sam.
on the Lockean proviso that you're?
Yeah, I don't take it all. Yeah, I don't actually take it all. There's like certain.
Are you just picking and choosing the parts you like the best for
No,
your
A la carte Lockean.
No, it's
He's
because
an a la
they-
carte Lockean.
Well, that's fine. It's just because like if I go through explanations, they say that I'm long-winded. I could do
No,
that.
it's
I
okay.
do that,
I was just
and then they're like,
wondering-
"Oh."
You are,
So
though.
then right after that, I just said, "Okay."
All right. I don't know, but I'm able. I'm able. To
Generally, we
explain.
can just,
I'm
like,
able.
wrap it
God
up.
damn it! I'm able to explain things pretty quickly. You don't have to take
God dang it.
fucking 10 minutes to say something. You really don't.
Do you?
Well,
so
you do.
This whole work. Do you think
If you're
this
being
has
specific.
the
What's
reason
up?
we study history a lot is so that we can try to
Amen.
figure out
Turn
guiding
left.
frameworks at least. But does it work? Have you seen it work before? This ideal capitalism that you speak of, has it successfully worked?
There was actually certain societies where they were flourishing, really good, economical. Yeah, there's like a 18th century Acadia. I like 18th century Acadia.
18th
It's not too
century
old,
Acadia.
because if it's too old, then people are essentially shitting on our constitution.
So
which is also
we're
from the
saying
18th
we're talking
century.
about Canadian. We're talking about French Canada area.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that lasted for how long? For how many people?
Well,
and I'm throwing darts now, so I'm letting you know. I'm throwing darts.
Okay, the last thing. Okay, how long it lasts, right, isn't the measure of whether or not this thing is successful, right? Because we can come up with examples, but essentially, what made them die out was genocide, right? the British Empire, they came in and genocided them. So
They didn't band together as a collective to defend themselves?
So you're
well, they got genocided, right? So are we just gonna say like, did Palestine not band together and like
No, what I'm saying
defend
is,
itself
in
against like
libertarian-
Israel?
I mean,
Well, if they got genocided, they
That's
got
not what I'm
genocided.
saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, why couldn't that libertarian community defend itself?
Yeah, because like Palestine is just this.
I thought we're talking about Arcadia.
Small. Yeah, I know. I'm making the analogy here. Is that because they got
that's a bad
genocided?
analogy.
So we wouldn't say that Palestine, in virtue of it being genocided,
What
just
are we
makes
looking
them
at?
like
Redacted?
failure
Why
or
are we
system
looking
of
at it?
failure.
That's not what I was implying.
I know. I'm just like making the point there that we can look at Acadia as like a real case study, and then it being genocided is not like a measure of whether or not it was successful.
Nobody.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Well,
Nobody
but
needs
just
to
for
see.
everyone's
Nobody
perspective.
needs to see your
Well, he
child's
said, how
fucking
long did
driver's
that
license.
Okay.
Yeah, I understand. Are there other examples beyond 17th century Acadia?
18th century, not 17th.
18, yeah, 1700s, yeah.
God damn it! Turn left already. Fuck.
Whose blinkers
Is
on?
this like a GMC Acadia?
Holy fuck! That's a lot of background noise. And Redacted trying to show his kids.
There's
ID
like
and
a
shit.
really good system of like medieval Iceland too.
Okay, and I'm curious. So those are the ones you've cited, and do you think they would work in a modern society with the complexities that we have today?
I mean, we still use the Constitution, which is from the 18th century, so why not?
With like, I don't know, 10,000 pages of laws on top of it. I mean, it's true. Like, it's a framework that's been heavily, I'm just saying, I'm asking you, do you think, I'm just asking seriously, do you think that framework would work in a world of 8 billion people today?
Okay, like I said, all right, we use the same thing from the 18th century, and for a lot of people in America, it's ultimately the end all be all. It's also what people like sort of like ultimately go to. You have like people on the right that are constitutionalists, and then the people on the left will just sort of defer to the Constitution as like a measure of whether or not, like for example, the president, is he in alliance with the Constitution, even if they don't agree or whatever with it. This is like how we institute sort of like society or whatever. It's like
No, I'm just saying. I was just
enumerated or whatever. So like, I would. This is not controversial because then everybody would have to also like spit on the Constitution because it's old or whatever. It's just not
No,
going to
I'm
be the
not
case.
saying. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just asking.
I know. That's why I
framework
use
from
it as an example. I'm just being
No,
straight up
I
with
understand. I'm just saying framework from rural, simple societies in a complex society where we have like intellectual property and we've got, massive integrated societal systems like highways and
IP, by the way, is not.
would they work?
Yeah, IP doesn't
I'm
fall
just
within
asking.
capitalism, by the way.
Okay.
So
well,
like you see some of these things, they would not even like fall within. You're sort of making these assumptions. You're like IP necessarily needs to exist. Neither would I agree with you. It's outside of capitalism, and neither would the host. I mean, he's a commie, and he doesn't agree with IP.
I mean, it's fine. I'm just asking in our world today, like how would it work with 8 billion people competing for those resources and finding them first in the rural? Like
Yeah. So this is. Yeah. This is a system that is like allowing for the flourishing of mankind in virtue of comparative advantage. If you have 8 billion people vying for these resources, then the best thing is for us to sort of like exchange and like, what we have and overall grow instead of like, unaliving people and whatever, like taking from, and essentially that is what the current system is, right? Like through force and coercion, we take.
Hold on, I want to be clear here since I was fucking mentioned.
That's
I want to be clear here since I was fucking mentioned. It is unusual for a right winger to believe that IP doesn't exist. It is absolutely fucking normal for a left winger to believe that IP doesn't exist, especially a progressive and especially a Marxist. Because now you were just talking about the profitability of something. And if you're only talking about the profitability, you are not talking about the person that actually labored for the thing. So I'm sorry, Easy, when you say even the host agrees, even you agree with the host was what you should be saying.
No,
Yes, but
that's not what
Mojo,
I
that's a
should be saying.
pescatarian argument.
Simply, okay, this is just this is a miscategorization. If you ask people on the left who are Democrats will say yes, we
If
agree
they are
with IP.
capitalists, if they are capitalists, if they're not capitalists,
If they're
and they want to move,
Democrats,
and if they want to move toward a more socialistic system, they will not agree that IP is something that you can protect.
If they're Democrats, they're on the left, correct?
Again,
Mojo?
if they are capitalists, this is a
I understand
capitalist.
this.
This is a This is a capitalist versus socialist argument, and capitalists are supposed to agree that IP should exist. You just don't.
Can we just engage for a moment?
You are a break from the norm,
He's
not
trying
me.
to
engage,
bro. No, he's not. I'm asking him a straight up question. Okay, are Democrats on the left or Has are nothing they on to the right? do with
Stop
shit.
redacted.
You're not in this conversation.
You stop. Engage with the fuck. Do you not is English your
What
first
do you mean?
language?
He stopped the conversation. So I just want to quickly
And you're
go over
asking
this.
some
Are
bullshit.
Democrats
Is
on the
a
left?
spoon actually a taco sandwich?
Okay, if you already know the answer, then we're gonna say yeah, Democrats are on the left. Democrats
You are
mostly
wasting
agree
my
with
time
IP.
and other people's
So,
oxygen.
I guess people on the left mostly agree with IP, right?
What the
Seems
fuck
like it.
are you talking about?
I just said it. Paula, are you on the right or left?
I'm on the
Damn it!
Okay, there we go.
I'm sorry.
There we
I'm
go.
sorry.
Globally,
I appreciate the good faith.
ideologically,
I
no,
appreciate the
Democrats
good
are
faith.
not on the left.
I'm sorry.
Democrats, as we know them in America, ideologically are not on the left. They are center
What am
right.
I?
Wow. All right, look,
I don't
you
think
guys.
so.
I
I'm
don't
a
want this to
liberal.
happen.
I'm a liberal.
You asked a dumbass question. I gave you the most literal answer I could think of.
Who asked this?
So,
Anyway,
in
what
your,
were we talking
My
about?
God.
in your society, Easy,
I
you're
feel
saying
like
that the
Mojo
law
brought
would
up
only
Easy just to make me lose my shit. I'm sorry for whoever I'm interrupting.
Mojo didn't bring me up. I got invited though.
Yeah, I invited him up.
Anyways,
Redacted.
Easy, I just
Thanks, Sammy. What were you saying, Jay?
Easy.
This is an all-star
Easy, in
debate
your
panel, by the way.
cultural committee. Yeah.
Okay, so
You are breaking
earlier,
up. You are breaking up. We
describe me.
can't understand you. Can you please stop
He
talking?
is breaking up.
Would mostly, let me just
Jay, you're
explain.
breaking up.
Yeah, but you're
But
breaking
the
up.
whole
We
thing
can't hear
about-
you.
Mostly pretend.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Okay, you're just breaking up, Jay. I think it's like you're in the car. But really quickly, what I said about capitalism, like private property, this is something that applies only to scarce resources. Ideas just simply are not scarce.
Wait,
okay?
yes, they are. They're 100%
okay.
scarce. What are you talking about? An original
Okay, so
idea is bad.
When we're referring to scarce, right, this means like, okay, this said thing, right, can two people like own this thing at the same time with mutually exclusive ends? And if that is the case, then it is not scarce. If it is the case, then it's not scarce. If it isn't the case, like say a car, right? Can you own the car and me own the car? I want to burn the car. You want to drive the car. Can we both do that at the same time? Obviously not.
I think your
This
analogy
not
is better
scarce.
put with an orange, right? I like the orange analogy way better than the scar analogy. Thank you.
Well, the thing is it would be the orange in totality. We cannot like peel the orange
That's
or
not true,
anything.
because in an orange, and with my car, I could sell the engine, I could sell the tires, I could, live in my
that's the-
car, I could rent out my car. What are you talking about?
Well, that's the what it's called. That's the parts that make up the car or whatever. I'm saying that the car in its totality and like exclusive ends. So like you want to continue to drive the car and somebody else wants to sell the parts of the car, right? It just cannot happen, right? So that's what makes it scarce. But this idea, maybe the design for a chair, you can have that idea. I can hold the idea. Then I can take that idea and apply it to scarce resources. And it'll be fine. It doesn't impact you. You still never have the had your idea. and you
catalytic
can apply
converter
it to your
stolen, have you?
resources. So. Oh,
You live
Jay,
in
love.
California. No,
So
I
I
think
was
the whole
about to
thing
say
is
you absolutely can sell
intellectual
parts.
Mhm.
Sorry.
Intellectual property rights, right? You don't think that exists? It's
Yeah,
not that easy?
Wait,
It's
hold
no,
on.
it's not
Hey,
that
wait,
it doesn't exist.
Hold on. He just said it. He's just using a capitalistic argument, which means he should believe in it. but it's just about profitability. So whether somebody takes that idea and turns it into a profit-making machine is the only thing that matters to them, right?
Capitalism is not about profit. I never mentioned that once.
Capitalism is defined by profit. Capitalism
No, it's
doesn't
not.
exist.
I would be able to define it.
Capitalism doesn't exist without profit.
Okay, simply, all right. And yes, capitalism does exist without profit.
No, it does not.
So simply. Okay, look.
You need to learn what words mean, bro. That's
Okay,
why we're all
simply-
getting so exasperated. You need to learn what fucking words mean.
Okay, simply, it's going to be private property. So if I privately own something, right, I can privately decide whether or not I want to be in business for profit or non-profit. I can literally make it as an expense and have zero profit. And then guess what?
If
This
it
is
has zero
capitalism.
profit, it's not capitalism.
So capitalism
Okay,
is
well, that's fine.
economics.
You just don't
Let's just
understand
put out.
what it is.
Can I just offer up a definition for us to like yell about? Is that okay? Instead of just having this like ambiguous definition that we don't seem to all agree to. Can I just throw one out there?
As long as
You should just
redacted doesn't
engage with
agree.
what I'm defining it as, because we're critiquing my system,
Dude,
right?
I can't crawl up into your mind and get all these definitions.
Well,
So
I
let's-
can
let's
explain
just
it to you
agree.
guys.
No,
That
let me just
sounded intimate.
as a capitalist, let me explain what it is. Is that okay?
I think you're a progressive capitalist.
I'm a capitalist nonetheless. Capitalism is an
Now you
economic
like pronouns? What the fuck, Easy?
it's an economic
Well, I
system.
want to be nice to Paula. That's why.
I know, and I want to be nice to you too, because I actually enjoy debating with you.
I'm sorry,
Capitalism
you're
is a-
crazy, Paula.
I like debating with you too, Mojo. What does that mean?
That means you're crazy.
capitalism-
That means
I don't
you're
think
even
you're crazy
crazier.
for that.
You guys are fun to debate with. You guys make me smarter, actually. Capitalism is an economic system in which private individuals or businesses own capital goods, meaning the production like factories, land, and resources, and production, pricing, and income distribution are determined largely by market forces, supply and demand, rather than central government planning. Is that is that definition good, Easy?
Sorry, I got a phone call.
Okay.
I missed.
It's okay.
Can you repeat it? I was gonna type in like phone call really
Why don't
quickly,
you-
but
Can you give me your definition?
oh yeah.
Go ahead.
Ooh,
I'm
a
gonna hear
lot
your
of
definition.
words.
Hold on. I'm getting the. Hold on one second.
Okay.
Just let me send this message really quickly, and then I got you. Okay. Look, I don't want to make.
Man,
okay, one
DoorDash
second.
DoorDash takes a lot of your time. Leave him alone.
Oh, I almost shit myself.
He
You
literally
guys are-
made a delivery last night
are pretty fun.
on Midge's panel.
Did you hear that Raz won the budget
Mhm.
wars?
Fuck Raz. By the way.
Okay. All right.
Hey,
Sorry.
Easy, are you okay after the Midge thing?
Oh, I
make
heard
me-
he got all
don't
kinds
you
of
make
shit
me invite
afterwards.
No, well, yeah, no, I was fine actually. Me and everyone's dad, we both sort of. It was getting late for us, so we bowed out. But they
Oh,
were
is that what it
actually-
is? You bowed out. You got your ass
Yeah,
kicked,
actually-
but now it's bowed out. That's crazy.
We didn't get our ass kicked.
Wait, can you repeat
did.
yourself? I was on the other line.
Yeah. So we both sort of bowed. Actually, I think they were ultimately, because they were like, I asked them to do like a poll, because and so did everyone's dad. We thought it might be cool, even if, but they said, well, no, it's the elitist. And actually,
Is that what
they assigned to
Is that
me.
what
They
they
said
said?
mine. Yeah. They said to me that mine was the least electable, but I think that they almost, before like me and everyone's dad spoke out, that I think they were like debating on whether or not to actually put like me forward and some other guy on the just simply because they thought it would be more entertaining, more like kind of I don't know, back and forth or whatever.
So you
and
didn't-
I thought that would be kind of lame too, like maybe
So you didn't like? What did you not like about Raz's budget?
Raz's budget. It was
Yeah, what
like
did you?
10 trillion.
What did you
It was
not
like
like?
$10
about
trillion.
But
And
what did
so,
what did you not like about it?
well, I mean, I
Can
think
you
he
pick
attempted
something
to. Yeah. I think he raised everybody's taxes. He like made the federal government sort of like really bloated. And then what was kind of interesting to me, he said, well, you know, it's crazy how we don't have high speed rail. What the heck? And I'm like, well, the reason why we don't have high speed rail is because the government in the first place, right? Like it's made it very hard in terms of like
regulations.
regulations.
It's a wild take on Raz's budget. What Raz's budget actually did is he cut taxes for people who really can't afford to pay taxes, for one. And secondly, instead of investing in corporations, which a lot of people think is a great idea, he actually decided, you know what? Fuck it. Let's invest in the Americans. Let's get them educated. Let's get them healthy. And let's see what happens after that. Because actually there's data that shows if you have free education and free healthcare, your economy and your GDP does better. Imagine that.
Well, I did all of that except for the free stuff that you just mentioned. Like I lowered taxes for everybody. I didn't give incentives to the companies either. You can't lower
taxes to the wealthy and still accomplish these goals.
I lowered taxes for everybody. They're the only one that has the money. No, I lowered taxes for everybody, and like the sort of healthcare system was going to be instituted like through companies, sort of like paving the way for that sort of structure. It's gonna be more than just a budget.
But you cut Social Security, is that right? Is that true?
Yeah, well, Social Security as it sits now, it just isn't feasible
to
be able to. Yeah, but so I think whatever we give now, it needs actually supplemental. So it's inadequate in its like form now.
Yeah,
so that's why
based on the archaeological structure of your argument, I can
that's why all of my
if they do nothing. Wait a minute, Social Security. If they do nothing, they could still pay out 75% of the benefits. So it doesn't sound like it's a Herculean endeavor to fix that gap, right?
No.
By the way, Easy's in the. Raz is in the comment if you want him to come up and debate.
So is everyone's dad.
Yeah.
All I'm saying. Okay, all I'm saying. By the way, I'm not making the case like that. I'm saying all of my counterparts, they also agreed with me that the current state of Social Security is inadequate because you do need something to supplement, like whatever. If you're saying, well, yeah, they get 75%, well, then what about the 25%? I mean, like, what are they supposed to, like, just pray for it?
What does your plan do for that? What is your plan? How does your plan address? Wait, how does your plan? We've talked about this so many times.
I got you. So unfortunately,
let her finish her goddamn statement. Jesus.
She asked me.
I'm sorry, but how does your ideology even begin to address the shortcomings of capitalism, which is actually why we have to have SNAP and we have to have Section 8 housing? There are limitations to capitalism, and your ideology is basically social Darwinism.
No, absolutely not. I think that's not a fair critique.
That's actually a very succinct way of putting it.
Yeah, I don't think that's a fair critique because we just went through budgets. We didn't go through like any of my policy endeavors or anything like that. But we maybe can, because there's going to need to be like something that replaces Social Security in its current state. All of my counterparts agreed with it. They just chose to keep the name there, but they were going to change the system. So this isn't like, a critique on me, because every single person that was engaging also agreed with me that the current state needs to be changed. It no longer would have been what Social Security is today.
Well, but Easy, there's a big difference between, quote, changed and ended. Is there not?
No, it is. It is ending it. It no longer would be Social Security. That's the same as ending it. If you do not
have a plan to address those shortcomings, if you just go, I'm just going to cut it because it's not going to work, but you're not going to put in a plan otherwise, then I
had a plan.
Then what is your plan? How do we help the older people who can't make it on their own? How do we help them?
Yeah, we'd have like a system of sort of like mutual aid, decentralized, across like different
charity.
Sort
his
of
plan
urban
is charity.
sectors.
That's his plan.
No, that's not charity. That's not charity.
Social Security doesn't do what you're saying it does today anyway. So I reject your claim that Social Security.
Yeah, I don't care if you reject my claim. I just wish you knew anything about economics.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if the government spent $10 trillion tomorrow, would GDP go up?
Excuse me? Do you know how much government spending supports our GDP today, Dr. Galt?
Yeah, it's about 40%. Now, can you answer my question?
Obviously.
If the government spent another $10 trillion, wouldn't GDP go up?
If the government invested into the country even more, it would increase our GDP. Thank you.
So then why did you use GDP as a metric for being good? If the government spent $10 trillion and built, I don't know, bombs or railroads or whatever, sure, GDP is going to go up. Who cares?
Evidently, you don't.
No, I don't. Not through government spending.
No, you don't care about it, so I don't know why we're talking about it.
Well, because you said it's good that GDP goes up, and I'm saying it's not good when it's
you don't think it's good? You think it's good? GDP? Wait, you think it's good as GDP goes down, Dr. Gold?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. Nobody's listening though, and everybody's talking over each other.
It could be
good.
Can
we stop doing that?
Wait, hold up. I just want to make sure I
Well-
heard this correctly. Did you guys just say that a recession is a good idea?
If
No, I'm saying
GDP
it
goes
could be
down,
good.
yeah,
It's
if
not ever
GDP
a
goes
good
down due
idea.
to government spending, I would consider that a good thing. Yeah.
Oh, you do? Oh,
Oh,
okay.
yeah, I
Again,
do.
so how does your ideology help those among us who can't make it in our capitalist system? Keep changing the subject, though, but try to answer the question.
Oh,
Well, I
well,
answered
I think
it, but somebody
it-
said charity, which is like wrong.
Hey,
Very
Carolina.
bad faith, Mojo.
How did you
Carolina,
make it,
are
Paula?
you still with us?
You know what, Galt? You know exactly how I made it. I made it on the
Right.
social programs that were offered to people that were in my situation,
Who are
and
you
which is
asking?
the very system, which is
Well,
the
I think
very
you should be
system,
laboring. I
which
don't
is
think you
the
should have such a
very
cozy
system that
life.
you think we should do away with. So
Yeah, I
that's
think you should
why
have
when
to
you came
labor.
into my live and you tried to do whatever you wanted to do, try to make me feel bad about taking social assistance when I was unwed and
That
pregnant.
never happened. I
And
think you need to go back
you
to
don't
work.
think it did? You don't think it ever happened, Jungle?
No.
Hold
I
on.
think you're
Oh, you
lying.
don't?
Hold on.
Oh,
No,
really?
I think you need
Hold
to go back to
on.
work.
I was there.
Stop. Chill. I want to say government spending only adds to the GDP in certain ways. So it's added when they're buying things like military personnel or office equipment or building roads or something like that. If they're actually creating a service and paying for the service in the United States, it's added to the GDP. What is excluded are transfer payments. Social Security checks, unemployment benefits, stuff like that are not included in the GDP. So neither is
However,
Medicare, Medicaid.
Wouldn't it be indirectly, Mojo? Like if I gave you, if I'm the government, I gave you $100 and you went and spent it in the economy, wouldn't that be
Yeah,
indirectly?
that depends on what you spend it on. I mean, if you spend it on foreign goods, imported goods, then no.
Right.
Because
it. Okay,
imports,
good.
imports are
programs-
deducted.
The very programs that I availed myself upon, actually, the return on investment that the American taxpayers receive by helping me feed my son and go to college, put him in daycare, and do all those things to land on my feet, the government, I paid back more in taxes probably in the order of maybe 1,000 times. So, yeah, it was a great investment. And that's what Raz's budget did. Raz's budget invested in Americans.
Yeah, so you made somebody else poor, so they
Did I
needed
make
to
you
steal
poor,
from you.
Dr. Galt? Did I make you poor? I don't think I did.
Maybe you did.
Yeah, maybe in your mind, because your mind is
No.
pretty poor.
Well, you're older than me, so I would have gotten the inflation.
$5 million.
Yeah,
Do you-
the
do you have
inflation
over
that I
$25
got
million?
was because of you.
Okay, cool. Do you have over $25 million?
Why does that matter? Why'd you pick 25?
That's plenty of money to be able to live off of. That's more money than most people would need. in life.
Raz, I'm sorry your mom dropped you on your head.
I think we should
So
there was
that's
a
your whole
fine
rebuttal
conversation
for me?
until
Hold on,
Galt
Paula,
came
hold
up.
on,
Stupid
hold on.
question,
Wait,
yes.
Raz, you're breaking up. Just to be fair, Raz, you're breaking up.
I think we're good now. We good?
Okay. Yeah. No bars now.
All right. Yeah, so that's all your rebuttal is just like, I'm sorry your mom dropped you on your head. Like, that's really good. I'm glad that you're like this champion of economics, and then that's all you got.
You So
so
asked me
the
if I had
reality
$25
is
million.
that
You
the
know
reality,
I don't. Why would you even ask me that stupid question?
the reality is that I made a budget that addresses the concerns of Americans. I lowered taxes on the bottom 95% of Americans. They don't have to pay for their health care anymore.
I did that too.
They get high-speed rail. They get free college and free trade school. They get, their student loans. So the student loan crisis, we're absolving that. We're just going to take the L. We're going to take the hit. We're going to make lives better for young Americans. I mean, I just truly don't. Oh, and a wealth tax, because, like I said, $25 million is plenty for anybody. I truly don't care.
Do I get a unicorn in your system?
I truly don't care if you want to cry for billionaires. I don't.
Yeah, do I get a unicorn?
I don't know how that's related.
I'm in if I get a unicorn.
I don't know how that's related. Now you're just saying.
Well, you're
stupid
just
shit
saying
because you think it's
I'm.
funny.
Well, look, listen. We shit on Trump because he made a lot of promises that are obviously not keepable. Just simply stating that I'm going to give you these things is really it shouldn't motivate.
What
people,
promises
honestly.
was he not capable of keeping?
I don't know, I guess like ending the war in like 24 hours. Fuck. Like, and whoever believed in that, there were some people probably that believed in that crap. But obviously, it's not the case. So if Raz is saying you get free all this crap, so we know it's
easy.
Lying.
Would it have been possible for Donald Trump to have had a plan in place that he had talked to about with people in Ukraine and in Russia that could have ended the war in 24 hours? Would that have been possible?
Could have been possible.
How possible is a fucking unicorn, you dipshit?
Let me think about this. Doesn't seem like it would be economically viable given like our current status.
This has nothing to do with economics. It had everything
Not
to
in
do
this
with
world.
ending the
It would be possible in a different world.
It had
Yeah,
everything
sure.
to do with ending the fucking war. It had nothing to do with economics.
Yeah. Okay, great. It would only be possible in a different world.
Okay, well, that's not true. It could have been possible in this world. He could have had the plan set up ahead of time. It absolutely could have happened within 24 hours. What you're saying is that Donald Trump said a bunch of shit that he couldn't do, and I'm telling you that you're fucking wrong. Everything he said he could do.
Okay, so what I'm getting out of this, all right, class.
And Galt ran because he knows
Mojo
he's
believed
fucking
in
wrong.
Trump. He believed in Trump up until the point where 24 hours passed because he could have possibly done it. And I'm saying that in this world, right, he could not have done it possibly, like the modal logic here. Yeah, sure, in a different world. Yeah, okay. But in this world, no. And so Mojo thought that maybe, okay, I don't want him to get elected, but
Okay, does anybody have anything important to say? Because this is fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that the libertarians...
You don't like the argument you made?
Whatever. The libertarians can preach all day long about their views. Your budget was deemed the least electable for a reason. So, like, you cut Social Security, and Medicare and Medicaid. So, like, people 65 plus are never going to vote for you at all. You cut social safety nets. So, like, how do you think that incentivizes people to have children whenever, like, I don't know, something could happen medically or whatever, and then they just are fucked because they can't work? Like, I just truly, you guys are the least electable people in the U.S.
That's fine. Okay, look, that's fine. It doesn't impact me, like, in any which way. I just gave my budget according to sort of my principles on what I think would be, the best outcome even for like the nation. Now, you guys are sort of like looking at it from an aspect of, what is electable? I understand that that is the game of politics. You have to get elected first. But you see, that is also one of the flaws within like democracy. Okay, look, you can believe, okay, I'm just saying it's one of the flaws.
Why is it a flaw?
In an academic way.
That's the genius of our democracy, right? Is so that we don't get run roughshod over.
I'm saying in an academic way we can at least like analyze in an academic way that people are trying to get elected, so at times they will forego policies that they believe would be better simply because they want to get elected. This is what it takes to get elected, right? Do we at least
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
but
so you think that
yes, but policies on the
you think
campaign
that's
trail
not a flaw?
You think that that's a problem? You think that people voting for the government they want is an actual flaw? I think it's the genius. It is the fucking genius of our founding fathers. Yeah, it is, and I'm going to tell you why.
Really?
Are you sitting down? Are you sitting down?
But aren't you supposed to make laws for the nation?
Because Americans get to vote for their government that they want, right?
Okay. Yeah, sure.
That's the genius of it. So, no matter what you say, left, right, who's created the debt, who created the deficit, whatever, the American people did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Look. There could be other pros that maybe outweigh. I'm just saying that this still exists, in the fact that, let's say there is this person that is running for office, despite what they believe or in accordance to whatever their truth is, their knowledge, they believe that this is going to be better. They will forego that, simply because it's more electable if I take this other position. That's legitimately like saying, this thing will work and this is in the interest of the nation, but I will forego that because I want this seat.
Can you give me an example? Can you give me an example?
An example of what? Like this
said.
sort of happening? Like somebody being like more principled, and well, we saw that kind of maybe more so with like Massey, but in terms of like changes in policy position, like Gavin Newsom said he was going to do like California, like I think pretty much universal healthcare, and then he ended up doing something else. Right? So like they end up settling for
wait, easy. God damn it. Fucking, you just like spurg out. I don't know what the fuck was wrong with you. Sorry, I shouldn't say that word.
Isn't that like a bad word?
Yeah, I just said I shouldn't say that word, fucker. If you'd stop and listen for a second, then shut up. Holy fuck. We live in a system of government with 3 different branches, and one of those branches is the legislative branch, and they get to decide on a lot of things. So even if somebody like Obama wants to create a single-payer healthcare system, they have to get it through Congress first. And if Congress doesn't agree, they're going to have to make changes just to get it passed. That's the reality of our situation. So it doesn't mean that Obama didn't want a single-payer system. It just means that they couldn't get it through because of Congress.
Not the example that I brought up. I brought up Newsom, but you can like address like somebody within Congress.
Newsom works
like
the same way.
example.
I'm sorry, Newsom
We
works
could
the
just
same way.
address
Newsom
Massey.
works the same way. California has a fucking House and a Senate too.
Yeah, just address Massey, because that's a congressional member, right? So like he did not
no, he's
conform
not.
with the
He's
party.
not a congressional member.
Right now he is. Yes, he is.
But isn't it a massive Democrat
What are you talking
majority in
about?
California?
Hold on, wait. Can you admit that was a blunder on you?
No, it's not a blunder on me. He's
He
a fucking lame
is.
duck.
Is
He's a lame.
the case.
He's a lame duck. He's a lame duck.
Okay. All right. So yeah.
And he doesn't have. He doesn't have any Congress that he has to deal with. He's part of Congress. He's part of the problem, right?
That's legit why I brought him up. I said he is a congressional member, and now you're saying that he's not, and now you're saying that he is. Can you just say that it was a blunder?
No, it was not a blunder.
Oh, okay. So, chat, you see what he said? He said he's not a congressional member, and then
this is so fucking stupid.
He doesn't.
Hey, what are we arguing about? I don't even know
I don't know.
what the plot
I don't
is.
know. Easy's just going off the rails here for whatever
He's
reason.
just master debating.
I'm super.
Okay, I need you to stop, Easy. I need you to stop. So anyway, I was just looking for a politician that would actually say that they would do something that they won't do or don't want to do. Just because they can't do it doesn't mean that they didn't want to do it in the first place. That was my whole point.
Like example would have been Massey, who got primaried out
By Trump.
This, yeah, fair enough.
I mean, I just
And-
don't
and this-
understand why you thought
but
anything
then-
else was going to happen.
No, but then you would at least agree with my premise then.
What is your premise?
Well, yeah, that.
Tell me your premise again. You talk so much, I forgot the plot.
The premise is simply that. Okay, people are going to like. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Because like earlier you were making fun of people for spurging, and now you're kind of
now I'm making
like,
fun
doing
of
this
you for
weird
fucking
thing.
Don't make me Google stuff.
Make
I don't
fun
want to
of
Google
people.
that word.
Yeah, well, he's trying to like put down
No,
people
it's
with
bad.
Asperger's, but
Well, actually, it's not called Asperger's anymore, so I'm not sure.
Oh, okay.
Why is
So then
everybody
why'd you say
leaving?
Spurgeon?
Everybody's fucking running away. It's so
Why
weird.
did Macro leave?
I have no idea.
Macro dropped me from a panel the other day, and I wanted to talk to him about it.
Yeah, and Galt left, and Redacted left, and Sammy left. I'm not sure. Is there something
I'm
weird
sorry.
going on that we should all know
I
about?
don't know. Is there a memo?
It's your fault. It's your fault, Paula.
It's my
Okay.
fault.
Yeah.
It's my fault. God damn it.
No,
it's okay. I can represent like their.
You can.
sort
You
of
can carry
voices.
it. You can do it. You do it all the time, Easy.
You should represent just like you did last night.
Well, I sort of bowed out, and it is what it is. Did you get voted on, Raz, or did the elite sort of put you there?
Yeah, I got voted on.
No, I thought the elite put you there, right?
Why do you keep saying the elites?
Well,
Easy?
that's what they called themselves.
They did. No, for real. Are you
Yeah, Midge
for real?
literally said, yeah, no, and then when I said, hey, we should just vote on it, I think Crosstabs was like, yeah, let's vote on it, and he's like, no, I think Raz said it, and he's like, he told Raz to be quiet. We're the elites, so you don't have a voice, or something like that. Yeah. Anyway, it was good fun. Raz was a good sport.
Yeah.
Because like
You're not though.
I think Easy's
you're
a
not
good sport.
No, he's
I think he is a good sport.
No, he's not. He's saying that he let's be clear. He lost, and then he says he bowed out. That's why he lost, because he bowed out.
No,
that's the exact opposite. That's the exact opposite of good sport. Just
Raz
so
was
like,
there.
you know.
He can tell you that I said that in the same time that what's his name said. He had to go. I had to go too. Actually, yeah. In the first like 20 minutes, I couldn't even I joined and then I had to come off because I had
you had deliveries to do. I know.
Yeah,
I know you
but
had deliveries.
Yeah, sure.
You were
whatever.
Dude, you were about to be out anyway. Like at some point, you just have to admit, right? Like the libertarian movement doesn't gain traction for a reason, and it's because people hate the policies, dude. Like you can't cut Social Security and Medicare and expect like the largest voting bloc in the United States to go for you. Like you just can't do it, man.
Hold on. Okay, look. Midge, Crosstabs, they're like sort of on the left. So the people that were following him, well, we don't really know. There wasn't a vote, actually. So.
But easy, you already do know. We talked about this before. The fact that libertarian policies can't get you guys across a finish line. They can't even get to 5% on a presidential.
We don't know unless there was a vote. There just was no.
No,
vote.
I'm just saying that you guys can't muster up enough enthusiasm in your party. In fact, a lot of your friends on the libertarian side voted for Trump. Why would they vote for Trump? Why would a libertarian vote for Trump? Out of all the Republicans you could have voted for, why would you even? I mean, he's so anti-libertarian. It's not even funny.
Well, no,
How did
just
you not
like
know it?
Yeah, I think people wanted a change. You know,
They wanted more debt. Yeah, because he doesn't even have a problem with the debt to GDP. He said it's not a big deal. Did you hear him say that?
Yeah, so he's a leftist.
No, that's not what he said. No, that's not what
a leftist position. Well, hold on. Are libertarians on the right?
No, what he said was we have a lot of assets. So he was doing debt to our assets, which a part of our assets
is a leftist position.
I'm sorry, I was still talking.
I'm sorry.
It was the government can confiscate through taxation all assets in this country. So I mean, that Trump is about as far from he's more anti-libertarian than Democrats are. You know that.
So now we know that he's a leftist. Okay.
I'm saying
this is fine, but then you guys have to claim him.
Whatever you want. I don't know what the fuck he is, but he's horrible, and you voted for him.
Okay. Well,
I've got a question. So
in 1 mile and
1 mile, turn left. Do y'all remember when MapQuest, Mojo and his crew had to print the directions from MapQuest.com? Yeah, good old days. Anyway, go ahead, Sam.
I had actual.
No, you didn't.
God damn it! I had actual folding maps.
Yeah, I know you did, old timer. All right, what's up, Sammy?
So is there an actual society where a libertarian system has actually worked? I could just be ignorant to this point.
Yeah, I got you. I was mentioning to these guys earlier. Acadia was
what?
Acadia, French.
You just said they got G-cited by the British?
Yeah, they got G-cited.
Just doesn't sound like that worked out real well.
It worked out really well. They flourished. Okay. Now, if they got G-cited, right, this doesn't mean that their society was a failure. Because if it ends up being the case that the people that got G-cited was a failure, right, in virtue of them getting G-cited, then I think where I'm going to go, right?
Well,
and then you guys are going to be like, well, I don't want to talk about that, right?
No, we can talk about it, but it's not a very good analogy.
Palestine is going to be a failure. Yeah,
It's just not a good analogy.
If Israel decides to genocide Palestine, because people are saying that is the case, right? That's what's going on. If they do that, then this is a reflection on Palestine.
That's not an apt analogy. That's not even an apt analogy. Are
Palestinians being genocided? Yes or no?
Show me a country that carries libertarian values.
I'm just saying, are Palestinians being genocided?
You picked out one that got G-cited back in the 1700s.
Have you guys ever heard of North Sentinel
Nobody wants to engage.
They might be pretty libertarian. I don't really think they have a government, or it would be pretty small or something. I think that would be your champion. You should start talking about that easy.
No, the champion would be cavemen. The champion would be cavemen. That'd be the champion.
That's what I'm. That's what I'm saying, Mojo. North Sentinel Island. It's like the last like uncontacted tribe or whatever. Like they just
gotcha.
They just like
we were
chuck
actually talking
spears
about
and
them
shoot
earlier.
arrows at people. Yeah, that get close.
Yeah, but
This is,
tribes
uh,
are libertarian.
This is just really
Golf doesn't know
unintelligible.
about them.
Well, I think that this is unintelligible, like in good faith, right? Obviously, libertarians, like if they were to like institute a society, I've already told you that there would be enforcement because that's what you need. Right?
So you moved away from being an ANCAP then, and
You got
now you're
bars.
I am
breaking
an
up.
ANCAP.
You're not an ANCAP.
Yeah, Trump
If you believe in
phone.
I am
government
an ANCAP.
enforcement, if you believe in government enforcement, you're not an ANCAP. The AN stands for anarchy, which means no
okay.
fucking government.
No, stop. Okay, and I'm still an ANCAP.
Wait,
I
you're
am an ANCAP.
anarchist?
Okay, hold on. I am
So
an
is
ANCAP.
Argentina?
Okay. All right. So are you guys gonna?
You're not. You're not an ANCAP. Let's just be
Okay.
clear.
So yeah, anarchist is just gonna be the rejection of authority, right?
No,
And
anarchist is
so
going to be the rejection of government. Period.
look up the definition. Look up
Yeah.
the definition.
Yeah.
Look up the definition.
Yeah.
Okay. So if you look it up,
I did.
it's as I say it is.
I did. No, it's
All right.
not.
All right. Quote. What are you referencing? Webster.
All of them.
Come on. What are you
Rejection of
referencing?
government.
What do you mean, all of them? So if I just
anarchy means no government.
no, it doesn't. It's the rejection of authority, and so like anarcho. I mean, we kind of put that in there,
Anarchy is a state of society characterized by the absence of governmental authority or formalized law.
Okay. Absence
Like I
of
just
That's
said.
why we said
You don't get
Well, I said
law,
I'm
and you don't
anarcho.
get
Look up
law. And
anarchist.
and you don't get law, or you don't get government authority to control anything as an anarchist. You just don't. You are not an ANCAP, sir.
you looked up anarchy.
Yes,
you said
you are
would
not
look
an
up
ANCAP.
anarchist.
You are not
You
an
said
ANCAP.
anarchist.
You
Why
are
are
not
you
an
crashing out?
ANCAP. You are absolutely not an
stop.
ANCAP.
Could you let me finish?
At the very best, you're a minarchist, but I would say
Okay.
I wouldn't even suggest that you're there.
Okay. Anyway, and if you have Blossom here, she would be able to like agree.
Just shut
that-
up. Just shut up.
Well, I've had this discussion with her. and she
Well, then
agrees with
good.
me.
Go talk to her. What the fuck is wrong
Okay.
with you?
Well, I thought she was some sort of authority here.
She's the best debater that exists on
Do I need to
TikTok
go
for
find
sure.
Blossom?
Okay, so there. So we invoked some
Good.
authority
Then go
upon
fucking
you.
argue with
Okay,
her,
great.
and when she's here, you can talk
Well,
to her. You're not talking.
I
to
thought
her
you
right
accepted
now.
her as an authority.
You're still an anarchist. You're an anarchist
Okay,
that
so- okay,
believes in
I am an
government,
anarchist,
which
thank you.
doesn't make any fucking sense.
Okay, so government, right? If it's voluntary, because we have like private regulatory
God, this
bodies
is so
here
fucking
today,
stupid.
right?
Wait,
We
hold
do,
on.
don't we?
Hold on. Does anybody else have a direction they want to go in? I don't even give a shit about this.
I'm reading
fucking-
the Libertarian platform, and I think
Okay,
that
I still don't. I don't care where you want to go either. Does anybody else have a fucking direction they want to go in?
Why you mean?
I think that Jesus was an alien.
You know, this is
Yes,
very
did you wanna-
interesting.
No, it's not.
Somebody that says like, I am a Mojo Marxist, Mojoism,
I tried.
and then he's like, wait, no, you are this, like applying it to other people. You're like totally, like flip siding it. You're like, be super charitable to me when I talk about like my thing. Don't put this upon me. And then you're just like taking from like other sort of things that I haven't referenced and just putting it upon me. Don't you think that's hypocritical?
No.
Mojoist?
No.
Oh, really? So I should say that you should abide by what Marx wrote?
No.
When you say that you're a Marxist?
No, because I'm not bringing up any
Oh, no?
philosopher. I didn't bring up a
Oh,
single
okay, but when you
philosopher,
say
did I?
Marxist, right? When you
Yeah,
say
but I didn't bring
Marxism,
up a single philosopher. I brought up the definition of
okay,
fucking
is
anarchy. you
ANCAP a
dipshit.
philosopher? Is ANCAP a philosopher?
No.
Oh, okay. I guess I didn't bring him up either.
But you are bringing him up. When you're talking
Oh,
about
so
me,
I brought up a
you're bringing up
philosophy?
Marx when you're talking about me.
No, you bring him up. You say that
No.
you're a Marxist, right? Okay,
No,
when you
I say
you're
I'm a
Marxist,
pragmatic.
are you-
I say I'm a pragmatic Marxist, and I explain why.
Oh, so you said Marxist, right?
Yeah,
In
but
your whole pragmatic Marxist
this is not
label?
a comparison. This is not a comparison because
Okay.
I'm not talking about philosophers. I'm talking about the definition of the thing you call yourself.
Okay, so when you say that you're a pragmatic Marxist, okay,
Wait, this has nothing to do with me. This has everything to do
really,
with you.
you said You just said that you're a pragmatic Marxist, right?
I did, and this has nothing to do with me.
Okay, so when you're invoking
and
Marxist,
it still has nothing to do with me.
When you're invoking
and
Marxist,
it still has
you're
nothing to
referencing
do with
something?
me.
Well, it sort of is. Right?
No, it's
Having to do
not.
something
No,
with you.
it's sort of not.
Well,
This is all about
okay,
you,
so-
Easy. Easy,
well,
you're
it
the center of
seems like-
attention here. You're the center of attention here. Just fucking enjoy it, because nobody ever does this to you.
Okay, sure. So if this is the case that I'm the center of attention, should you listen to me?
Not if you're going to talk about me. Talk about yourself, man.
Yeah,
Boost up
sure.
yourself.
So
boost up
yeah,
your own
yeah. So-
dumbass. Boost up your own fucking Uber Eats ass right now.
Yeah, sure. Well, by the way, guys, by the way, chat, I do not participate in Uber Eats. I actually don't support that. However, the people that are doing that as like a means to be able to support themselves, I do support you guys, even though Mojo thinks that it's something to make fun of.
Did
So
you just take
I
a
wouldn't do
moral
that.
stance
I wouldn't
on
do that.
food
I wouldn't do
delivery?
that. But apparently, as Marx did, he also identified certain things.
Did you just
that were
take a
not
moral
worthy,
stance on food
worthy
delivery?
of being recognized or lifted up as part of being the proletariats? Yeah.
I agree.
Anyway,
I stopped
how
using that
very
when I
Marxist
didn't
of you.
like the minorities delivering my groceries. It felt weird.
I'm sorry, Paula. I know you were trying to get a word in.
What?
Yeah, last time I talked to you, you said you were a laissez-faire capitalist, and now you're anarcho-capitalist. ANCAP, is that what you are now?
I've always been an anarcho-capitalist, and laissez-faire falls within that.
Okay.
Yeah. Free markets.
So you're
free
still
markets.
following Mises, though, right?
Yeah, Mises was great, and this is just gonna go off of the non-aggression principle.
Sure. Again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be
Your
the
problem
ultimate
is
law.
Which
your
he doesn't
your
believe in
actual
either.
problem- Your actual problem is getting elected, though, because when you run on these policies, nobody wants
Yeah.
to vote for it. That's the problem.
Well, that's fine. I'm
it
not a
only comes-
politician.
it only-
My goal is not to get elected.
Yeah,
That's why- that's
it
why-
only comes through revolution, which goes against the NAP anyway. So
Yeah.
What's the argument that it only comes through revolution?
Change of that magnitude.
No,
you
what's the
don't-
argument for
because-
that?
Party system is
What's the argument, Mojo?
because you're not looking to be elected.
What's the argument for that, Mojo?
I just said.
No, what's the argument that it
I
will
just
only
said.
come through from a
I just said.
revolution?
I just
get
gave you the
elected.
I
argument.
hate it here.
Yeah,
No, you
no,
love
okay,
it.
that doesn't have to. That doesn't support the claim. I'm not
It
looking
does.
to get elected.
It does.
Okay, I'm not going to. I'm not looking to get elected. Therefore, revolution. What?
Yeah.
How do you get that?
Yeah. If you want to create your system that exists, you're gonna have to either get elected or you're gonna have to revolt.
Okay, how did you get there?
What do you mean?
Okay, the only way to institute a system, right, is going to be through revolution.
It's gonna be through force or it's gonna be through democracy. One of the two.
Okay, just like people. You think that people voted on capitalism?
I'm going to say that if you want to change the system we have, it's going to be through force or it's going to be through democratic means.
Did
And if
people
you-
vote
and if
for
you-
capitalism?
If you understand that you can't do it through democratic means, that means you're going to do it through force, which goes against your fucking NAP, which means you're a fucking hypocrite at its base.
I said that I am not trying to get elected, right?
No, what my contention is, libertarian philosophy will not win the day unless you lie, right? Because nobody wants you to take away their Social Security. Nobody wants you to take away Medicare. Everybody likes the stuff they have. And that's when I said earlier,
I know.
that's the genius of a democracy, is that everybody gets to vote. Well, I guess not everybody, but most of us do still get to vote as of today. I'm just
And
saying.
they'll vote against the interest of them as a nation, as a people,
I feel
as
like you
a
vote against-
society.
You
Yeah,
vote
necessarily.
against anyone.
I
feel like
think
you-
necessarily.
What do you mean by shaking it? What are you doing? What do you mean?
What was that?
I don't even know.
I don't even know either.
Yeah, redact is just
Like
like
getting
being a clown,
elected
like
on
always.
on this platform where you're like, fuck you guys. It's basically social Darwinism at its finest. That's
Also,
literally
what
that is literally what you're saying, because what your ideology proposes, unless I'm mistaken, after all of our discussion, is that people will be charitable and they'll help other people out. When we actually know, because our history shows that doesn't happen. We have Children's Research Hospital right now, but we still have children running around with cancer and can't get help, or it'll destitute their family. You know,
St. Jude's,
libertarianism.
no, St. Jude's supports a lot of people.
Libertarianism does not address the pitfalls of capitalism.
St. Jude's, by the way, like you have China that's like almost like a command style sort of economy, and they still have cancer. I mean, like,
I didn't say that.
I'm not sure if I agree with
that's
that
not
premise,
what-
like
let me-
exactly how it's stated.
Libertarianism would let that child go without medical treatment. Because we already know, for as a matter
I
of
don't think it
fact, that charitable people, there are not enough of them to help the enormous, and I mean the enormous amount of people who need help.
No, I'm not so sure about that. I think that's
You don't
a
think
hasty
everybody likes to
conclusion.
eat every day? Do you not think people like to eat every day, Easy?
So what you're saying is that
Answer my question, man. Do people like to eat every day?
they like to?
Do they like to eat every day, or are you more like, fuck those people, they don't need to eat every day, they're too fat anyway?
Depends. Is it Ramadan?
Wait, what? Yeah, this doesn't. Sometimes I fast for 5 days. Like I do this.
I'm just saying, you do agree with me that children should eat every day, correct? Is that a reasonable assumption to make?
Yeah.
And if
Sure,
their parents
children ought to
can't
eat.
support them, if the parents are only making minimum wage and they don't have enough money, and maybe they don't get to eat, do you think that society should help? This is the same argument we had last fall, by the way.
Yeah, sure. This is fine.
So then you're
Society,
okay with government helping?
No, not government. I'm saying like voluntarily the
you think
society can step in.
society should? Do you think there are enough churches in the United States with their nice little tax exemption that they get? Do you think there's enough of them right now to feed the homeless people? Do you think there's enough right now? Then why don't they?
Isn't that what
Why do we
democracy is
have
built
hunger?
upon?
Why do we have hunger?
If you guys are voting for, hold on, if you're voting for people, listen, if you're voting for people to take care of these people, right? Don't you need like enough people?
Can you
Bro,
say that
this guy
again,
is a
please?
clown.
Will you repeat yourself, please?
Bro, this guy's a
I'm sorry.
clown. Yeah,
Okay,
if you're
will you-
saying that, okay, isn't that what democracy is? You need enough people to be able to vote on that sort of ideal that people need to be taken care of. So
We've already settled it.
if
It's
it is the
settled-
case
it's
that
already
people
settled.
believe in that, there's enough people that believe in it, enough to like get it passed democratically. Wouldn't that also
How many
state, like,
churches
there's
do you
enough
think
people
there are
that-
in the United? How many churches are there in the United States with that nice little tax exemption they get? And how many assets
I'm
do you
not
think
so
they
sure.
have? I think it's a shit
I'm not so
ton.
sure.
I've actually did research on it before, but the amount of assets that they actually hold is unimaginable. But yet they don't. But we
Okay.
still have people that go hungry. Why is that?
Right. Well, I don't think that we have people that go hungry generally. There's going to be some, yeah. Mostly speaking,
There are
like,
roughly
even if,
320,000
like,
churches in the United States.
like for example, right? Like there's like homeless people, and so we could easily like just pick them up off the street and then throw them in a cell, but we would not want to do that because then it would violate some other maybe principle. I think I'm not making a leap here. Some other principle that would stop us from doing that. And so like it's not going to be in totality. So we could say like for the most part we are like very close to where hunger is not a problem in America.
It is a problem.
But it's not perfect. Okay.
It is a problem.
Okay. It's
a problem.
Hunger?
You know that people in our country right now as it stands, right? We know that there are people in this country who are homeless. We know there are people who don't get to eat every day or eat enough or eat good food every day. We already know these things because we have to help them. We already know it. It's already true. And the American society as a whole has already voted on it. And they agree that we should help those people. And then along comes this guy, Donald Trump, who's eviscerating all of that. Is it making you happy? Are you glad that we're not helping as many people?
Do you recognize that even the homeless, if, right, let's say you did have all of the funding or whatever, when you go up to them, right, would they, like, accept, like, your help, or would they, like, at certain times there could be the case
he's
that
about to say homeless people actually want to be
and
homeless.
then they would still be hungry.
We've argued before.
Or would you force, like, peaches down their throat, or whatever food it is?
Did you say force?
He's
Who
saying
forces
homeless people want to
peaches?
be homeless.
Exactly, so then they would be hungry
Everybody
otherwise,
likes a
right?
peach. Who doesn't like a good peach?
Yeah, well, what if they said no?
I'm just saying that your argument is that my argument for you is you think you're following somebody like Mises or Ayn Rand. You're actually following Charles Darwin because it's survival
Really?
of the fittest. Yeah, it is. It's survival of the fittest.
So
And
what would you
let
do
me
to
finish.
the?
Let me finish. Because in your world, it's survival of the fittest. And that's all that matters in capitalism. That is literally all that matters. Because if you had the balls to actually stand fully on your ideology, here's what you would say. You would say this: you can't afford to eat. Well, you're dragging down our economy, and maybe you should go somewhere else, or maybe you just don't get to eat anymore. That's literally
So if I could just ask you, engage in this sort of example.
Okay.
All right. So you want to end all hunger, right?
I think I've made that clear.
Okay, great. All right. In America, we want to end all hunger. You go up to a homeless person, right? And you're like, here, I have food for you. And they say no. All right. And it is the case, if they do not eat this, they will start to hunger. Okay. Are you going to then force that food down their throat to end hunger? Will you end hunger, or will you subjugate these people?
Calm down. Easy, calm down.
Get around
You're too upset. Easy, you're making really bad arguments.
No, I just wanted to kind of put the tone in there. Some people say I'm monotone.
Hold on. In our system, we do force people to eat. If you pass out,
can you let Paula speak for herself?
Fuck off.
Why do you think you have to
fuck off?
Dude, she's smart.
Fuck off. In our system, we do force people to eat. If you are passed out, you are picked up by an ambulance, and you are brought to the hospital, they will give you nutrients, whether you like it or not. We do that. We do that right now.
Oh, really? Okay, so how does this fit into what I stated when they directly say no? Yeah, that's what I thought. Paula, can you engage?
They can only directly say no until they can't say no.
I say we should end hunger, but I guess maybe I should have put a caveat in there for you, people who want to eat. Maybe that's a better way to put it, because I don't know why you came up with this super stupid, and I love you, Easy, but that was a really bad analogy.
Okay, so
you need to try better.
Okay. All I'm saying is that
children do like to eat every day. Children do like to eat every day. I don't know how many kids you have, but the kids I have, they like to eat more than one time a day. And there are children in this world that don't get to, or in our country, let me take it just to our country, who don't get to eat every day. And we have foundations, and we have charity, and we also have the government. Everybody's trying to make this a thing of the past, but we can't. Because you know why? Because the problem is so big that it can't be addressed just by one sector. It's got to be the government, and the government needs to go all in on it.
Generally speaking, that is actually addressed, and this is why we went into homelessness. Okay, like the whole child, and it's a constant thing, right? Like there could be the case where like you'll start to get like maybe some people that are born into certain houses, and then they're not being like addressed. I'm saying like those, right? They may for a period of time like not be addressed, but generally speaking, like there's systems sort of in place, and the community, if they recognize this, they tend to step in. Like this is going to be the general morality that we can sort of say that people have, especially in America, right? Like if they see a child that's hungry, right? Generally speaking, they're going to be like, okay, I've done this too, right? Like somebody that I don't know, and like I've even seen their like, you know, they want something of like purchased, like whatever, like food or whatever. This is just like an innate thing. It seems like at least a part of like American society. They tend to care for that. Of course, there could be like some sort of like anomaly, and there's no system that's perfect. Otherwise, it would be like oppressive, like we sort of articulated with the homeless problem, right? Like
but you would agree.
Them peaches.
You would agree that children do like to eat. You will agree. Do you agree to that? I'm going to take this really like baby steps. Do you agree that children should get food?
Okay, the should part, yeah.
Well,
do they like to eat? I don't know.
Wait, what did
sometimes
you
they're not. Like Messi will tell you.
Sometimes they're picky. You're right. My son wanted mac and cheese and broccoli for a long time. That's all he would eat. But he got to eat every day because I got food stamps when I couldn't afford to take care of him. So when you make this argument to me, this is what I hear in my head. My son should have just starved to death. because that's literally the argument you make. When I hear people say, "Oh, food stamps, we should cut food stamps," well, when you haven't been on food stamps, you don't know what that means. That means you don't get to eat.
I don't believe that the only solution right there would be like food stamps, right? You recognize that there could be like a different solution, right?
Yeah, you could like pay people more. You could raise minimum wage.
Well, not even. Let's say if you don't have a job, right? And you just have a child, and they're not working, right?
Hi, Donovan.
Then there isn't sort of like a way to pay. Go ahead.
I mean, we could raise the wage.
Why are you
letting
her get away with this, Easy? Why are you doing this?
I'm a nice guy.
Paula, you understand that every dictator,
that's why.
Since the dawn of time,
he's literally holding my feet to the fire.
He's literally a moron.
Right.
No, he's not. You know what? Donovan may be, but for damn sure Galt is.
Every dictator since the dawn of time has cloaked himself in the children, in the idea that he does what he does for the children. The scam that was just adjudicated and convicted in Minnesota was, what was it called again? Feeding our future. It was to feed the children. So you'll have to excuse me if I roll my eyes at this idea that your overly simplistic position about people needing to be fed and people needing houses ultimately falls on deaf ears, because you need to be more specific. You need to be more
specific. Do you not? So you think that because we have some fraud that the other children should be penalized for that? Is that what you think, Donovan? Because that's literally what you just said.
Paula.
You said that because some guy over there, some adult just defrauded the government out of some money. The rest of the millions of children, fuck off. You don't need to eat. That's literally what you're saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all, Paula.
That's
what I'm saying is
what
that
you're
we need
saying.
more
If you're going to
scrutiny.
put fucking words in my mouth, I'm going to shove them down your fucking throat.
Okay, guys, hold on. All right, like when that fraud is happening, okay, are those people that are committing the fraud, are they taking away from somebody, and who are they taking it away from?
Yeah, they're taking away from the resources of that state. Those resources are finite.
I think that more specifically, they're taking away from hungry children, right?
Let's just take it. Let's just
taking
not
away
feed
from
the
hungry
children. Let's
right?
just not feed the children. Let's just do that. Let's just
no.
Let's
In
just
fact,
not have any. No, wait. I want to go down this train with you, because if we just take away all SNAP and let's just take away Section 8, let's take away all of that. What happens then? Tell me what happens to the economy at that point in time.
Enormous growth within the economy.
Oh, you think so? Well, where do you get these little laborers that you need to fill your factories that we don't have, and the offices? Where do they come from?
Well, we pay them a wage.
No, the children. The children grow up. The children grow up and they run our country. Do they not?
Sure.
So you don't think it's a good idea that they should
we employ their parents.
They should have health care?
Remember how you said we can raise wages? Yeah, we just
raise
employ
their
their parents.
That's
yeah,
what I said.
we'll raise their wage. Yeah.
Raise their wage. Thank you, Easy. I love you, man.
Yeah, we'll raise their wage because that's what it takes, right? For them to trickle down to their kids and stuff.
How does capitalism exist without a large poor workforce?
How does it exist without a large poor workforce?
Yes.
Okay. Does capitalism exist in America?
Yes, and it has a large poor workforce.
In America?
Yes.
Okay, I thought you would have said like it probably employs like people in China that are like really poor.
I didn't say that. America exists and it has a large poor workforce.
I thought you would.
Okay, America exists and it has a large poor workforce. How does capitalism work without a large poor workforce?
Yeah, sure. So, you just employ people and then you pay them, and they don't have to have like a sort of like wealth disparity in that way.
They have to be poor.
And if it does,
because if they're not poor, they don't have to work. And if they don't have to work, they get to demand whatever wage they want. And if they get to demand whatever wage they want, you have massive inflation. So they have to be poor, and it has to be large, because if it's not large enough, then people can't start new businesses. And if people can't start new businesses, then there's no competition, and wages and prices rise, and we see massive inflation, and the economy collapses. So how do you stand up a capitalistic system without a large poor workforce?
Are you ultimately saying like?
I said what I'm saying. I just said what I'm saying. Can you answer my fucking question?
Yeah. You engage in comparative advantage, right? Like they need somebody to work in order to like support this sort of like opportunity that exists to meet the demand by those people that exist within the society. This is just natural, right?
So
And like it
how
doesn't
does
necessitate
capitalism
a
work?
poor workforce.
How does capitalism work without a large poor workforce?
Yeah, it works simply through voluntary exchange. Like, okay, it doesn't
Okay,
have to have a poor workforce.
and if the workforce is not poor, and they do
Uh-huh.
not voluntarily agree to go work for less than $100,000 an hour, then how does capitalism exist?
Yeah, you just pay them the $100,000 an hour, right?
Well, then you have massive inflation and the economy collapses.
No, you don't. You don't have to have
But-
massive inflation.
But you do. I'm sorry. If you're paying somebody $100,000 an hour, then all of a sudden they're going to, not buy new products with that? And that's not going to increase the demand for products. And that's not going to increase the price for that product, as well as the cost of the producing the product now that you have to pay $100,000 per hour?
All right. If that is what they are demanding, that they need 100K, okay, and they will not work for any less than that, then that is what you offer to them. Now,
And
the
then-
reason
and
why
then
they
what
are
happens?
asking
And
for
then
this
what
sort
happens?
of wage,
And then what happens?
and the reason,
And then what
okay,
happens?
so-
And then what
Okay,
happens
and-
after that?
well, then what sort of happens after that? What do you mean? Like you're saying that
Prices
this
go
has
up.
like a macro level? No,
Prices continue to rise.
no, not as a necessity. Are you saying
It
that every
does.
single like division of labor would have this? Across
Yes,
the board, you would need
yes.
100.
If you don't have a poor
So-
workforce, then everybody's going to require that same amount of money.
Wait. Hold on. Are you saying that every single like job would have the same exact salary?
I am telling you that if you don't have a large poor workforce, capitalism doesn't exist. That's what I'm saying.
When you say poor, this is a relativistic, right? Like
Of
it's
course,
a
it's
stratification, isn't it?
relativistic. Well, then are you telling me that inflation doesn't matter?
So-
Is that what you're
so-
saying
so-
right
so
now?
then- okay,
easy,
so then-
easy. Are you telling me
I didn't
inflation?
accept that it would cause inflation,
Easy.
right?
Well, it has to cause inflation because the more
How
money
does it
people
have to?
make, because the more money
What causes
people
inflation?
the more money that people make, the more demand for products rises, and the more money that people make, the more the cost of supplying those products goes up, which means you have inflation.
Well, no, the supply could go up too if it is the case.
I just said that, you dipshit.
Well, if the supply goes up, then the price wouldn't go up.
The supply goes up, but the price of that supply goes up at the same time because it
No, it doesn't.
now labor costs more money.
That doesn't matter.
What?
You think that the cost of labor impacts prices?
Are you
Gonna be
fucking
supply and demand.
serious?
Yeah, it's going to be supply and demand, right?
What the fuck? Okay, you don't
What
even
the
understand what the
fuck?
fuck you're.
If this job, right, it is 100K job, like some back office job, and it's for like, I don't know, Chipotle, you think that because they're paying like the back office of Chipotle 100K, that then they're going to lead to like a whole bunch of inflation on
can I
Chipotle
ask-
bowls? That's
is-
just not the case.
Is Chipotle paying 100K for a back? Wait, what?
He's
is that what
saying
they're
like,
paying?
okay, he's saying that they're
Is
demanding
Chipotle
like
paying their people
100K.
100K?
And he's
a year?
not answering this question like, does this apply to
Oh,
every single
shit.
job within the market? And he's saying he's avoiding that question.
If
he
are
answers
no,
that,
if
then
there
I
are-
can make
if
this
there are no
sort of
poor,
inference.
If there are no poor people, then yes, it applies to all jobs.
If there are no poor people, but does everybody have the same exact income?
It wouldn't matter. There are no poor people. Everybody gets to demand a higher wage.
What is poor? I don't
You
understand
tell-
what you mean by this.
You tell me.
I don't know. It's how you're sort of defining it, because like this is your
You tell
scenario.
me.
What do you mean when you say? Well, what do you mean when you're referring to it? Because there's like
Poor.
absolute poverty, there's relative poverty, right?
Sure. Pick and choose.
So if there's
I don't
absolute
care. However
poverty-
you want. I don't care. However you want to define poor.
Okay, so the national, so not the national, the world sort of absolute poverty, I think, is like $6 a day. There is nobody in poverty in America.
Okay,
pretty
so
much.
is
So like nobody's poor. So
What?
capitalism exists. Yeah,
No-
you let me
nobody's
define
poor.
it. So too late.
Nobody's
You
poor.
let me define it.
Nobody's poor. How much can you buy on $6 a day in the U.S.? By
Nobody's
the way,
making less than
$6.
$6.
By the way, you collapse the economy if that's how you.
Nobody's
define
making
poor.
less than $6.
By the
anymore.
way, you collapse the economy if that's your definition of poor as well.
you told me to define it, and I said, well, there's
Yes,
absolute
and you
poverty,
just
right?
defined a system that can't work.
Okay, so absolute poverty, right, is going to be like $6 a day. There's
Yeah.
nobody that
And
meets
and
sort of
again,
that
and
within
again,
America.
and
So I guess
again,
nobody's poor, and we still have
if
capitalism.
you define poor as that, our system doesn't exist
What do you mean our system doesn't exist?
because everything costs more than $6.
Well, that's what absolute poverty is, right? This is a standard,
Okay,
not out
so
of my
then
ass.
if you
This is like
define
what the
poor, then if you
WEF
define,
has put.
hey, dipshit, if you define poor in the United States at $6 a day, then our economy doesn't exist.
Okay, great. Is it a global market or a national market?
It's always going to be a global market.
Okay, so if it's a global market,
But
then
we're
the
talking
global,
about our economy.
the global standard. Yeah, that's
the
fine.
only thing that we can affect is our economy.
Okay, so the global standard for poverty, right? Because it's a global economy. We
Again,
do
if
like
if
import,
people in
export.
the U.S., if poor people in the U.S. are making $6 a day, our economy collapses.
Okay. Well, good thing that they're not making less than
That's my
$6 a day.
point. So define
Yeah,
poverty.
and so
define
therefore
poor.
there is nobody that is poor in America, and capitalism is still existing, right?
There
You
are
should not
plenty
have
of
let me
people
define
poor.
it, bro.
There,
You're getting
no,
like
you
mollywop,
should not have
bro. You're
defined
getting
it
like
as
ragdolled.
You should not have defined it as
Well,
$6
you should have
a day.
defined it then.
You should not have defined it at $6
Well,
a day.
you
should
told me to
not.
define
God,
it.
easy. Shut the fuck up. You should not have defined it at $6 a day because at $6 a day, our fucking economy doesn't work either. So either way you go, wherever you define poverty, it doesn't matter. You're still going to have poor people. And those poor people have to exist in order for capitalism to work. Capitalism doesn't work without a large group of poor working class people. It just doesn't work.
So are you going to define it? Because you asked me to define it, and then you're like, you ought not define it like that.
You defined a system that can't work.
I didn't define a system that can't work. It
Yes, you
literally
did.
is the case. Okay, is it the case that that is what is recognized as the
Well,
global
those are not
poverty?
poor people in the U.S.
Hey, hold on. Is it the case that that's a real sort of metric?
It is the case that those are not poor people
Okay,
in the
so
U.S.
that's real, right?
It
So
is the
that's
case
real.
that
That's a
those
real
poor
metric.
people are not in the U.S.
The metric, okay, that I'm talking about, it's global. It applies to every single person.
Yeah, but this is not China.
Within the
We don't-
world,
we
right?
can't make laws in China.
This is nothing to do with China.
It does have everything to do with China because you're using the
Everybody
global
is out of
you're
absolute
using the
poverty in
global
China,
poverty
too.
rate. What is the poverty rate in the U.S.?
I don't know. You didn't let me define it.
No, you define the global poverty rate, which is a system that can't work in the U.S.
Well, that's the it's a global
I
economy.
mean,
You
either
already admitted that.
either way,
The global
whatever system you're trying to define here cannot work.
Is the
It
American
physically cannot work.
economy a part of the global economy?
Again, you're still defining an economy that can't work in the U.S.
Listen,
so
I
define an
asked
economy
you-
that works in the U.S.
I asked you, right? I asked you. And by the way, this is the economy that works in the US, by the way. We're a global economy. I asked you, okay, would you define it? Because there is relative poverty, absolute poverty. You insisted that I do it, and now you're saying you ought not define it that way. So go ahead.
If our poverty rate was $6 a day in the U.S., our economy would not exist.
Great. So define it.
Define what?
Define what poor is.
I asked you to define it, and you defined a system that can't
yeah,
work.
we're gonna define this. Yeah, we're gonna define this using a real metric that
Yeah.
people
and you
use to
defined a
define
system,
it today.
and
this
said,
applies to America because
and
we are
I
a global
said,
market.
and I
Global
said,
market.
without a large poor workforce, this economy cannot exist. And you define that poor workforce as $6 a day, and I said the economy cannot exist.
Okay, well, the economy does exist, even though there is that poor
That's
workforce,
because that's
right?
not our
Like
rate of
metric.
poverty.
That's the metric.
That's not our rate of poverty in the U.S.
In the U.S., it applies to the entire globe. What are you talking
But it
about
doesn't
in the
apply
U.S.?
but it doesn't apply to the U.S.
It does apply to the U.S. It
No,
literally
because
does.
our
It's the
rate of
world.
poverty is not $6 a day.
Okay, so tell me, all right, when they calculate the global, right, are they excluding America from that?
No, they're probably including America in that.
Oh,
which,
okay.
which
Chat.
brings up the number. That being said, $6 a day. That being said, $6 a day will not work in the U.S. Okay, I'm sick of this fucking conversation. I am not going through the exact same thing once again. Capitalism cannot survive without a large poor workforce, and if you try and implement a system without a large poor workforce, you're going to see massive inflation and the economy will collapse. That's it. That's a simple statement. And I'm done.
Okay, well, you can't define what poor is, so. These are your claims, right? You should defend your claim if you're going to make them.
Mojo, is there an accepted standard of what constitutes poverty in the United States?
There is a poverty rate in the U.S., yes.
What is it? You know?
I will look it up. It is $31,812 a year for a family of 4.
And what's the, how many people live in that range?
10.6% of the population. 35.9 million people.
Gotcha. Thanks. One more question. Has that gone up over the last 50 years or down? Or...
I wasn't done yet.
The percentage?
How's
Yeah.
everyone doing?
Huh? Are you, do you know you're on the panel? HRD? HRD. Hard mode. Do you know you're on the panel? I'm going to take that as a no.
Go ahead. Ask it. I won't promote
I don't know what the fuck he's doing.
Oh gosh, man. What a beautiful day it is. It's 91 degrees, guys.
Man, it's too fucking hot.
Good thing you have AC when you're delivering food orders.
Okay. What about the people that don't have AC?
Jesus Christ.
Should we give them all AC?
I think so. I think that's a good idea.
Okay. All right. Add that to the basic needs, guys.
It would
Get
be
somewhere.
included. Yeah, it would be included in housing. Something that won't kill you.
Wait, what about cars?
Transportation would be included in basic needs as well.
So like, I guess we'd have to send, let's say if people wanted to go somewhere, right? A bus would go and pick them up, or would we provide for them to have a vehicle? Wah, wah, wah.
Why did they even go on the large poor working class? Does anybody remember? Nobody's even here. Should I just shut down the panel?
No.
I think it started with Galt.
Yeah, I kind of lost track of what you guys are talking about.
I don't know. Sometimes you like these whoopings.
You got whooped.
Yeah, I do like kicking your ass. That's pretty fun, actually.
I like the angry eyes we got going on at the bottom of the panel right now.
I like it when you said that Massey wasn't a part of Congress, and then you were like, he's part of Congress.
He's a lame duck.
Okay. So he's not a member of Congress, but then you said he was a part of Congress.
He's a lame duck.
So you were wrong, right?
Hard mode. Do you know you're on the panel now? What the fuck is
Damn,
wrong
we got
with
so
you?
many fans.
I'm gonna remove you again if you don't start fucking talking. God damn it. Then I hear a fucking grunt.
What's up, B?
Do I know you?
No, probably not. Maybe not. Are you like an ML?
I'm just an M. But I agree with some L.
Okay. All right. You're not like do you like Marx's humanist sort of like philosophical stances? Like what do you think about species being?
Species being what?
Like species being, what he has to say about that?
I don't agree with everything Marx says. I don't do hero worship. I used to be in a cult, so I do not do cult of personality. There are things he got wrong. There are things he got right.
Well, I would have.
I think defining myself as a Marxist just makes it easier for people to understand that I'm communist, and that's the ideology I adopt.
When you say Marxist, I would just associate you with like
All right, see,
maybe
this is the
somebody
problem.
that believes in
Yeah,
dialectical materialism.
This is easy.
I don't really,
He doesn't ever
prescribe
want to
everything to
defend.
you.
Easy doesn't want to defend his personal ideals, his personal belief structure. He only wants to attack others because his belief structure is ridiculous.
I do it all the time, actually, and I do it all the time. I defend it all day, every day. But B, I don't think I've been like sort of bad faith in our engagement thus far. Do you think?
I've only talked to you for less than a minute.
Yeah. So would you say I've been bad faith at least from whatever?
No, because I feel like that would make a judgment on your entire character, and I don't really know your entire character. So I will have to wait and have to continue the conversation.
Yeah, actually, I think some of Marx's like earlier pieces and sort of where he's like trying to address alienation, and he talks more through like the more humanist aspect of like humans, whatever, right? Like them being like detached from nature, and like what species being would be if they were no longer alienated.
We're losing you, Easy.
Yeah, you completely cut out. I didn't hear anything past species.
That's fine. We don't need to hear it. Same jargon as always.
Is that an EKG chart? Oh no.
No,
I was like,
this is the number and poverty rate, and using the official poverty measure from right after World War II to 2024. Huh. It's weird.
Yeah, I was just saying that I find that aspect of like Marx to be interesting somewhat.
Hey, was that incline roughly around the Reagan years, Legend?
Let's see. We're going to go back 70s or 80s right here.
Reagan was the 80s.
Actually,
he was elected in 81.
It actually dropped.
Yeah, no, this looks like an increase right here. That's
well done.
That's 80.
that is an increase. And then it's an increase ever since then.
I went. Oh, back down. Well, back up again. Oh shit, back down. Oh. Back.
Well, no. I mean, like when they first get into office, you give it a few years, and you'll see, like, during his at least tenure, there was a decline there.
Was that decreased when Clinton was in and balanced the budget?
No, actually, it went up, and then it slightly went down. Sort of did the same thing.
Oh, minor recession. Oh, went down. Oh shit, went down. It's weird that we have more people in poverty. Oh fuck. It's about the same metrics, the poverty rate from there to there as it is. Oh shit, we have more people in poverty. It's weird that we have about 10 million more people in poverty with the same about percentage.
What's the date on the start of that last fall off? I'm just curious. Is that 2008, 2006?
Recession here, recession here.
What's the date on the start of the last fall off? I can't see it on your screen.
2015, 2014.
Is the argument like that there's less is someone trying to argue that there's less poverty under Republicans?
I don't know. I think that's they're trying to say it's less poverty under Democrats or something like that.
I was just trying to see if it coincided with the enactment of the ADA or the ACA. I mean,
I have a capitalism story from today. I think you might find it uplifting. There's a guy holding a sign, homeless vet. Anything helps. I pulled up to him at the red light. And it was perfect timing because I got there right as the light turned red. So I asked him, I was like, hey, man, how you doing? He's like, I'm doing all right. Good stiff upper lip. I like that. Anyhow, I asked him if the cops fuck with him from time to time. And he's like, you know what? They do. And I said, have you considered that if you put on your sign, we'll tell jokes for donations, that you have now made yourself a troubadour because of a quid pro quo? And he looked at me like I had a dick growing out of my forehead. So I just explained all those words to him like it's something for something, so you're not begging. And because of that, it's like playing a violin on the corner. And he's like, oh, my God. That. And then I said, and if they do mess with you, then you can probably sue them for false arrest and make some money. But the thing is that if your sign is uplifting instead of depressing and you make them laugh, they will always give you green. They'll never give you silver. And you should have seen the look on his face. He was so excited. He wanted to try it out right away. That's capitalism.
So that reminds me of a story about a kid that was basically an inspiring story on the news. It was about a little like first grader who basically started a lemonade stand so the way he can help pay for his classmates chemotherapy, right? And on the surface, it's like people will be like, oh yeah, that's heartwarming and how inspiring and all that, but in reality, it's pretty dystopian because why would a child have to do that? Why would a child need that in order for a little kid to survive, right? So your story, maybe on the surface level, it sounds like, oh wow, good idea, but in reality, your story is dystopian as fuck. And yeah.
How is my story dystopian?
Dystopian.
Because of the fact that that person is in that situation in the first place. That person should not be in that situation in the first place.
Well, wait, but that doesn't speak to a dystopia. That just says it's not a utopia. It's not a perfect society. No society at this point is perfect. So what I did was I addressed an issue right in front of me, made someone's life better, and gave them an idea to sally forth and make their life better after having met me. That is me imparting my experience and wisdom on another individual, and only took me a few moments to do so.
Yeah, it's still dystopian though.
They're still going to
get
get
a similar story, actually.
Yeah, dystopia is generally going to be like some sort of like authoritarian, maybe totalitarian, whatever, like way, and then it's kind of oppressive. But that's the only way. Well, I mean, that's not generally like what you would attribute just naturally. But okay.
A little bit of intelligence and wisdom mixed with experience go a long way. The reason I know this works is because when I used to follow the Grateful Dead all over the country, the cops used to mess with me for panhandling. So I realized that if I could tell jokes and make people laugh, not only would it make me money, but the cops wouldn't be able to mess with me.
I don't think they care too much about that.
Yeah. I mean, that idea is great. It's just the idea that you have. I mean, the idea in terms of making money and giving something to people for money, but just the fact that is being done as a necessity to just have a little bit of change to like, I don't know, possibly have some food tomorrow while you're still homeless. That shit right there is still dystopian. It's kind of it's what do you call it? It's the person is still in the same situation. The situation is not going to change, and it's the fact that they're in the situation already. It just shows that our system is broken.
Yeah.
Should they be working for it instead? Is that what you're saying?
No, they won't. That's just the point. If his priority
you have
is
no
to
idea what their life story is.
Yeah, actually I do. So if his
you
choice
don't.
If his choice
you don't know if they're
is to
disabled.
use
You don't know if they have
substances,
PTSD.
and you're
you
just
don't know
going to
if he even
interrupt
is
me every
using
time I speak, aren't you? You're just going to keep
Well, you're
interrupting
making all
me
of
somehow
these
or
hold on.
assumptions.
You
How about you just let me speak so you can hear the story?
You don't even know the story.
How about you just let me speak so I can tell it?
Brendan was the one who met the person. You didn't.
Yeah, you didn't hear what I had to say because you interrupted me so fast.
Just hear out his case, right?
So yeah, in a similar instance, I had somebody that was at a grocery store saying that they were trying to feed their 2 children and so on and so forth. I went up to her and I said, hey, I'll take you into the grocery store and buy you all the groceries you need for the next week. Come with me. I don't want that. I want money. I said, okay, well, I'm not going to give you money, but if your priority is feeding your kids, I'll come in here and I'll buy you all the groceries you need. No, I don't want that.
Once again, you don't know that person's story at all. The person could have been needing to make rent. That person could have been needing to pay for a hospital bill. You have no idea. You've just made an
Her
assumption.
sign said
Can you
she
stop
needed to
interrupting me?
feed
Can you stop
two new
interrupting me?
kids.
Can you stop interrupting me? Thank you.
Her sign
And
said
so,
she needed to
now
feed
you're
two
interrupting.
kids.
Now you're
Stop
interrupting
interrupting
her,
me.
Fred.
Yeah, because she didn't listen to the
okay.
story.
Well, I'm sorry, but you got pissed off when she interrupted you. You got to let her finish her goddamn statement too, right?
She didn't listen to the story.
And you weren't listening to what the fucking story was in the first place either. That's why she interrupted you. And now you're giving the same fucking excuse she gave to interrupt her.
What did her sign
What is
say?
wrong with you? You guys are children.
What did her sign say?
Fred, we originally started this argument because Brendan made a story and you were trying to piggyback off of his story. When I called you out on it and said you didn't know the story behind this person that Brendan met, then you changed your story.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
What
Fred,
did her
Fred
sign
was
say?
trying to come up with. Fred came up with something new.
Yeah,
Before
what did her
you
sign
lied.
say, Bree?
No, originally Fred did not come up with something new. Originally Fred was...
He said
what
he
did I
was
tell
about
you
to
her
tell
sign
his
said?
own story.
I didn't
I
even
was
get to
right
finish
here.
it.
What are you talking about? You're gaslighting the fuck out of me.
Yeah, why are you interrupting? Seriously, why? What is the point of that? By the way, Fred, that fucking story you told is the same fucking story they've been telling since the goddamn 80s about fucking welfare queens, and you didn't change it at all. It's the exact same fucking story. I'd say you're full of shit. The story is full of shit, and everything you said is just fucking nonsensical.
No,
he did
real
say
world
that?
experience. What did her sign say?
Said she wants to feed her family, but maybe she didn't want a weirdo walking around the store with her and overseeing what she was going to buy.
Agree.
I wasn't offering to oversee what she was going to buy.
Well,
I was
you
offering
wanted to go hang
to
out
pay
with
for
her,
her
and maybe
groceries.
she didn't want to hang out with what she perceived to be a weirdo.
So obviously she didn't want to feed her kids then, right?
I wouldn't want you following me around a store either. You sound like a freak.
Why would I have to follow her around the store?
You just
I
said
just
I'll
got to
take you
meet her. I just
inside
got
and
to
I'll
meet her
buy
at
you
the cash
food.
register.
Bro, women don't just randomly follow
Did
men
you
who say they're
offer
going
to
to give
do
them
that?
money.
Did you offer to do that? That's not
Yeah,
part of the story.
It was. I
said,
told her
"Hey,
I
you
would
do
buy
your
her
own
whatever
shopping."
she needed. At no point in the story did I say I would follow you around and pick out your groceries. You made that part up.
Fred, do you understand why sometimes women might not go for that idea, because then they will think that there will be a reciprocal effect?
I don't even know what that means.
Like essay or something like that?
Oh,
In a public
yes.
store? In a grocery store, I'm going to essay her.
No, just what could happen, but just, getting to any intimate sort of encounter. You don't know.
In a grocery store in public.
You don't know what she's been through.
How are
Just
they
like
free
Becca
from that?
said, just like the lady the woman above me said. You don't know what her story is. So you're
Exactly.
just going to judge her. You're just going to judge her right away, right?
How is she free from that when she's also like outside asking for money from like people that are men?
Because it's easy to just give money instead of like, I'll take you into the store and I'll follow. Again, the whole point is not even this. Like, we can make up a whole bunch of different things, but at the end of the day, again, the point still stands. We actually don't know why this person did that.
Well,
We're making let me finish. We're making assumptions based on our bias against homeless people or people who are struggling. That's it.
No, I understand what you're saying. All I'm saying, right, like also, it could be the case that this area that I'm in, right, there's a lot of people that do use it for specific things, and I don't want it to be used for that, and I may just say, hey, your sign says you need food. I'm more than willing for you to just go inside. You can come to the register, whatever it is, like I'll pay for it. You could even say, like, I'll pay for up to this amount. I don't know. Right. And if that's what sort of like you're sort of stipulating and they agree to it, I don't also see like a problem with that.
You're assuming.
Like, this wasn't
not
part of the
assuming
story.
anything.
This wasn't part
I'm
of
not
the
assuming
story.
anything.
Easy. This wasn't part of the story.
It was
Well,
never part of the story.
The story said that on the sign that it was to feed the child, right?
Yeah, then you just hand him a fucking 20 and you move on along with your fucking day. You don't.
No, I'm saying okay. Well, that depends on like the other person's value too, right? Like if this is
Again,
sort of like
now you're just adding to the fucking story. What the fuck?
No, I'm not adding anything to the story. All I'm saying is that me, right? If I saw that, right, like it could be the case that somebody wants, like they value this thing. Like I want to ensure that it is like food that is being purchased, And so I stipulate that there's nothing wrong with that either. I don't really see.
Okay, but that wasn't, again, part of the story.
Yeah.
Okay, but hold on. The story said that the food was for the children, and then somebody said, like, well, I'll go ahead and purchase the food for you. Right?
Yeah.
Like, not provide you with cash.
That was the story, and now you're changing the story.
Okay, so it's completely fine, right, to do that?
He can do whatever he wants with his own fucking money.
So there we go. Yeah, so it's fine.
I'm just going to tell you it's a bullshit. It's a bullshit story.
Yeah,
it's the same
I'm not saying
story.
that's wrong.
It's the same fucking story that every conservative has fucking told since Ronald Reagan. I mean, Fred's old enough to remember that. I'm sure.
Story.
It is an absolute bullshit
dude. You totally
story.
made it up.
No, I absolutely.
So
I can't imagine you offered to buy something.
I don't think it's a bullshit story. What do you mean? I've done, like, this is how New York City is too. Like, what? Like,
why is New York City like that always?
Like, the reason why I said that, Tennis, is because you're familiar with New York City. Like,
Yeah,
there's
I'm
people
sorry,
that
but
ask for money all around the corners.
That's right,
Like-
and people give it to them too.
Yeah, and they give it to them, and sometimes also, like, they'll come up, they'll be like, "Can I get some money for food specifically?" And I'll be like, "All right, fine, let's go inside. There's a store right here, and I'll purchase it for you." This is perfectly fine and normal.
I was actually wanting to
Sometimes they'll go along with that, but sometimes
That's
you
true.
just give them. Sometimes
And if they
you just
don't
give
go
them
along
10
with
bucks.
it, if they don't go along with it, then it is what it is. It's
You guys would
true,
argue
Tennis.
about if water was wet. Fuck,
It's moist, Brendan.
Yeah, that's true, Tennis, because I have had people take me up on it, and I've purchased their groceries for them. Because I've done this
Why
more
don't you
than
bring up
once.
that story? Why don't you bring up that story instead
Because
of
that
shitting on poor
wasn't what
people?
we were talking about.
Okay, and in an attempt to elevate this conversation, I have another question to ask the panel. May I? I teach classes. These classes are kind of dangerous in the wrong hands. I have a student that recently not only inquired, I sent an invoice once his background check was completed. Came back clean. Here's the problem. He's only been in the United States for 4 years, and he's from Uzbekistan. Now, should I teach this person who's only been here 4 years these dark arts? Yes or no?
What are you teaching him how to do?
Are you like a wizard?
Witchcraft? What the hell?
Is he a citizen?
I'm a master locksmith.
Is he a citizen?
He is not.
And he's been here 4 years?
He's been here a little less than 4 years. And wait, before you guys go nuts, I'm not teaching people how to pick locks. Essentially, I teach people how to make keys, how to compromise any type of security you might come across without doing damages for the purposes of companies that may hire this individual. It is not what you think it is. It is far more than just picking locks and opening cars.
It sounds illicit.
The class costs $2,500 for 1 week.
Well, keep this. Okay, so I don't know how long the hijackers were here, but they were here for at least a year, if I'm not mistaken. And they all took flight classes in the U.S. on visas. They were all here legally on student visas. So I don't know. What kind of visa do they have?
I see. That's the thing. All I can do is a background check. I don't have access to State Department records. All I know is that he doesn't have a criminal record here in the United States, and he's been here less than 5 years, and he's from Uzbekistan. That's all I know.
I would say if you question it, I'd say no, because those 19 hijackers had clear background checks too.
Okay. Second part, is Mojo racist?
I'd say yeah. Based off of that, yeah.
I'd say yeah.
A little bit. Yeah. Maybe actually more than a little
I'll
bit.
take that. I'll take that.
That was funny.
That's
I'm
fine.
sorry, Mojo. That was funny.
No, it's
I had to.
okay. I'll take it. I think I'm justified. If you see something, say something. That's always the way it should be. Knowing where the hijackers came from and what they did when they got here, I remember that. So yeah, I would say that if it's questionable, they should go find a different job.
Now, what if they came? Here's a new scenario. What if they came from Scotland and not Uzbekistan?
I don't think it matters where they come from. If they're immigrants here and you are teaching them how to fly fucking planes or break into buildings, I think it's probably a bad idea.
Okay, you've redeemed yourself. You've redeemed yourself.
How is that
think it's
redeeming?
hard
If you're
to-
teaching them like to pick locks, You think
It's
this
not,
is bad?
as he said, it's
prima
not just
facie?
picking. As he said, it's not just picking lock. It's like subverting like security systems and shit. This is actually
Correct.
how to break in buildings.
Yes,
As a business?
without damn. Well, yeah, I'm a master locksmith. Well, what I do is
Yeah, as a business.
sometimes companies send me their workers because, all right, let's say you get a company like, I don't know, LockDoc. LockDoc mostly does residential and commercial, but they want to open up a portion of their business to do automotive key makes. So they'll send them to me. Sometimes I get students who want to be initiated into the industry and then want to apply to other places. And because it's so labor intensive to train people, then my services becomes very valuable for lots of different businesses. But I also found out recently that there's only like 2 or 3 training courses between Maine and Florida, and mine is one of them. Don't you fucking dox me either. Anyhow, yeah, there's not very many people that do this type of thing, and I'm one of the very few.
Yeah, I'm not gonna dox you, bro. I think you got doxed one time before. Anyway, B,
were there
you're
for that.
taking this sort of well, it was like on Los's thing, and somebody was like coming at you. Then you told the story yourself. Anyway, B, you're taking this sort of position, but then there is sort of like, it seems like the element is that if they're American citizens, okay, that you would give them this sort of grace, this allowance. But then if they're, let's say they're just like Mexican heritage, right? They came here for like economic opportunities, and there was an economic opportunity within like locksmithing and things like this. You would limit them and only allow for this sort of trade to be done through, like, done by Americans as opposed to them, even though, like, you know, they're probably sincere, they're probably, you know, good faith. You're just gonna restrict them in virtue of them being like from another place.
Why are you asking her?
Well, she said that it's okay simply because if it was like somebody else, like Ireland,
Well, I don't think
versus,
she said that.
because I think that's like a color.
As a matter of fact,
She said
she
you
said
redeemed yourself.
She said I was racist, and then she said I redeemed myself because I do the same
Exactly.
thing to a
That's what I'm
redheaded
saying.
redheaded white skinned guy too.
I know.
See, I don't
know,
even
but,
remember. I honestly don't even remember where he said the person was from.
I know. He said Uzbekistan, and then she said Ireland.
Yeah,
but
I don't
what I
even know
mean
where
by
the fuck
this is now like,
I don't even know where the
okay,
fuck
there's
that
still
is, by the way.
discrimination by like nationality here. The B, which I don't think you like maybe.
I think it's just so weird.
Agree
to
with?
go after her for saying that. What the fuck?
I'm not going after her. I
It's
just
so
want to
fucking
test what she
weird.
was saying.
I actually was
Okay,
just making
whatever.
a joke. I was making a joke. I wasn't
Okay, so
being
he's not
serious.
redeemed.
I mean, if he thinks that, you know, people who are foreigners can be dangerous to society, I don't think that's necessarily racism. I do think that's xenophobia. Which
Well,
is just a
in
different
specific roles, in society, I don't think that people who are not American citizens should have top security levels as well. I think there are a lot of things that they probably shouldn't do in this country until they become citizens. I think those things should be kept from them, and I think most people would probably agree. And if it's one of those things that could be utilized for terrorist attack in some way, shape, or form, then it's probably something we should leave to citizens and citizens alone.
What are you saying that, like, when you're like trying to give employment, people ought to like solicit whether or not they are a citizen or not?
I think it depends on the position you're soliciting for.
Okay, so this position, right? Exactly. I'm saying like you would relegate this only to American citizens, right? So for this, you would
I feel
say
like it makes sense. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm xenophobic for saying that. I don't fucking know, but it feels like it makes sense. If that person did turn around and break into a building that somebody ended up, that a bomb ended up going off in or something like that, could you imagine how Brendan would feel? I mean, that's fucking horrific. I would say no, personally speaking, because I wouldn't want to be involved in that. Even if there's only the slightest chance in fucking hell of like an ice cube lasting in hell for more than 10 seconds, I would still say no.
it seems that could be the case by like some sort of like maybe an American citizen, and then they still held that sort of belief, whatever, they could have done this. And then on the other hand, like some sort of like immigrant that really wanted to pursue this sort of like whatever career or this opportunity, they're just like restricted from it. And like, no, you're not allowed to do this thing.
When I say
So
that he's like I just think that on certain, like with Don, what is Brendan with your, maybe there should be regulations on, you know, because you have this type of business, on who you should be doing, who you should be teaching these things, right?
I agree
do.
with that.
Yeah,
too.
so I do. Additional context. Only 16 states in the union license locksmiths. More states license hairdressers than locksmith. And me personally, most of the industry will disqualify for obvious things like burglary, possession of burglarious tools, unlawful entry, possession of stolen goods, and some DRUG offenses. I will disqualify for violation of protective order and assault on a female.
So what I'm saying is, like, okay, because there is a thing, right, that the government instituted, like if you are in the process of claiming asylum, right? Now, these are still immigrants. They're in the process of claiming asylum, right? In virtue of them being like immigrants, like this specific thing, you would bar them. I mean, in today's day and age, especially like, you know, the last administration, even like certain places that have like really, really strict sort of regulations having to do with like ITAR, that sort of thing, like defense contracts. Like they said, if they are in the process of like claiming asylum, they haven't received it yet, even those shouldn't be discriminated against and they should be given a fair opportunity. You're saying that, no, this wouldn't apply here? Mojo or B or Tennis?
Sorry,
you kind of like
I think there
say
should be
Biden, you did a
regulations
no-no.
on that kind of thing.
I
don't think
For me, I don't.
All right, you
That's just
Trump
me.
supporter. Okay, that's
Listen,
B.
that's
Okay, so
for
B.
me. I don't think that there should be any regulations whatsoever. I think that data shows us that people who commit crimes are most likely to be homegrown Americans more than anyone, even illegals, right? So I don't think that there's any data to support that. But that's Mojo's stance, and that's how I understand it. Doesn't make it right. Not
I'm not
necessarily.
saying-
I don't know.
wait, let me
Mojo didn't
just- can I
engage
clar-
in the clarified stance, but Tennis did say that yes, that
I'm
is her
just
stance.
clarifying something, that I'm not saying that there should be regulations vis-a-vis immigrants. I'm just saying that there should be regulations with respect to who this person is teaching these things to, whether it's Americans or just human beings. Because
Okay, yeah.
wait, let me finish. It could, you know, giving somebody that kind of information could arise in criminal activity, right?
Well, that's okay. That's legit. If they're not Americans, then they're like from somewhere else, unless you're talking about them teaching it to chimpanzees. But anyway, so yeah, we're still talking about immigrants, right, Tennis?
I'm saying that
Hi, I'm hard mode. How's everyone doing?
everybody, there should be regulations to ensure that you're not teaching, and I don't know what that entails. I don't know what the regulations would be, but that you need to screen people for, hey, if you're going to teach them how to break in or burglary tools or whatever those things were that you listed, that they pass a certain test, and that would be regulated by what? The state.
Yeah, the certain test is the background check, right? And whatever. And if you're saying that you need something more than
Your
that,
assertion implies a desire for. Hold that thought. I'm not finished. Your assertion implies a desire for individual freedoms to be curtailed by regulatory oversight. Is it not more prudent to consider an authoritarian framework where the state exerts control over education to ensure societal cohesion? Would not stringent regulations more effectively deter potential threats than a fragmented approach predicated on ambiguity?
Why do I feel like why do I feel like I'm about to get nuked? God, this sounds like somebody like making an announcement over a fucking old ham radio or something, telling me we're about to be nuked. What the fuck?
to be honest, they may not be able to speak. That's what I was thinking, but I mean, all of those words I understood very clearly. They're not big words.
So just to be clear, no, he made a good point. I don't know what your name is, HRD, whatever. He made a good point. And just to be clear, my only reservation does not come from his ethnic background. My reservation comes from a lack of comprehensive data about his background because I cannot get background data from Uzbekistan. So my data only goes back to the time that he spent in the United States, period.
Yeah,
So
and if you're
maybe-
asking
maybe-
for
wait,
more
wait,
than
wait.
that, then
Easy, can somebody
yeah,
else
it is
speak?
restricting them in
Maybe
virtue of
the
immigrants.
maybe the regulation is that the person has to reside in a particular area for a certain amount of time, before you start, giving them the burglary tools and the, whatever you're teaching, right? I don't know. It just seems like if the state, the government wants you to be able to make money and you have this private enterprise, then you should ensure that that the people you're teaching it to doesn't engage in criminal activity. Perhaps you should have insurance for that too.
I do have insurance, and just to be clear, North Carolina has
law, and your reasoning to assume that individualism and private enterprise can be trusted to promote ethical behavior. If the system you propose is fundamentally libertarian, how might it guard against the chaos and moral decay that arises when individuals operate outside a unifying authoritative framework? Would it not then be more logical to consider a fascist approach, which prioritizes collective order and national interest over individual profit?
Yo, that's a fucking AI. That's a fucking AI.
That is an AI. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
No, it's not. I think it's Ash.
What do you mean by it is an AI? Like, are you suggesting?
You're reading from
I'm
AI.
saying
No,
you
I
are
don't
an
even think
AI.
I don't even think he's reading. I think he's. Wait, hold on. I think he continues talking, which means it's not an actual person. This is not an actual person talking. What he's doing is whoever this is. God, he just keeps going too. It just keeps fucking going. What this person is doing is feeding some sort of question or having something listen to it and then responding through AI, and there's a microphone set up to the fucking speaker or whatever. That's why it sounds so weird, and that's why they continue talking over the top of everybody else too. I agree with you. It's an AI.
Yeah, it sounds like that because he's holding his mic to the speaker.
Yeah.
That's probably why I like him so much.
So anyway, I mean, I think if you're in a high risk, your business is high risk, right? So and as such, like if you fly an airplane, you're private, you have an airplane, you have a license to fly it. There's just certain regulations so that you're flying within this, you're using it safely. And you're not going to land in somebody's crop, and you're going to things that can happen when you just high risk businesses, right? Why we need easy. God, just please. That's why we need regulations on certain things.
Do you disagree?
People.
Do you disagree with the stance that, like I said, the last administration took on we're going to recognize this as high risk ITAR regulations? This is national security, anything to do with airlines. They said if you're merely applying for refugee status, asylum status, you should be
that was
allowed to work.
incomprehensible.
It's not. Well, what word didn't you understand?
It was just kind of broken up. If you could repeat it.
Yeah. Okay. What part?
The whole thing.
The whole thing. Okay. So if you are applying for asylum, right? Have you received asylum, Dennis? We're going to say no, right? Do you understand that so far?
Yep, I'm with you.
Okay. Yeah, so hold on one second. I'm at the bank. Roots of capitalism.
To provide additional context, Charlotte borders two states, North and South Carolina. North Carolina has a strict requirement of residency for 1 year. South Carolina has no restriction whatsoever.
I don't know what's worse, the AI or easy.
I think I prefer the AI.
This conversation? Yeah, I was going to say, this conversation, I think easy.
Really?
What is it that you believe? Can you clarify the reasoning that leads you to that conclusion? It is vital to understand the foundation of your perspective before we engage in a deeper discourse.
Wait, that sounds like Bonjour Man AI. What the fuck?
You need HRD, you need inflection, you need emphasis on different portions of your speech. Without it, you sound like a robot.
And also that whole speaker jazz, sounds like an old elementary school
as to why you perceive my questioning as guidance rather than a means to explore your beliefs further. Is it not the case that examining our thoughts leads to a deeper understanding of the self?
Everybody stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. It's sounds like an old speaker in a freaking school.
Here, watch this. Watch this. This is some old school science fiction shit right here. HRD, can you tell me as succinctly as possible everything that you remember about your mother?
In examining the concept of memory, one must consider whether the recollection of behaviors of your mother is subjective or shaped by subjective experience. Does this suggest that our memories are unreliable, and if so, can we truly know a person, or merely our perceptions of them?
You failed the Turing test. See, if this was Blade Runner, I'd be busting out my piece right now.
You guys are having fun. All right.
HRD.
Dennis, did you catch what I was saying before I had to deposit money in the bank?
Not.
Okay, yeah.
Something
So
about asylum.
So asylum seekers, okay, that didn't receive asylum yet, they didn't have that sort of status. They were there was like a push for them also to have certain jobs that previously, certain like contractors, defense contractors, whatever, they sort of conformed to ITAR regulations, which said that you couldn't hire them unless they were citizens, right? But the last administration was recognized this as some sort of like discrimination. That these people should be considered for like employment. So you think that's wrong? You think that was wrong because that's like national security? I mean, ITAR.
I don't know what ITAR is. What is ITAR?
ITAR is will be like things like rockets, stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you have to have certain residency requirements for certain high security. Like, I mean, for example,
well, not according to the last administration, right?
I mean, I think they're not according to the last administration. So what?
Yeah,
so tell me specific instances. Tell me specific instances.
I think there's even like a court case on this, like basically, and it was like on addendums too, that they will consider people that are like for job postings, people that are in the process of like receiving asylum, applying for asylum, whatever, that they would be considered. There's like a whole court case on this. So you would recognize that as wrong, Dennis?
I don't think so, because if you have appeared before a judge and you're under the auspices of a court, and you have an address and you live somewhere and you have a residence, you've been given a green card to work. I'm not sure I see.
There's no green card. There's no green card.
Okay, but do they have a right to work somehow, whether or not there's a green card? Do they have a work permit?
Well, they had a right to work under Brendan's like sort of example before too. They just simply weren't citizens.
Well, let's stick to your example. I mean, you're talking about the administration having done something and there's a court case. What I'm asking you is that if they've complied with the law, they've appeared before a court, they're seeking asylum, and now they're allowed to work, then I don't see the problem. If they're legally in the country under asylum.
No, this isn't a specific sort of instance. I'm saying broadly speaking, previously, like if there was like ITAR regulations involved, they would only allow for like U.S. citizens to be hired. And so the last administration sort of expanded that and said, well, no, this would be a violation of regulation, right? Not even a law specifically, but they sort of changed how they regulated that. And they said, if you're in the process of whatever, applying for asylum, simply like that, not even receiving it, yeah, you should be hired for these like roles. And if you're saying that like, I don't know, picking locks or whatever it is like high risk, I would think like ITAR, national defense, that's very, very high risk, right?
Again, I've already said what I've said. I think if they have appeared before court, applied for asylum, and then I don't see the risk.
Well, again,
okay, all right.
Again,
well, then, yeah, you should hire him
again. The 19 hijackers were all here legally under student visas, all of them.
Yeah, there's that.
But y'all are misconstruing.
That being said, Tennis, I have an apology to convey to you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah. Brad said, I want to point out to Tennis that I was mixing up The Sun Also Rises with East of Eden. The Sun Also Rises by Hemingway is a dumb book. That's what he said.
Okay. Well, that didn't bother me. It's his opinion anyway. But to be, just for the record, I didn't like The Sun Also Rises either. So we agree. But anyway, no, I think that Easy under your and Mojo, the caveat that these people were there on student visas. Maybe student visas isn't strong enough to be able to, I don't know, to learn. That whole thing.
Damn.
That's pretty compelling that all those people were here legally under student visas.
Can I respond to that?
Illegally, they were here under student visas?
Who is the one?
They weren't here illegally.
I thought you said illegally.
Who was the Unabomber? Was he homegrown or was he?
He was an American citizen.
He was
a professor at MIT, specializing in mathematics.
So was McVeigh, also a homegrown, also ex-military.
It almost seems like maybe the confounding factor isn't necessarily. Oh, confounding factor is the wrong word. Sorry, I'm not smart. I just like to use big words sometimes. I think that the joining factor isn't necessarily that they're citizens or not, right? Because we have many homegrown Teists. I think that the joining factor actually is that they're all men.
Correct. You're misconstruing like their aptitude for high trust positions. It doesn't matter if they have the aptitude for the particular position, like you're talking about the locksmiths in Brendan's case, or even the hijackers, their aptitude, their ability to fly or learn how to fly. It is their trust. I'm with Mojo on this. It's not racist. 4 years is not enough trust to think that they wouldn't do something nefarious with that ability.
Well, I mean, again,
wasn't there a jihad Jane?
How long was Ted Kaczynski in the United States? He was born here.
No, I'm saying, wasn't there a jihad Jane though? Like in Pennsylvania.
Kaczynski and even Timothy McVeigh. McVeigh had issues throughout his military career. Like he has documented what you can consider criminal activity. So he had already lost that trust in order to handle those particular materials.
Yeah. Oh, so you're saying like there are red flags that maybe we should pay more attention to? Is that what you're trying to get at?
Correct. I think there should be a longer term of trust building in order to have these kind of positions, like handling explosive materials, having access to detonator caps. It should have been 10 or 20 years rather than just an aptitude. He had the ability to make and handle them safely. It is not an actual high trust.
And that's exactly what I said. I said maybe the whole thing is there should be regulations and maybe it's a period of time requirement within which somebody has to, reside in a particular state, jurisdiction. So, and maybe it's that they show they're upstanding, they're paying taxes or they're doing whatever. I don't know what it is, but I think time requirement is apt.
I think it's important to note that there is another level of verification if this individual attempts to work. The service that I provide is simply for education and edification. It does not allow this individual to work in specifically North Carolina or Virginia, but if he wanted to work in South Carolina, he could.
To me, I would not extend that opportunity. I do not believe 4 years is enough. I mean, sure, if he was an American citizen and that 4 years is just meaning he's 22, he hasn't committed any crimes since he turned as an adult. I mean, that'd be at your discretion, I guess. But for somebody that's like in their 30s, 40s, and only has 4 years of trust building, no.
Damn.
I do have a genuine question for Brendan. Was it that, and this isn't me being bad faith, because we all have biases whether we want to acknowledge them or not. Is it because he comes from a stand that you are feeling reminisced about this? Because it is genuine. I'm asking, would you feel this way if someone came from the UK?
No, I addressed this. You had just dropped off the panel for a few minutes. My only reservation is in the fact that the background checks that I run is standard operating procedure. Because he's been here such a short amount of time, I cannot get data from Uzbekistan. So I don't know what he's done
Okay, I
prior
didn't see
to
that
doing
part. Yeah. That is a good point, actually. I didn't hear that part. I apologize.
No, his background check came back clear, but I only got data going back about 2 years. So, I mean.
But do we know, like, Mojo, like you brought up the plane guys, like, do we know that they didn't have any record before coming here on student visas?
Yeah, they would have, for the student visas, they would have had background checks to get those visas as well.
So the background checks wouldn't have necessarily registered any red flags then?
Yeah, nothing in the Interpol database anyway. I think that's where they do their background checks through is Interpol.
It would make the most sense if they went through Interpol.
Yeah, I'm not positive. They were legal visas, so I assume that they went through the federal government, and I assume that the federal government had something like that in place ahead of time. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe back before 9/11, that didn't actually exist. We didn't do those kind of background checks. I don't know. I'd have to look it up. I just know that they were here on visas.
I'm sorry.
I actually think their visas were expired by the time they hit the towers, but they were legitimate when they were taking the flight courses. However, I think I remember reading that it was illegal for them to take the flight courses on a visa as well. I think. I'd have to go back and look it all up. I just know that they were here legally at the time. Anybody? Can you hear me?
I don't have any.
I know what you're talking about.
In the country 1 year, and South Carolina has no constraints whatsoever. Like, they don't even license the industry, for God's sakes.
I know what you're talking about, Mojo. It's a precarious position because they were denied
Again,
visas.
that's why we have licenses for certain things, right?
Could you hear Brobot?
No, I couldn't. I'm sorry.
She only has 2 bars on my end.
Oh, well, Brobot was totally talking. He just started talking right over the top of him, and I can hear you both. So I don't know what happened.
I'm so sorry. I didn't hear him at all. I wouldn't have done that. You know me, Mojo.
Yeah, I do. That's why I asked. I thought maybe it was Brobot's problem.
Brobot is soft-spoken. It's okay.
Yeah, Brobot's soft-spoken. That's funny.
I'm soft-spoken. I'm just courteous.
Brobot, finish what you were saying. I'm sorry.
No, I understand it was a precarious position. They didn't get their actual visas. The first ones did, and they went through their flight instructor in their school in order to bring in the rest of them through travel visas rather than the actual student visas. That's why they were here legally. They were participating in work and school on American soil on travel visas.
I mean, I can give a really, really hot take that I know many people on this panel are going to probably get very upset with me about. And the hot take is that a presence during the Gulf War is actually what drove these attacks. Regardless if we're going to try to discriminate against people based off where they live here or not, that's just putting a Band-Aid on it, right? We're not fixing, let's say it's a broken bone, we're not fixing the actual root issue, which is when we do these dangerous endeavors in other countries and we do imperialism around the world, we are breeding hatred. It's not safe for us. Aside from the average American, maybe they get, oil out of it, right? We get cheaper pump prices. but it puts a target on our back. And that is the actual issue.
Well, if that's the case, then if it's a target on our back, would then we not be like sort of, I guess, justified in restricting them from coming here?
If we want to continue imperialism, I think it would be wise. I don't think we should continue imperialism, though. But if we want to continue this imperialistic way, then yeah, to keep the American people safe, you would have to put extreme restrictions because you would know that everybody around the world hates you.
Do you think that stopping imperialism will like erase the history, the hatred, okay, that people may be like using to justify attack or whatever that we just brought up? Like, we just stop. Does that like eliminate the hatred? Well, it's a start, but would that stop the hatred? Because that
it doesn't create future hatred. Right?
Yeah, but that hatred you're saying is the cause for, you know, this sort of attack. If you simply just stop the imperialism, right, it will not stop that hatred, right? Exists because history, you can't get rid of history.
I don't think people have. I think once you can admit that something was wrong, which the U.S. never will, and I don't think, to be fair, I actually don't think any country would admit, like, hey, we really, really fucked up. We're never going to do that again. Maybe they're, you know, will pay reparations, but, you know, Japan still hasn't admitted what it did in Nanjing was wrong, right? And so I'm not, you know, under the disillusionment. In an ideal world, it would be right for the U.S. to come out and say, yeah, we fucked up in our imperialist endeavors. But in terms of, you know, stopping it, I mean, what do you really have to lose by stopping it? What you have to lose is you're not creating future teists. Like, the future is also just as important as the present. So if we stop, yes, maybe people will still attack us for what we did in the past, but, you know, we're not adding on to that.
What I'm saying is, like, you could stop it, but then you're not going to be able to get rid of history. So what? Just when we just continue to be prudential, and then maybe, I still don't think that you could get rid of history, but what is it? Like, you have to wait like 2, 3, 4 generations or something, and then maybe we'd allow people to venture into the United States. We'd be more lax about it.
Well, at what point would you say that the blame or the target on our back started?
It's hard to say, because we have people who are currently living in this country who are American citizens who were here before us, that it started with our inception. And then maybe you fast forward even just, you know, a decade or two from our inception to slavery, right? And so our targets even exist within our own system, including those who are not just, you know, Black and brown people, but poor white people who the system has failed as well. We start by fixing the system. We can't just sit here and be like, oh, well, it's always going to be like this. Screw it. It's done.
Well, not that it's always going to be like this, but more specifically, that target's never going to go away. If you say that somebody has a problem since their inception, and that's carried 250 years down the line, there actually is no way to stop the target.
I don't believe that. There is a way to stop it. We have to currently stop what we are doing. We should be paying reparations to people who we have wronged. That's a way to start. Starting with land back movements. That's honoring treaties that we had made with natives that we never really I mean, there are so many ways that we could go about apologizing. Just because we did something wrong and it's been so bad does not mean that we can't start by apologizing.
I think that particular form of groveling, as I would kind of coin it, probably would just end in the evasion of like the United States. I mean, you just look weak at that point, and other peoples would take advantage of that.
I think you're strong. I think if you're able to admit that you did something wrong, that's the strongest thing that you can be. If you can admit
people that did stuff wrong are long in the ground. They've been in the ground for over 100 years.
Yes, you're correct about that. But there are people who are feeling the repercussions of American imperialism, again, still to this day, right? Because we get people around the world who are currently actively feeling it, but also feeling what a long history of imperialism has done to them. You know, Black and brown people, it's not because of nothing that they are disproportionately at a higher rate of, poverty than white Americans. That didn't come out of nowhere. That came out of hundreds of years of being from building generational wealth. We can make up for that.
If you're wanting to go back and right all the wrongs of historical injustices, you're literally going to go back to the Roman Empire. You're going to hold the Italians today accountable for all the atrocities of the Romans, which is just nuts. You can't. It's physically
not
impossible.
Roman. And America is a pretty young country, so it is capable of doing it. I'm not Roman, so I don't care about the Roman Empire. I'm not Italian, so I don't care about the Italian Empire, but I am American. And I do care about the American Empire. And it is absolutely capable of doing this. We are American. We can do anything.
Sure, but once again, I'm guessing you're just drawing that line on Americans are the only ones that are bad, whereas we factually came out of all of those other horrid systems that came before us. We wouldn't exist.
I think the Japanese are
without
absolutely horrid too. The Japanese are absolutely horrid too, and they should pay for what they did in Nanjing, and they should pay for what they did in Korea. I think the Japanese should be held to the same exact standard as the Americans.
Well, then, once again, you're going back to other historical wrongs. We can pull up every country going back the 10,000-year written history of the world and find every one of them did something horrific.
Yeah, that's true, but I'm not a part of I don't want to talk in circles, but I'm not a part of those countries. So while I would love to see Japan do something, I'm not actively working towards legislation that ensures Japan does something, right? But I am a homegrown American citizen, and I am working towards seeing legislation that does honor Native American treaties, that does honor reparations to Black people who are disenfranchised through slavery. I don't think that is showing weakness at all. I think that is showing strength. If you're able to admit you made a mistake, that's huge. Weakness is trying to hide it like a coward.
Yeah, and I agree with it in the sense that at the very least, we could start by not trying to erase that history. Right?
Yeah, agreed. I don't want to erase any history, but
right,
more specifically, you're drawing.
I'm just saying, it's just a point. But yeah, we are a young country. I think can't read your name, Brika? I think
you could just say B, like the leather B.
B? Okay, B. I think that we should try to right those wrongs. We should try to pay back, because it's not unprecedented that people are restored or in some way given reparations for horrible wrongs in history, right?
Really? What are the other?
There's other examples.
What are the examples?
I think Holocaust survivors have been given some. Correct me if I'm wrong. I've heard that, but I haven't done a deep dive into it.
I don't know.
Yes, and not only that, but we did give slavery. Sure. We gave slavery reparations. We gave it to the slave owners. We've given reparations. We just give it to the wrong people. I'm saying just give it to the right people.
That was at the time, though, by the people who committed the crimes. What you're asking is for somebody generationally removed to actually pay for the crimes of previous generations. I don't know that I agree with that.
Yeah,
it would be the government.
The Jewish people, there's like a committee in New York that will find things that within Europe they were maybe taken from Jewish people around that time period and try to restore it back to them. This is different from
artwork. Yeah, there have been famous cases of artwork being found and returned back to German museums, Jewish whatever. I'm not sure how they do it or what they do, but I know that there are cases of that. But that's a lot different. That's returning the actual piece of artwork, not having somebody generations removed paying for something that their generational past contributed to.
Well, the government. So we can start with the government. How about that?
Again, we pay for the government. It's our taxpayer dollars.
Understood. But I think that there's a lot of damage done, and I think that it has repercussions. And certainly there with Jim Crow and redlining, we exacerbated it and made it worse. And we're still, with our sanctioning of discrimination to indigenous people, and we're still doing it. Correct?
I don't know. Are we?
We're still isolating people. We're still making it very hard for people to.
Are we?
Yes, we are.
How? We don't have redlining anymore. And nobody's forced to stay on a reservation.
Right, but as a result of the redlining that happened, right? These
I didn't
children
do that.
are disadvantaged. No,
Yeah.
you didn't. But the government did it.
It
And
wasn't this government.
As a result, these people have been disenfranchised. They've been given less opportunity. They've been environmentally poisoned in certain circumstances.
Yeah, and if
it's
that's
still affecting them.
If that happened to somebody today, then I agree that our taxpayer dollars should go to pay for that. If the government's allowing it or not stopping it or whatever, I agree that the government should pay for it. Otherwise, it should be the corporations that pay for it. If you want to do reparations, do it against the corporations that still exist today, that existed back then, that were part of the problem.
Well, how about the state of Florida, just saying, just these very things, making the statement that, hey, you should actually, slavery wasn't so bad, right? I mean, do you think that's traumatizing on African American people, citizens?
I don't know.
I think it's traumatizing.
I don't know, but we have free speech.
True. There is redlining still happening today, and what Tennis Love is talking about in terms of like poisoning water, that's still happening in many counties today all across the United States, particularly in the South, right? We have, and poor whites experience this as well. There is an alley in Louisiana they call Cancer Alley because PPG paint, this isn't that long ago, I think it was in the 90s, PPG paint poured paint into the bayou, and people who ate the crawfish out of the bayou got cancer. Everybody on that alley got cancer.
Yeah,
and so these things
I
are
agree.
actively happening today.
I agree. The stuff that's actively happening today is fine. I think we should pay. If it's a government problem, I think the government should pay. If it's a corporate problem, the corporation should pay. I agree with you. I still like free speech. We get to say what we want, when we want, without free from repercussions by the government. And redlining is not happening today. If it is, it's against the law.
It is. It is against the law. There's the fair. I know. I'm aware of the Fair Housing Act and the Equal Credit Opportunity Act.
Good. Then those people are going to get sued or go to jail. I mean, I don't know what you're looking for.
Remember what I told you before, Mojo, I think it was 2 days ago when I said the Liat water quote, right? Which is, pre-1964, you could say N-word, N-word, N-word. Post-1964, you can't say that anymore. You have to start saying things like forced busing and redlining.
Yeah, but you can say it.
Okay, but I'm talking about what's socially acceptable. It's not social. People say it, right? But this app, and we both know that this app is not representative of the way people have normal conversations in everyday life when they're touching grass. And so they have gone covert with the racist practices that they do.
It's still socially accepted to say that. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know. Go right now in the middle of your grocery store right now and yell it.
Okay.
Go yell it. Go say it to your boss. Go call your boss.
Okay. So hold on. Can like anything be accepted if you just go to the middle of the grocery store and yell it? Anything? Isn't that all like, if you do that, then people look at you.
I love Jesus. People will look at me weird.
Yeah, and then people will look at you weird. So it's the same thing.
Okay, then go softly say it to your boss right now. I want you to call your boss up on the phone. Say, I would like tomorrow off, you N-word, and see how your boss reacts to that.
Do you think the interaction with the boss is like what's socially accepted?
My problem is that this is not being applied as a standard. You are cherry picking specific examples that you want to see a historic wrong righted. Like I said, if you actually had it as a standard, you would have to go all the way back to the Romans. And you don't want to. You only want to
because I'm not Roman. I'm not Roman. I'm American
because you want
citizen.
to cherry pick.
I mean, if you want to, no, it's not cherry picking. It's that there is legislation currently in act that is or Black people getting reparations. There's current legislation that people are pushing for land back. So no, there is no reparation.
So you think any of that has a
legislation.
chance of going through?
I was talking. Do I think any of it has a chance of going through? I do, yes. I think land back is actually happening on very slowly. But certain land back treaties are being are pushing through legislation and making their way into being approved. Yes. So yes, that there's possibilities. Like asking for reparations, you guys, is not a huge, crazy thing. This country would not exist without the hard labor of Black and brown people who built this country.
I think
they built this country was built on slave labor. And so you're saying people who exist today shouldn't have to pay for it?
No. Yeah, because you shouldn't receive it.
I'm not going to receive it. I would be somebody paying it. And I would have no problem doing that.
I have a problem.
We've benefited. We've benefited from.
I have a problem doing that.
Aren't you an immigrant?
As a Native American, as somebody with Native American heritage, I'm going to tell you I have a problem with it.
But how about this argument? I mean, I agree with her because, I mean, you're saying that you didn't do it, right? But you're benefiting from it because, as she said.
Did you hear what I said?
I thought I did.
I have Native American heritage.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I went through something similar. A Mi'kmaq tribe, which is the largest tribe on the border between Canada and America, the U.S. So I think it's ridiculous to go back generations and try and pay out generations in the future. I think that's sad. It's stupid. It's ridiculous. It's something we shouldn't be doing. We should try and fix all the problems in the system we have today that exist, the systemic problems that we have. I agree with you that there's still a lot of issues that we have to resolve. There's still a lot of problems with our justice system and the way it deals with minorities in this country. I agree with that. That's the shit we should focus on. To try and focus on reparations, I think, is just out of line.
Oh, I mean, I'm not saying make it your whole entire movement in the Democratic Party or on the left or even in communism, if people are pushing for that. I'm not saying make it your entire movement, but I think these issues that you're talking about that persist today are because we have never addressed what this country was built and founded on, which is rape, schmurder, and enslavement. And once we address those things, we can move forward. But if we keep burying our head in the sand and saying, you know what, let me finish. If we keep burying our head in the sand and saying, you know what, they happened, but get over it, we're not going to be able to move forward. And I think again, this country only exists because those people built it. And I think about the home that I live in. It's my partner's great uncle's home, and his great uncle had this home because he served in the military. Well, at the time, Black people couldn't serve in the military, so they couldn't build that generational wealth. They've been kept out of generations and generations out of the financial market.
That part, the generational wealth part.
Yeah, then go back.
That happens today in Chicago.
Then go back to what Robot said. Because under feudalistic times, everybody that was a serf experienced the same fucking issue. So go back to feudalistic times, and it has nothing to do with race at that point. And those people should get, subsidies based on what their family or their generations ahead of us went through too.
Mojo's busting out prima noctra. Nice.
I don't like this idea.
Why would I care to go to another countries? If the other countries
we had feudalism in this country.
Okay, we can also honor that as well.
Do you know what prima noctra is, B?
No, prima noctra is something that's completely made up, and it's not a real thing. It never actually happened. So no,
correct. It never happened in the Roman Empire, but it did happen in feudalism.
Okay. This country's only 250 years old. I'm only going to talk about this country because this is actually where I am.
Then that's cherry picking. You only want to pull out these specific instances because you think
No, it's not cherry picking. I just don't have power in other countries to see this legislation through. I'm not in those other countries. I'm not from those other countries. I can't go to Japan and say, go pay for what you did for the grape of Nanjing, because I'm not Japanese. I'm not a Japanese citizen. I have no way of putting that legislation through. That's not cherry picking.
You're
okay,
holding America to a standard that does not exist for the rest of the world.
Okay, so if you name one legislation that you want to see passed in this country. Just name one, and please be good faith about it.
Does that actually matter to the conversation?
It does. It will matter to the conversation.
No double dipping.
Universal health care.
Okay, then why aren't you fighting for universal? Why aren't you going to Italy? No, Italy's bad because they do have Why aren't you going to I don't know, Ecuador and fighting for universal health care there? Why are you cherry picking universal health care?
Because I'm not trying to right a historical wrong. I am trying to make future legislation. It has nothing to do with the past or anything bad that we've done in the past. It is to help people of now and in the future. That's
this is
the
what
difference.
My legislation would be doing as well. Reparations, again, being kept out of a financial market for hundreds of years and only being allowed access to that financial market within the last 80 years is me righting the wrongs that people are going through right now.
Not sure if I blipped out. Was anybody talking?
Nope.
Okay. So that may feel like that, but you're factually asking to right a historical wrong. And again, you're not holding any other society, any other country, any other peoples to the same standard. It's only America.
Okay, I agree with what she says there, though. Wait, I agree with what she says there. We don't get to make the laws in other countries. This would only be people in the United States affected by policies in the United States, whether it was before the United States or not, existed or not. So going back to the 1600s, I think is where we have to go back to. And that's why I say feudalism existed here, because we lived in feudalistic times then, or at least some sort of partial feudalism. So we could go back to when this land was settled and our relationships with the generations before us on this land. But I agree that other lands are relevant. You don't get to go to Somalia and tell them who they have to pay money back to.
Sure. And I mean, I would widely agree with that. We can only do legislation here in the United States. But more specifically, it's, do we hold that the same standard applies across humanity? Why are you asking the United States to do something that no other countries or peoples would do in the world?
They have. Germany did it post-World War II. The U.S. has paid reparation, like I said. They paid it to Japanese Americans post-World War II. They also in Canada, sorry, my kid's going crazy. You could see that. Hold on.
Yeah.
Canada, Japan, New Zealand, South Africa also paid reparations. Every country has done this that should do this. The one country that has not done this to the full extent is the United States, and I would argue France with what they did to Haiti.
Well, specifically, it wasn't after World War II, it was after World War I. That's the Treaty of Versailles, and Germany was forced to by military force.
No, they did it after World War II as well.
What reparations did Germany pay after World War II?
They paid billions to the state of Israel. This is
yeah, she's right.
Fact.
They did. They paid a shit ton of reparations after World War II.
Wasn't most of that artworks and other artifacts from the Jewish communities that were in Germany? It wasn't actual like bullion, like gold.
That's
bullion.
restitution, separate from reparation.
Oh, okay. I have to look into that. I don't know of any like monetary gains that they could even pay. Germany was factually split into 4 regions, and one of those was held by Russia, who took any form of financial worth out of the country. Like
they
immediately.
Took everything. They took steam hammers. They took drill presses. Everything that was not tied down in some shit that was. To this day, there's still a large portion of Russian industry has like German markings on it.
Yeah, I don't know how they could pay any reparations. Like they factually had the wealth removed from that country by numerous other nations, primarily the Soviet Union.
Oh no, they definitely paid reparations, bro.
Yeah, it's been a while since I studied it, but I'm pretty sure I'm like 90% robot.
Germany specific.
Are they just counting those the removals of the wealth, like the drill presses and all the machinery, as part of reparations? Is that what it is?
No, they just stole that shit.
Hold on.
That didn't count.
Let's just look it up.
Canada recently, if we even want to go down the, they did it at the time, so that's not paying for history. That is true. Many of the ones that I mentioned did do it at the time, just to realize that my own argument does have some holes in it. But there are also other countries that did it decades later. Canada is an example. We all heard about what they did with the residential schools. I don't know. I'm sure everyone's pretty well read on the news and stuff. But when when the Canadians found all those bodies in those schools, right? They paid reparations for that. New Zealand paid reparations decades later. The U.S., again, when I cite the Japanese internment camps, we waited 30 years before we paid reparations for what we did to the Japanese.
Wait, didn't that turn out to be a hoax, the Canadian thing?
No, that was not a hoax.
I'm pretty sure it was.
What thing? What Canada thing?
They said that they found like Native girls. They found their remains, and that the remains showed abuse, like sustained, sustained systemic abuse, and they're coming to find out that.
I think you're right.
Yeah, I think it was a hoax.
Yeah, from what I remember.
I'm not sure about like the specific girl one, but we did find children's remains at many schools, many religious schools across Canada. I don't know. I keep saying we. I'm not even Canadian.
Yeah, no, my wife is Canadian. I think she told me that there was some issue, some controversy about this.
What's funny about what you just said, B, is that you're saying we because you are signaling membership with the blue team. Well done.
She's already a self-described communist, Brendan.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying. She's wondering why she says we because she's not Canadian. I'm telling her why she's saying we subconsciously. Her subconscious is more powerful than her conscious mind. One other thing I did want to bring up to the panel. Has y'all seen what's going on in Great Britain right now? I know Mojo's going to hate this because he hates talking about other countries.
I'm sure that's something to do with the white people that are so fucking put down by the immigrants, right?
Boom. Yes, exactly right. So about a week and a half ago or so, I brought up a case that was just going to court where a Sikh was allowed to carry a ceremonial, what's the TikTok friendly word? Poker. There you go. A very ornate and very intimidating looking poker. Enter an 18 or 19-year-old British student. Those two, there was a kerfuffle. British student got poked. Cops got there. The Sikh said that, he pulled my turban off and called me names, used hurty words. So the police addressed this kid who had been perforated. He said he had been perforated. They said, "No, mate, I don't think you were." Handcuffed him. He expired about 60 seconds later. The individual in question with the poker, his mother took the poker from the scene, hid the evidence. That guy was on trial this week. He is convicted of schmurder. The mother is yet to be determined, but as we speak right now and all of yesterday, there were protests all over Great Britain. In some cases, violent protests.
Ooh, that's not good.
That's cool. That's real cool. I'm sorry that happened. That sounds awful for Great Britain. But did you hear about the case that was settled this week? The jury came back with a non-guilty verdict for the gas station owner that shot a 14-year-old boy in the back because they thought that he stole water bottles and he didn't.
We were just talking about. Yeah, we were just talking about.
Got off.
Messy. You always want to measure members with my news stories. Why is that?
Because this is a problem that we have here. We have that problem here. I'm not worried about Great Britain. Give a fuck about Great Britain. I'm worried about the people in this country, the children in this country that are being shot in the back over water and getting off.
Is that a fair representation of the circumstances, Messi?
Didn't the 14-year-old have a pew or something?
It is actually a fair representation of the circumstances.
No, I thought the 14-year-old had a pew.
He did not.
No?
He was pewed in the back? I mean, what kind of threat?
He had already left the store.
After he ran a football field away from the store.
Yep.
Yeah, he
Wait,
was
really?
a good distance from the store when he was pewed. And he was missing a shoe that the wife, the wife owner of the store, went and picked up and took back to the store before the police got there.
This is all correct. She is telling the story as it is.
Does anybody have any insight as to, was there certain evidence that was kept out? I mean, I just don't know much about the case. I mean, what?
There's security footage. They made the little boy leave his backpack at the front of the store, and then the woman followed him around the store. And then they thought they had questioned him if he had stole anything. He showed his pockets, everything, and left the store. Walked out of the doors, and then the dad and the son, the dad grabbed his gun and started chasing the kid. The kid's running, they're chasing him. He loses a shoe in the process, and they shoot him in the back.
Well, I just checked. The kid did have a pew.
No, he didn't.
This is what
they said. They thought he had one. He did not have one.
Well, no, they're saying like he had one and then he didn't. Like there was controversy whether or not he brandished it or not.
No, they're not saying he had one.
The son and his testimony, because the son testified, the dad, who was the one that shot him, did not testify. But the son, when he testified, said that the kid was on the ground, face down, and on his stomach, flat, and they thought he had something in his hand.
It says that both the prosecution and the defense
fuck you, Fred. I'm not lying, and I don't fucking lie. And if I am wrong, I'll always correct myself. So fuck you. Go fuck your mom.
Yeah, it says that the defense and the prosecution both agree.
You're gonna catch a ding for that, Messi. What the fuck?
You should get dropped and then come back up.
Or I'm gonna catch a ding for it, knowing how TikTok's aim works.
Yeah, probably. Okay, I just looked it up. This is like undisputed. He did have one from both the prosecution and defense.
Why isn't it provided? Why isn't it in evidence?
It literally is. They both agreed, prosecution and defense.
I disagree. I don't think that's true. What are you looking at?
Hold on, let me.
God, I was reading this earlier, and they had said that he had one, but it had been proven that he didn't have one.
So they claimed he had one and he didn't.
Okay, it literally says within the arguments, the prosecution, whatever. This is like the boy that got pew-pewed or whatever. They're saying that he had one, but it dropped during the chase. And then the defense, Chow, he's saying no, he had it the entire time. So it's undisputed that there was a pew involved, and they both acknowledge this. This is within the arguments.
Okay, so they acknowledge that there was a gun there. What do you know? Wait, hold on. They acknowledge there was a gun there. What do you know? The kid got shot. Of course there was a gun there. The gun was not on the person that was shot. Nor was there proof that that kid ever held that gun at all, or that the kid even knew that the gun existed before he was dead.
No, the prosecution acknowledged that the kid
that there was
had
a
it
gun
at one
there.
point.
No.
Yeah, that he had it. No, not that simply that it was there, that he had it. And then the argument that they sort of like put forward was that he did have it, but he dropped it during the chase. So he had possession, at the very least. That is the minimum.
Yeah, but I have a hard time. At the end of the day, does it even matter if he had a gun? He could have a gun.
No,
that is what it
it
is.
doesn't matter.
If we didn't know if he had one or not, if they didn't know he had one.
Okay, listen, if the defense is saying that.
Wait, I didn't finish my thought.
Yeah, I'm sorry. There was like two people I didn't know.
It doesn't matter if he has a gun. Was he taking that pew-pew out and waving it around and threatening people with it? Because if he had it and they shot him before they knew he had it, then him having it has no relevance whatsoever to him getting pewed.
No, but that's what the defense is saying, that he did indeed brandish it.
Okay, the thing is too, if we look at the Preddy case, I mean, he was on the ground with he was armed, but he was on his stomach. It's the same thing. This guy was pewed in the back. What kind of defense is that? That he even if it was on his person.
The child, Tennis, he's 14. The child was shot in the back over a bottle of water, $1 bottle of water. The fuck is wrong with y'all?
Okay, so prosecutors acknowledge Carmack Belton had a semi-automatic pistol, but they say it fell on the ground during the chase and he never threatened anyone with it. Prosecutors say Chow chased the team more than 130 yards from the store. During closing arguments, Gibson placed a bottle of water, blah, blah, blah. Gibson said multiple witnesses testified that they didn't see anything in Carmack Belton's hands and didn't see him point a gun at anyone in the store, or that he even had a gun. So the witnesses say that he didn't have a gun and didn't see a gun on the kid. The prosecutor did I guess, say whatever to the gun, but it was not on him. Obviously, it was not on him when he was shot. So I guess there's still questions about whether it was actually the kid's gun or not.
I don't think it factually matters. Have they actually started trying the case, or is this all
This happened in 2023.
Yeah, and
the verdict happened yesterday, I think.
Yeah, yesterday the guy was found not guilty.
This week.
He was exonerated of shooting the kid in the back.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Well, I heard that there was, or somebody had mentioned it, maybe Messi, but there was closed security footage on it. Okay. If there is, that was likely shown to the jury, and that's how they came to this deliberation. Like, I mean, sorry, it sounds like the kid probably did brandish it.
Well, I don't know if that was on video. So the video evidence within the store, it sort of confirmed that he put the bottles back, apparently, the water bottle back. But, yeah, the kid was 14 and he had a 9mm. Whatever. He had a thing. And then after that, it's like kind of... I don't know. It says like he turned and that's why it like hit the back. At the point of like, you know, him getting pewed or whatever.
Like, I haven't looked at the story at all. I'm just listening to what y'all are saying about it, or about the case. I guess was tried yesterday and they have a verdict. I mean, I know it's a felony for a 14-year-old to possess a firearm, especially a handgun. Was that why he was chased? Were they making a citizen's arrest or something?
Well, I'm assuming they chased him because they thought he was shoplifting.
I'm sorry, hang on, Easy. Are you being serious right now? Even if he had one and he was 14 and it's a felony, it's not a death sentence. Are you okay?
Never said it was, Messy. I am asking why were they able to chase him from the property over 100 yards and they still found him innocent?
I mean,
the
reasoning was because the jury said that the prosecution did not fulfill their duty of whatever it is the fuck that they're supposed to do.
They didn't show the crime beyond a reasonable doubt.
Something like that.
Wait, what? Well,
they didn't meet their burden beyond a reasonable doubt.
I don't know what Chow was charged with. I assume it had something to do with manslaughter or murder, one of the two.
Yeah, he was exonerated because he thought that there was a threat of deadly force needed.
Yeah, wait, hold on. When you're chasing somebody fucking down, you don't think there's a threat of deadly force.
Yeah, 100%.
No, I mean,
agree.
like, if you're chasing them down
Agreed.
and they turn around and they brandish it, you know.
You shouldn't
like,
have been chasing them down in the
point.
fucking first place. And by the way, once again, their gun was not found on the kid, so obviously he didn't fucking turn around and point it at him.
Well, no, it was found on the kid.
No, it was not. It was like 120 yards away, it says.
Well, no, I don't know. There's another article that says the sheriff pulled up and it was found near the body. Maybe like
120 yards away.
I don't know. I have to look at the actual case.
I mean, this is fucking ridiculous. There's no way that this guy should have been able to shoot the kid in the back and justify it in any way, shape, or form. There's no threat to him or his life at that point at all. It's a ridiculous case. It should never have happened.
And you can't claim self-defense if you are literally chasing somebody over 100 yards.
Okay. Let me look up the actual evidence of the case.
Yeah, see, that's the thing with me too, Easy, is that I haven't looked in this case, but I mean, there was a not guilty verdict. Can anyone reconcile how there was a not guilty verdict?
The glove didn't fit.
No. Yeah, I don't know. That's why I'm asking these questions. Like how?
Yeah, I haven't looked into it either, but again, like the overwhelming evidence that somebody's running away. If you said that he's a felon because he possessed a firearm, he's not he's fleeing from the incident. I mean, it's ridiculous. But I would like to do a deeper dive and hear why this jury came back like this. Because it's completely, it sounds like a total miscarriage of justice.
Well, like
I would have to agree with that,
Dennis.
Like O.J. Simpson, there's a civil case that started today too, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I hope this family owns that gas station before it's all over and done with.
Me too.
All right, so from what I'm seeing, okay, I tried to like look within the thing. I couldn't find it within the thing. I did like a simple search, but then I also like sort of tried to find like some articles referencing exactly 120. It's saying like there is no like actual yardage with what you stated. Like the pew was like this many yards away from him. They're saying that the pew happened 120 yards, meters, whatever, from the store. There's nothing that shows that the pew was like 120 yards away from the kid. Not within the evidence. I don't see it.
All right. It says
there might have been like more
prosecutors acknowledged Carmack Belton had a semi-automatic pistol, but they said it fell on the ground during the chase, and he never threatened anyone with it. Prosecutors say Chow chased the teen more than 130 yards from the store. Okay, that's where I got the 130 yards. Okay.
So are we now believing that the weapon was found near the kid?
Still doesn't sound reasonable to me.
It doesn't say how close, but
it doesn't say how far away it was.
It could be the case, yes. And like from some of the articles that I've seen is like the sheriff, found it like next to, near, like these are the words that they're using.
Holy shit, they're reporting this in every single state.
Yeah.
I'm seeing stories of this on local news outside Chicago, for God's sakes.
Yeah, there are protests already starting.
That's where I saw it.
There are protests already starting, and I suspect that this is going to turn into a pretty big deal.
Trayvon Martin 2.0, huh?
Yeah, maybe.
No, this would be more like an Emmett Till.
What the fuck? No, it's not like an Emmett. It's way more like Trayvon Martin, robot. Stop trying to be inflammatory.
Well,
I mean, there was a little girl. There was a 16-year-old girl or a 14-year-old girl also, I think in South Carolina, that was found hanging from a fucking tree this week also. I think there's plenty of reason to be fucking outraged and plenty of fucking reason to have protests. And what the fuck are we doing? This is
well.
crazy.
You were crashing out specifically.
I don't know. It doesn't really make sense. Why is like it's wrong. I wish you didn't like on a live, but 14-year-old with a hand pew. This doesn't make sense.
Fuck. They actually
you are not victim blaming a child right now. I know you're not because Alex just did it in the fucking comments. What the fuck is wrong with y'all?
They actually sold the gas station right after it happened.
Yeah, of course, because then there's nothing to go after. So they probably just funnel the money into some random family member's account or some offshore account.
Well, not even that. I mean, probably the local community would probably fuck them up.
That as well. I mean, hopefully they win the civil case because the burden of proof for civil cases is much lower than the criminal case. But still, that's fucking wild.
Yeah, like OJ case. They won the civil trial.
Yeah, hence the OJ reference that I had earlier.
So you think this is jury nullification, Tennis?
What do you mean jury nullification? The jury.
Well, let's say for the sake of argument that the community is let's say fed up with a certain type of crime. In this case would be retail theft. So because Mr. Chow did this, do you suppose that the jury being fed up with that type of crime nullified
vigilante justice kind of thing?
Yeah, that would be jury nullification.
Oh, nah, I don't know. I just want to know more particulars as to what they hung their hat on. I don't know if we'll know, but everything that I'm hearing on this panel, and I didn't read about this case because I just really heard about it today. It just sounds like it's unreasonable to chase somebody and it's attempted and it's murder of certain degree, in my opinion, based on everything I've heard.
Yeah, I think they would be scrambling to sort of quell the incoming protest. And they would be revealing what it was. So I think that them not saying what it was, and this is all speculatory, I could be completely wrong, but them not saying what it was is because there probably was actually nothing.
Yo, get Vader up here.
So they have nothing to justify it.
Hey, Vader's in the chat. Robot, throw him an invite.
Yeah, Vader, come up.
I can't. I have no mod power.
Mojo took away your mod powers.
Yes, I was in solidarity with Messi.
You were not in solidarity with
Messi. I got my back, bitch. I got my back, bitch.
Messi gave me a bunch of gifts. I had to give hers back.
Oh, so that's all it takes?
A bunch of gifts?
Capitalism, baby. Money talks.
What you want, Mojo?
What I want. She didn't even ask me. She just started throwing gifts until I gave them back.
Oh, okay.
Just so you know. She didn't even say anything.
There you go. I'll just start throwing some gifts at you then. I like
Nice.
Coral. It's really cool.
Nice. Did y'all see the panel last night JP was on? He gave everybody in the panel $100. I was impressed.
JP did?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't even think he was too sauced.
Well,
but yeah, it was neat.
He is a contractor, and I guess it is profitable right
now. Things are going well for him right now. He has the extra cash, I'm sure.
Do you all remember when Mojo used to pretend he didn't want any gifts?
Yeah.
No, I don't remember that. Actually, I think you always wanted gifts.
No, as a matter of fact, I told everybody to give the gifts to pick. Don't send me gifts, send them and pick.
You can sort of say that.
There was a particular night where we were doing galaxies to drop, and I told everybody to send them to pick, and she ended up with 126,000 coins that night.
It was a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying you could sort of say that, but then, this could be like an endeavor to build your audience, and then,
No. Well, at first I didn't care. At first I just wanted to argue. Then I decided, for a multitude of reasons, that I should probably start making money off of this. So things changed. Life changed.
All I'm saying is that you were a capitalist then. You just weren't operating under profit, and you're a capitalist now.
We're all capitalists.
Before we get too
we
far
live in a
off,
capitalist system. We're all Barbie girls.
Okay,
even when you're not operating under profit? Okay. My point is proven.
I want to say this from the comments. Apparently, I didn't know this, but the comments are saying that Chow, the unaliver of this child, had
Had what? Yeah, we can't hear you. You're cutting out.
Messi, you got bars real bad.
Which, if that is true,
Yeah, no, there's nothing there. Can anybody hear her?
I don't know.
Nope.
Said something about Chow. That's the name of the guy that owned the store.
You want to make fuck on Chow?
What the fuck?
Nobody's seen
It's from the
Hangover?
movie.
Did
You
you
want to
all?
make fuck on me?
You want to make fuck on Chow?
Wow. Wow.
Wow, that was wild. That was
Wow.
wild.
None of you have seen The Hangover?
Oh, that's right, The Hangover. Oh, good one.
Oh, I was just going off of experience, but that's fine.
Okay, so Messi says allegedly he pew-pewed into the car 6 times. Wait, what? I can't read that.
Wait, who did that?
I think she's messaging it.
The store owner did that?
No, there was only one pew that hit the guy. I don't know about 6. This is maybe a different story.
Huh. God, this is such a weird case. I wish I didn't have to know about this because it sounds nasty. It sounds just like Trayvon Martin 2.0.
Oh, he had attempted murder 2 previous times over a gas station merch. Oh, he's tried to do this before. He's trigger happy.
What?
Well, no, there was shoplifting. Apparently, at that time, it was shoplifting. And yeah.
Boom, Brendan. Sounding more and more like Emmett Till, huh?
So
Do you think
this
shoplifting
guy,
is a death sentence?
So this guy is like Charles Bronson with a fucking Wawa. Is that about the size of this? Is Charles Bronson too old? Okay, sorry.
The boxer? Is that the boxer?
Sooner?
No.
Yeah, isn't there one sooner?
Shit, I just
Who's the
dated
one
myself.
that pew-pewed his
totally
camera
dated yourself.
assistant? Do you know who
You're
I'm
talking
talking
about
about,
the jail
Brendan?
guy.
The actor that pew-pewed his camera assistant on set?
Oh, that was
Baldwin?
Yeah, that was
Baldwin.
Bolton, yeah.
He wasn't he was wasn't he exonerated from that?
I believe so.
Yeah, that was a
Sure
genuine
was.
accident.
He sure was.
That was a
Yeah, but-
really weird case. Really weird.
He pew-pewed an adult white lady, so that I don't think this applies. There's clearly a racial element at play here. This is why this story is having legs in places like Illinois.
Yeah, that's why I said Emmett Till.
Doesn't it like cancel each other out? It was an Asian guy that shot a black kid.
That's a good point. Unfortunately.
I don't think it cancels out. It would still be a hate crime.
Yeah, he was the same age as Emmett Till. But, the Emmett Till was... I can't even use that word on TikTok, Robot. I don't know why you'd say his name.
Well, specifically, the case of Emmett Till was a hate crime. It was racially driven, and it was purely based on Emmett's existence in a certain place at a certain time. That's what reflects in this case as y'all are describing it. This kid simply existed in this certain place at a certain time and was chased like 100 yards from the gas station.
Right. At any time, I understand just from what you described that there was a pew-pew involved. Did at any time he point or present?
One side said he did, and the other side said he didn't. And all witnesses say that he didn't.
So then it comes down to credibility, right? And what's born out of the testimony and the cross-examinations, right? So maybe they didn't believe certain people.
Could be.
Right?
Yeah. That's a lot. That has a lot to do with it. Your credibility of your witnesses, how they react on the stand, the attorneys themselves, and how much poise they have. Yeah, it all applies.
Let's say he did. Let's say the kid did in the actual convenience store, and then started running out of the store. At some point, dropped his gun. I don't know when, but at some point dropped his gun. Should you be chasing him?
That's not the argument, but
wait, that is
hold on,
my
that's
argument.
not what the defense is saying.
That is my argument.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, if that were the case, then no, yeah. Like, they recognize that there isn't, like, some sort of threat or whatever. Or maybe, I don't know, seems like they're trying to... What if they assume that property was stolen, right? And they're trying to retrieve it? Then
It was water. It was water. It was water.
I know. Well, I know. Okay, I'm just saying, like, we're making the assumption that property was stolen, and then they're sort of trying to...
It's funny that you just keep saying property instead of saying water.
Well, that is the thing. We could say water was stolen or whatever.
Are you guys, like,
doesn't matter,
diluting the fact it was armed robbery?
Well, no, that's what we're trying to get at.
Nobody said it was
I don't think there's
robbery.
testimony that it was armed robbery.
Serious?
Did he have a gun when he took the water?
He didn't take. He didn't even take the. Hold on. He didn't even take the water. Just so you know, Deep.
They thought he took the water.
No. He did take water out. I think he was confronted.
No, he didn't.
Before he left, it was put back. Hold on.
No. Yes, he did. I'm reading it right here. He took it.
Wait. Okay, look, I've read the thing a couple of times. Because
You're making it sound like armed robbery and it's larceny, and he didn't even complete that. Sorry.
Okay, if we can finish our thoughts before you just come up with a new thing to help your case.
Well, have fucking better
how about the
thoughts.
facts? How about the facts? This is just the facts, and you're getting all emotional about it, right? Like, there was not a pew 120 yards away from where he was. It was something else, so we're just talking facts. The video showed that he put them back.
Right.
They did take them. Okay, now, what if...
Wait, when you walk into a store and you're going to buy water, yeah, you pick the water up. And then if you decide you don't want to buy it, you put it back.
Depends, like, if you put it in, like, you know, your shirt or something like that.
Why?
To steal? Because, like, somebody put it in their, like, pants.
You know, it's funny, when I go shopping nowadays, if I'm not grabbing a whole bunch, I'll just throw the shit in my fucking grocery bag and carry it around like that instead of using a shopping cart.
Is that, put it in, like,
am I going to steal it?
Well,
I do the same thing, Mojo.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm saying, like, within your... Okay, yeah. How about, like they put it within their shirt or their, like, pants or something like that? You recognize there's a little bit of a difference here, right?
How about that didn't happen? How about that?
Well, we'd have to see the whole video because, like, you guys are also
because now you're just making assumptions about things that you don't know.
Okay, but you guys were saying things that weren't the
quite
case.
a few people that would put stuff in their pants pocket, their coat pockets, shirt pockets, because they didn't want to carry a basket. They were just there for, like, regular small items, like toothpaste or some shit. And they would just outturn all their pockets at the fucking register. It's not theft until you walk out of the store without paying for something.
Correct.
And he never walked out of the store.
We could just say, was there, like, a reasonable assumption that this guy had to assume this or whatever? And it might not be the case. I'm just saying that maybe it could have been reasonable given, like, you know, just the way that this particular instance played out.
Does he get to run alive because of that?
No, not in virtue of that. In virtue of if this escalates to a situation.
Let's be clear.
Right?
Deef called it fucking armed robbery, for Christ's sake.
Okay, well, he did have a pew-pew, right?
Yeah, so if
stupid.
Did he or did he not pull the weapon?
Okay, here's the thing. The
only person that said he pulled the weapon was the kid. That's it. No witnesses said that he did, and the father didn't see it either.
Okay, so in the moment,
the father was the one that pewed, right?
Yes, but his son told him that the other kid pulled a gun. But his son is the only person that made that claim. Nobody else could verify that claim.
What about the father? The father said
the father didn't
know
see
whether or not.
Yeah, the father didn't see him pull a gun.
That's what the father said.
As far as I could tell.
Wasn't the father the one that pewed?
Yes.
Okay, look, I'm not doing it to argue. I find this kind of ridiculous, and yeah, this is wrong.
And you have no idea, by the way, if the gun was 120 yards away or not.
I know.
Okay.
That's what I pointed out to everybody. What you said was in the affirmative that it was.
You just said it wasn't 120 yards away. You have no idea whether it was 120 yards away or not.
I'm saying that you said in the affirmative that it was.
I did say that, and I corrected
and I'm
myself.
saying that wasn't the case.
I did say that, and I corrected myself, and you can't say that wasn't the case.
I corrected you.
You know, I corrected myself. And you
No, I
can't
think I
say,
corrected you.
and
No,
you can't
he did.
say,
He corrected
and
himself.
wait, stop. And you can't
Are you
say it
kidding
wasn't
me?
the
I didn't
case.
make
You
this
can't
weird.
say it wasn't the case that it was 120 yards away, because again, you don't know if it was 120 yards away. The gun could have absolutely been 120 yards away.
All I'm saying is that you affirmed. I know what I just said, right? Okay, I said a lot of things just now. I said, okay, you made it the case that it was 120 yards away, and this isn't the case. It could be, could not be, and some of the evidence is showing that actually it was closer to him. We already
There was
went
no
through this.
evidence that shows
and
that.
you corrected yourself.
There was
after I
no
made you
evidence
aware
that
of it.
shows that.
There's no evidence. What? I told you
That
that
shows that it wasn't
that said-
120 yards away.
I think I have more context here.
No,
I
there's
just
articles.
watched
I
a
could point you in
CBS
that
video.
direction.
I just watched a CBS video. Apparently, after the night in question, they rioted and looted the store. So the jury might have taken that into consideration too.
They should have burned it to the fucking ground.
Jesus Christ,
They should
man.
have
No, I
burned it
don't
to the
think so,
ground.
dude.
No, they
I don't
should
know
have.
about all that.
I would have. If my 14-year-old son, which I have a 14-year-old son, if this had happened to him, you best believe that fucking place would be in ashes right now.
Selective
And I would be the most
outrage is
popular
appalling.
person in prison. I guarantee it.
I don't know about that.
Just wanted to state for the record to Deef that armed robbery is to threaten to steal by force. That did not happen here.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm gonna just look this up.
I'm saying just sequentially, like he had a pew and he went to go commit a robbery and he was armed and he committed a robbery.
No, he did not go to commit a robbery. Where are you getting that? Armed robbery.
You can't prove that intent.
To threaten to steal by force. I guess he considered taking a bottle of water and put it back. He didn't brandish a weapon and threaten the shop owner that I'm going to take this water or I'm going to shoot you. So please,
he
can
had
we?
one though, right?
Apparently, he had a pew, but he did not commit armed robbery.
Yeah. Okay.
So by that logic, Deef, every time a cop walks anywhere with their sidearm, their government
are cops legally allowed to have one?
Am I?
Because that's a really dumb argument.
Are you legally allowed to have one, Deef?
Yeah, I am.
So if you walk in there, are you committing an armed robbery simply because you are
No,
armed?
okay. Again, I said it even in the comments. I was doing it as more of like an intent type thing, not an actual lawful stance on armed robbery. All right, like we'll concede to my ignorance. It's fine. We can move on from it. The whole point is that you can't have a pew as a 14-year-old walking around strolling the streets. Not saying anybody deserved to unalive. I mean, again, when I was saying the selective outrage is like Messi makes fun of people who unalive when they have things that she opposes, but it's okay for her to get crazy emotional when people have a conversation about it.
Fuck have I ever? Are you talking about CK right now? Because I say he leans
I'm
to the
talking
left.
about everybody, everything, anything you have. And again,
okay, that's the only person I've ever made a joke about. So miss me with that shit. First and fuck off.
you talk
Charlie
about
was a whole ass adult too.
There's a lot of things that you say, which again, it's the point being that when we're just trying to have a conversation, you come and attack people very loudly, and nobody here is attacking.
Do you hear yourselves right now? Do you fucking hear yourself right now? We're talking
Yeah.
about a 14-year-old child who may or may not have thought about stealing a bottle of water, who was pewed in the fucking back.
Glazing
At
over the
someone who had
fact that he had
already
a
done it.
gun, Messi.
I don't give a fuck if he had a fucking
Of
bazooka.
course you don't, because that
don't.
kid would still
I
be
don't.
here if he
was
didn't have
14.
one.
Okay,
My God, you're just
you
glazing
can't,
over
that's-
that.
hold on,
He
you
did
can't.
not
Hold
even-
on, you can't
the
say
dad
that.
said he did not even know.
Wait, Deep, you can't even say that.
You're a
you can't even say that
How
if he
can I
didn't
not
have
say
a gun.
that?
You can't say if he didn't
Oh
have
my
a gun, he
God.
would be dead. Wouldn't be dead. You can't say that.
How so?
You can't say that. They chased him
How
100
not?
yards because they chased him 100 yards from the store. You can't
So
say
did
that
they?
he wouldn't have
So
been
based
shot.
off of their story, which they later corroborated that he did have, did they not say that he pewed them before or after he knew that he had a gun?
There was no dispute.
Not chasing him. Chasing him is irrelevant.
There was no dispute that there was a gun that was found somewhere around him or in the path that he was running in. That's
And
not
on his
That's
person.
not. No, not on his person.
Yes, I'm
No.
reading everything right here.
Yeah, show
That he
me.
had it
Show
on
me
him,
where
and
it
then it
said.
was later recovered.
Wait,
It was
show
later
me.
recovered.
Show me somewhere that somebody said it was on his person.
All right, hold on, because I'm pulling.
There is not one reasonable person
in
a. Hold on,
The kid
easy.
said it.
There's not one reasonable person in a jury or adult in this nation that would say that if you saw somebody brandishing or even having a firearm, that it was your duty to chase them 100 yards. You would call the police.
No,
The
but
brandishing
nobody's saying
happened.
that, dude.
Okay, hold on. I'm reading it. So the brandishing happened when they sort of like ran after him, and that engagement. Apparently, like he brandished it towards his son. His son then verbally said he has this thing. He has this pew, and so then the father, pewed him
in the back. How does that work?
Yeah.
How does that work?
Okay, listen.
How does that work?
Okay, look.
How does he brandishing as
pew
he's running away? How does he brandish as he's running away?
No, he
And how
brandished
does the
it to
gun?
his
How does the
son.
gun? How does the gun end up somewhere in between where he was and where the father that shot him was? How does the gun end
You're
up somewhere in
assuming
between?
there is
there?
no evidence that shows that it was even between.
He was not in his possession. It was not on him.
It was.
No, it was
Apparently
not.
it was.
No, it was not. It was on the
Apparently
ground,
it
and
was.
nobody except the kid ever saw it in his fucking hands. The kid is the only one that made that statement.
Here's what the defense is saying. Okay, that when they chased after him, the child or whatever, Cyrus.
So again, this wasn't in the store either. Just so you know, Deep, this was not even in the store, so he didn't pull it out in the
like,
store.
Hey, he has a pew.
Yeah, I'm aware.
And then his father pewed him. Now brandishing means that he pointed it at the son, the Andy Chow kid, and his father heard what his son said and then pewed him
in the back.
Then, if it was the case that he had the pew at the time, then it would have dropped on the ground. This doesn't mean
shot.
Okay, we don't know if it was dropped way before or way after.
He was shot. He was shot in the back.
Right.
I'm sorry, he is not brandishing the gun at the kid while he was being shot. That did not occur.
It depends on the angle.
Could not possibly have happened that way.
It just depends.
Can we
the
calm
angle
down,
the
easy?
son was.
Easy. Can we take a deep breath? Because your timeline is all fucked up. If this kid brandished the weapon at the store owner's son, and the store owner's son then pewed him for that, he did so after chasing him over 100 yards from the establishment.
Bro, the store owner's son didn't pew him. It was the father. So they both.
Again, you're missing the point. Easy, you're missing the point. Easy, you're missing the point.
If the father,
there is no point, because here's the point. The prosecutor.
Deep, hold on. If the father pewed him over brandishing, this occurred 100 yards from the store. The father took a weapon 100 yards from the store, chasing a child, and pewed him.
Okay.
In the back.
You cannot make a determinative that he was in self-defense. He left his location and the safety of his own property over 100 yards to chase an individual. It does not matter. That kid could have flipped him the bird and fired shots in the air. That man left his property to chase that kid. There is no self-defense for that man. Period.
Okay. Apparently there was, because they ruled in that favor. So we have to engage with at least the argument. Okay, we've already acknowledged.
Was that the ruling, Easy? Was he found innocent on grounds of self-defense?
Let me see what the exact ruling is.
If I'm not mistaken, the ruling that you said earlier was on the prosecution. They did not provide enough culpable evidence.
It says that he was found not guilty of murder.
And what's the rest of it?
Was he found guilty of manslaughter?
He wasn't found guilty of anything. I think they only charged him with murder.
He was acquitted of the remaining, which is including manslaughter.
Okay, so we don't really know, like, maybe something could have gone wrong with, like, a Miranda rights or something like that. Like, when I hear acquitted, I think potentially something in the case on the prosecution end might have not been completely airtight.
I will tell you this.
From what I'm saying.
I will tell you this. The dude was denied bail on multiple occasions in between the time of the trial and the time that he was arrested.
It says that it wasn't found with beyond a reasonable doubt that it was like unlawful or murder.
Maybe some evidence did not get into the trial. You know what I'm saying? Can you hear me? Yeah. Some evidence didn't make it in, or some evidence was kept out. We don't know what evidence was submitted ultimately.
I also want to say that if he grabbed the water bottles and then he put it back and then he left the store and then he's getting chased, this kid has no idea why he's being chased at this point, I'm guessing.
Yeah, he doesn't have a water bottle. I
would be afraid for my life. If I had a pew-pew and someone was chasing me down the street of a store saying that I stole something, also brandishing a pew-pew because he ends up pew-pewing him, I would be afraid for my life. Especially if I'm a black kid.
Yeah, that's probably true. I'm sorry, Deep left. I don't know. Deep, if you're still here, I apologize. Why,
I
just wanted to get
answer Deep's question about him, a 14-year-old having a pew-pew, that's a felony. Well, maybe the kid needed it because of where he lived, because of fucking racist assholes like some of y'all.
Any surprise that this took place in South Carolina?
I love that you added the Carolina in the end of that.
You like that?
That was cute.
I was trying to do a Messi, because Messi does that southern accent very well. By the way, I just came back from South Carolina. I was there visiting a friend. But anyway, I digress. I don't like the food, I'm just going to say.
Really?
Nope. Do you do a chicken salad that's runny?
I don't do chicken salad, but
that's just a bad cook, babe. That's a bad cook.
I mean, I just ordered a simple soup and a half sandwich, okay? Like, I just thought, what am I going to get on this menu? And I got French onion soup, which didn't resemble anything like French onion soup, and a very runny, weird chicken salad. Okay, but that was just one experience.
Did you get boiled peanuts, though?
Oh, is that South Carolina specialty?
Yeah.
Oh.
Boiled peanuts. They served it at a lot of the restaurants that I had gone to. That would be your little appetizer. Instead of getting chips and salsa, you get boiled peanuts.
Oh, really? Yeah. Interesting.
Or a bucket of peanuts. They bring out a bucket of shelled peanuts, and you crack them, and then you just throw the shells on the ground at a couple restaurants.
Oh,
Logan's
but
is one.
The boiled peanuts. The boiled peanuts are big. I actually made a bunch when I got back from South Carolina because they're kind of good, especially if you season the water when you're boiling them.
Right. They have pretty good seafood down there.
You can throw salted peanuts in I don't know if you drink Coke or not, but you can throw them in a Coke and then eat the peanuts out of the Coke. It's good too.
I was just going to say that. Yes, my Nana used to always get peanuts and put them in our Pepsis.
That's weird.
It's one of those weird, things that people do with their food. We were talking about this on, I think, Paula's Live or something. Like, what is a combination that is just totally, just unique? And
I like bologna, peanut butter, and crackers. Take a slice of bologna and cut it into 4. Yeah. And then saltine crackers, put some peanut butter on them and the bologna. Oh, so good.
These are all struggle snacks, by the way. Putting the peanuts in the soda. A whole struggle snack.
Listen.
I saw Fred in there, then he went away, and then I was trying to get Deep back up here. I don't know why. Did I piss you off, Deep? I don't know. But I guess they're going to go start a conservative live or something.
No, he had someone ringing his doorbell, he said. I told him I hope they don't think he stole something.
No, damn. That's fucking brutal.
Oh.
That's
Do we have any opposition up here? Nope. A little
no,
easy.
just easy. That's it. And he's not going to stick around too long. He'll probably drop teacup into drop too.
I was going to ask Steve. Go ahead. Sorry.
This is like, we have listened to Easy and all these other libertarians argue for hours upon hours upon hours. And they just fell right in line like all the other good Republicans. Like, just lick the boot of the government, comply or die.
Pretty crazy.
Just like all the rest. Like, it's absolutely ludicrous. Comply or die is less liberty, guys.
Ain't that the
That's all I
truth?
wanted to say.
That is super weird, actually, that they did just fall in line with the government propaganda given out on this. Like, they were trying everything they could to justify what was done here and why this person got off. That's crazy.
I just think it's interesting. I was on a libertarian live. Is Goose's live libertarian? I think it is. Yesterday, and they're just totally politicizing Ozempic and semaglutide. Like, oh, it's terrible, and they don't have enough studies and blah blah blah. I'm going, okay, so steroids could be bad for you, so you get some side effects. Like, what the fuck? Why are you being so judgmental about what somebody's taking that it could be efficacious for their health?
I want to be clear.
I want to be
clear before you make this argument. I want to be clear. Goose is Goose. He has no fucking opinions on anything. He's too stupid to actually make an argument about anything. I tried to do a one-on-one with him. He refused. He didn't want to actually talk about his political stances. All he does is sit there and not say a fucking word the entire time he runs his live, and all the libertarians go on his panel. So I don't know that Goose even fucking exists in reality.
This was Macro and Easy, and Easy's back. So, I mean, I just don't understand why these libertarians are politicizing fucking, people who are obese, morbidly obese, have health problems, sleep apnea, other things that semaglutide can be efficacious for, and just completely politicizing somebody taking a schmug that they is ridiculous.
Yeah, I just watched the surveillance video. I'll quickly just address this. I mean, it's not that big of a problem to me. I just would like to, because this is, principally what I believe in, is just going to be like, if there is information, then there should be information to the contrary, especially if it's nothing but like good things, when I know that there's also like another side of it. Sort of like how they sort of changed the perception of pain to be able to push forward like opioids as like something that would be great, and then it just ended up being not so great. So I just warn people, because especially young people are impressionable, and when it comes to like sort of easy solutions having to do with weight, like our society is very vain. So it's just sort of an effort to make people think about it from a different aspect. And obviously, like sort of consult your doctors.
You were being very. You're taking a much softer stance right now.
This is always my stance. This is always my stance.
No,
yeah.
Easy.
Yes.
No, absolutely not. And I think it's as equally as risky to judge people who have yo-yo dieted their whole life. Okay, and now they're feeling healthy, and now they feel good, and they're able to keep the weight off. And you're Mr. Contrarian. I'm
not
that
Mr. Contrarian. This is what I believe.
You were.
This is exactly what I believe. Yeah, peptides. Yeah, peptides are not a new thing. Okay, people are on peptides today, especially like the younger population. I mean, even younger than 18. They're just. You don't know that sort of scene prior to even GLP-1. Like, there are kids within like the gym. They're openly speaking about like just taking a bunch of things recreationally. This is dangerous if there isn't sort of like a counter to that sort of information that's going back and forth.
GLP-1s have been out since the 70s, and they've been used in popularity since the 70s. Hold on, let me finish. It is one of the drugs that we have the most efficacious, we have the most data, studies, side effects on, because we've been using it for diabetes since the 70s.
Right,
Yeah,
and
so
when
what
I
I'm referring
explained
to
that,
is
wait
what
a
I'm
second,
referring
Easy.
to, what
Wait
I'm
a second.
referring
When
to.
I
Okay,
explained
you're
that
just gonna build
yesterday,
on her.
excuse me, I'm the schmuck myself.
I
And
know
when
you
I
are.
explained to you that my sister, who is my one of my treating physicians, prescribed it to me, immediately you were judgmental about that. A, B, you and I explained that I take the most tested. You don't want to hear this, but you're going to hear it. I took the most tested of the drugs, which was Ribelsis. If anybody remembers, it's one of the original diabetes medications. Okay, and they accidentally discovered that patients not only did well with their diabetes, but they lost weight. Okay, but
it's not
you were
even
so
about you.
judgmental about it.
Yeah, it's not even about you. I've already known. You've told this to all of us, like for many, many months, that yeah, you're related to a doctor, and you asked her about Ozempic. She got you on it. Like that's fine. You can do that. I don't really care. I'm talking about like specifically, and you even brought up testosterone. There's like kids that are under 18 that are just using this recreationally. So yeah,
I haven't heard any reports about that, about kids
well,
under
that's
18
because you're just
abusing,
old and you're not in the gym
abusing.
these days.
See,
It's fine. You know,
your
let them take
judgment,
it. Though. Let them take it.
Your judgment's dripping off you. Okay.
All right. Anyway, I want to talk about the
Let them
surveillance video.
take. Let the kids take. No, hang on. Let the kids take the testosterone because, from what I understand, from some of my friends whose husbands have been taking it, it makes their pee go soft. So that's a good thing.
Holy crap!
Hey,
you know that people are unaliving at like age 35 because of like teasers, like whatever.
Easy. Everything you said is anti-free market. Just saying.
No, it's actually free market for me to like exchange ideas. I'm saying, hey, you should know about these things. I am voluntarily. I'm not forcing them. I'm not even advocating that through force we prevent this. All I'm doing is engaging in the free market of ideas. What the fuck are you on about? Straw man. All right. Anyway, I'd like to talk about the surveillance. You guys can't. Okay.
Stop talking. I've watched you argue this shit for hours on hours on hours.
How come you can't make a point then?
When today happens, you fall in line like every other Republican. You're anti-liberty, man. You're not libertarian. You just are a contrarian.
I'm a contrarian because
this
I
is just a cosplay. A cosplay.
Because I went to go watch the video. You don't even know what I have to say about this.
You are.
What was on the video?
I
don't care what was on the video at all.
Your immediate reaction. Your immediate reaction was to defend the government, to defend the justice system, to defend the person shooting somebody else. That was your immediate response in this particular scenario. And what he's saying is your immediate response to the GLP-1 is to take it away from people or try and stop people from taking it away. Or try and stop people from taking it in some way, shape, or form.
I don't want to take it away from people.
This is control. This is control.
I don't want to take it away.
You are doing the exact opposite of what you say you are when you do these things and when you say these things.
Okay, I don't want to take it away from people. All I'm saying is that there are, I don't know, a bunch.
Yeah, you don't have to repeat
ads.
your same nonsense. Everybody understands
there's a bunch
what
of
you
ads
said.
GLP-1.
Everybody else understood what you said. It's fine. All he's saying is that you're a fucking hypocrite. That's all he's saying.
Yeah. Okay. So are there not ads for GLP-1?
You're a hypocrite. Do you understand?
Can I say something?
Is there not a
you
bunch
are a
of
hypocrite. Do you
for
understand?
GLP-1s? Yeah.
Go ahead,
Stargazer. People to
Go ahead,
endorse them?
Stargazer.
Okay, hold on, where did it go? The House has passed a resolution to end the Iran war.
Yay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, how about the Senate?
Pardon me?
Gotta go through the
They're
Senate.
going to start pulling troops out.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Oh, is this the one that started in the Senate?
I'm not sure.
It would have to be the one that started in the Senate.
And I'm sure you guys talked about they defunded the fancy ballroom. They took the money out.
Yeah, read about that one.
So things are getting crazy. And when I came in, I just come from the grocery store. I understand what you guys have been talking about, but when I first got on, it sounded like people rioting or protesting about this right now.
Yeah, they're doing it right now, and they did it after it happened in 23. But yeah, they're sparking up all over the place now today.
So what? A court, or there was a proceeding that they got upset about,
and not guilty. finding of the perpetrator.
Oh boy. And
Sounds like a Rodney King thing that could happen all over again.
Absolutely. Where did this take place?
South Carolina.
What city, by the way, was that in South Carolina? Does anybody know?
Columbia.
Gotcha.
I mean, I was just going to assume it was Charlotte. Because where does this usually happen?
That's
Charlotte's
North
not in
Carolina.
South Carolina. Yeah.
Charlotte's in North Carolina, I think, right?
Yeah, all of it is.
It's all one big shitstorm.
Yeah, that's
Not really.
I don't know where.
Really going to defend the
Carolina's
Carolinas easy?
Well, Charlotte is not in South Carolina, and then as you go like further up, you're gonna get much more Democratic. So
Charlotte is kind of blue, actually. Charlotte,
I like South Carolina, by the way. I've been there a few times. The Isle of Palms on vacation, spending some time on the beach there. I mean, the no-see-ums suck ass, but otherwise, it's a very nice place. Charleston is a very cool place, or Charleston is a very cool
Yeah,
place.
the
too.
beaches are nice. I was in Myrtle Beach, and the beach is beautiful. I'm going to say it.
Just saying, I like South Carolina. I would live there.
My daughter's gone there a couple times for like anniversaries and stuff, and they really enjoy it.
Cost of living is good.
Yeah, it's like nothing right now. It's like probably the cheapest place to move to right now, especially out in the ocean. And they do have nice beaches. You just got to figure out what the fuck to do with those little fucking bugs. Anyway.
I just watched the footage as well. If anything, I mean, I don't know what Easy's going to get at, but that just completely exonerates that little kid in my mind. But it's just disgusting.
I don't think you know the position that I was going to take. You guys sort of just assumed it.
No, I said I didn't know. I said that. I just said I didn't know.
Yeah, what the fuck? What the fuck?
We
Wait,
really
she just
don't
said she
care.
doesn't know. She said she doesn't fucking know, and then she said it exonerates the kid, and then you said, well, to be fair, you don't know what my position is. She didn't say what your position was. What the fuck?
She didn't say that she doesn't know what I'm going to say. I thought she said.
She said
I literally did, bro. I opened
in
this up.
defense of this.
You know what? We don't give
But
a
you said
shit
in
what
defense,
you think,
right?
Easy.
No.
You were on this
Okay, what
morning.
was the exact word?
All day you've been arguing stupid shit. I'm sick of it.
Okay, well, the stupid shit was that this guy said that there was 120 yards away the pew was dropped.
Wait, could it have been 120 yards away?
Apparently not.
What do you mean apparently not?
Yeah, because the video shows, right, like he had taken off, and then it continues all the way to where we could reasonably say at least that's 50 yards away, and then he still must have had it because we didn't see it drop anywhere in between them.
Oh, because you didn't
So it's
see it drop.
definitely not 130 yards
because you didn't see it drop, and because the kid said that he had it, even though there's no physical evidence that he actually had it, then it couldn't have been 120 yards away. So now you're just speculating.
No, the prosecutors admitted he had it.
Yeah, but they admitted that it was far away from the. They admitted that it was not on the body and not on the person.
You just said that
all.
he didn't have it, and I couldn't prove it. Prosecutor said so.
Yeah, it could
That's
have been
how
120 yards away. Once again.
No.
There's no evidence to provide that it wasn't
Nowhere
120 yards away.
Apparently not. I mean, the
It doesn't
video
even matter. Nowhere
is
in the video
consistent
it
enough
sees.
to where we could say that it wasn't 130 if it's saying that this whole pew-pewing happened 130 away from the store, and then they run off. It's at least maybe like 40 to 50 yards away.
No, I'm sorry.
kinda
Now you're
cuts
just
off.
speculating.
So
now
you're
you're
not
just
even, well,
speculating.
no, you've
Now you're just
speculated.
speculating, kid.
Well, no, we know this.
No,
Well,
you
maybe
don't know
I'll
this.
just give
The
Easy
video
the
is like
benefit
pretty
of
self-evident.
maybe
For
I'll
you to
just
argue this, you're
give
just
Easy the benefit of the actual linguistics here. Maybe he is saying that the 14-year-old that ran from an elder man, 30s or 40s, 100 yards, yes, he was justified in using any kind of lethal force, but he didn't have the pew-pew on him. So, I mean, factually, chasing somebody down is an aggravated offense, especially of a child. I mean, I don't know anybody that would defend it, especially not Easy, the libertarian. He absolutely would not defend this aggressive kind of principle of chasing somebody 135 yards away from the store.
I think I've already made that very
fucking
clear.
hilarious.
I mean, we're just trying to look at like the actual facts instead of just assuming that 130 yards away there was a pew pew. Just like
why is he chasing someone
misrepresenting
out of
the
the
actual
store?
case and all that. All I'm trying to say is, well, let's look at what the case actually says before.
Why is he chasing someone
Make up
Easy?
shit.
It's not his place to even chase someone out of his, like, away from his store. If they're out of the store, he should call the police and let them handle it. He's acting like a vigilante.
Yeah, sure, sure.
That might be your personal preference, and I think like
My
corporations.
personal preference?
No,
Yeah,
yes.
sure. No,
what
no.
I'm saying is corporations can have policies where they'll fire employees for doing that, but if it's an individual business owner,
it's the opposite. If you've worked in those positions, they tell you not to chase people out of the store.
Okay.
They say not to attack people. They say do not confront people if they're stealing things.
Show me a law that says that.
I worked
Let
at
her
American Eagle, but
finish.
lots of different stores tell you not to contact. We had radios in our ears. We had the little microphone things.
Right.
And they said if you ever saw someone take something, you tell the manager over the thing, and there was a code word.
Do you know why they do that? Do you know why they do that?
There was a code word. You would tell them, and they would call the police because you're not allowed to put your hands on people.
It's irrelevant.
I think that
what I'm
that's a
saying.
better-
It's not irrelevant.
No, it's
I
irrelevant.
think that's ideal.
Emma.
Okay, I will say that that's ideal, Emma. That
No,
would be
if that's a
ideally
corporate
the case.
policy.
If
That's a
they're
corporate,
like,
let me talk, please. That's a corporate policy that avoids liability. They don't want workers going out and doing something else. If it's not a corporation, my understanding is that business owner that he was a business owner.
That doesn't give him the right to shoot someone in the back.
It makes your point irrelevant because he didn't get some
What?
HR training. Yes, because he didn't get some HR training or whatever else. If somebody shoplifts or if somebody dines and dashes and somebody owns a restaurant, that's their prerogative. If they want to,
No, it doesn't. It's not their prerogative.
Yes,
They get to
because-
shoot someone.
They get to
What?
keep them?
No, it's not about the shooting. It's about chasing them.
You said
Somebody that
chasing them
owns-
is aggravated assault. I can guarantee you that it's not.
Chasing somebody is not aggravated assault.
That's my point.
I don't think simply even shoplifting. I don't think in virtue of that gives him the right to pew him. By the way, I mean,
of course
we're just
not,
talking
but
about
if-
the chasing, and if in that situation, the whole brandishing thing. I think
My understanding, though, was
isolated to that may be.
My understanding of this
More
case, though, was that what they claimed, and at least I guess the defense was persuasive enough, was that the kid pointed the pew pew at them. Then it becomes a matter of self defense.
And
I think that
there's no evidence of that. There's no evidence of that besides what the kid said. By the way, I've seen this now more than once. Chow has shot a man previously, so this is not his first shooting. He also
There you
shot
go.
into a car 6 different times in 2015.
What?
Oh, that's
also,
interesting.
the video.
This
if
guy's
you
a
watch
serial
the,
shooter, for Christ's sake. What the fuck?
Well,
if you
He
watch
sounds
the
like a
entirety
scared old
of,
man.
If you watch the entirety of the surveillance video, not once does the kid pull his hands out of his pockets. He does not brandish a pew pew at all. You can watch the surveillance
Did
video.
he have a pew pew on him though, or
Doesn't
was
matter.
that planted?
Doesn't
matter.
matter.
It may not matter to the case, but what is
hold on,
a
let me
14-year-old
finish.
doing with a hand?
Let me
pew-pew,
finish.
by
That's
the way?
neither here nor there. If I'm talking to you, Goodja, are you just gonna assume like I meet you on the street and I say, "Hey, how are you doing?" and you're like, "You stole something from me." Are you just gonna immediately assume I have a pew pew? If you don't see my pew pew and I do have it on me, you don't get to pew pew me because you just think I have one and then you happen to be correct.
Well,
That is not how the law
but a
works.
14-year-old is a minor. I'm not from South Carolina. Maybe they have different.
Does he get to pew pew? Does he get to unalive because of that? Does he
Does
get to
not.
unalive because he had?
It would make less
No,
sense.
no. Quiet.
to
Does he get
chase
to
after him if
unalive?
they
Does
knew
he
that he
get
had a pew
to?
pew.
Can you please stop interrupting me? Does he get to unalive because he has a pew pew on him that no one knew he had on him?
You don't get to have a pew pew at 14. Maybe you do.
Does he
in
get?
South
That's
Carolina.
not. You're not answering my question. Does he get to
You're not
unalive
the
for it?
police. You're also not the police.
Well, the
You're
answer
not
is
supposed
no,
to
but
be
it was for
chasing
brandishing.
somebody down for a felony. That's not.
Okay, so
the
then it
law.
doesn't matter. He
The answer to your
unalived from
question
it.
is no.
So anything exactly. That's it.
Yeah, the
It's
answer to your question is no,
period.
but it's because of brandishing.
There's no but. There's
But
no
the,
but.
no, the brandishing is different, and so it would be less. Actually, the case is like it's worse for him if they knew that he had a pew pew and then chased after him. Then I would say like, what the fuck? Like if they had no idea and they like really thought like he did something, then I don't know. We'd have to
I think
see
the
like
son
what did they
lied.
think, and this
I
could be
think
like
the
seen as
son lied
past
to
reason.
cover his dad's ass. That's what I think.
Okay, now we're making speculative.
I think that if the prosecution didn't go for the top charge, where I think it needed, wasn't it like something about premeditation or something as well? Like they should have offered lesser counts, and he probably would have been convicted of manslaughter.
Why is he pulling out his gun and like shooting other people, or like why are there multiple times of him being irresponsible?
Why does a 14-year-old have a pew-pew? Again, these are all different.
But the 14-year-old hasn't shot people.
Premeditation is too hard
last
to
time it was
prove.
also
No. This
relation
is
to
not how
shoplifting.
prosecution works. This isn't how prosecution works. You go after what you think you can get. Doing premeditation, that is very difficult. Even, I mean, like, you have to have, like, a letter of someone saying, I am going to do this. It is one of the most difficult things to prove in a court of law. So you go after what you can go after.
That doesn't make any sense what you just said, by the way, because if the prosecution fucked up, because if they, I think it was, from what I was reading yesterday, there was a conference, a pretrial conference, where the defense and prosecution agreed that they would only have that charge. Oftentimes in a trial like this, it could be like, oh, we're going to go for M1, but we also have lower level charges to where if the jury agrees that M1 is not, that doesn't meet that bar for that they could charge him for something less. The defense, I think, did a good job by somehow negotiating. I don't know what the horse trading was that was involved, but getting those lesser charges up, because now you've set a really high bar to clear, where clearly the jury didn't agree. And I think if there were lesser charges, that where the jury was like, okay, this was still wrong, but it didn't meet all of these boxes to where I have to check to say yes.
But a child is
the
dead.
prosecution fucked up.
Yeah.
Does he even go to jail?
I agree.
Like,
I hear you. No, but he did. Mojo said that he did not get granted bail the whole time that he was awaiting trial.
how long was that?
Since 2023.
Yeah.
Is when it took place.
Well.
But I agree with I agree with GW. Like, there should have been more than just the murder one charge. But at the same time, there's a child that was shot in the back as he was running away over a bottle of water. Like, if I'm on that jury, that's fucking murder.
Yeah, it sounds like they should have had
then you'd be a bad juror, because you wouldn't have been reading the instructions, because like all of these charges will carry different criteria that you need to meet in order to say yes to. And if you're doing your job as a juror, you got to say yes to all these things. So
That's not how it works.
Yeah, it was unanimous.
Yeah, it is.
It's not how.
It has to be
don't know.
unanimous.
We don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
you can
I've
say
served on juries before. It absolutely does matter. It does say, in order to this, you need
can have one
the
person
prosecution
hang up the
needs to
entire
demonstrate
jury.
A. They need to demonstrate B.
You can have one person hang up the entire jury, and then the entire jury just wants to go home and eat breakfast, so they end up just agreeing with it. It happens quite often in our legal system.
Okay,
all you need is one person to be like, I'm stubborn as fuck and I'm digging my heels in, and then everyone's like, you know what? I just
Do
want
they all have to say that he's not guilty, or is it that they all have to say that he's guilty?
They all have to agree.
It has to be a unanimous verdict.
They have to agree of anything, so they all have to think one way.
He is
or
not
another.
guilty.
They have to all agree unanimously. But yeah, I mean, point well taken down below about why in the hell wasn't manslaughter or second degree. In some states, it's called depraved indifference schmurder. Why weren't these lesser schmurder charges a choice? Because it's not just one. You can have a jury can say, hey, you know, we don't think this was premeditated in the way the law is written, but it was certainly manslaughter. What the fuck?
I think he was also vacated from that too. I think manslaughter.
No, it wasn't. No, at least from what I was reading
Yeah.
yesterday, there was a pretrial conference, and the defense attorneys, very smartly, again, I don't know if there was some sort of equal consideration given or something. But the fact that they dropped that, to me, like, on one hand, you could think of, if you were like the defendant, you could be like, whoa, I'm only on the hook for this. It was actually a brilliant strategy from the defense, if you're looking at it purely from that perspective, because now they've got this huge bar to clear, and like, you're either off or they have to really reach to prove something that's based on some circumstantial evidence, because it's a he said, I guess. Or
Yeah, but they have a video.
So wait, hold on. So wait, hold on. I've been following this case. So first of all, the whole defense's closing was that they did not show the video. And that was his whole, like, defense was saying, like, he's actually a lawyer on TikTok. He's explained multiple cases. He explained, like, why didn't why didn't the prosecution show multiple videos? They had the videos. Why didn't they show them? That was like a lot of his defense closing, because he's like, videos don't lie, right? So, and then also the prosecution hammered the dude's son so much that he made him sound like he was the victim, and just the way that they questioned him. And also they agreed, the prosecution and the defense both agreed to only do murder on that sheet, nothing else, no manslaughter.
See, this sounds
no
like
involuntary.
prosecutorial misconduct, if you ask me.
Yeah, so the prosecution really fucked up left and right. It's not
Malpractice.
like we can argue like, hey, this what video this showed, what this showed, what this, but the prosecution big time fucked up. And the one lawyer, he's like Kent lawyer, he's in South Carolina, he's a criminal defense, he's a really good lawyer, and I mean, they just escalated on to, they were just able to do what they wanted to do, and they got it right. And they were able to defend their person. And the jury was made up of several different ages, several different races, before anyone brings that into...
It actually says that they did play extensive videos during the trial.
Yeah,
not all of the videos. They only
not all the
played,
videos,
like, the
though.
one.
Yeah.
Only the ones within the store. Like, I just watched the whole video
How
of the
long-
store, at least within the store. But also, they did consider, like, the lesser, apparently it's different in South Carolina. You get indicted on, like, whatever the murder charge, but the judge can instruct
Right, you can, correct.
Which they did.
You can get charged multiple
jury
things.
considered voluntary manslaughter.
But also the videos inside the store, to me, don't really prove much. I mean, what if somebody called each other a slur or something? I mean, what the video that would matter, which I think is not available, is whether or not the kid pulled the pew on them first. That would be what would be relevant, but I don't think that
He
exists.
didn't steal anything. That's pretty relevant.
Well,
So that's the whole problem, GW. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So again, if you listen to the defense's closing, he says there are videos that the prosecution do not show, and he kind of basically says, like, videos don't lie, so why are they not showing them to you?
I'm
There
just
you go.
curious.
That introduces
on that.
doubt,
Just a
reasonable
really quick,
doubt.
Correct.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to comment on that. If he commented in his summation that there were videos that the jury didn't see, that doesn't sound right to me, because you cannot comment. You cannot comment on evidence that was not submitted.
She didn't say that he did. She said that he's somebody on TikTok and said it on TikTok.
No. That lawyer is on TikTok.
I think he did say it. I watched
Who
the
was
video,
the
like,
defense
2 days ago.
attorney in this case? He did the closing,
Mm-hmm.
and he did.
I think he did say it.
He
I saw that
didn't say.
video.
He didn't comment and say, like, oh, they didn't show you the videos. All he said is videos don't lie. Like, if you watch, obviously I'm paraphrasing, but if you watch his whole defense closing, you would, and then went through the whole case, you would understand, like, oh, that defense closing was immaculate because they didn't show certain things, and it does create reasonable doubt. And he did well.
I'm just going to look that up, because
I will say
just as a trial attorney, and I'm going to go look at it. I don't disbelieve you. I'm not saying you're
you have to watch
it.
Yeah, I'm paraphrasing.
But I'm just saying that when it comes to summing up, the only thing you can sum up on is the evidence that went before the jury, not a purported video that exists or doesn't exist. So I'm just curious about that.
Yeah. Obviously, I'm paraphrasing it to, like, a full extent. So you'd have to watch it, but it was really good. I mean, he did what he was supposed to do, right? He did a great closing, but there were several attorneys on it, not just him.
I mean, the fact that people don't, and again, whether it factors into court or not, and I'm sure that probably wasn't part of what the defense was able to put. But I've seen, and with AI, who the fuck knows? But from what I've seen, it seems like it's real. But, like, the kid's posting Insta videos where he's, with his pew, his Glock or whatever. Like, I mean, this is a 14-year-old. Like, what I would say is, like, where the fuck are the parents? Why does a 14-year-old walk around with a strapped in his waistband? I mean,
Yeah, but
maybe
that doesn't
irrelevant.
have anything to do with the case, though. They didn't know that at the store.
I mean,
He doesn't deserve to be unalived.
Well,
yeah,
no.
And there's plenty of kids that have like hunting rifles that are like putting it online with their family and holding up dead animals. Like, are you serious?
This is why liberals are nuts. It's not
No,
the
it's
same.
How is that not
thing.
the same? How is that not the same, though? I really do. This is a genuine good faith question. Let me finish.
Hand pew-pew?
Let me finish.
One's legal
if I
and
can,
one's not.
If I can actually hold on, can I finish? Thank you. I appreciate it. Jesus Christ on a cracker. So how is it not the same thing? So I believe you have to be 18 to buy a weapon in the U.S. at all, or to be able to brandish one.
You can actually, I believe you can actually legally own a hunting rifle, and you can you're not committing a felony or anything, hunting deer or whatever else with a hunting rifle. So to say that a gangbanger that has a Glock and is elastic gym short waist,
Thank you for interrupting me. Yeah, I asked you a question and you didn't really answer the question. If you would have, been long-winded about the answer.
I am answering.
No, she was not done. Chill, easy, chill.
I get it. It's a hot topic, right? Okay, I understand. We're all passionate about it. So let's say that it is legal for you to own a hunting pew-pew as a child.
Don't do
right?
that.
And,
No, it's not.
Don't do that.
Okay.
I think in other states it's not.
Holy fuck, we're not getting anywhere. Shut up.
Would you like me to shut up?
She didn't know this.
No.
No, I don't think he's talking to you.
Just stop. Just stop. Let her finish her fucking goddamn statement.
Okay, yes. So it not being legal even proves my point even more, that there really is no difference between a white tea kid holding a hunting rifle and unaliving a deer versus another kid who's brandishing a handgun. There really is no difference. And in fact, the number one indicator for if someone is going to unalive people in the future is if they harm animals. And have a history of violence. Actually, it's history of violence, but one of the indicators
the fact that you think that there is
the
fact that you think that there is no difference between a 14-year-old that goes deer hunting with a rifle and might have that like with them, like, and then somebody that has it's nothing related to sports or anything like that. That like just has a hand pew-pew. I mean, that's crazy.
That is legal, by the way. You're legally allowed to go out if you're under 18. Yeah, go out and hunt, and you can use like a hunting rifle. You just cannot own it. Right?
You can't purchase it, or well, okay, fine, whatever. But you're not going to be. I don't know. I think there are state laws that it's situationally dependent based on the state law. But I don't know of any state that allows someone to. I mean, who?
Well. I'm pretty sure, W. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that Dylan Klebold and the other dude, whatever the fuck his name was, used hunting rifles.
Yeah,
I don't remember what those were. But,
and I'm not agreeing with the outcome of the case, but at the same time, like you have to look at it like in a legal aspect. You have to look at the definitions. You have to look at everything that went down. The prosecution messed up.
Anything.
Well, that lawyer was fire.
I'm just saying, like I'm looking at it from
like on point. Not gonna lie.
I'm looking at it from a non-objective. Like I'm not saying like what he did was wrong, what he did was right, what he shouldn't have chased, he shouldn't have done that. I'm looking at the evidence of the case, what was presented, what was done, and what the jury decided was correct, based off the definition of murder.
I just.
Bro, the prosecutor sucked. I watched videos.
Wow.
I've
literally just sat here for the past 30 minutes listening to a whole bunch of right-wingers basically talk about how people shouldn't have 2A. And it just blows my
14-year-olds with Glocks? No, that's not supported.
Shouldn't have 2A?
It's okay when kids have weapons when it's hunting. It's okay. It's like literally like it's very selective. I thought it was right no matter what.
Who made a prescription?
They're ultra status. I mean,
no, but
they're absolutely describing, these certain people
we're describing it
based on age should not be allowed to carry, which is ridiculous. If you think it is a crime, call the fucking police.
Exactly.
Like, that's it. It's that fucking simple.
Are we describing it or prescribing? Because you said you're describing what ought to. This is kind of like,
oh my God.
You're trying to conflate this.
You don't know what
it is the case.
Hey,
are you going to argue over what the fuck B is?
Okay, well, you're just saying that we're making the ought claim here. We're sort of not, right?
I just think I can't believe that we're arguing over semantics versus people think that a 14-year-old that goes hunting that has a rifle.
Then you start arguing about semantics. All of that is irrelevant to the case. And your videos that you saw, that you think you saw of this kid with a fucking 9mm or whatever, that's all irrelevant to the case too. You know what else is irrelevant to the case is the fact that this fucking old man has shot somebody before and shot into a fucking car 6 times as well. That's also irrelevant.
That was actually in the case too. They brought that as evidence. It was relevant.
The only thing that's relevant.
His Instagram picture with the pew. It was also relevant that when he came into the shop, he came in with zero money.
God damn it. Listen, the only thing that's relevant in this case is what happened from the time that boy entered the store and the time everything that happened in the store and thereafter has nothing to do with whether or not he possesses pews. It has nothing to do with if he's a freaking, even prior incidents of crime are not relevant. What's relevant is what happened. Okay, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're not speaking on the evidence at all. You're not speaking to the facts of the case.
I did preface my comments with not that it matters in the courtroom, but in my head.
Then good. Then don't fucking bring it up. It's irrelevant.
But tennis, for an example,
a 14-year-old with a Glock, that's really cool.
I can't recall.
I wonder what he was doing. I bet he was like target practice.
I don't know, but you might as well just say, "Hey, was he a black kid too?" GW, does that affect your decision-making process here?
No, no. It's the fact that he was a kid with a Glock.
A black kid with a Glock.
I don't think he deserves to die. No, I'm not over that.
No, of course not.
Exactly.
But if you play adult games, you get adult.
But.
Well, I'm not making a real but here. I'm not saying any of that. I'm saying that he doesn't deserve to die in virtue of that.
Of course not. I'm not saying he does. But if
there's no but.
There is a but.
All you have to do is say he doesn't deserve to die. That's it. Just leave it there. Just leave it there.
Yeah, I'm sure he was going to invent like the next fucking iPhone.
It doesn't fucking matter what. It doesn't fucking matter.
That's
None of
gross,
that.
man.
God, you are gross. W, you're gross. You are a racist piece of shit right now.
When did I say anything about race?
I think what he's saying is that if he brandished it, then this changes things.
Yeah,
you don't know what this did for
he didn't say that at all. He didn't say that at all.
Okay, well, you have to let him say it if he's going.
No, he hasn't fucking said it. He was talking about all the sorts of shit that happened outside of there, and this gang member mentality that he's talking about. He's a fucking racist, and he's saying racist shit right now.
Well, how is anything I've said racist? Explain that.
You just said he wasn't going to create the next iPhone or something like that.
No offense, GW, but you're bringing up stupid shit that doesn't matter to the case. Like Tennis just said, you're just well, in my head, okay, then you're already determining bias on the jury, that you're saying that no one could be on the jury and you didn't listen. Then you yourself are creating bias. This is so stupid. You're bringing up stuff that doesn't matter. The question that I had for Tennis is that I understand that it doesn't matter if certain things happened before, but could they have brought up his actions?
They did bring it up. That's why it is relevant.
Shut up, Easy. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Tennis, who actually knows what the fuck they're talking about.
Tennis, what's the case?
Could they have brought it up if, could have prosecution brought up his prior acts?
Generally speaking, prior bad acts are inadmissible to prove the truth of this crime. Now, there are exceptions to that rule. I haven't heard of any, and I'm not a criminal defense attorney, but I'm just going to say that in general, prior bad acts, this is a rule of evidence, and that are not admissible to prove the truth of this particular crime.
Easy. Did they bring it up in court? Did they bring it up in the court? Because you said they did.
They brought that in the case. They also
what did they bring?
As far as I know, they did.
His previous pew-pewing, they also brought up the Instagram picture with him holding the pew. They brought that up in the case.
They brought it into evidence. They brought it into evidence.
See, I don't think
they referenced that within the case. Yeah,
I don't think
any
of that's true. I think he's.
I just got done reading about that.
Yeah, I think you're full of shit.
Well, okay, Mr. 120 yards.
So wait, are you saying that they brought up in the case the little kid's Instagram with him holding a pew-pew?
Yeah.
See, that would be, I'll tell you why.
Hold on. That absolutely shapes the way a jury now views this little kid.
100%.
Right.
They
also brought up one last thing.
Easy.
Yeah, right after.
If I
No,
may.
not right after. Easy. You're going to shut up, Easy.
It just really quickly, I don't monologue, but the reason why there's that general rule about prior bad acts, right, is because a jury can be misled by that and it's highly prejudicial. Because somebody may have committed another crime doesn't mean they committed this crime. So it's highly prejudicial, and that's the policy behind that general rule that you can't bring in prior bad acts.
I don't think even that was a bad, there was no conviction. They're just saying
it doesn't matter, but it's prejudicial. It's highly prejudicial because the jury can look at that, just like W is saying down here. W has just gotten through saying, look, I'm where my mind is at is this guy is bad, this guy did this. Maybe some of those jurors think just the way W thinks.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Well, I mean, maybe some of the jurors, we had Messi say, in virtue of this, I'm just going to find this guy guilty.
The issue is if you're a juror and there's not direct camera evidence, and so if you're presented with something, everybody's own personal biases are going to factor into something, okay? And so to me, if they were able to withhold that this kid had a pew-pew on him at all, and that was never a factor, you're going to think differently. Once somebody, or at least for me, once I hear, wait, there's a 14-year-old that had a Glock on him, what the fuck is that all about? And if that's all I know, I'm going to think all right, absence of video, it's he said versus whatever the prosecution's telling me. I'm going to look at that as less credible. Everybody would, you just won't admit it to yourself. That's the difference between me and you.
Hence, that's why you don't admit that kind of evidence, because you just admitted that you would be prejudiced by that. You'd be prejudiced against.
Yeah, I mean, I burned my hand on a stove once. So, I don't keep doing it so that I'm not prejudiced against hot heat. I mean, it's fucking ridiculous.
That's not a good analogy. It's not a good metaphor.
At least from what I've seen, right, what I read, right, it said they were, I guess, attempting to tie that pew-pew. They identified that it was the same pew-pew that they found near him, right, as was in that picture. So they're tying that it was sort of his. I don't know.
That's what I was
admissible or not, but that is what was referenced. Okay, and they did bring that into evidence.
Just so
yeah, that's what I said in the comments. Was the only way I could see them allowing it is that was what was found on his person.
Well, that is what I read.
That, they're saying this is the same firearm as he is now brandishing in Instagram. But then again, I don't know. I've seen
how is that relevant, right? How is that relevant?
Right, exactly.
tying that the pew was indeed his that they found.
I mean, that comes down to the judge's
the prosecution is saying that
argument too, and discernment.
Look,
they had to accept that it was his, right?
The reason why, and here's just so it's clear, I'm just going to, you know why they don't let prior evidence or a woman's sexual history into a trial where she's claiming that she's essayed? Why don't, that's like a cardinal rule. You don't let in, the defense wants to argue that she's she's had so many different sexual partners, right? Yeah. But that's not allowed in because that's going to prejudice the jury into thinking that she consented to the purported essay, right? It's the same thing. We don't let in evidence that's not relevant and is highly prejudicial.
But outside of a courtroom,
makes sense.
But outside of a courtroom, this is how people do operate. So where prior history does. What do you mean, what?
Well, if they're in a courtroom, it doesn't matter how they act out of a courtroom. We have to act a certain way. When you're a jury member, you have a responsibility. And that's why, don't they swear an oath or something? I've never been on a jury.
Yeah, so contrary to popular belief, they don't leave. They do, but they don't leave their biases at the door. That's ridiculous.
Well, of course they have biases, but that's why we keep out highly prejudicial evidence.
No, I understand.
And we only focus, let me just finish, we only focus on the facts of the case at hand, not whether or not they owned a pew, were in a gang, whether they were on Instagram with a pew, etc. Because that's not relevant to the facts of this case, is it?
Okay,
well,
so
I mean, listen,
so
I
we
think
can't consider the prior shootings then. Apparently,
I think it swings both
Almost
ways.
always.
I think there are circumstances where a jury is not presented with enough relevant information based on what you're saying, Tennis, to where, like, you know, if you've got somebody who unalives a robber in their house, and if because none of the background is like let into the case to where like maybe it was someone that mistaked it for their own house, or they thought it was a friend of theirs or whatever. If I knew that someone had 19 robbery convictions before, as a juror, I'd be like, okay, I think this was not a mistaken address.
It's irrelevant because
Well,
it's
to
not
me, that
relevant.
is highly relevant to, as a juror, do I think that the homeowner pew-pewing him, if it was a mistake or whatever else. So again, I understand the reason for it, but there are unintended consequences. I do think, you know, maybe not in this particular case, but it was one person's word about what happened versus what the state was saying. And so if their word is, hey, it's not on camera, this kid pulled a pew-pew on me and then I fired, I mean, yeah, they chased him.
The son said he saw it. It wasn't the dad, right?
The son said he saw it. Yeah, it's not on video.
Yeah, the son said it, and his dad was there and he heard it. So I guess you could say like the dad was doing it in defense of the son or whatever.
Let's put it into reasonable terms. GW, you would be about the age of the father in this situation. You have a 14-year-old kid that comes through your store.
Isn't
no matter
this
what
dude
you
like
think about
60-something years old? That's not. I'm not. What are you talking about? It's more.
But this is a full adult grown man. This is a fucking voter in the United States, right? Would you be closer to him than you would be the 14-year-old? That's all I'm getting at.
I think it's probably about equidistant, to be honest with you. But go ahead.
Holy fuck! Shut up.
God. Okay, so a 14-year-old kid comes through your store. Now, no matter what you think about this kid, they leave. Do you chase them 100 yards away from your property, and whether or not you see a gun or not, at any point making it that 100 yards, why are you chasing them?
Again, if it was
to be honest, I think he chased after.
Wait, hold on. Easy.
His dad
What the
followed.
fuck? He just asked GW a question.
Okay.
What the fuck is wrong with you people?
So I think that a lot of the policies of like don't chase when it comes to shoplifters or dine and dashers or things like that, I think a lot of that is new within the past decade or two. I think that like it would be a regular occurrence for, you know, if a teenager, if you're suspected of stealing that employee or whatever. Again, it's irrelevant. If it's a person's private business, they can chase somebody on foot and do a track meet all they want. Like where this becomes a case is what happened immediately prior to the pew-pewing, and unfortunately, that's not on video. And so, you know, and so then it's like it's one. A lot of people get railroaded with traffic tickets and, you know, misdemeanors and stuff because it's a cop's word against theirs. And unfortunately, a lot of times, you know, a judge or a jury will treat a cop's word above what a non-cop would be. Okay, what I'm saying is that the kid's not here to speak, so, you know.
Yeah, I'm just at a loss here. I mean, for me, I wouldn't fucking chase him. I've got insurance if there's anything actually missing. I don't know why I would put myself into that situation of needing to discharge a firearm at a 14-year-old. It's just wild that anybody else has this mentality of trying to defend it.
I wouldn't chase a kid
ridiculous.
over. I wouldn't chase a kid over a bottle of water either. But I think that as a property owner, as the store owner, I don't think it's a crime to chase after a shoplifter. Like,
well, chase, no. Shoot in the back, yes.
Again, my point is that
you didn't
the whole,
shoplift.
I don't think the father chased after him.
Just FYI, guys, I know a lot of people are saying.
No, he chased after his son.
I know a lot of people are saying that he was shot in the back, but I will just say the defense got the medical examiner to admit that he could have been turning to show the weapon or what have you. Just FYI. So that could have just created a reasonable doubt right there. Just saying. The medical examiner admitted that the particular way that bullet traveled, he could have been turning, so it wasn't actually in the back. So you guys can argue, yes, he did. He wasn't in the back. The medical examiner admitted that.
It entered his back. That's all you need to know.
It doesn't matter. He could have been turning.
It does matter.
Okay, so the medical examiner is wrong and you're right?
It does matter. It entered the back. That's all that matters.
And he could have been turning to show a weapon.
He was being chased, though, Alex. So, like, if he wasn't being chased,
I'm not arguing
he couldn't
if
shoot
this was
anyone.
right or wrong. But when you got a professional to admit something and to admit that he could have been turning, that creates the reasonable doubt. You guys are looking at this so emotionally and like it's
hold
not
on.
emotional.
There's no reasonable doubt,
Alex.
There's no reasonable doubt. He was chased 100 and some odd yards away from the fucking store. There's no reasonable doubt to say that this person's life was in danger.
Okay, so the medical examiner was lying. Got it.
How do you not understand what I just said?
Mojo, I understand.
It's not the father.
I understand.
Okay, it's the child.
Can I just say something? I understand what Alex is saying. What Alex is saying is that the medical examiner testified a certain way. The defense might have been very adept in their summation at saying that the reasonable doubt is created out of the medical examiner's testimony. And the jury may have believed it. I'm not saying I believe it.
Where is all this testimony?
Yeah, it's online all over.
Yeah, I'm not saying I believe it, and I'm not saying I don't believe that he was pewed in the back, but what I'm saying is Alex's point is well taken. If a medical examiner testified a certain way and the defense in their summation argued it well, they may have believed the defense attorney.
Where is all this testimony?
It's on TikTok. It was on Court TV. It was on YouTube.
The official
is TikTok, Alex. Come on.
It's a forensic pathologist.
It's the actual court case, B. It's not someone else repeating it. It's the actual people. So don't piss off and say, "Oh my God, TikTok."
Stop. Fuck. Did they actually have cameras in the court?
Yes.
For the whole trial?
Yes.
And you've watched the whole trial?
Yes.
How long is it?
Was he credible? Sorry.
How long is it? It's a week long.
It's been over. Yeah, you've been I've been updating and watching it over the last few days. Yeah, it's been over and over and over again. Watching it.
It's like 40 or 50 hours worth of video.
Okay, and.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, you can ask
Tennis. I don't agree with it, but I understand what she's saying. She listened to certain testimony.
Yeah, you said that already, Tennis.
No, but I was just going to add on to it. All right, I'll shut up.
What the fuck?
Can I ask Tennis a question? Because since she's the only lawyer in the room. Tennis, is it possible that the defense got a medical examiner to counter the medical examiner that the prosecution used, and they were able to get that medical examiner to in a sly way say that the bullet went in at a different angle, or
that's what
exactly what Alex was saying.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying all along. I mean, typically when a medical expert testifies, there's a counter expert testimony on the other side, and the jury, and typically, they're arguing the same set of facts in a different way. Okay. And listen, there's been so many cases where reasonable doubt is created, whether or not it's right or wrong. Okay. I'm not taking any position here. It doesn't sound to me like this case, I think there's been a miscarriage of justice. I just want to go on the record as saying that. But yeah, I mean, I didn't listen to the testimony, but sustained. Certainly the jury is free to believe the expert they want to, and I just want to remind you that the prosecution could have been terrible in his summation of the testimony, and the defense could have been very good and convincing about it.
I didn't realize this is all on TV. That's crazy. Yeah, you can watch everything on YouTube, the whole fucking trial.
Why do that when you can just rush to an opinion about something?
Yeah, a lot of cases. And Mojo, I'm not saying look, again, I don't agree with this. A young child unalived, but at the same time, I'm just bringing up the fact of this was what happened, and this is what could have created the reasonable doubt within the jury to not find him murdered. And again, I don't agree. They should have had lesser charges on that sheet, and then he probably would be in jail.
He was being chased.
Manslaughter was considered.
They were chasing him.
Yeah, we know.
Why did they need to chase him? They should not have left the store. It wasn't their like they had no proof that they had just thought that he had stolen something, but he didn't. He was touching water. He left the store, was chased, and gunned down. That's literally what happened.
Emma, I'm going to tell you a story.
Touching water. No, he put it in his hoodie and then was confronted, and then put it back. And then they also brought up that
water.
He came in with no money. Yeah, I know, it's water.
It doesn't matter if he came in with no money. I've gone into places with no money. I have my phone.
Okay.
Did he have his phone? He could have Venmo. He could have a
no,
Cash
no.
App.
Apple Pay.
I don't know if he had his, I don't think he had his
It doesn't
phone.
matter if
This
you
was
have
what they
cash.
brought up as a case. Like
I know, but you don't need to have cash to go into a store and purchase something.
I don't think he had a phone.
Or you can go into a store and not purchase anything and not have money.
Hey,
yeah, I don't think he had a phone.
Easy.
Let's
Two
bring this
phones were
back
found
to the
on him
reasonable
before you even
adult.
say that. 2 phones were
Let's-
found
So
on
that he
him.
had money?
Easy.
Let's
Two
bring it
phones were
back
found
to.
on
I mean, they
him.
made the case that he
Let's
didn't
bring
have
it
money
back
to
to a
purchase.
Right,
reasonable
and-
adult. Easy, as a reasonable adult, if you were standing there and a kid, 14 years old, is picking up a water bottle and doesn't have any money, puts it down and is going to leave, you're telling me you wouldn't buy a kid a fucking bottle of water? It's a fucking $1, dude.
I would.
I've done it
Yeah,
before.
yeah.
Why
I've
the
given
fuck would you
people
let
money
somebody
before.
chase the kid?
Why are you still
Like,
yelling
it's
at me? I said I
ridiculous.
would. Okay, look, I would, but the only thing that I'm going to present, right, is that because you pointed out that the older guy was older, and so from that aspect, yeah, he has more experience. But if his son is younger, and he was the one that was more aware of it, the dad actually was further away, and then he chased after. But if your son is chasing after, then you might just chase after that to make sure nothing bad happens or whatever.
Well, that was wrong.
No,
Ends up
left at
being
the
the
same
case
time.
that something bad did happen. Okay,
That's
but
not
that's
true.
what I'm presenting. It's a little bit different when there's 2 people involved, right? Because it's
That's not true. They left at the same exact time. I watched the video. I watched the surveillance.
I
They
watched
both
the
left
video
out the door
too.
at the
His
same
dad
time.
is chasing. Okay, look, his dad is he's slower. He's older. The guy at the time, I think he was 19. His son, or 20. He's 23 now, something like that, right? So he's younger. He's on the younger. Yeah, he probably chased after. He doesn't have this experience. He didn't think that through. That it's a younger kid. Just let him go.
But you don't think an Asian guy can run as fast? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that the older
Oh, he's
guy
saying
that's
an
60
old
years
guy.
old, right? The older guy that's 60 years
I'm
old, his
just fucking
son,
with you.
that's 19 or 20, is going to be a little bit faster, right?
But he wasn't easy. I watched the video of them leaving the convenience store, and the son and the dad left the convenience store at the exact same time. They're both
Yeah, but the
at the
chase.
exact same time.
The chase. Yeah, but the chase. I'm watching the video too.
This
The
happens
chase, I
all the
see it
time, and
happening.
it's happened all the time. And I'm not gonna incriminate myself. Well, I kind of just did, but when I was very young, and I mean, dine and dash with some friends at an IHOP. The bill was probably $20 or $30. Okay, I'm not bragging
Damn,
about this. It
you
was fucking
deserve
stupid.
to get on a live, I guess.
No, but that's my point is that if and there was a chase where a friend got caught, whatever, I mean, it was stupid. I'm not proud of it. I was a dumb fucking kid. But to say that well, he chased him, therefore he's guilty, that's just as ridiculous as any other argument. I mean, people do chase all the time. The corporate policy on chasing shoplifters or dine and dashers or whatever else is much more about having corporate attorneys that they know that the liability of if something happened and the company being sued is going to be far greater. Please back me up on this, Tennis. It's going to be far greater than recovering the bill of whatever shoplifted goods were. That goes when you don't have a corporate office or corporate attorneys, and it's a dude and his son that runs a gas station. It's a totally different thing.
The
What
value
I'm
of
gonna
the
bet,
person
what I'm gonna say is that with
more
respect to
important
like Robot
than
is and everybody on this panel who sees this case the way we all see it, except for you, is that it's incriminating and it's very dubious that the shop owner would chase after the assailant rather than call the police and have this this person, they're afraid committed a crime, stole something, has a gun on their person, whatever. Let me finish, Easy. Please let me finish. Please let me finish. It's very dubious to say somehow they should be staying at the shop, calling the police, and let the police do their job, not chasing this person and pewing them in the back.
That's such a privileged stance. Honestly speaking.
What?
Yeah. Okay. I'm assuming that these people are sort of like immigrants. They're small mom and pop owners. And by the way, this is like a notorious thing. People will be like, yeah, the local mom and pop, they went crazy and then they unalived.
Do you know this?
Like, this is like
Do you know this? Or are you imposing
this
this
is like
information onto them?
So all I'm saying is a privileged stance because, yeah, you're a small mom and pop sort of place. If everybody like recognizes this place is like an easy place to steal and you're just not doing anything about it.
You don't know that.
Right?
Wasn't there an incident?
Hold on. You don't know the other thing either. You're making a general.
Yeah, but you're just making this up. You don't know.
Okay, I'm not actually.
You are.
Has anyone heard of the rooftop?
You don't even know if they're immigrants. You don't even know if
Okay.
they're immigrants, Easy. Stop the fucking nonsense.
Oh no, they probably
they're
came
not
over
immigrants?
You're just
You're
making,
saying that because they're Asian?
Yeah, you're just making up. You're
okay,
just
aren't
making up.
all people
You're
immigrants
just
here?
making up stories.
I don't know, but
Wait,
Mojo,
I'm sorry, are they indigenous? Wait, I'm sorry, are they
$100 right now
indigenous?
that the dad's an immigrant.
I'm sorry,
You
are
wanna
they
take that bet?
indigenous? Can somebody tell me, are they Native American? Somebody wants to make that
It
case.
doesn't matter who they are.
God,
You don't
you
get
are
to
such a
chase
fucking
someone out.
idiot.
Everybody
You
is
are
an immigrant.
such a fucking idiot. Such a fucking idiot.
You don't get to chase someone out of your
God,
store.
it's fucking
Things
stupid.
and property is not more important than a person. And the person that was in their store was running away, getting outside of their store. They chased him and unalived him.
How
That's wrong.
I'm so
period.
confused. I am so confused. I am so confused how the two of you can just say this blatantly racist shit right now.
How's it
with this
racist?
kid being unalived.
Racist. I
They're
never said it.
immigrants, and the kid is a gang member. Are you fucking serious, W?
Well, I think what Easy was saying was that they could have
I
different
never said
values.
that he was a gang member.
No, but W did. W did say he was a gang member.
I think most kids that have a Glock that are 14 years old are probably a gang member, and if they weren't,
Look at this
they're
racist shit that's being said right here. You guys are so blatantly racist right now, and you
That's
don't
not
even
racist.
fucking understand it.
That's all right. I've never seen any incidents of where 14-year-olds have
You're stereotyping.
Yes, you just said it. When they hunt,
that's like massive.
hunting.
That's not the same thing. You don't hunt with hands.
That's what I
can
mean. It's like you're
guarantee
saying,
you.
Hold on. You're saying that you're judging this based on the fact that he has a pew-pew, when just an hour ago you were talking about kids going and hunting, and that's not an issue for you. You are
Those
making
are totally
exception
two separate things.
for a particular group of people and not making an exception for another group of people. That is by definition racist.
Anyone who compares a kid that goes hunting for deer or turkeys or whatever else to someone that...
That's not what you said. You said someone holding a pew-pew. A 14-year-old holding a pew-pew was the words that came out of your mouth just now.
Oh, no, I said
and
more
then
than
you said
more than
gang member right after that.
Yeah, you
whether they're
equated
affiliated with-
having a firearm with a gang, and I can guarantee you, if you go into the South, Georgia, Alabama, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, West Virginia, all these places, I can guarantee you that not only does a 14-year-old have a shot pew-pew in the back of their car, probably have a hand one too. So to sit there and just say that, oh, it's the black kid that is racist and a gang member and he shouldn't be a 14-year-old, that's some fucking bullshit right there.
And then Easy's trying to play it off, and Easy's trying to play it off that these fucking poor Chinese immigrants are just trying to get by in this new world that they're
Chinese
living
immigrant.
in.
No,
What the
I think
fuck
you're
is wrong
assuming
with
he was
you?
born in Hong Kong. He was born in Hong Kong. Not
How
China.
can you even say that right now? So you just assume like everyone just like came over by a boat just because they're a different color and they aren't like the third generation here? I mean, that's some fucking idiotic shit right there too.
No, the father was born in Hong Kong.
He's been here for how long? He could have been here for
Well, you just
50
assumed that he
years
was
by now.
Chinese. Can you admit that you're racist?
Isn't Hong Kong?
Yeah, I know that. I know that you said that racist guy.
Yeah, but why are you so
Remember
racist,
earlier how you were
Mojo?
like, you want to put on restrictions against immigrants? Remember that? Remember that, Mojo? Jojo?
No.
That's
and now your
xenophobic.
stance is
That's not
changing.
racist.
Yeah. Okay, there you go, xenophobic guy.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
You see this as different? You see this as more virtuous?
The
being
difference
xenophobic
between you
versus
and I is
racist?
I'm
Do
okay.
you think this?
Yeah, The difference between you and I is that I understand that it's xenophobic. I get it. I'm okay with it.
So when I
and
am
here
referencing,
you are just saying racist bullshit and,
It wasn't racist
and
when
trying
he
to
said
defend
it.
when I am
You're trying to
referencing,
defend your racist bullshit right now.
Listen, when I am referencing, that the fact that there are like people that are mom and pop. I grew up in New York City. Mom and pops are owned by all
You could have just stayed with
They're
that.
all freaking immigrants.
You could have
so
just stayed with that. You could have just said the mom and pop shop.
Well,
you didn't have to say
I
this
did.
fucking immigrant.
I did say that.
You didn't have to say that.
Yeah,
What the fuck? That's
I
some
can easily
racist
say
shit.
this. He was literally born in Hong Kong.
You literally didn't know that until you just looked it up. I don't even know that I believe you right now.
All right, why don't you look it up instead of making shit up like, oh yeah,
you just said racist shit is all I'm saying.
I didn't say
you
anything.
And GW
You're assuming
both
it is the
sitting here
case.
being racist.
Nobody should be shot over a bottle of water.
So you think me referencing, the fact that, these people are mom and pop, and they're just like an immigrant sort of family, which is the case because he was born in Hong Kong. You're thinking this is racist? You think that's racist?
Oh my gosh.
You think that's racist? Hold on, B. Do you think that I was being racist if I'm trying to make the case that small mom and pop owners, right? That
you don't know if they're small mom and pop. You don't know if they're millionaires.
Corporations, they're immigrants. They don't even understand certain aspects, whatever. They're just working hard.
They don't even understand.
To the
oh
side,
my God.
Right?
Wow, you are such a fucking racist. Man, you are just digging a fucking hole right now.
You know nothing about the
chick.
family. You don't know if they're rich. You don't know if they, like, what if they live in a trailer. You don't know any of this. You're just insinuating that you know.
You don't either, but yet you're.
So what's the point of you just speculating?
But you're putting your values on them.
No. Let's be clear. Hold on. Let's be clear here. Easy and GW, you're the only two people that put your fucking values on anybody. Nobody has mentioned their race. Nobody has mentioned their ethnicity. Nobody's mentioned their fucking immigration. Nobody's mentioned their immigration status. None of this shit was mentioned until the fucking two of you brought it up. I'm sorry. The shit that you guys are saying and the shit that you guys are defending right now is fucking absolute racism. And you're being more racist by trying to defend
your little toadies might nod their head and agree with
so
you.
I mentioned it
what
to
you're
defend
saying
them.
is just
so
total
you think this is
bullshit.
racist?
Sorry.
Hold on. You think that mentioning somebody's like sort of immigrant status to defend them?
You didn't even know what the fuck his immigrant status was.
Okay. So if I said like he's an immigrant, even if he's a U.S. citizen,
you didn't even fucking know that he was an immigrant. That's fucking stupid.
Well, no, I do. I
no,
know
you
that
didn't.
He's assuming his immigration
How do you know
status
this?
by the
How do you
color
know
of
that?
his skin.
How do you know that?
Yeah, that's exactly what he did. That's exactly what he did.
Hold on. Are you assuming that I didn't know that?
The guy's got squinty eyes, so he obviously didn't come from the U.S.
Oh, I said that? Hold on. Wait, Mojo.
No,
how
that's
do
what
you
you're
know
doing.
that he has squinty eyes? Hold on. Wait. How do you know? You didn't even watch the video. Nobody mentioned it. Stop.
He's being
how do you know?
sarcastic right now.
How do you? Okay, you just said that he had squinty eyes. How do you know this?
I just don't understand what you said, man.
Stop, Vader. How do you know that he has squinty eyes, Mojo?
I'm just going off of what you said.
Hey, Easy,
what
are the
racist?
Easy, what are the three?
Are you being a racist?
Statements?
Did you hear me say that he was born in Hong Kong and now you're like he has
Easy?
squinty eyes?
Hey, Easy, what are the three financial statements?
Who mentioned it?
Exactly. Yeah, this is so
I think
Mojo.
there's a common consensus here that we genuinely don't give a fuck anymore. Does anybody else agree?
Agreed.
Like, Easy, for fuck's sakes, like, maybe don't break it down to race because it's completely inconsequential to the facts of the case. Like, if we're going to have an actual discussion about this, like, if you two want to continue this bromance somewhere else, then fine, that's up to you. But I mean, shit, this is annoying.
I didn't bring up race.
Boring.
Yeah, but I didn't bring up race. This was Mojo that brought up race.
What was the immigrant thing, right?
Yeah, but who's okay? So an immigrant means squinty eyes.
The immigrant means that you looked at the guy and automatically assumed that he was an immigrant without actually having information on him.
What made you say squinty eyes?
Again, the immigrant thing is because you looked at the guy and automatically assumed that he was an immigrant. That would be a racist. That would be a racist statement and a racist thought process.
That's not the case.
No, it's
and
not.
I'm asking, how did you? Okay,
you're
why
far
did
more
you say
racist than
squinty
Easy
eyes?
is. The fact that you don't
Why did you
recognize it
say
is funny to
squinty
me.
eyes? Is it because I said that he was born in Hong Kong?
Bro,
So you said
Easy,
squinty
Jesus,
eyes?
move
Yeah, no,
on.
he's so
This is so
offended.
annoying right now.
He's so trying to defend his racist statements right now. It's fucking ridiculous.
You think that squinty eyes is what?
Oh my God! If you say
racist?
squinty eyes one more time, I swear I'm gonna go cross-eyed. Please stop.
Do you think that it's racist?
That's racist, Vince.
That's pretty good.
Do you think that it's racist, Vince?
I think
Vince is racist against cross-eyed people.
Whoa,
I think you're a racist.
Don't you start with your lazy eyes.
I think you and
You're gonna
GW
get
are both
canceled.
racist. I think the both of you are racist.
Well, you know,
wait, when you say both of you, wait, Mojo. When you say both of you, I hope I'm not being lumped into this.
No,
it's GW and Easy.
Yeah.
Wait,
hold on. I'm sorry.
Aren't you inherently racist in virtue of you being white?
No.
Oh my God, not CRT. Please, for the love of God. I beg.
Listen. You are racist, Vince.
Like CRT TV?
Okay, B, are these people racist?
And you're not a CPA, Easy. Can we move on? Jesus.
Well, I am a CPA, but
unfortunately, here we go.
You unfortunately, I don't know what you're doing these days.
Jesus was definitely not a CPA. He did not give two flying fucks about money.
He also wasn't white.
No, but he did have Matthew. He did have Matthew, the tax collector. Anyways, listen, guys. Can we please just get back to the substance of this argument, please? Jesus.
The substance I want to deal with
real
quick is that there is.
I agree. Let's not talk
the
about
substance
people
I want to deal with here real quick is that
eyes, even though you haven't even seen
the substance
video,
I want to deal with here real quick. The substance I want to deal with here real quick is that there's over 30 hours of fucking video in this goddamn court case. I can't believe that people sat through 30 hours of video on this. That's fucking crazy. Anyway,
nobody should get shot over water is what I want to say. That's insane. Like the fact that it's over water, like property is not more important than people, and it's disgusting that anyone would say otherwise. Like he shouldn't have gotten chased after out of the store. Like $1, $2 for water. Like, come on, that's bullshit, and everyone knows it, and it's wrong.
I was kind of shocked that there wasn't like a jury nullification on this. Like, yes, we do find that this, or not necessarily a nullification of some kind, or a judge stepped in at the verdict. But I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Like this type of case is incredibly difficult because there's a couple factors, like the fact that the son is involved, the fact that there is a shopkeeper's privilege in this as well. Like it makes it muddies the water a lot, and that's why
what's a shopkeeper's privilege?
Shopkeeper's privilege is you're like a shopkeeper is allowed to detain you on the mere like if they suspect you of stealing something, they can detain you temporarily
on site, or can they chase you?
On site. Now the chase is a different thing, but the son is involved, and the son, from what I understand, is in the middle between the assailed and the assailant. So like that adds another layer to this. It adds an emotional context to like somebody like God damn it, his last name is Jack the lead defense attorney for this case. He's been practicing since 1971 in South Carolina. Like he's very well known. That's all he needed from that. Is like if the only thing you have is the fact that there was a shot to the back and that there was a chase of 100 yards, then your case is pretty weak on that. If you're going to have to try and prove actual malice on an M2 charge, so it makes it really difficult for a prosecution to prove that with those little details there, because a good defense attorney is going to capitalize on that. For a jury, because all I need is one. I just need one.
Well,
one of 12,
you. So,
right. On the fact that they didn't carry the murder charge.
The fact that they voted unanimously not guilty. You need one, but they got 12. But there's probably just 12 racists.
Oh, they voted unanimously? Then I don't have. There's got to be some piece of evidence there.
It wasn't a hung jury, right? Was it not a unanimous decision?
It has to be unanimous in order to bring this through. But
was it a hung jury, or was it a not?
No, it's not a hung jury. He was acquitted.
So at 12, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It would have been 12, yeah.
Well, probably 12 racists. I mean, they just, unfortunate, I guess.
No, you weren't on the panel, so it's okay.
Well, and
you're more racist than I am. That's the irony of all of this. It would just take too long to explain it.
Oh, whoever gave me the gift, thank you.
There's so much like to this that I don't. I'll be honest. I don't know the exact case that you guys like. I'm listening to the facts that y'all are presenting.
Willie and Donnie.
But I know that there are several layers to a trial, especially if it sounds like it's pretty public. If you guys are kind of talking about it, there's so many layers to it, and depending on where you're at and where you're being charged, if you're in a rural area, I mean, that's one thing I think is kind of interesting about our justice system is that like you're told to leave your biases at the door. I'm not saying it's the case here. I don't know if it's necessarily the case, but you're told to leave your biases at the door, and reality is that you can get a whole bunch of jurors on there who just get locked onto one particular piece of evidence. So
that's a good point, Oslo. Now you guys believe in juries? You guys believe juries now?
What does that mean? How's that a good point? Explain.
Trump.
Yeah.
Well, juries can be wrong. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, of course they can. I mean, the reason I'm against
juries can
a life penalty is because mostly because I think that the risk of unaliving capital punishment on an innocent person, it's just not worth doing it. I'd have a different opinion if there was a guarantee, which I don't think there is one.
Somebody got the death penalty in this case, didn't they?
Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about, obviously. You can twist and gaslight all you want, but sure.
That's not twisting or gaslighting. That was just actual facts.
That's not what I was talking about.
I don't think it was saying well, nobody's saying that it was justified in that sense, but like, was he guilty of homicide? Like we've already said that in virtue of shoplifting, this is not right. It's incorrect, highly incorrect. But I mean, what I'm saying is like the father is the one that pewed, and like the son was.
This didn't even have to go any.
The son was the one that said,
"If you just said it's wrong, we wouldn't have had this conversation for 2 fucking hours."
Well, I mean, Vader also brought in the emotional element. So I mean, we're just discussing.
Mojo, you brought me in a little late. I just wanted to make a PSA. I think we should definitely have a law in place for frogs. And Vader should be prosecuted.
For fuck's sake, bro.
Vince, I'm still waiting on the Super Bowl scores from February. Whenever you care to share that with us as breaking news.
Super Bowl scores. Breaking news. There was one bit of breaking news today in that we had the War Powers Resolution passed in the House. However, it has to go through the Senate process, and there's another bill in the Senate that got released from committee. TLDR, good luck. I don't think that the War Powers Resolution is going to get very far. Or at least far enough before November. I think that there's still going to be significant damage before we actually see any meaningful things happen from that. So that's your breaking news. On that note, though, I got to break out of here and get inside because you brought me in super late. Look it up for yourself.
I mean, this is what they're. What do you think tap water is? It's a gay bomb, baby. And I'm not saying people didn't naturally have homosexual feelings. I'm not even getting into it. Quite frankly, I mean, give me a break. You think I am like shocked by it, so I'm up here bashing it because I don't like gay people? I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay.
Turn the friggin' frogs gay. Hey, Vader.
He wasn't wrong, by the way, but anyways, go ahead.
What's up, Darren?
Is it tomorrow the case for Carmelo? My bad. Go ahead, Darren.
Jury selection was today, I guess.
Hey, listen, Vader. We got involved in a pretty well-known case like this down in the stockyards. And you know why I lost? Because we left the threshold of the door.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you're talking about a shopkeeper privilege?
Yeah.
Yeah, the initial detainment, that's one thing that kind of confuses me about this, because he could have just locked the doors. Like, if he thought he was stealing, he could have just locked the doors, called the police, and made him stay there. Like, I don't know how this descended into whatever this is, but yeah, that shopkeeper privilege is a real thing. Like, if they even so much as suspect you are stealing, a reasonable amount, or like a reasonable person would suspect that you are stealing, they can detain you, and there's not shit you can do about it till the cops get there.
Well, we had a $260 or $70 bar tab, and they left, and we went to get them, and the defense pretty well proved that we didn't have the right per our of course, TABC played a role in it, but then also our insurance, that we didn't have the right to leave the threshold.
This is true.
Correct.
It's a very convoluted case. Like, that's what I'm saying, guys. Like, when these types of cases are incredibly hard for prosecution to prove, because this one specifically, because the son apparently, from what I understand, like yelled gun as well. At that point, if like stand your ground castle doctrine also extends to your person and your property as well. And this sounds crass, guys, but your children are that as well. So he has the right, technically, if he feels like his son is in fear for his life, then you can make the reasonable argument that force could be applied here. I know it sounds crass, but that's why these cases are so hard to prove, and why a lot of times jurisdictions won't go for an M2 charge on something like this. They'll go for a manslaughter charge, and then just make sure that the family is well compensated in the civil context after the trial.
So why would they have refused to push that?
Well, I mean, the civil trial starts today.
I mean the manslaughter.
They probably, man. Like, I don't want to say like another prosecutor did a bad job, but from what I see here is like maybe I would have gone for a manslaughter charge here, because you weren't acting with actual malice; you were acting with negligence.
Yeah, but Vader, they said that in South Carolina, the judge can instruct to also consider lesser charges. And at least what I was reading, like it was right before this, they're saying it was considered. He was acquitted from that too.
Well, let me ask you this, Vader. First of all, you do criminal law, right?
Actually, not. Probably no longer practicing. I'll keep my.
Well, you did at some point. You did at some point.
Yeah, I did. Yes.
All right. So what would be the strategic benefit? This is not. I'm not being tongue in cheek here at all. This is not a loaded question. What would be the benefit from the prosecution standpoint to not allow for the jury to select lesser charges with less of a bar to clear, or you know what I mean? Why would that be? Why would they ever agree to that?
I mean, from what Easy just said, and like I said, like I'm kind of shooting from the hip here. I haven't actually seen the verdict.
No, this is nothing to do about the case. I'm talking about just like this.
Well, you don't want to overcharge, because that puts your license at risk.
No, but that has nothing to do with this question then, because well, I'm saying that if the argument, and I would argue that, I'm not an expert on this case, of course, but like overcharge is one explanation for why this person was found not guilty. What I'm saying is, why would a prosecution, if they were otherwise able to say, we're charging him with we're charging him with M1, M2, and manslaughter 1. Why would they ever take off those two lesser charges if the state allowed it? Because what I read, they agreed pre-trial that the defense agreed to it, and the write-ups that I had seen was like that was a brilliant strategy from the defense, because that just clears lesser, hurdles, I guess. Like so now you've got to prove way up there. Now all of the evidence in the case that you need to make way more. The burden of proof is now squarely shifted on the prosecution. They weren't able to meet that. You could argue that a lower charge, like a manslaughter 1 or something. So why what would be the strategic benefit from a prosecutor? It doesn't matter about this case. I'm saying in a situation, I'm failing to think of one, why they would say, I've got optionality, like 1, 2, or 3 to get a conviction. Why would I take 2 and 3 off the table if 1 is the hardest one to get? Like, why would they ever agree to do that? You understand what I'm saying?
I'd have to know more specifics about the case and the evidence that was. Now, I will say that, dadgummit, I just looked at
Jack. Again, it's not about this case. Give me an example of a case where that would make sense to do that.
It sounds like from a defense perspective, you would want them to have to shoot that high.
That's what I'm saying.
If your shot is for a plea deal, then yes, like you would probably go for an M1 charge and then hopefully get defense to the table for a plea deal of some kind to avoid trial to begin with would be a good reason to take. I don't know why they would necessarily take. It sounds like to me though, well, you don't want for this specific case, but if you're asking where a strategy where I would apply that is if I had a pretty slam dunk case and I just wanted to avoid trial, and for whatever reason, if maybe my M1 charge was a little bit too weak based on the evidence, so I'm going to take an M2 or a manslaughter 1, whatever it may be.
Aren't the charges based on the strength
charge to get to the same level?
But aren't the charges based on the strength that you can prosecute? And so, I mean, could this be just like ego of the prosecutor or the DA's office?
That's why I said, like, I do not want to talk down to this prosecutor, but it sounds like to me, like the fact that they were even able to get like a pretrial agreement.
I promise. Don't worry.
Yeah, I know, but it's just more or less just you practicing what I preach as far as ethics. But it's for me, like it sounds like to me that it was probably like a prosecutor with maybe 10, 15 trials under their belt went up against a guy who's been practicing since 1971, and he raked him over the coals. Is what it sounds like to me.
Bro, he was freaking crazy good compared to like the other guy.
Yeah.
Did the kiddo that left the store, did he have a weapon?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the point.
But
if he didn't have a weapon,
it.
this is
but
open
he
and
didn't brandish
shut.
it in
You
the
don't know
store. He did.
It doesn't matter if he brandished it in the store.
They said that they didn't
if he
see
brandished it in the store, if he brandished it in the store, it would be
They said
even
he
worse
didn't.
for them to
They
like
said he
chase
didn't,
after. I know.
fact
It would
that
make the case worse.
This is why I don't understand where your logic is, Emma. The fact that he didn't brandish it, like Easy said, if he did in the store, it'd make it worse for the prosecution. The fact that he didn't in the store, that doesn't mean that he didn't outside. The whole defense
He
was
left. They didn't know he had
it would make it worse for the defense because, like,
if he brandished it outside
in the store, then you don't chase after.
They don't know if he brandished it outside. The son, they chased him, and then the son said that he yelled gun.
No.
But the father didn't see it.
The son yelled gun because he's claiming, that the kid Cyrus brandished it.
But the father didn't see that. The father's the one with the gun.
Okay, the father is reacting to the son, and then he's protecting the son. This is what he's thinking.
From a 14-year-old child who's running away from
with
him.
a brandished pew.
Supposedly.
You understand? Yes. And it ended up being
someone
the
gets
case
chased
that there
out
was
of
a
a store, they're running away, and two grown men, 20 is grown, 18 is an adult, two grown men are chasing a 14-year-old kid who is just in a store, and they shoot him in the back. That's what happened.
I'm not saying it's the ideal scenario at all. I would not recommend this being the case, right?
I still can't believe that Easy, you as a libertarian are defending this shit. It's fucking crazy to me.
Yeah.
Defending what?
Do y'all
what
remember?
Am I defending?
Vader, I'm sure that you remember this, but do you know that this scenario is what brought the Bennigan's Corporation down? Do y'all remember that?
No, tell me, because I love Bennigan's.
Yeah, up in Bedford, Texas, a girl went outside to chase down a tab. They had walked a tab, and the corporate policy at that time was that the server was responsible for the ticket.
Mm-hmm.
And so they walked the ticket, and they got outside, and the guys in the car ran over and killed her. That was game over for Bennigan's.
Yeah. I'm sure they got sued into oblivion. But like,
it closed them. That was the beginning of the end.
I didn't realize that. That's interesting.
Yeah, they had like 100, and now this is back in the early 2000s, late 90s, but they had like $180 worth of Flaming Dr. Peppers, and that was considered overserved, and the whole thing went south after that. But that was the beginning of the end of Bennigan's Corporation.
That was my point, though, on a lot of corporations not pursuing dine and dash or shoplifting. It's really, it's not a value statement. It's a risk liability statement from corporate attorneys. That's strictly what it is.
We learned our lesson after that no matter what happens, we had to stop at our threshold, because I got found liable for $45,000 because a kid got his tooth knocked out over the ticket.
Right. Well, and from my perspective, whether the law says it or not, I don't agree with the way the law is enforced with that. I mean, and again, I'm going to disagree with a lot of people, but I think if this kid wasn't armed, there's no doubt you can't chase someone down and pew them. The problem is,
I agree.
The problem is that if he was armed, it becomes a he said, or there's no other narrative out there, and so you overcharge this guy because you can't prove beyond a unreasonable doubt that it didn't happen the way they said. And so unless somebody can tell me,
it doesn't matter if he did have the gun. They chased after him. They shouldn't have left their threshold.
That's
like Darren
right.
just said, they should have stayed in their fucking store.
And Emma, after we lost our case and we sat down and talked about it, what we called an autopsy, which I'm sure Vader understands, but we learned a valuable lesson, and from that point on, we never pursued, because you get emotional. You think, oh my God, I'm not going to let these people take $250 of my money.
Yeah.
Well, you get emotional and you chase out after somebody, and so after we learned our lesson, we never left our threshold again. If we couldn't hold them there till the cops got there, it was done at that point.
I totally get what
I agree. Chasing somebody down 100 yards.
It's not a criminal act, though, to chase somebody down.
It's wrong.
You will be civilly liable if they injure
them.
Not if they pulled it on
You're
you
looking
first.
at it in a vacuum like the pew-pewing didn't happen. We can't
you
look at it that
don't-
way.
wait,
We
I
must
think
look
you're
at it
looking
with
at
the
it in the
pew-pewing
vacuum.
being the end game. No, the pew-pewing was the end game. I'm talking about the actual case that happened.
Yeah,
Could you prove that it was the
easy
end game
defending the aggression. Easy defending the aggression and defending the state. Goddamn libertarians.
This isn't the slam dunk.
Oh no, it's
right.
way
Mojo,
more crazy than
it's not
that,
the slam dunk.
Mojo.
It's not the
Mojo.
slam
It's
dunk.
way more crazy than that, Mojo.
Wait.
Like
Mojo, are you against
specifically,
the state?
all of the liberals up here have consistently come up here and agreed to be pro-police. That is their job. Call the police. Don't chase after somebody. It's not worth it. You've got insurance. But the libertarians are entirely aggressive and want their
I'm not a
own
libertarian,
vigilante
just to be
justice.
clear.
Well,
am I correct? This is over a bottle of water.
So you guys are just I understand what you guys are saying, but the point is
water.
like,
yeah,
you
And he never
probably
even
shouldn't
took it.
chase after them. Yeah, you probably
He
shouldn't
didn't even take
chase
the
after
water.
them.
He didn't take anything out of the store.
He didn't take it.
So what were the racial makeup of these people?
The shop
I don't know.
owners
Ask
were
Easy
Asian.
and ask Easy and GW.
Darren,
They're the ones
you're racist for asking that question.
No, I'm not. I'm not racist.
Well,
because
no,
it
Mojo
matters.
was saying that one guy was squinty-eyed.
The
What do you think about
14-year-old was black, and the shop owner was a family, and they were Asian.
Asian.
It was the mom, the dad,
Well,
and the son.
Mojo likes to
and the
say
son
that
was
they're
20 at the
squinty-eyed.
time.
Let's be real, guys.
The dad was like
Squinty-eyed.
60 or whatever.
Okay. Yeah, because we're about to have a
Right,
trial
Mojo.
in Texas with the white kiddo and the black kiddo. Doesn't that start pretty soon, Vader?
Yeah, it's in jury selection.
Jury selection started
Okay.
yesterday.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting case. But anyway, so it was
Yeah,
so anyway,
and it's interesting
Why is it
for all the wrong
interesting?
reasons.
right? No, you're right, GW. It is. So it really was over a bottle of water.
Yeah, it's about water.
And
they said that he didn't have money on him, but he could have had a phone that had Cash
Right,
App or PayPal or an Apple Pay. I go into stores all the time without cash. Like, that doesn't mean anything. But they
So
say that, like he was stealing, insinuating.
Emma, did I hear y'all say that they already found them not guilty, the shop owners?
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yep.
yesterday.
They acquitted
Yep.
them? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
12 to 12-0.
Yep.
Yep.
Hmm.
It's awful. The family, the mother of the family were like sobbing. It was awful.
There are
Wait,
protests.
it's
There are
awful
protests.
because
There are
you think he
There are
should be found-
protests. There are protests going on nationwide right now. I suspect that this is going to be a much larger thing, especially
Yeah.
with this next case that's coming up as well. So I suspect that we're going to have a summer of love.
Oh, great. I hope England does over the Henry Nowak case, because that's far more interesting in my opinion, but okay.
Yeah, it's only because he was white, right?
No, that's not only why.
Yeah.
I don't hate people. I don't hate white people as much as you do, Mojo. It doesn't make me a racist.
I don't hate white people at all.
Yeah, you do.
But you only care about white people, though.
That's not true at all. I care about everybody. I think everybody's created in the image
It'd
of
be
God.
interesting. It'd be interesting to see the makeup of the jury.
Yeah. Definitely. I mean, I think the whole thing was recorded. The whole, it was like, 30 hours or something? How many hours did you say, Mojo?
Oh,
Isn't it a jury of the peers, though?
The whole court hearing is on court TV. The whole thing from beginning to end. It's crazy.
Well, EZ, would you have 12 Asians or 12 black people?
For what?
A jury of their peers.
Well, it depends, like, what the community is sort of made up of, right? Like, if the predominantly
the peers would be
Asian, I would assume that there would be 12 Asians, right? The victim? Well, no. Hold on. The defense was the Asian people, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So, all right. He was getting judged.
Well, they were being tried,
peers.
so it would be a jury of their peers, so it would be 12 Asians, which is not going to happen. But my original statement was the makeup of the jury would probably be interesting to see.
No, but why would there be 12
Maybe
Asians?
they're all
simply because it was.
Maybe they're all immigrants.
Well, they could be, right? Right, Mojo? Are they like indigenous? Are they Native American?
They're fighting about this, Darren, because they've been going back and forth about this.
Reparations.
I would just like to know what the makeup of the jury was. I wonder if it was 12
It was South Carolina. So
I don't know that
I didn't see.
I don't know that we would ever find out what the makeup of the jury is, but because that's like hidden shit, right? We don't get to know who the jury members were. But I was just making commentary on EZ and GW being the only two people that bring up race in the whole conversation.
You bring up race. You bring up race all the time. What are you talking about?
He's a little bothered by the fact that
if you don't think a defense attorney,
immigrant family.
If you don't think a defense attorney is going to use whatever he can use, if there's a way he could pick an all-white jury, don't think for a minute he wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
That's true.
A defense attorney?
A defense attorney would tell a male defense attorney would tell a jury that he has a uterus in order to win a case.
What's the relevance? Why would he bring like an all-white?
You're smarter
jury?
than that, EZ. You can figure that out.
No. Okay, but the defendant was Asian, so why an all-white jury?
Man, you're smarter than that, EZ. Don't just be contrarian for the benefit of being contrarian.
Because it was a black kid.
That's the only thing.
It was a black kid.
It was a black kid. Oh, it was a black kid, so it's race?
Of course it's race. If you're a defense attorney.
Okay. All right. Mojo, come on, man. Why are you guys always talking about race here?
The issue is that this was a 14-year-old black boy. Like, this is the thing. He was a boy. He wasn't a man. And just because he had a firearm doesn't mean that he should be shot. Like, he was shot in the back. It was two grown men that were chasing him. What does that sound like?
Well, I already agree on that. It's just like, if they're saying that it was brandished. Okay. Now,
what was it? EZ, I'm not saying y'all, but where did the other side of the argument start after George Floyd? The very first thing was, well, he was a drug addict. Well, he had a counterfeit $20 bill. Well, he stole some cigarettes. Not one.
Yeah, I don't really agree with that.
There were no arguments that said, no, you just took his life in front of a camera. Everybody was trying to find a way to blame him for what happened to him.
Yeah, I think that's ridiculous.
Well,
but all I'm saying is when
that's
you're
what you're doing here,
right?
too. That's what you're doing here. You're trying to blame the kid for the reason that he was shot.
I didn't blame him.
What are you doing here? Yes, you are.
No, I didn't blame him. Okay,
yes, you are.
Look,
you were saying he went into a store without. You were
prosecute.
saying that he. Well, first of all, you said he brandished in the store. Second of all, you said that he.
I didn't say
bring
that.
Any, second of all,
hold on.
Said,
why'd you lie?
Second of all,
why'd you lie?
Second of all,
I said he brandished it in the store.
Second of all, you said that he didn't bring any money in the store. Third of all, you said that he brandished it outside somewhere. And so the entire time that you've been sitting here, you've been trying to justify the shooting of this fucking kid.
No, what I did is I brought references from what was brought in the court case. And then you tried to, like that lady that was up here that watched it, you tried to undermine her. Like, 50 hours you watched this, and then you also called her stupid.
I didn't realize.
Stupid.
I didn't
you literally said the word stupid to her.
Stop,
yes, you did. You said that's stupid.
No,
you literally said that's stupid to her.
I didn't call her
I swear
stupid.
on everything you said that. I swear on
EZ,
everything.
I think your first comment was.
I didn't call her stupid.
EZ, I think your first comment was that he didn't have any money.
No, that wasn't my first comment. What I said is, like, within the case itself, this is what they brought up.
And that's wrong because he had a phone, and then if you can pay other ways, and you can walk into a store and not have money, that's bullshit.
Well, that could be the case.
There's good rationale for picking up a bottle of water and then realizing you didn't bring any cash with you, and then putting it back down and then walking out. Because that's
feeling scared.
That's exactly what happened.
All right, so I got rudely interrupted before by my kids. Those little brats, so annoying, so inconvenient. Oh God, sons of bitches, man. Just kidding.
Now you're just blowing hot air.
Yeah, Dave, get your semen demons under control.
They are demons, and they came from semen.
Oh my
God. They are semen demons.
Dude, that's so
all right, so I just want to, because I feel like I can at least get a word out without being attacked as to why I was saying what I was saying before. Yeah, thank you. So the long and the short of it, right? So the prosecution failed. This is what I was trying to get at before. Prosecution failed. They weren't able to prove without a reasonable doubt that it wasn't self-defense, right? That was the court proceeding, if I'm not mistaken. That's how it was done. That's what the end was, right? He was acquitted of murder for that reason.
They didn't give a reason.
Because they weren't able to prove it wasn't self-defense.
Yeah, they were acquitted, so it's apparent.
The jury comes to a conclusion.
Yeah, he was acquitted.
It was. They could not prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he committed.
The reason I made the claim, the reason I made the comment about whether or not he had have brought a pew would have altered a different scenario. It's a logical thought process to say one of two things. None of this would have happened is the first one, and second, if he hadn't, the self-defense claim would have been completely washed, and this guy would be going to jail because no gun that was corroborated at the scene would have been found. So he would have absolutely. So this whole scenario would have played out because if you look at his history, he's had hundreds of calls to the police because people tried to rob his store and attack him and this and that. I'm not saying he's justified. So God damn it, please don't jump at me with the fucking emotions. What I'm saying is there was a history there. He probably acted out from other instances, which is again not justified. Again, not justified.
What if he's just a paranoid person? And then he thinks everybody.
No, I'm agreeing with that. I'm saying that's what I'm saying.
And he thinks everybody's.
I'm saying that.
Him.
Yep.
I'm actually saying that. That's what I'm trying to substantiate. But my point is if the 14-year-old didn't go to the store with a pew, and this had have happened the way that it did, there wouldn't even had to have been I mean, obviously there would have been a trial, but he would have been found guilty, M1, no question, and been thrown in jail.
And the kid would still be dead.
I don't know.
No one knew he had a pew. Nobody knew.
Hold on. You're right. I'm going off of there's two scenarios. Either A, he wouldn't be dead because he wouldn't have had the pew, or B,
you don't know that. You don't know that.
I know I don't know that, Emma. I'm not saying I know that. What I'm saying is there was two logical outcomes if he doesn't bring the pew to this scenario.
Hold on, Tief. I want to be clear that this has happened with somebody with a bag of Skittles. This has always also happened with somebody that had a fucking Subway sandwich. No gun involved, and these people got off. So I'm sorry, whether he's carrying a gun or not is irrelevant.
I mean, it's not irrelevant because right now, and this is what happened. The corroboration of him having a pew is what ultimately led to them questioning the ability or inability to prove self-defense. Had he not have had one,
You don't.
When did they say that in the court case?
Again, these exonerations.
Were they able to prove?
Yeah, again, these exonerations have happened because of a bag of Skittles and a fucking Subway sandwich.
Okay, listen. Okay, you're right. There's no definitive. You're correct. This is a subjective point of view, but it's a logical one. You guys might emotionally say that it's not logical, and it is subjective, but it is logical to say that if this was not a part of the case at all, that those two scenarios would be the more likely outcomes.
No, because they never knew that. Hold on.
That is the case.
Nobody knew that he had the pew. So him having the pew has no relevance.
But the corroboration of the story.
Let me finish.
Yeah, you're right. Go ahead.
Nobody knew that he had the pew until the kid's already unalived. So him having the pew has no relevance.
That's a lie. That's literally a lie
in the story.
That is literally
so I've heard. Hold on. I've heard.
You just finished. No, hold on.
No, I didn't finish. You just interrupted me. I've heard.
Okay.
Easy alone saying he did brandish it. He didn't brandish it. He did brandish it. He didn't.
I said that he did. I said that he did according to the defense. Hold on, stop. I've said it multiple times. The defense has claimed that the kid, Cyrus, he brandished it to the shop owner's son. The shop owner's son heard his son say he has a pew, and then he reacted.
After they were already chasing him outside of their property.
Yes, and you know what he's on trial for? He's not on trial for, like, chasing after him. It is, like, the unlawful taking of life, ultimately.
Why did they run out of the shop with the pew-pew in their hand in the first place? If they didn't
know
they
had
had
it
a
in their
pew-pew,
hands?
let
How
me
do you know they had it in their hands?
Because they pew-pewed him.
So you're
They
making a claim.
pew-pewed him.
No. See,
they
you're making.
pew-pewed
Hold on.
him.
No. See, you're doing what you're doing. What you're accusing us of doing.
Did they
is
unalive
coming
him with a gun or not?
Does
Did he
that-
unalive with a
But
gun
you're
or
making
not?
an
Hold
assumption.
on.
You're making an assumption.
Did they run back
off
in
of,
the
like,
store,
attempt.
grab
Okay,
a
are you
pew-pew,
are you
and then
implying
come
that
back
this is
out?
premeditated? Yes or no?
No, what I'm saying is you're
Yes,
saying
it
how
is.
do you know they had a pew-pew in their hand? Because the kid was pew-pewed. So they
That
ran
doesn't-
out of the
nope.
shop with a
Not true.
pew-pew in their hand already.
You don't know if it was.
They
Yeah, that's fine.
They were
Yeah, that's
already
fine.
You don't know
running with
that.
a
You don't know that
pew-pew
if he
with
ran out
in
with his
their
hand.
hand. How would they have pew-pewed
I
him?
think probably he did, most likely.
Steve and Easy, you already
Probably
made the
did, most likely.
assumptions. I walk into stores every day with my pew-pew. I'm not in uniform or anything when I go
Me too.
in.
I've already answered this,
Guess
by the way.
what?
You should not
Nobody
be
has
unalived in
chased me.
virtue of that.
Nobody has chased me 100 yards because I have a pew-pew. So why the fuck would they do it to a 14-year-old?
Well, they didn't know that he had a pew-pew, so that's a false premise again. Why would you
Point
even
I was
bring that
making,
to us?
so
Why
the
did he
pew-pew
take
when
has
nobody
no
is making
relevance.
out of the
no,
store?
listen, nobody is making the case that they chased after him because they knew that he had a pew-pew. Nobody said that.
Why
You're like
on
making
earth
it to be your
Why
case.
on earth would he shoot the kid in the back then?
Well, he
Like,
shot.
what the fuck are you saying, Easy?
Okay, listen. After they started chasing him, this is what is written in the case. That like after it cuts off from the video too. This is like 50 meters away, at least, from the shop. That's when the brandishing happened.
No.
Okay, so they were already chasing him with the pew-pew then. He brandishes, so they get the pew-pew. So wait, the kid, they have an altercation, right? The kid and him are fighting. Then the kid decides to run out of the store. Then they run out of the store after him. They have to be running out of the store after him with the pew-pew. They don't know he has a pew-pew
I've already said this.
Yes, and that's the point.
Yeah, I've already said this.
The kid having a pew-pew has no relevance to the story.
No. Afterwards, whether or not, like, if we're saying was it unjustified taking of life? Like, once they've already sort of engaged. Now, I've already said that it's wrong to simply chase. Like, I don't think that was the correct decision. Now, in terms of like why they did that and like could it be reasonably maybe understood? Maybe like the son was angry, young, and he did that, and then the father chased after because something could happen. This could be the case. I don't know. All right. But simply, all right, that engagement, were they unjustified in, like, taking the child's life, given the facts of what they're both presenting? There was a pew found next to, what is it called? The black kid, Cyrus, right? And apparently he was, according to the defense, brandishing it, right?
So if they had an altercation, shouldn't the shop owner, and I'm saying shop owner, I don't know if it's the dad or the son, but if they had an altercation, shouldn't that shopkeeper have known he didn't have the water with him?
Okay, well, no. So it was the mother that engaged. She did not leave the store. And then the son was sort of around there. And then he left the store. And then the son kind of, like, the dad wasn't really involved up until the very end, it seems like. And then they just started this, like, kind of chase. They went out the store, okay? As soon as they went out of the store, then the kid, like, bolted off. And so then they took after him.
Correct.
So
the boy did not brandish a firearm at him. I don't know why you keep on saying that over and over
They said
again.
they did, though.
How do you know that?
Said they did.
Where? Because
this
you
is
can
according
look it
to
up right now.
according to testimony.
Okay, hold on. According to testimony, I watched a lot of the testimony, and the son that was on the stand, that he was not even able to clarify multiple things. For example, they said, was he coming at you? And he was like, no. Okay, so he was running away. Yes. I mean, he said, I don't know. And they're like, what do you mean you don't know? Was he running towards you or was he running away from you? Well, I'm not sure how to say it, essentially. And
wow.
Okay.
She may have gotten a phone call.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. And then the guy was like, I need you to tell me it's not a hard question. And he was like, yes, we were running after him. And then the guy said, were you running after him and screaming at him? And he said, no, all I said was, hey. And he goes, oh, all you said was, hey, what did your dad say? And he goes, he also only screamed, hey. And they were like, but to clarify, he was running away from you, correct? And he said, yes. Finally.
Okay, so Chow's defense, this is the father. I understand. How old is this kid, by the way, who
He's
was
20.
involved in this?
He's not a kid. He's an adult.
Well, at the time,
I thought you were talking about the young boy. The young boy.
You said he's 23. The father 100%.
You said he's 23.
The victim was 14.
Yeah, so the kid, if he's 23 today, that was 3 years ago. He was 20. He was 20. Okay, that's an adult.
I think he was 19.
We're not going to get.
That's still older than the 18.
Whatever.
Argument.
Yeah, I know.
I was just. I don't know the ages. That's fine. It's an adult. Okay, move on from the point. I said kid accidentally because I don't know the age of the person. Like, I'm sorry. It's this guy's son. And when people talk about sons, you think it's a younger kid. So I apologize for saying the word kid.
Bro,
anyway, the father's defense was quite literally that he had said that he thought the kid pulled a gun. And I'm talking about the 14-year-old. I'm not talking about what the 20 or 23-year-old said. I'm talking about what the father said. And his testimony was that he thought that the dude pulled a gun.
He thought. There's the question. He thought he pulled one. Okay, he thought. He didn't see one. There's no video. Hold on, I'm speaking. There's no video evidence of him pulling one. Let's also look up at the father's record. How many people has he also
Apparently that's irrelevant.
viewed? It's not irrelevant. Well, I mean, they wouldn't let him bring it up in court. Easy. Please
they
stop
told us it's
interrupting me.
irrelevant.
Easy. Please stop interrupting me. I'm sorry, you have impulse control.
Well, I heard this was irrelevant. We shouldn't bring it up.
I wasn't done talking, so it's all good, though.
Again, how many times has this shop owner also done this? In total, including the boy that was unalived, 3 different times. They did not allow that in court. Why didn't they allow that in court? Maybe because it's a bad freaking look that this shop owner is a little pew happy. And any of the times that he also shot at people, right? The other person was not actively shooting at them, pointing anything at them. It was all over, stealing. Let's just say the boy even did take the waters. Like, okay, great. You're out $1.50. Fucking move on. You probably have insurance to cover it. It's never worth someone's life. What child hasn't done something silly, even if, but again, he didn't do it. This is ridiculous.
His priors were brought up,
I agree.
by the way.
The guy leaving the shop with a weapon, chasing down basically a child over something that he took out of a convenience store. I don't even understand. I don't get this at all.
That, right?
Yeah,
so
I don't get that at all.
Yeah.
I mean,
they did bring up his priors,
so what if you had a 12-pack of beer? Who cares? It's $9.
Will you show up where they also brought up his priors? Because I am actually seeing in multiple different places. That was one of the biggest things, because I've also watched a lawyer break down the case, and they thought it was absolutely ridiculous that they said that they could not present that in front of the jury.
Wow.
Yeah. So somebody lost their life over some bottles
this court
of water.
TV article says that yes, his priors
temper.
and law enforcement warnings were brought up and presented to the jury as evidence, or I don't know if you want to say insinuations of prior incidents, but it does say here that his priors were brought up with his law enforcement warnings and other interactions with pew-pewing people.
Interesting, because
wow, I want to look at the jury. I want to see what the makeup of the jury.
You won't ever know.
What does that mean?
Unfortunately.
Yeah, you can. I think you can. I think once the trial's over, that they're pretty much free game for the journalists to talk
public.
to.
Yeah.
So you can find out. It would just be interesting. It doesn't mean anything, but it would be interesting because it sounds to me like what Vader said. You had a very, very competent defense attorney against a probably fairly new prosecutor, because somebody had their way with that jury.
Mm-hmm.
and they got some things kicked out that were pertinent to the case that they didn't allow in.
So he's been in jail for 3 years, the father, the shop owner. And so he's not serving any other time besides that. And a 14-year-old child is not here anymore for water.
And
that should be free in the first place.
So they put the dad in jail?
This is the difficult part about talking to people about this is like, I understand this is fucking shitty.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, he was in jail.
The police
myself,
did their
I'm not gonna
job.
speak.
The magistrate that he saw even declined multiple bail arraignments. So this is squarely within like Vader's profession. Like, if anybody fucked up, it was Vader-esque person.
I mean, literally over water. Like,
but
this
he
is
didn't
so
even
disgusting.
have the water. That's the thing.
I know,
too.
but
he
it
didn't
was
even
because
steal.
of
That's so crazy.
the shop owner thought it was enough to shoot him over. Though is the thing that really makes me mad.
Yeah,
that was okay.
Yeah, the loss of life over less than a $20 bill is insane.
Right. And what if, like, let's just say he actually did take the water, which we all know he didn't.
Mm-hmm.
What if that was a 14-year-old child that needed that water?
Exactly.
I'm going to be like, okay, well, like, you know.
So maybe go in there without a pew-pew.
Went down this with Easy, which
What?
looks like he's no longer on the panel.
I feel like people are glazing over that.
It doesn't matter if he had it or not.
Them chasing it, you don't know if they're chasing.
It's
not
completely
irrelevant because that's the
irrelevant. They had no idea he
corroboration
had
of the
one.
story.
He had no idea
They chased him with a
And
pew-pew.
to be honest, to be honest with you,
God.
if you knew that someone had a pew-pew, why would you chase them?
Yeah. Correct.
They didn't know until he had pulled it out from
Why
the
did they
father's
run
side.
after
Then why
him
did
with
you
a
chase
pew-pew?
him over water?
I'm not agreeing with that. It was fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Oh my, like,
This
oh my
whole
God, like,
this
I
whole thing
understand
is
the
not
emotion.
good. But if someone
don't
had
get shit
if he
twisted.
brandished it in the
All right,
store and then
this
took
is-
off,
The
you wouldn't
hypocrisy
chase
on this
him.
panel is crazy.
It's
The
not
hypocrisy.
There's
Nobody
no
cares.
talk about
Wait,
hypocrisy.
No, I'm in the middle of talking, and then this guy is talking over me.
Wait.
Go ahead.
Hypocrisy? Are you just talking about talking over?
Yes.
Okay,
I'm
agree.
getting screamed by everybody that I'm getting talking over people, but then I start talking, I get talked over, nobody cares.
I agree. I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention. I apologize. You guys gotta let him fucking finish a goddamn statement.
Okay, finish your stupid statement.
Thank you.
We're not going to drop her for that comment? Come on now.
Suck it up, clown.
Do it faster.
Trump's the clown, not me.
There you go. I muted her. Please continue, Dee.
No, I don't even remember what the fuck I was talking about at this point. I guess the whole point that I was making is that the corroboration of the story came through to the jury, that the kid pulled a pew-pew, which is then what raised the father to pew-pew, and that's the whole point. He was chasing him unjustly. I agree with everybody on this panel. You're not going to get a counter argument out of me. That was fucking ridiculous. But his story was that he felt like the kid was going to pew-pew his son, so he pew-pewed him.
Well, you just agreed with the whole premise here. The chasing was the stupid part, and that's what led to the actions. Ergo, they are guilty of chasing them and pew-pewing somebody in the back.
Sure.
Like,
yes,
that's
absolutely.
the whole point. Then you already agree with us. There's no contention here.
Yep. And then also, one thing you got to remember is if they held him without bail and denied his bail on several occasions, the detectives pretty well had a case that he was at fault.
And also, I believe it was brought up that I think it was even you, Deef, that said the father thought he had a weapon. Not that he saw a weapon, not that it was pointed or anything. That the father said in court he thought he had a weapon.
Right, and I agree with what you're trying to insinuate, but the problem is, and this is what brought me back to what I initially said, is if the father said he thought that he had a weapon, but he actually didn't because he didn't bring one to go to a store or wherever he was going, this would be an open and shut case. But the issue is that they found out he did have one. Okay. That is the whole issue.
If somebody
hold on. They found a weapon near him. They didn't find that he had a weapon.
Thank you.
Let's make that real clear.
Was it or was it not found to be his weapon?
It was found to be near him.
And since when do the open carry people care?
So wait, what are you talking about? He's 14, dude.
Yeah. Oh, I
you
know.
Can't open carry at 14, Darren.
Hey, listen, in Texas, they're trying.
Okay.
They actually make small AR-15s for children now here.
Beef, I am 100% consistent on this. Just because somebody has a pew-pew on them is not an unaliving sentence.
Yeah, if
They
someone
should not have
fear
chased
of
somebody.
Same thing with Alex Preddy.
And I agreed with Alex Preddy with saying that it was unjust. I've argued with MAGA for months on that case. So again, this isn't a Republican MAGA thing.
I mean, they carry them into our grocery stores over their back in Texas.
This is a shitty situation, Brobot, where the kid and the father and the son are the only people who are relevant to their testimony. Unfortunately, the child is no longer here. It's fucking terrible.
Why would you chase a child anyway, though?
Emma, I don't know.
I'm
not arguing that.
It's a weird thing for an adult man, two adult men to do.
Absolutely.
It's to chase a 14-year-old child.
Emma,
I can give a kid $20 if they were like in need of water that bad. Do you know what I mean? Like the fact that they think it's a normal thing to chase a child out of a store with a pew-pew is insane.
And that brings me back to the history he's had with the confrontations at his store.
You may have not been here. I've already made the point. If I were standing in that store as that kid were walking by, picked up and put down water, and no matter what any of the other ones had said, I probably would have bought him the bottle of water. Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't view that as a big fucking deal. I'm sure you would agree with me. You would probably buy him the water too.
All right. Wait.
Thank you for saying that, because I would, regardless of what you guys probably think. I absolutely would.
Or, like maintain
Brad, did you want to come
on
up?
The shop's goods.
What, Mojo?
I just asked
if
Nabra
wanted to come. That's like if I go outside and I had a water bottle sitting on my front porch and I happened to see a kid like just run off as I'm walking outside. And I'm like, oh, he might have stole my water bottle as he's running away. You know what sounds about right? If I pew him in the back, because he might have stole my water bottle. But guess what? It was actually just inside. See how ridiculous that sounds? Literally the same thing.
So Rittenhouse was right then?
And I would also like to add that I'm
very different
looking,
situations.
Oh, okay.
Well, we can get to it right now, but I would also like to add that there's multiple witnesses that's saying that this kid never pulled out a pew-pew. So Mojo was right earlier. The only person saying that the kid had a pew-pew was the son. But not only that, that's important, but also that there are multiple witnesses saying that the kid did not pull out a pew-pew. That is incredibly significant.
So you guys are cool with Rittenhouse then defending himself, right?
I don't know what that has to do with this. Like, these are two different cases. I don't know if you're able to understand that.
No, I'm just seeing if there's logical consistency here.
Okay, compare
Why
the two.
don't you try to bridge the gap then, dude?
Well, he was carrying a firearm when he shouldn't have been, right?
And what was he attacked with? He was attacked with a skateboard or something?
There's no legal standing for a 14-year-old to be armed, right?
Was Kyle Rittenhouse 14?
No, but Kyle Rittenhouse, right? That was one of the contentions there, right? Was that he wasn't old enough to be there. So again, like, are we keeping the same logical consistency? Young kids with firearms put themselves in a bad situation.
He was protecting property.
No. What you're doing right now is you're putting words from like the Fox News talking points about what liberals say into our mouths.
No. I'm putting your words.
Is kind of bullshit. I've never said this shit, you fucking idiot. Dude, what the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, don't crash out, baby boo. I'm using your words.
Baby boo. Use my words then. Use my words.
I'm using your
No,
words.
you have to listen to me in order to hear my words and then use them.
No, I've listened to you. So you're going at me personally. That's okay. I got thick skin. Ask your mom.
Rittenhouse was trying to protect property.
So when you have a child, in a bad situation. When you have a child in a bad situation with a firearm, sometimes bad things happen. Correct?
Oh my God, you're comparing this to Rittenhouse because children with firearms are like bad juju? What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Maybe let somebody else carry this conversation.
Maybe let someone with a fucking high enough IQ explain your fucking ass idea.
Really? I would agree with Nabra in this particular situation. It would be like Rittenhouse getting pew-pewed in the back because he had a firearm. I agree with him. It's still bad. These are grown adults.
It would be the exact
kids.
same. Yes, it would be the exact same situation.
Brandishing versus open carry. Do you understand the differences between those?
I don't know. A convenience store is a little different than a riot.
Well, yeah, and Kyle didn't get pewed in the back while running away.
He was running away.
No, this is a poor.
Yeah.
Trying to bridge
Was he not running away? Was Rittenhouse not running away?
You need to listen to your name and then say it to yourself because literally now,
bro.
This is
Can you
the
make
shit
an
I've ever
argument?
fucking heard, dude.
Was Kyle Rittenhouse moving away or
I
not?
haven't heard from you in 6 months because I haven't been on here, and now I'm remembering why I didn't fucking come on here, dude.
Were they?
Bro, I don't even know who you are. But so again. Was Kyle Rittenhouse not running away from people?
Over and over again, and I'm gonna answer.
Yeah, he was running away.
Okay.
We'll just answer.
He
this.
was right, Easy, and he was armed, right? Except he fired
from someone with a skateboard. Someone with a skateboard.
Oh, so now there's degrees, right? Okay.
Can we
the logical inconsistency is strong.
Can we answer this?
No,
logically?
they're just two different cases.
Like,
that's it. They're just two different cases.
Kyle was running away from a skateboard. No one was pointing a pew at him. Also,
what the fuck? Yeah,
what are you talking about?
A grown ass adult put a pew, a handgun in his fucking face. What the fuck are you talking about?
Logical inconsistency.
He went there to protect property.
Listen, I don't think it's the same
in his face. Like he took the stand. Do you not remember that?
Yeah, I don't think that the two cases. Yeah, I don't think the two cases are analogous, but you shouldn't misrepresent.
I think protecting property like that is bullshit. It wasn't even his property. Like this is the whole thing about. It wasn't even his property. He went there to protect his family, friends, like gas station or some shit like that. Didn't he? He wanted to be a vigilante. He wanted to be a cop.
Well, I don't know. Maybe he's like protecting his family friend. I don't know. I mean, you guys made the case that
it was the property.
He testified that he went up there to help his friend protect property. That's not an issue.
Okay, property.
All these people about property, it's insane that like you think you can like unalive people for it. It's wild to me.
Well, as all of them tell you, property is an extension of yourself. But they also have to have a non-aggression principle, which they can't seem to logically correlate those two things into a single goddamn reasonable thought.
I can. But the thing is like when we say property, even the self is property. So like in this case, all right, like I said, I mean, the 2 bottle of waters, whatever, I've already said this multiple times. This doesn't justify anything. But like, given the sort of facts of what was presented, like the father, was it reasonable for him to like sort of think that his son's life was in danger? I mean, we kind of have to like disprove like where the father, like you just don't trust their sort of testimony. I mean, I don't really know. We don't have like that testimony from other people. You're saying there was witnesses.
I don't know.
That said, no, he didn't brandish this.
To me, I thought Rittenhouse was the definitive source that grown adults should not be chasing young boys.
Okay, yeah, and I would like to clarify one of the. I was right on one of the statements. One of the guys that he did unalive, by the way, was hitting him with a skateboard. There was a guy that did point a firearm at him, but one specifically.
They hit him with a skateboard?
Yes, I literally
because I was like, with it?
Oh my god.
They just got done playing Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
I'm just you guys
hit me with a skateboard.
What I was saying was incorrect. And
I need a spot from a liberal.
I gotta hop anyway. I gotta go grab dinner.
Do you need me to give a spot?
Run, baby, run.
No, Will's.
Are you sure, Will? I can go down too.
No, I'm literally leaving in like 30 seconds.
Bro, all these liberals, they can't.
Do you want to finish something? Shut up. Do you want to finish? Do you want to say something before you leave?
No. Bye, sweet pea.
Baby boo.
Oh my god, you guys.
I want to see if Donovan defends it.
Oh yeah. Okay, so the jury was 5 black people, 5 white people, and 2 of unknown origin.
What does this have to do with anything?
You want to know who the jury was?
We know who the jury was.
By race? By race?
Easy, you have to understand something. The only people more obsessed with race than Schnazis are American liberals. That's why.
That's right.
No, but what?
Thank you.
What does? What?
Thank you for pointing that out.
Yeah, but what's the significance of race here?
It was curiosity.
There could be. Okay, yeah. What made it curious?
Because a good defense attorney would have done his best to put 12 white jurors on that panel.
Okay, so he was bad. He was a bad.
Depends on where those white people are from, though.
Hold on. According to him,
it was South Carolina.
The defense was bad, but the defense,
he can only control
so
much of the jury.
Yeah, they only get half. So the prosecution gets half, defense gets half.
Okay, so it was fair or something?
It was fair.
Yeah, it was fair.
Oh, okay, all right. Well,
what's your fucking point?
It's kind of irrelevant, the whole race thing.
I asked earlier if anybody knew the racial makeup because it's part of the conversation.
Yeah, I love that he comes up and says this after he asked about it earlier and he went and figured it out. He comes up.
What did I ask about?
I love that he comes up and fucking says this. Easy. You have to stop. You have to stop. You have to. Oh my God! You have to fucking stop. Easy. You have to stop interrupting everybody. You really do. You are gonna drive me up a fucking wall, and I'm just gonna block you because I can't stand it.
All right, my bad. But you did crash out just now.
Yeah, because you won't fucking stop talking. Not even for a fucking second. Jesus Christ. Anyway,
my eardrums out.
Then turn your fucking eardrums down. Jesus Christ, shut up. He asked about the fucking jury earlier, and then he went and researched himself, and then he came up and said what the jury was, and the three of you jumped on him for being a fucking racist. What the fuck is wrong with you people?
I didn't call him a racist. I just asked, because there could be some significance here. Like, what is this? I don't really know. Other than
I didn't call him a racist. I said he was obsessed.
Yeah, I never said that either.
Yeah, I think calling him a racist might be a bit of a mischaracterization of what was said.
Yeah, no, not. It was not. You guys are absolutely trying to insist that he was a racist.
No, I don't think I did, actually. I'm just curious as to your curiosity why, the race would be relevant.
Whose?
Mine or Mojo's?
Yours.
Mine is because a good defense attorney would have tried to stack the jury. Because if you say a young black male with a gun tried to, insinuate that he tried to hold up a convenience store, all you need are some South Carolinian racist white people to convict him. Because there's a lot of facts in that case from what I just read and what y'all been talking about that this guy probably should have been prosecuted.
I don't know about this. I mean,
because the detective, if they held him in jail without bail, the detective's case was pretty cut and dried. Because they didn't have to offer him bail, and he had a defense attorney that could have argued some points with the judge in a bail hearing, and they denied it. That simple fact that they kept him in jail.
What is offering him bail? What does that do?
Then if you don't know what I'm talking about,
it's evidence that it was a stronger case.
That's right.
Because he didn't get
That's
really?
right.
So this is your justification.
when you get denied bail, there's a reason for it.
It's the charge.
Could it be could it be the case?
Generally the charge.
Yeah, could it be the case that because it's high profile or something like that?
There could be numerous reasons, but they denied his bail. If the case was problematic and full of issues, his defense attorney would have got him bail.
Oh, really? Well, his defense attorney got him acquitted.
Right. That's why I'm saying
better, right?
Why? So the detectives felt like he was worth holding on to, but his defense attorney got him acquitted. The defense attorney was better than the prosecution.
Yeah.
And sometimes that happens.
Yeah, we know this.
Yeah, sometimes that happens.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean it was right. It just means that sometimes it happens because defense attorneys that used to be prosecutors or DAs are now on the other side.
Well, yeah, that's fine and fair. It also doesn't mean that. He was guilty simply because he didn't get bail. That's a pretty hasty.
No, they had a solid case. Conclusion. They had a case because I guarantee you the detectives were in the bail hearings and they had a strong enough case to hold him.
Okay, sure.
That's all I'm saying. They had a strong enough case to hold him, yet they lost it.
I think that's hasty.
Odd.
It is odd.
Yeah, so a moment ago you said that he should be prosecuted. He was prosecuted. We are literally talking about the conclusion of that prosecution, number one.
Convicted. He meant convicted.
Yeah, I figured he meant convicted. Is that what you meant to say, Darren? Is that he should have been convicted? already then.
So I would say that's not worthy of a response as well.
Right. Well, I mean, just be precise. The other thing was, in the intervening time I was on this panel a little while ago, I saw that there were allegations, there was witness testimony that while they were chasing the person in question, the decedent, he tripped, dropped his pew-pew. He then turned around, picked up his pew-pew, pointed it at the son, and the father drew his pew-pew in self-defense of his son.
No, I have not read that. Where did you get that from?
Not true.
That is exactly okay. So do I need to pull that up?
I wouldn't ask you otherwise. Where'd you get this from?
I pulled it off one of my favorite creators, but I'll find it somewhere else.
So you found a YouTube fucking
TikTok.
No, he found TikTok. He found a fucking YouTube video that says it, but without evidence. That's great.
No, without.
Not only that, but
evidence.
I said it earlier. First of all, we know that this kid didn't steal anything. So that's really important. So they're calling him out for stealing something, and he did not steal anything. They're probably threatening to call the cops on him at this point. This little kid is 14. He's a black boy. He's in fucking South Carolina. He's scared shitless. Hold on. He's scared shitless, right? So he's running. He runs out the door, and he just is like, they're going to accuse me anyway, and I'm guilty before they even get the cops here. He's running. He drops it. By the way, when he's running, you just said it, Donovan. You have the father, who is the owner of the shop, chasing him with a pew-pew. This kid is scared shitless. He drops his pew-pew and then decides to turn it on the father, as he should, because they're chasing him for no reason with a pew-pew.
Yeah, the father has to have the gun out. The father has to have the gun out while he's chasing.
Definitely.
Because he shoots him in the back, and even if they said he was turning around at that particular point, or could have been turning around, he would have still had to have the gun in front of him to shoot him before he got the chance to turn around.
Or at least at his hand, yeah.
The father was carrying the gun in his hand as he was chasing him 130 yards.
Why does he need a gun, like, coming out of his store chasing a 14-year-old kid? Like, and people in the comments are right. He ran so hard that his shoes came off.
But he ran probably because, since we're playing hypothetical,
because two men and one with a gun is chasing him.
Wait, this is not a
No, he ran. He didn't stop because he had a gun on him. That's why. Would he not be worried about the cops showing up and being like, "Oh, you didn't actually steal anything, but you have a gun on you"? Why is that?
How many times have kids?
We're just gonna hand wave the fact that he has a pistol.
It doesn't matter. The shop owner has one. Why is the shop owner doesn't know he has one until after they're out of the store?
Is it legal for a 14-year-old to be in possession of a firearm, of a pistol?
Is it legal for an adult to chase a little kid with a pistol? Is it illegal for the shop owner to be chasing a little child with a gun? No.
Not in the way that you kind of are articulating it, but if he's acquitted,
that's exactly what happened.
Okay.
That's exactly what happened.
He left his store with the gun.
Is he acquitted? Son. Yeah, is he acquitted? By the way, the laws are always
look what
unjust.
happened to OJ.
Yeah. All I'm saying is, the laws are unjust. And if you're making a legal argument, well, guess what? You're not going to find justice. The fuck?
You know, this is just encouraging more people, more grown men to carry pew-pews and point them at little kids. This is just encouraging them. Hey, I have an excuse. If I have a shop and there's a kid I think did something, it's encouraging people to do this because they're going to think they can get away with it because people have gotten away with it.
I think you're
now you're 150 yards from the facility. So now you've broken down the rules of threshold.
Mm-hmm.
No, I think you guys are crazy for just making that assertion.
No, you've done it. Now there's precedent set.
No, I'm saying that this doesn't sanction anything. It's not going to lead to widespread chasing after little kids with a pew-pew.
No, but
and if property isn't defensible, right? So defensive property, lethal defensive property is never justified.
It's not defensive property when they're off their property. He was running away.
Not only off the property, mind you, the little boy did not steal anything.
He didn't take anything,
video footage of him taking the water bottles out and then replacing them and putting them back.
Because the store owner caught him. The mom caught him. CBS News.
Okay, that doesn't matter. He still didn't steal. So he still didn't steal.
That makes it even worse.
No, it doesn't. He still didn't steal. He still didn't steal.
I don't think that they knew. I don't think they knew that, right?
Yeah, they saw. He put them all back into the case.
No, they didn't know that. No, they didn't know that.
All right, easy. I need you to stop repeating yourself just to keep talking. And everybody, please, one person at a time.
I'm gonna take off really fast because it just makes me feel so uncomfy as a mom of a teenage boy that we're just kind of like acting like a child's life should be like taken over water bottles. So y'all have a good night. This is fucking weird and it makes me feel sick to my stomach. So
I know.
Bye, sister.
Yes, when the argument doesn't go in your favor, project something that's not being said at all, and then
that's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, here you are defending the shooting of this kid. It's fucking crazy.
It's weird.
We have to get to the facts. Mojo, I have that source for you. CBS News article printed June 1st, 2026. Let's see. Where is the author?
No, anyhow, I just want to know the title.
South Carolina store owner acquitted of murder in 2023 killing. Of BLK teen wrongly suspected of shoplifting. If you go 1, 2, 3, 4 paragraphs down. Yeah, here it is. Quote, the case is not about a shoplifter. This case is about a father who sees a pew-pew pointed at his son and had to make a decision. End quote. Defense attorney Sean Kent told jurors during closing arguments. The defense attorney said that Amy Chow testified that Belton pointed it at him. There you go.
Wait, what
that changes it. I mean, if that happened, that changes it.
Clearly, I mean, I rack my brain.
I'll be fair.
You said
Hold on, Donovan.
CBS.
That's not what
Wait,
you
said it. CBS.
I said charge the parents. Where were the parents, man? Why would you give a 14-year-old?
No, I still don't think that they should have been 150 yards from their facility.
No.
Chasing this kid
Hold
down.
on, Darren. Actually,
Where
what
are
I'm
the
saying is
parents?
what
Wait,
Donovan
shut up,
presented
Jay.
isn't. Hold on, Jay. What Donovan said though was that he not only. By the way, like this is bad, right? Like whatever. So he dropped it and then he picked it up and then he brandished it. But this isn't what the article is saying.
Yeah,
what?
Donovan. That's not what the article said.
What? Why did you even bring that
up?
You
guys kind of okay. All right. Do you have something that shows what you said earlier, or?
I agree with you on that part, Darren. That the chasing of 150 yards away at that point, threats neutralized. But if he did raise it at him though, then that changes the equation as well. So
right, it does. I mean, there's factors in that, and that's stuff that we didn't know early on in the conversation. But no, bro, what I came up and I was telling the panel is that we had one where we left the plaza and went past Billy Bob's into the Cooper's parking lot.
Yeah,
and so we got found guilty and had to pay a kid $45,000 because we left the threshold of our business. Even though he had stole $245 worth of alcohol.
Yeah, but the thing that's in question here, Darren, okay, and this is what I sort of see here. I've already said, like, probably when you're weighing this out, like pros and cons, it's probably not the smartest thing to do to chase after, especially like a kid, right?
All right,
but let alone like chase after. But the thing that I'm saying here is that
stop defending this shit. Just stop defending this shit. Stop. It's always the same defense.
I'm just trying to clarify for.
No, you're not trying to clarify.
By the law.
Hold on.
Why are you always?
Hold on.
Why are you always trying to shut down opposition?
Because you just keep saying the same stupid thing over and over and over
again.
No, I'm
not.
Yes, you are.
I'm not.
Yes, you are. Okay. By the way, there are multiple witnesses that were put on the stand testified that they didn't see anything in Carmike Belton's hands and didn't see him point a gun as he ran from the store. Nobody testified that happened and doesn't have the last name of Chow. So I'm sorry, no witnesses actually saw him point a gun. No witnesses actually saw him with a gun at all. The only person that did was the child.
Were those witnesses within range to be able to see that?
Hold on, Mojo, was this a murder case or was it a lesser charge?
It was
murder case, Schmurder.
Murder? Oh, sorry, Schmurder. Okay.
I don't know
how it works in South Carolina is the judge can direct them to charge a lesser charge to the jury. If he thinks there's
I could see manslaughter, but I don't know if there's enough there for murder.
Can I just say something real quick, Mojo?
Oh fuck.
I'm sure it's gonna be something stupid.
No, I'm gonna be honest here, okay? I feel for the kid, okay? I feel bad that the kid had to be,
but
because
there's a big but coming.
Kids are stupid.
Yeah,
kids
just get to the butt. Just get to the butt part.
So they deserve to get shot.
No, I never said that. I said he doesn't. I'm saying the burden of what happened falls on the parents of the kid. Like, who's raising these kids, man?
How about the shop owners?
The parents should be charged.
Not the person holding the gun.
They chased him 150 yards from their facility.
How is a 14-year-old alone at a fucking gas
Jay,
station?
what? 14-year-olds go to stores all the time. What are you talking about?
My kids can be 14. They're not going to go to a store. Sorry.
They're not going to a store by themselves? Your kids are sheltered as fuck. What?
Mojo, do you think they overcharged them?
I drive my kids to school every day.
Yes, wait, hold on, chill. You guys, stop. Stop. You guys don't stop talking over each other. What the fuck? Overcharged. Yes, we talked about this already. Yes, I think that there should have been a manslaughter charge on there at least too. I guess the defense attorney somehow finagled it ahead of time in pre-conference trial that there would not be anything but a murder charge, which makes no sense to me. I don't know why the prosecution would agree to that.
You know what, Mojo? It doesn't make any sense at all, which makes perfect sense of why he would do it.
I mean, he did his job as the defense attorney, but
he had them shoot. He had them shoot for the stars, and they didn't hit it.
Yeah, but I don't understand
why. It makes me sick.
I don't understand.
This kid is like not.
I don't understand what the fuck. I don't understand why the prosecutor would agree to that. That's what I don't understand. That's it.
I'm curious if there was like a plea deal too, because like if you're the prosecutor, you get him to plead to something else. But I don't know. I mean, like I said, I don't think there's enough there for murder, but manslaughter, yeah, because he did.
I think there's
he
plenty
was
there for murder.
150 yards away. At that point, you've kind of created the environment, even if he does point the gun at you. But
what?
I think
try and get him on murder one.
I think what we all need to worry about right now is another summer of love. So there's another case that just started that's gonna, if it goes the wrong way, you're gonna see massive protests from this anyway. But if the other one goes the wrong way too, or the other way, the way that we might see some massive protests this summer. Massive.
You said the wrong way. Which way would be the wrong way?
Here comes EZ.
The wrong way that leads to massive protests.
Darren, this is local to us, you know.
Yeah, I know.
It is.
It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out.
So it's relevant to us for sure.
Yeah,
it's relevant to everyone.
So I just want to see. Okay, which way is the wrong way, though, Mojo? Seriously.
Again, the one that leads to massive protests.
Because his parents failed him.
Oh my God!
Which way is that, bro? So, are you saying like where they find Carmelo guilty?
I'm saying I already told you what I was meant. I don't know why.
Bro, come on, bro. Just man up.
Bro, I don't know why you have to keep asking the same fucking question when you already got a goddamn answer.
Hey, before we shifted gears, I wanted to ask Knobrov, what do you think the outcome at chasing somebody down at 150 yards? What would the desired outcome be in that scenario?
With a gun in your
hand. I don't understand what you're saying. What do you mean?
Like what did the shop owners think that they were going to gain chasing somebody down that had to
scare the kid away? Scare the kid away.
I agree with again. Goddamn, dude. I agree with you on that point. Yeah, at that point, you're kind of creating the conflict.
Yeah. And that's what they said. That's what the jury said in our trial was that had we not have left our threshold, the confrontation wouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
That's the reason I brought it up.
I have a question. If the kid would have stopped after being chased, if he would have stopped, turned around, and shot the old man, would he have been justified in doing so?
Standing his ground.
Yes, I do think he would have because he was being chased and he did nothing wrong.
Did Chow raise a weapon? Did Chow raise a weapon?
Chow was obviously carrying the weapon in front of him.
Mm-hmm. He was chasing him with a weapon.
Well, justification and the legality argument are going to be two separate things because he's not legally able to carry a firearm like that.
Correct.
Justified if somebody comes at you with a firearm, yeah, I think you're always justified. Legally, though, no, I don't think he would have.
He might have
gotten off.
If he did turn around and done that, he might have been popped with the firearms or holding the firearm charge, but I think he would get away with shooting the guy.
I mean,
I don't think they'd get him for murder. Sorry, Emma, go ahead.
No.
Can we just talk about? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mojo.
No, I'm just saying the kid. I think the kid would be justified in turning around and shooting the old guy that was chasing after him.
I mean, this kid is going into this store where the shop owner did unalive him. You know what I mean? So, like, this kid is in a neighborhood where people have guns, and the shop owners aren't afraid to shoot a kid for water. So, I mean, in that sense, I almost don't blame the kid for having one, because he did get pew down because of water. You know, like, regardless if he had it or not, they were chasing him with one. Like, he probably, like, you know what I mean? Like, he's in this situation where he's a 14-year-old child, knowing that adults around him are willing to hurt him.
I keep hearing the left say that. He was a child. He was a child. Does anyone know, or does anyone think it matters where he got his pew, where a 14-year-old got it from?
Yes, it
matters. Figure that out.
If it's the parents' pew, the parents need to be charged.
Well, I was trying to figure this out. Does anybody know? I don't even know if it was his gun. I don't even know if he had a gun.
You can get them. If you want to, you can get them.
But nobody's
talking about... defense made the case, remember?
Nobody's talking about if he even had a gun, or beforehand he had a gun, or if it was his gun, or if it was his parents' gun, or if it was a household gun. Nobody's even talking about that at all. I wonder why.
But no, hold on. I told you that they presented, like, within the case, I think picture evidence of him, like, having that on. I think it was.
I don't know that you can say that it was the same gun. I don't know if you were at a friend's house.
But don't you guys hold his parents responsible?
Oh my God.
Are his parents not responsible?
No,
yeah, you
Jay,
the same stupid question.
He failed. The parents failed the child.
No, the only ones that failed are the shop owners.
It's always the
same. Failed because they're chasing a 14-year-old out of a store for water. That's wrong.
Jay, what about women who have been, or even if they haven't, they're just, got a job at night and they have to walk home from, I don't know, their work to get to their house, and they don't have an open carry, right? Or they don't have a concealed carry, and they carry a pew with them to protect themselves. Wouldn't you say that that's justified? And if she turns around and pew somebody who tries to grape her, like, we know in society that would be okay for her to have that pew.
Matt, can you explain to me why this keeps happening to young black dudes and not other races?
I can explain it, but you don't want to hear the answer. You don't want to hear the answer.
Is it the single mom issue here?
I can explain it to you, but you don't want to hear the answer.
That's insane.
Every single one of you, except for Nabra, has come up and said some racist shit. What the fuck is going on?
I'm saying the single mom problem in the black community that needs to be addressed.
I think there's a problem where people are racist towards black and brown people. How about that? And they keep on unaliving them. That's the problem in the country. That's the one we need to look at.
What's funny is Jay's a brown person who's racist against brown people. Fucking hilarious.
I can't. Oh my God.
That raises another question. Does that make Mr. Chow white?
It makes him a person that shouldn't have a gun.
He's obviously an immigrant, right? He's obviously an immigrant.
No, I'm not saying that Mr. Chow's an immigrant. I have no idea. But what I'm asking specifically is
oh my God. Just keep on going.
Hey, thanks for having me, Mojo. I got to drop for a little bit. I'll come back if you're still on later.
Yeah, thanks for being here.
Well, Donovan, he is an immigrant. He was born in Hong Kong. But Mojo will tell you in virtue of that, he has squinty eyes.
I'm not certain if Julio Iglesias is an immigrant.
Is he?
I don't know.
Oh my God.
I think he's from Puerto Rico.
You weren't here for the comment. You weren't here for the comment. You weren't here for the comment. So I just have to say that Easy was trying to make the old man look like some frail old guy, this old immigrant that just came to the U.S. and all he's trying to do is feed his family by running a convenience store. That's where this started from, because he was talking about this old guy being an immigrant and he's just trying to take care of his family. I'm like, you don't even fucking know if he's an immigrant. What the fuck?
I do know that he's an immigrant. One, I do know that he's an immigrant.
You didn't at the time. You went and looked it up afterwards because I challenged you on your fucking idiotic statement.
How did you? Okay, what made you say that he had squinty eyes?
Because you said he was an immigrant simply because his last name was Chow.
Oh, so an immigrant means okay.
So listen. An immigrant means that he has squinty eyes.
You said he was an immigrant. What the fuck?
Okay, an immigrant could be. Yeah, an immigrant.
His
could
last
be from
name
Europe.
is Chow.
Yeah.
Okay, that could be European.
Like
Why did you say squinty eyes? Why did you say squinty eyes?
Like
Because
Donna
you're the one who
Chang.
made the
Hold on,
fucking
hold on,
racist
hold on.
statement that he was an immigrant.
Hold on. So an immigrant from like where? Italy?
I don't know. You're the one who said he was
you
an
don't know?
immigrant.
So
What the fuck?
Okay, if you don't know, what makes you think that squinty eyes?
I don't know. Look at this, man.
equals
You
immigrant?
said some racist.
Okay, so
you say some racist shit,
okay.
and here you are just trying to defend it by attacking me. What the fuck?
Okay, hold on. So when you close your eyes and you think of immigrant, you think squinty eyes?
I think that
Easy.
you thought squinty
Oh, because
eyes.
Chow, you thought Chow.
I think
Chow
you
was
thought squinty eyes.
Picture
Yes.
Easy. Picture
No,
Donna
you
Chang.
no, really, but you said it. I thought it, but you said it.
You did.
You say things.
You're the one
Okay,
who's
so
talking
I
about the
manipulate-
guy being this poor little immigrant.
I make you say things.
Easy. Just
Hi,
picture.
Sammy.
Easy.
I make you say things. What's up, Darren?
Just picture Donna Chang.
I don't know if I can. All right, as my wife got promoted today, she got a new office. It's pretty cool. I'm gonna go.
Congrats.
Tell her
I'm gonna
thanks
go
for
hang out with her. All right,
tell
take
her
care.
we all say thanks for taking care of
By
you.
the way,
Yeah.
don't talk about my wife, you weird ass person.
You said it.
Take care.
What the fuck?
Oh my god. I can't.
Fuck.
Did anybody ever see that Seinfeld with Donna Chang?
No, I don't even know who that is.
It's just a white girl that likes that name because everybody thinks that she's Asian.
Everyone thinks my boyfriend's Asian because his first name is Lee.
Crazy. His first
Got a
name is
question.
Lee? And so they think he's
My
Asian?
boyfriend's first name is Lee, so like whenever they like meet him, they're like, "Oh, I thought you were Asian" every time.
What the fuck?
It's so weird, but it happens a lot.
Oh, well, I can bring an actual racist on the panel.
No, thank you.
No racist.
No.
Darren, you know this racist.
I bet.
Bring up lift. Bring
no,
up lift.
No, it's
Oh God!
fucking, no,
Oh
it's
no,
fucking
Fawcett.
Oh fuck!
Oh, sure. Go ahead. Bring up.
That dude's picture is in the dictionary next to the word.
Wait, is
Hey, and
Fawcett's
while-
first name Lee?
Is your first name Lee Fawcett?
It-
Are you a
it's
Lee Fawcett?
It's Leland, but like, yeah, people call me Lee. Yeah. Hey, listen, I listen. The amount of Asian jokes I've made in my life are a dime a dozen. You know, hello, how's it going? Like, come on now.
Oh my God.
It's such a low hanging fruit. Come on now.
I do actually have an actual question.
Yeah,
So-
it's cracking.
So they chased after a 14-year-old boy,
Fawcett.
right?
Oh, wait, hold on. Before we get into that, hey, Fawcett.
Yeah.
I was on your live the other day when you were talking about you were looking for a Yahtzee wife. Did you ever find her?
What?
I'm close. She wasn't blonde as I expected, but her eyes aren't. Our eyes aren't shit brown. So I mean, like, we're getting there. Yeah, no.
You're getting
and,
there.
she doesn't believe in birth
Are
control
you
either.
just wait? Are you only getting there because
All right,
she's
I
got
give-
the hair and the eyes, but
I
she
give
doesn't?
All moderators,
was
you
me.
guys all have the authority to do whatever the fuck you want with this guy.
Okay,
Just so you know.
question. Would it have made a difference if they were chasing after an adult instead of a child? Do you think that the store owners would have actually chased after an adult male instead of a 14-year-old boy?
No.
Yes.
No.
100%. If it was a black man with a orange sweater on who was stealing water bottles, we would have just had another George Floyd 2.0 situation go on. But because he's 14 years old and he wants to be a gangbanger, it's like, no, it would have been the same thing. You really think Rick Chow was like?
Literally expected nothing less of the person looking for a Yahtzee wife.
Nope.
Yeah, you're a gangbanger.
Actually-
You just don't define it that way. What are you talking about?
I don't
You're
walk in a
worst
conven- I don't
things.
walk in a
You're a
convenience store.
Yahtzee,
The
bro.
only thing that was
You're,
missing,
you're
the
a
only thing that was
gangbanger.
missing was the N-word in that whole.
B, have you met
couple
Fawcett?
sentences.
Fawcett is quite literally a fucking Nazi. He's a fucking
Have you
Nazi.
seen pictures of Cyrus or Cyrus? Have you seen pictures of him? Come on now.
I'm sure if Fawcett turns on his camera,
No, I'm
you'll
looking at
see the
pictures.
lightning bolts on his collar. He literally is self-described as a Nazi.
It's actually under the armpit, but yes. Anyways, no, it's Cyrus.
Somebody's
So
taking full
quiet.
advantage of my powers right now.
Oh, we can
Cowardly
breathe.
to put it on your armpit, by the way.
I'm good. I'm good. I mean, you guys can drop them if you want to, whenever you want. Doesn't matter to me.
Why? Like, why? Oh, a galaxy? Fake galaxy. Nigger.
Wow,
Oh my
Jesus Christ.
The fuck, dude?
Y'all thought I was fucking joking.
We need to change his name to Toilet.
Robot,
It just
and I
takes a
wasn't
few
going to
minutes.
allow you to let him keep
Wow.
talking.
Yeah, it just takes a few minutes.
We need
He
to change his
told us-
name to Toilet instead of Faucet, honestly.
He told us on a panel one night that if he could find any sundown towns in Texas, that's where he would live.
All right. I will just go ahead and block him at this point. That's fine.
That was gross.
Everybody always thinks I'm joking. Like he's self-described as a Nazi on his own panel.
It's fucking crazy. I can't believe he freaked out like
look,
that.
another Yahoo.
Oh, another fucking racist prick.
Oh, God.
Ridiculous thing to say.
You trying to get me to drink tonight?
Up. Hey, Zach, is Hoodlum behind you?
Hey,
No, Hoodlum's already blocked on both accounts.
hey, Mojo. Have you seen his third account?
No, I only had the 2 blocked. I didn't know he had a third
Learn
one.
to Auto is the
Oh,
newest one.
That one I have. That one I did block him
Oh,
on.
okay.
I don't know what the
Because I was
second one
gonna
is
say,
then.
because I think I've seen him on 3 different ones.
Who's that for? Wait, I don't even have it up. Liddy, are you just doing that for fun because you love me?
I just can't believe he just went straight for it.
I know, that was
what are-
crazy.
Mojo is left in the request because I know we can't see him.
He is not. Lift
Yeah,
is
I
not
feel
a
like-
request, but Zach is.
I feel like the ancestors, the people in my life want me to drink right now because of the conversations today.
I don't even have it up right now, but I'm okay. I've heard plenty of racist comments today already.
Wild. Oh, it's quiet.
Carlos.
How does anyone wake up and just say I want to be a Yahtzee? Who when? Why would you make that decision? Are you that?
I don't wake up. I go to sleep thinking that.
What? What are you
How do
saying?
you wake up?
I'm just saying you got my schedule messed up. It's not in the morning when I say that.
Yeah, he's another Nazi dude.
No,
He's
I'm just fucking with
self-described.
you. I'm fucking with you, bro. Come on now. That was a troll. Come on now.
It's kind of
Are you
my
though?
one.
Look at my nose and tell, bro. I look the most Jewish fucking Jew ever, bro. Come on now. I'm not Jewish, by the way. Unfortunately, not.
Oh my God.
Hey, Mojo.
Totally
Listen, thanks
confused.
thanks for letting me come up. I enjoyed that conversation. That really was interesting.
Yeah, really? It's fucking terrible.
No,
But
the
thanks
one
for being
about
here.
the one about the trial.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Trial,
that was
the
interesting.
trial is interesting. I honestly, my dumb ass is probably gonna watch, but after I read Nietzsche, which I have to do now, I'm probably gonna end up watching that trial too.
Yeah, I'm gonna read some about it tonight because it's probably
am
gonna be a
too.
topic of
Okay.
discussion. But anyway, hey, listen, I just want to say thanks, and I'll see y'all around.
Yep.
Good to see you,
Okay.
Darren.
Have a
Yeah,
good night.
thank you. Yeah,
Nice
good
to
see
meet
you,
you.
Emma.
Treat the Bentley well.
Okay.
Night, Darren.
Good night.
Hold on, Mojo. Did you say you have to read Friedrich Nietzsche?
Yeah.
Why would you read that misogynistic prick?
To understand it, to fight it.
Well, because I was having a conversation with somebody about power. Okay, so I think we've been. I'm going to explain the conversation a little bit. I think we've been fighting on the wrong playing field for a while. I think we are trying to make things about morality, about right and wrong, about good and evil. And when you're talking to somebody like Donovan, who has a different idea on what good and evil is, you're never going to convince them. So we have to figure out a different way to argue. And the book is what is it? Power or something or another that I'm supposed to read.
Did you just say I didn't know what
everything schmatzy?
Hold
So is
on,
it actually
hold on.
a schmatzy book?
Did you just say I
Beyond
didn't know what good and evil meant?
No,
Did we
I
know about
didn't. I
memes?
didn't. Wait, hold on. I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all. And the book is actually Beyond Good and Evil by Nietzsche. I have to read it now because it's not a very long book, but I have to read it for sure because it's just about a different way of approaching arguments or approaching discussions and how you can convince people about your viewpoint a little better than bad and good, good and bad. Anyway.
Wait,
Are you trying to
because
win
a
though?
People
Nazi,
like that. Why would you
wait
want
a
to
minute,
convince
because
people
a
like that?
Nazi told you to go
Hello,
read this
everybody.
book.
No, it's not a
It
Nazi.
is
It's
akin
not a
to
Nazi. Wait,
literally.
hold on. I'm going to be clear. It's not a fucking Nazi that told me to read it.
It was All Men, wasn't it?
Hold on,
American All Men.
it's called understanding your opponent's argument, brother. What do you mean, bot? You're a bot. You're clearly a bot. What do you mean?
But are we
Hey,
trying to
what's up,
win or
bro?
are we trying to find the common ground?
I'm
Like,
trying to get people to understand that their viewpoint is wrong or that
Mhm.
I'm right.
Hey, what's up with that senator?
And
with
maybe
the Yahtzee
common ground's a
tattoo?
good place to start if we can get there. Sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, what's up with that senator with that Yahtzee tattoo he got covered up? What's going on with that guy?
you know what? It's Maine. Who knows?
Yeah, he's a bad person. Why'd he get that Yahtzee tattoo?
He was like in the Marines and they were in Croatia and they were drinking
You're an
and he
American.
apologized and
they were drinking.
do you know
You're
how
an
many like
American.
do you
You're
know how many
excusing
military
somebody
people
getting
get
a Yahtzee
tattoos
tattoo?
while they're like deployed and all together when they're drinking? Like a
Yeah, so
lot of
you're
them.
excusing somebody
But
for a Yahtzee tattoo. That's how delusional
I'm
the
gonna
left
use
has
that as an excuse
become.
for mine. That's what I'm gonna say.
Excusing
Like,
somebody for a Yahtzee
Wait.
tattoo. That's how delusional you people have become. and you
I
don't even
can't
see
hear
it.
you. I can't understand you. You're going off about fucking some stupid shit and I can't understand you. Take the goddamn phone out of your pocket or out of your ass or out of your fucking throat. I don't know where the fuck it is, but just take it out, please.
I apologize, Toast. It was in my butthole. I apologize. I took it out.
Oh my god, what is going on?
No, you didn't. It's still there. We can't hear you.
It's still the same,
we
bro.
need a fucking translator for this guy. Come on now.
Are you okay?
You got a stuffy
my
nose. I think you
phone-
need to blow
my
your nose or
phone's screwed
something.
up. My phone's screwed up, guys. I'm sorry.
Time out.
But you can
Well,
hear
maybe you
Damn
should
it.
take it in the shower with
The
you.
Trump phone already got fucking bugs, dog.
That's why,
Yeah, bro.
Donovan.
It's already cultured. I can still
Time
get
out.
on TikTok though. I can still get on TikTok. His sneakers are really comfortable too. I got the sneakers. You know, I just walk around my town. I play
Wow.
basketball in them things.
I heard that wrong to start out with. I heard that really wrong to start out with.
Yeah. You heard it however you heard it. And that's how it is.
Okay,
You know
I
what I'm
can't.
saying?
No, I cannot deal with you. Oh my God, what the fuck?
Yeah, I think he did say that, by the way.
See, so this is what I'm saying. This is why border protection is what we need, because we need to get fuckers like that out of our life. You feel me?
No.
Good job. There's 80 people in the audience. Everybody tap the screen. Make sure you send your daily heart me, Philip Mojo's gift goal, and make sure that you gift the gallery. The panel is worth it, except for me. And please continue.
Yeah, whoever just kicked them, they're basically ice. That's what we're kind of getting on right now. Me and him, we were family, so you just separated family.
Carlos, why in the hell are you scratching your mic?
What, scratching my mic? Why? Hold on. Why is
He's
your only
probably
insult
scratching
about
his
someone's
balls
mic?
with his mic.
Okay, bot, you're a bot. Come on, now, buddy.
No, we actually did have a bot on earlier. That was pretty funny, actually. Somebody came on with an AI, was arguing with Easy with an AI bot.
Really?
Crazy. Yes.
Was he speaking?
Hey, I know who it was.
Was
By
he
the way,
speaking Hebrew?
I know who it was. By the way, so you guys, that's exactly what it was. It was an AI bot.
Was he speaking Hebrew or not?
I have two guesses, and I'm going to put it in the mod chat.
Mandarin or Hebrew?
What are you doing?
like
Are you
that.
okay? Who did you vote for?
Are you friends with Fawcett?
Oh, don't do that.
Carlos, who did you vote for?
Oh, my bad. You were talking about me? Yeah, what was the question?
Who did you vote for?
Yeah, originally I voted for Trump.
Okay. Did you vote a second time?
I'm going to vote a second time, midterms.
Okay. Originally, you voted for Trump. I'm just
Originally, I
wondering
voted red. Right.
Okay, I'm just wondering if you voted a second time for Harris.
Fuck no. I would never vote for Harris.
Okay. So, are you disillusioned with Trump now, or are you still supporting
fuck
Trump?
Donald Trump. But I'm also not really a Kamala Harris girly. You feel me? I'm not that type of girly pop.
I didn't know you were girly. Thanks for letting me know.
Yeah, I mean, it's Pride Month, so go you.
Go
well, anyone. When I said go you, it wasn't directed to you. I'm just like, go team,
Go
the
team.
gay team. The gay team.
You got issues.
I love gay people.
How old are you?
Way, though.
How old are you?
22 next month.
Okay.
So.
And you find yourself funny, don't you?
No, I don't find myself funny. I told you I love gay people. I'm not.
You know what, Mojo? Men can be funny sometimes. Sometimes they can be funny.
Do you think this guy is funny?
It catches me off guard, but sometimes they can be. But majority of the time, women are the ones that are funny.
Oh, okay. Amy Schumer. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm just never mind. I agree with you. I love women. Women are also kind of funny too. I agree with that.
I don't know what's going on.
But the reason why you find women more funny is because you can relate to their jokes more, and same thing here. I can relate to men's jokes, I guess.
Who did you vote for the last one? Like you said, the first time you voted for him.
I was too young.
Okay. Wait, what? How do you vote the first time, but you can't vote the second time because you're too young?
We're not talking about it. So the second time is
23
midterms.
now.
No, I turned 22 next month. I'm 21 right now.
Yeah, he's still 21 right now.
Oh, I see. Okay. Sorry, I didn't hear where he said his age.
He's just a child. He's a fetus. Leave him alone.
Right.
So Newsom 2028, I can count on your vote for Newsom?
No. Hell no. I will. No, man. Look, if it's Vance versus Newsom, I'm not voting. I'm just.
How about?
right
Well,
now.
let me ask you a real question. How about AOC?
She's way too. She doesn't have a spine, bro. I understand she's not funded by the Israelis, but she passes way too many packages in order for them to get their supplies. So no, I don't support that.
So you'd rather just have some another old white guy?
I mean, what? Hold on. So you have a white guy who's voting for genocide, and then a Hispanic lady voting for genocide. Why the fuck does that matter? You're like, oh, she's a Latina. Who the fuck cares about that shit? Are you dead ass?
I'm dead ass. Yeah, you just want some random old white guy.
No, fucking Lindsey Graham. Ew. Happy month to him too.
By the way, people. AOC
I do love gay people. It's not Lindsey Graham. Fuck him.
I see what you did there, Brendan.
You're welcome. Yep.
I can't with you guys today. Everyone is on one.
So this is
Are
interesting.
you saying that's your main reason? Carlos, is that your main reason that you're upset right now? Is are you a one? No. What I guess I'm asking is, are you a one issue voter?
No.
Okay.
What other issues do you have then? Besides Jewish people?
Trump's attacked the Second Amendment. Well, that's a pretty big issue now, Mojo.
Are you against Zionists?
What?
No, I'm not against Zionism. No.
Did you just say Trump attacked the Second Amendment?
Yes.
How in the hell did he do that?
2018 bump stock ban. He also had by the way, let me say modern day Zionism, yes, I'm against. Let me just specify that. Modern day Zionism, I am against. But no, he's attacked the Second Amendment in regards to Alex Preddy and also the 2018 bump stock ban several times.
So using technology to turn a semi-automatic into essentially a fully automatic pew-pew, that's a bad thing.
You don't need technology to do that. What do you mean?
Do you understand that people who are in office, people who fancy themselves negotiators, need to give and take and make compromise and strike accords with their political opponents? You get that, right?
Okay, I don't care. I don't want that.
Of course you don't care, because you are a simple creature.
Hold on, because I understand there's there's bill. That's what the fucking triple B bill was, right? That's what I'm saying. I don't like packed bills like that. It's bullshit. Do it individually. Stop compromising on some stupid shit. Stop cutting off people from their life support just because you want to compromise with the other fucking people. That's stupid as shit. That's the argument you're giving me.
Didn't you say that doesn't your bio say that you're running for some kind of office? Is that right?
What does that have to do with what does that have to do with the conversation?
Well, we're talking about how people in office tend to act, especially with regards to negotiating and striking accords. That's what governance is about in a democracy. It's about compromise.
Yeah, you have to, but not everything can be compromised on. And we have to accept that. Not everything can be compromised on.
I understand that. You don't think a bump stock is a place to compromise?
No, it's not, because it's a stupid executive order, and it's an illegal executive order that he placed against the Second Amendment, and that's why.
Yeah,
that's why the Supreme Court had a problem with that too. My bad, I had a call beep in. So yeah, he went against the Second Amendment. Do you disagree with that?
Yeah, I think that, quote, going against the Second Amendment.
Are you a Trump voter?
Of course I'm a Trump voter.
Okay, so then that's why you have an issue with it, because you're a hypocrite. You only have an issue when Democrats
attack the Second Amendment. Hypocrite. It has to do
because, sir, you only care when you only care when the Democrats are going after it. Me, fuck the Republicans and fuck the Democrats when they do it, because
Democrats want to repeal.
I love red on red crime. This is so awesome.
Hold on, because this isn't red on red crime. It's a red versus cultist. Like, this is not the same shit. Look, ask him what his opinion is on Thomas Massey.
I was actually going to ask you on about Massey, just to see what you had to say.
Thomas Massey, they kicked his ass out because he wanted the files released and because he wanted to stop sending aid to Israel. And that's why you have idiots like Donovan who voted for him in masses. And that's what I'm saying, bro. Because what? Because Trump says so.
I'm not your bro.
Fucking idiots. Yo, yeah, I mean, you're not. You're not.
Then don't call me your bro, son.
Because once again, you have taken over the Republican Party for what? For a fucking billionaire who doesn't give a shit about you. That's what.
Oh, there it is.
He attacked your Second Amendment right.
How juvenile that you must demand that
Donovan, who was worse on the Second Amendment? Who was worse on the Second Amendment, Biden or Trump? Which one? Please tell me.
It's a false choice.
It's not. What the fuck does that mean? What do you mean false choice? One or the other.
It's a ridiculous choice.
Which
the
one
Democrats as a whole.
More?
One of the party planks on their platform is the Democrats would like to do a lot of damage to the Second Amendment, and there's quite a few of them that would like to repeal the Second Amendment. So there's a huge difference when you're talking to people who want to repeal the Second Amendment and you want to get things done in government, that yes, one must compromise in order to get the work of the people done. But you seem to be some kind of some bullheaded child who wants to just plant his feet, cross his arms, and say no. That's what you sound like.
No, sir. Once again, you are okay when Republicans go against the Second Amendment, but when Democrats do it, you want to bitch and whine. How about have some fucking balls, have a spine, go against everyone when they go against your constitutional rights, regardless of their party affiliation.
Yeah, let me just make something clear to you right now. I have a bucket full of balls, a yard of dick, and enough hair on my back to weave an Indian blanket. Oh, you don't need to throw these silly little jakes.
Where do you keep that yard of dick? Is it in your top drawer?
I need you to answer the question. Who attacked the Second Amendment more via policy, Trump or Biden? Please tell me. Don't pivot. Come on, tell me.
No, again, this is a ridiculous question.
I asked you a question. What's fucking confusing, bro? Come on, I just asked you a question. What's confusing?
You asked me.
I'll dissect it for you.
Who attacked the Second Amendment more?
I want to be clear on something.
Oh
man, I want to be nonsense. Never mind. I guess I don't get to say anything. I want to be clear on something, Donovan. You do vote on one issue. You are, as of right now, a one-issue voter. You just want to clear out the deep state, Donovan.
Wait, who?
Correct.
Oh. Yeah. You're a one-issue voter.
That is correct.
So your opinion that Trump is not the deep state?
That is his opinion.
That is also correct.
Because he's a Zionist, right? I guarantee you he's a Zionist.
It's fucking wild.
What's your opinion on Israel, Donovan?
Our goals, our strategic goals in the Middle East align.
Oh my God,
Israel. Exactly. No. Do you want to hear a sophisticated, nuanced opinion?
Yes, sir. Give me the same script you always hear. Come on,
because it sounds like you get most of your politics from Reddit. Our strategic goals.
Hold on, that's Israeli owned, damn near, brother. What do you mean? They're all Zionists, though. What do you mean?
Because I recognize that Israel is a bulwark against radical Islam in the Middle East. They are the only democracy in the Middle East.
Why'd they fund it then?
Why does the United States help fund Israel?
Why did they fund radical Islam then?
You're asking
they
why?
They are so against it.
You're asking
why Israel?
Why funded radical Islam, or why the United States? You understand that generally what I do is I ask for precision. So when you say they, you must be more precise. Do you understand?
Yeah, Israel.
Wonderful. So what you're saying is that Israel, correct me if I'm wrong, what you're saying is that Israel funded the Palestinians, so by proxy they funded Hezbollah? No. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Okay.
So
then what
directly
you're saying
funded
is that
HMAS. They directly funded HMAS. Directly.
HMAS,
That's what the
right?
Palestinians.
And who is the leading political party in Palestine right now?
HMAS, but they haven't had an election.
So
they have not been able to have an election since 2003. No, they haven't been able to have a functioning election since 2003 because Israel has blocked them from having elections.
Blocked them? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
They haven't blocked them.
Gaza.
Every time there's any
Especially
dissent,
now.
this is hilarious. Anytime there's any dissent for HMAS in Israel, they start pew-pewing people.
What do you mean? Anytime there's any dissent
talking about
for Hamas
right after the
in
ceasefire,
Israel,
2 weeks after the ceasefire, they dragged people out in the street who were dissenting to Hamas.
You
and
said they. I don't know
them.
who you're saying. I don't
that's
know
not what
you're talking about
happened.
when you say they.
It was people
exactly
that
what
have.
happened.
No,
You're saying
that's
that
not
they
what
collaborated
happened.
with Israel.
No,
right?
they have rules where they are too, and there was people that went against their people and were infiltrating and like they were almost like they were like traitors, and so they're allowed to regulate their own people, and they chose to unalive the people that were traitors that were working with Israel.
So just
That's
to
what
be
happened.
clear. Just to be clear, the people that B is saying funded these people hate Israel so much that anyone that collaborates with them, they pew you.
No, that's not what happened.
Israel.
Donovan, it's premeditated. Hold on. Yeah,
no, none of your narratives fit together.
It's not a narrative.
Fit together.
It's the truth.
It's not a narrative. It's
manufactured
history.
It is very much a narrative.
Why are we
did Israel not fund HMAS? They directly funded them. They've given them money.
You missed it. If
They also
Hamas is the main,
Wait, hold on. Hold on.
talk.
Let Donovan finish his statement.
If HMAS is the main political party of the Palestinians, then any funding that goes to the Palestinians will obviously benefit HMAS. I thought that would be obvious to you. I guess not.
Can you repeat it again, sir? I was doing something.
I said if HMAS is the main political party, the leading political party, the ruling party of the Palestinians, then any funds that Israel gives to the Palestinians is going to fund, therefore, Hamas.
Funds that they give them. Yeah.
Yes,
So-
absolutely. Israel, who is
That's a straw
allegedly
man.
some
I wasn't
genocide,
arguing that. You said
actually gives money and resources to the Palestinians. Crazy how that works.
They don't give resources to them. They're all starving.
They gave resources. What the fuck? They're all starving. Let me ask you something,
Yeah,
Emma.
they are.
How many
They
kids were
can't get
born in
medical
Palestine
attention.
this year?
We know people
Is it
there. We talk to them.
60,000 kids were born in Palestine this year?
Yeah, because there's no birth control. There's no health
there's no
care,
birth control.
Donovan. Yeah,
Whoa.
there's no health care.
Yeah.
People are literally unaliving
Yeah, they're
because
starving,
of the boom
but
booms and
they're
because
also
of no
fucking
food,
and having
because of
kids.
no health care,
Again,
because of no
your
formula.
narratives don't fit together, Emma.
What?
Your narratives
it
don't fit
literally
together.
does. The
I'm not
World
gonna lie.
Food
If I'm going
Program,
through crisis,
integrated
I'm
food.
fucking, bro. What do you mean?
Yeah,
hold
United
on, Brendan,
Nations, World Food Programs, the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification have all classified Gaza as completely starving.
Yeah, Donovan, that makes zero sense. If we look back in all of history, we see the poorest people, the hungriest people have the most fucking kids. Like even in American history, when we had issues like making farms, or we look at the Irish during the fucking potato famine, like they had 10 fucking kids. I don't know what the fuck you're going on about, but that absolutely fits historical context.
Seems to me that 60,000 more people in Gaza doesn't really fit with the G-side narrative either.
Seems to me you don't know where you're getting your numbers because, again, we have 3 major organizations saying that they are starving. So some random dude on TikTok telling me, trust me, bro, they're not, does nothing for me. Can you give me a source other than this random number you pulled out of your ass?
I don't give a
Give me a
fiery
source.
blue fuck whether you believe anything I have to say or not.
Dude,
it is
arguing
not
with
up
these
to
people
me.
So then you're just
It
wrong.
is not up to me to edify you.
You're just wrong.
Damn.
Our biggest ally. Oh my god.
They are.
Yeah, well, now
Oh
we're going
my
to share
God.
all our like intel with them, all our security. Like this, it's ridiculous what's happening right now.
Yeah, because our
We're like-
strategic goals align. We
No,
want.
we shouldn't be
we
sharing
want the
all of
same
our
No, they don't.
secrets. We shouldn't share all our secrets with any country. Like this isn't saying that they want to merge all of the I forget what it's called exactly, but it's insane that they're even considering this.
Wait, I want to know what our
That's why we
strategic.
pay Israel, so we can get their developments the fastest, so they can essentially share their secrets with us. I mean, except from the nukes they have, right?
Wait, they don't have secrets. Hold on.
Oh yeah, the
they
nukes
don't
don't
have.
even
No,
admit
they have
to.
developments they make, and they give
They
it
don't
to
have
us first
development.
before it
I'm
goes on
sorry.
the
They get
market.
all their tech from us. Wait, I want to know what you mean by we are that we align.
Actuals align.
Yeah.
This
Yeah.
is
What does that
this
mean?
is what is said, right? I don't personally.
What does it mean that our goals align? What does that mean? What goal are you
I'll
talking
totally
about?
tell you. But you
Imperialism.
were correct about what you just said, because Israel actually does a lot of medical innovation. Like, we get on average like 12 to 20 new patents from Israelis every year, specifically with regards to medicine and medical technology. That's number one.
Right.
Number two, the strategic goals in the Middle East specifically are ridding the world once and for all of Islamo-fascists. looking at you, IRGC. And two,
so fucking global genocide. That's where our goals align. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. Global genocide. That's where we align.
A stable
That's
and lasting
gross.
peace in the Middle East.
That's fucking
Donovan,
They're not
can you
even
tell
in the
me
top
how many
5.
patents we get from India? Wait, Donovan, can you tell me how many patents we get from India every year?
I don't know off the top of my head.
More than Israel.
I imagine you wouldn't want to, because we get more patents in the medical field from India than we do from Israel.
That would
And
make
China,
sense.
and France,
Right, but the
and
truth is
Germany,
we've been
and the
paying them since
UK.
the 40s. Like,
good
why
job.
are we
The
still
reason I
paying
brought it
them
up
then?
is because Mojo said we didn't get any technology
We
from
don't.
Israel.
We don't get
I
shit
simply
from
corrected
Israel.
him.
We get some things,
Okay.
Mojo.
See,
Why
now-
are we still?
now you
Why are we
understand
paying
why I
these
said
fuckers
it.
since the 40s?
Wait,
Well,
are
I
you?
mean, we
are
do-
you?
we do.
Wait, hold on, Rosa. Are you defending Israel right now?
No,
No, no.
I'm not for anything. Like, blast the whole fucking Middle East. But why are we paying them?
Right.
I agree.
Well, no, to an extent. I mean, yeah, no, we do pay, and then they do provide us a lot of weaponry, but still at the same time, it's
they
also vice
don't.
versa.
They
vice
don't
versa.
provide us shit.
Hold on.
We
You
provide
don't
them
understand.
weapons.
Hold on. So I'm talking really about the AR-15 style that they have, the Galil, and like they have a lot of stuff that they provide us, but we provide them significantly more that it's irrelevant compared to what they give us. That's what I'm telling you.
Yeah. Well, he's right.
And I'm not for Israel, by the way. You know, like my opinion, my stance on this.
Did you guys hear about this NDAA right now, this proposal?
What is that? The National Defense? What is that? NDAA. That's something regarding nukes, right?
It's legislation that they're putting forward for us to like basically share all of our security knowledge with them. Everything.
It's unprecedented.
It's unprecedented. It's like Massey is trying to go against it right now.
Yeah,
but
they
like,
want us to merge.
You're talking
with
about
the IDF,
security
right?
intelligence.
It's
You're not
national.
talking about like technology. You're talking intelligence.
Yeah, it's the National Defense Authorization Act. So it's the United States Israel Defense Technology Cooperation Initiative. So it's basically all of our military like secrets that we're sharing with them.
I don't
think we're not giving them all of our military secrets. That's
yes,
intelligence gathering and information sharing.
Okay, but this is a lot more in depth, though, and this is like to integrate both of the militaries. That's the point. It's not really just collaboration.
I'm reading on the Galil right now. Like it's heavy as fuck, I guess, and the only thing that it has advantage over is that it can be dirty. It can get dirty. It can get sanded and still work.
There's a lot more to it, but I mean, regardless, still, like the point stands. Like they provide us some stuff, but again, it's irrelevant compared to what we give them.
So this also says NLSA Section 224 would expand cooperation into nearly every major area of emerging military technology and could create a lock-in between the two countries' military infrastructure.
Would you object, Emma, if we sold them F-35s?
Yes.
They already have 50 F-35s.
I do object when I do object when we do it.
They just bought 25 more for $3 billion.
Correct, and I'm still pissed at that. Okay, what about it? I just said, I would object to that.
Bro, you stepped into the trap I set for her. Good job.
It's not a trap. I would still,
you are so
reject
dumb
from that.
You
What do you
just
mean?
Stumbled into it.
No, once again, I would object to that. What do you mean? That's the question.
What the fuck?
We've been providing them $3.8 billion worth of aid per year, not including any congressional packages.
We don't sell very many countries F-35s. because they're a complete game changer. We don't sell anyone F-22s because they're the most. I mean,
what's your point, sir? I'm so confused. Like, I'm still objecting to that. So what's the trap? I'm confused.
Where did you
These are
find
not
that?
making
I'm
sense
confused,
at
too.
all.
Where is the
Where did you
trap?
find this guy?
Sir, it's not me. Like, what do you? Oh my God, I'm so fucking confused. Okay, can you just make your point? Because now I'm like thrown off. What do you mean?
I am aware that you are confused. Thank you for clearing that up.
Correct, because you're like, oh, you talk about your trap. Oh, you just fucking brother. What the fuck trap are you talking about?
There are
What are you
very
talking
few countries that we sell F-35s to because they're a complete game changer.
Okay, what's your point?
Israel
Yes,
has
I
had-
understand. What about
Israel
it?
has had F-35s pretty much as long as we've had them. They have a very competent and capable variant. We don't give them all of our avionics technology. We don't give them all the data packages that we use on these specifically.
Well, yeah,
but
because then
they
to recreate
have actually
1967
bought-
USS Liberty, of course not.
still
Why the
didn't
hell would we
answer
trust them
what's
with that
the
shit?
point.
We can't trust them for sure.
No, we
The
can't.
No,
at all.
I want to know what the point of that was.
interrupted
Like,
for the
you just
There's
keep
no
saying
point,
it
though.
over and
What I'm
over
trying
again.
to-
What is the point?
Well, how the fuck would
Beautiful,
you know
it's trap.
zero
Right,
about what I'm
so-
talking about?
Hold
We've
on.
been sharing-
Once again, the original
Oh.
question is if I would object to it. Yes, I would. What about it? How is it a trap? What do you mean? Yes, we
Because
sell
they've
them.
already
Okay,
they've
I
had
would.
50 of them since we've
Okay, I
had
still
them out.
object to that. Okay,
So,
they should not have
yeah,
a military.
well, I would object to giving them
I still
F-35
object to that.
because they're the
I
most
object to it
advanced
still.
Joint Strike Fighter.
Stop, you
on the
guys!
fucking planet.
Fucking stop. One person at a time. Jesus
Donovan,
Christ.
you got to stop watching Ben
No,
Shapiro,
seriously,
dude.
I don't know
Carlos.
why you got
Did
him
you hear
on
what
the
I just said? One person at a
Yeah.
time. Stop yelling over people, please.
All right.
Hi,
Get the
Hal.
fucking line, guys.
It's been
Oh
a
my
day.
God.
Hello,
Hi,
man.
Hal.
How you guys doing?
Bro just got done watching a
Hello.
2-hour segment of Daily Wire. I'm like, come on now, bro.
Didn't they go bankrupt? I thought they were out of here.
I hope.
Yeah, they're
Soon,
done.
shit.
They're cooked.
Is that
Donovan, I
really?
thought you were
Wait,
talking
is
about
that
future
true? I
sales.
didn't hear about that. Daily Wire's
Yeah,
gone?
the CEO stepped down a couple weeks
Wow.
ago.
I thought that had to do with that girl that left or whatever.
No,
It's not
Candace
just
Owens.
her.
That
They
was
had a bunch
two-
of people leave.
Oh yeah, thank God. And people are
Sweet.
unsubscribing and unfollowing them.
Ben
Yes, bro.
Shapiro.
I'm glad we can all agree.
Ben Shapiro
Except
going
Donovan.
down. That's awesome. I like that.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
I agree. Fuck that guy. Sorry. Go ahead. Just one person at a time, please.
All right, Donovan, you want to continue?
I mean,
That's not-
Arby's.
With an annual revenue of $100 million and a team of 186 employees, the Nashville-based outlet offers a unique blend of news, opinion, and entertainment. So,
Well, what's the claim?
What are you
They're
talking about? Walmart? What are you talking
doing
about?
What's this dude on?
No, that
Wait,
would
what's
be,
your claim?
That would be the Daily Wire.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Carlos.
Damn.
Bye-bye.
Nope.
What
Why? What
Carlos
happened?
do?
You got a
Thank
violation.
He wasn't even
Harass-
bad.
I left
Harassment
that
bullying.
He figured out Donovan.
Well.
He didn't figure out shit. Oh, you mean talk over Donovan?
Yeah.
Okay.
He wouldn't stop. To be clear, he wouldn't stop talking. But he hasn't been on the panel before, so he doesn't know that I get a little perturbed by
Right. And it still perturbed you.
that. Yeah.
Well, it perturbed
Yeah,
me
it seems like
because-
he seems like an okay guy. I don't have a
Yeah.
problem with him. But
He's a youth, you know?
the youth, the two youths.
What I was trying to say earlier, Emma, is that we've been cooperating closely with Israel for a long time. We've been giving them bleeding edge technology for a long time. I think that this new narrative is just an attempt to inflame the liberals, which it seems to be
well,
working.
Thank you.
I mean, like, but we are going to intertwine everything tighter. And it said there's like network integration, data fusion. There's specific things that are happening that are locking more in the connection between the two countries. And I don't want that. I don't want, they're not good at sharing information. They share what they want. And they're very manipulative and they spy on us all the time. Like they don't have good intentions and they're harming other countries constantly. Not that we don't, but like, I don't want us to get caught up in their shit even more than we already are.
I'm sure you heard about Trump's objections to Bibi last week.
Yes,
the phone
so they-
call, the Axios. Right. So I mean, there's
The
lots
girls
of
are fighting. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's lots of pieces that are moving and could lead to a chilling of of relations between the United States and Israel. If that's something that you enjoy, I would just wait and be patient. I mean, there's talk of the Greater Israel Project. That's going to lose what little support that Israel has left if they attempt to, occupy parts of Syria, almost all of Jordan, and the northern portions of Saudi Arabia. I mean, it's hard to know what's real, but sharing technology and sharing information isn't something new with regards to the United States and Israel.
Yeah, Egypt, Lebanon as well as a part of that. You were saying the new narrative is shaped and liberals have fallen for it. What is the narrative you're talking about?
The idea that this NDAA establishes an unprecedented level of cooperation between our two countries, especially with regards to the military.
No,
is anyone saying that, or people
no one's saying that. No one's made a claim for that at all.
Precisely what Emma said. That is precisely.
Yeah, but it's not like a new narrative that is running in the left. It's not popular. Emma is unique in that she knows this. Not many people on the left would know this.
Oh well,
this is policy specific, and I would argue that many, especially in the average people you talk to on a daily basis, don't know much about policy in this country.
Huzzah, Emma! You're the bluest blue right out front. Well done.
I prefer ombre blue, like an indigo, varying colors. I'm just kidding. I don't know. I worry about us like tying our ties too tight to them because they're a wild card. And I heard if they change administrations, the next one is even more conservative and aggressive. And I don't want that over there too. So especially if we're trying to them even tighter.
Are you talking about like advanced?
I'm talking about in Israel. In Israel, they might be changing administrations.
Oh, yeah.
And if they do, the opponent would be even more extreme than Benjamin. So that's scary.
Definitely a possibility. This alleged conversation that happened between Trump and Netanyahu, I'm sure you heard about it. Do you remember what was alleged with regards to the details of that conversation?
Didn't he just confirm it?
Are you eating on the microphone, you little fucker?
I'm sorry, that is extremely unaristocratic of me. I eat once a day. This Arby's is hitting, and I just had to call that out because I just saw a Trump interview where they were talking about the cell phone call, and he was talking about it.
So, do you want to answer the question then, Hale?
No, wait. I just swallow. What's the question?
Yeah, you're eating. Do you know what was alleged to have been said?
Yeah. Trump's like, "Hey, you fuckface, you're fucking shit up. What the fuck? I'm looking terrible. Everyone hates Israel. What the fuck?"
You're gonna catch a bio for that.
Oh, I'll be all right.
Yeah. What about you, Emma? Did you hear? I mean, that was silly what Hale just said.
I did hear that he swore at him, but I didn't see specifically.
He said, "Quote: Everybody hates you." He also said,
"What I just said."
Now, I don't know if this was true.
Crazy.
And it was also, and I've seen this from at least one source, though I don't trust the source, so I'm reluctant to repeat it. But that you would be in jail if it weren't for me. Did y'all hear that part?
Oh, yeah, I did hear that. Now that you say that,
I don't know if I heard that part.
They're right.
Yep,
They're right,
I did.
By the way, Netanyahu was supposed to step down. His last election's already passed. They're absolutely right. He would be in jail if it weren't for them.
So, to that point, Emma, if you are looking for a cooling of the Israeli-American partnership, there we go. But that is separate and apart from military goals that need to and should be accomplished.
I don't want to share anything more than we have to with them. I don't think that's a smart move.
The military infrastructure lasts longer than the elected officials from either country. And the cooperation, especially because of those strategic goals that Mojo laughs at, they're important. And I don't think this is a departure from anything that we've seen in the past.
Well, we spent
about those strategic goals.
We spent $1 billion on the embassy in Lebanon, and then it was finally finished and opened, and then we closed it because they attacked Lebanon. And I'm convinced that they're in that embassy because it's like a compound. It's not just an embassy. It's huge. It's the second largest in the world. And I'm worried about what they're planning that we don't know about. I mean, we can't be in
who's planning?
what
Hezbollah or Israel?
No, Israel and our country. I mean, we built, and I'm not saying just Trump, like we've been building this for a while, like that embassy. And like, I don't want us to continue just dumping money into the Middle East. I think it's never ending. I mean, it's getting worse.
I think Trump is going to support the Greater Israel Project, and I think that he's going to put everything in place to make sure that it starts at least.
100%. And you know what will get me to vote in the next election? If somebody comes out and is against that, I'll 100% put my shit aside about how I feel about communism and all that crap. If someone comes out and just simply says, I'm against the Greater Israel Project and I will do everything within my power to make sure it doesn't happen.
You sure about that?
It's probably not going to be a Republican.
If a Republican said it, I would also vote for a Republican.
Look at Massey.
So
they blew him
Tucker
out.
Carlson gets on a stage against Gavin Newsom. You're voting Tucker?
Honestly, at this point, yes.
Dude, that's
Tucker has shown that he is more. Tucker has shown that he is more anti-Israel than Gavin Newsom ever could be.
Well, he's potentially running, and so that could be an actual realistic situation.
Well, let's cross that bridge when it comes. God damn it!
Run.
Oh, now you're going to complain about prognostication? Spare me.
Well, no, I just don't want I don't want Tucker Carlson to get any votes from anybody ever for any reason. The fucking dude got shit canned and cost Fox News $800 million because he fucking lied. What the fuck?
You're right. We should get in another Zio show. Why don't we get the Democrats to put that Jewish guy in, or maybe the gay guy?
I'm going to agree that we shouldn't have a Zio show as well, but Tucker Carlson is not the one.
All right.
Are we at a point where we can pick and choose over our anti-Zionist?
What's a picture?
We should be.
It's so
It's
funny.
a wanted poster.
Who on the left that has any credentials?
Is it a wanted poster?
Pushing anti-Zionist.
It is a wanted poster.
Hale, do you even hear
AOC.
us talking?
No, I actually don't. It's like you're talking about milkshakes or something.
We're not even talking about milkshakes.
Okay.
Better be careful,
Again.
Hale. Sammy's a mod.
Again, God gave you 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason.
God actually only gave him one blue eyeball.
What's the other one?
True.
What's the other one?
The Cyclops. Hold on. It's the Cyclops.
The other one
is
is my other profile pic. You've seen it.
Yeah.
Oh, you've got both eyes? Are they your eyes? Or are they Easy's eyes? Are you taking pictures of Easy's eyes behind the scenes? Is that what you're doing?
Sneak peek.
They're easy as like brown or something, dude. He just had
They're
blue
green.
eyes. No, I mean him. Like, he doesn't got. There's no way he could have blue eyes.
Really? Do you know what
Yes.
ethnicity he is? Are you sure about it?
No, I'm not. He is a kind of a, what is it, androgynous or
I don't know what it would be for
he's
race.
He's ethnically androgynous. He's
That
he's
sounds
like
right.
a mixed race with like 7 races probably.
Yeah, that's probably true.
I don't think I've ever actually seen Easy.
He doesn't
I have not either.
Yeah.
However, there were pictures of him posted in the Discord at one point, and then they were
he got
deleted.
doxxed.
They were
He got
deleted.
doxxed way back.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
They were
I
deleted.
didn't see any, but
They were
Yeah.
deleted pretty quick, and I didn't see him either. So I don't know what he looks
someone
like.
told me about it. I didn't see it in the Discord.
I mean,
Yeah,
and I also know both black and brown people that have blue eyes.
I'm sure you do, ma'am.
What does that mean?
It's like, what's the point in what she just told me? Like, hey, I know this light-skinned black dude and he has blue eyes.
He could be a darker
Wow.
skinned fellow that has blue eyes. Jesus Christ, or green eyes. What the hell? Shut up. I think it makes sense. Talk about something.
Yeah,
Hale.
good. I'm glad you said that. So the reason you guys were talking about the South Carolina case,
Mojo, will you?
if you-
Did you not get
Did
my
you-
message, dude?
Did
No.
you not just hear Donovan talking?
I'm gonna
Yeah,
hit
but
you
he's
with
a
newspaper.
complete idiot, dude. Like, you don't care what
here
he has
we
to
go.
say. Come on.
Here we go.
Did you get my message on Discord?
Henry
You need to check
Novak,
it, dude.
you little troll.
We're talking about Henry Novak again.
Yeah, we're talking about Henry
This is
fucking
just
Novak.
like the boats, dude.
Because some of the narratives that they're coming out with are damn impressive right now. They are essentially saying in Great Britain that according to the left, it is worse for someone to launch a racial attack, like epithets, insults. That is worse than someone literally getting stabbed, because that is how.
God bless you guys.
That is how they acted. Son of a bitch.
He got violation.
I'm aware.
Oh, you
Everyone's
did
been
too?
getting them
Holy
today.
fuck. What the fuck?
Oh my god. I wonder who that was. Someone's not happy.
Jesus Christ. They both got a violation. That's crazy. I don't know what to do about that.
I mean, it's just like every single time there's a Republican, they say something and get booted. It's like not us.
People have been getting kicked to left of false information.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of those for sure.
I spent the block, 100 shots, all my ops got dropped.
What?
Are you really playing some Eminem shit?
I
I don't know who did that. I don't know if it was just AI, but if somebody did report, please don't do that.
Not me. I don't do it to anyone, even when they're jerks.
Okay,
Never
go ahead.
have I
Wait,
done
this
it
is
ever.
this is all about like racism against white people, right?
Wait, can I?
Correct.
Can I say one thing really quick?
Yeah.
Has anyone gone to the whitehouse.gov/aliens?
No, does it show actual aliens?
Now
or
I'm
does
gonna
it
do
show,
it,
like,
yeah.
illegal aliens?
Y'all, I can't deal with what I'm looking at. It says in black background, lime green font, they walk among us.
What the fuck?
It looks like a fake thing, and I can't. Yes.
That's fucking hysterical. He's a fucking troll, man, Donald Trump.
I heard
No, but I can't.
I heard they were gathering.
Wait, look at this.
Oh, you're right. Wow.
Yep. It's you guys gotta go to it. It's crazy. Yeah, you gotta go. It's good stuff.
The Novak stuff is sad, though. It really is sad.
I can't.
But bro, I think the British Empire will rise again.
Hold on a second. I
Yes,
wanted
ma'am.
to bounce off of what Emma said. I'm sorry. I read that they are gathering ministers to let them know that it's not aliens, it's demons, and to prepare their congregations.
I'm telling you, you guys, I said this a long time ago, and you guys probably thought I was joking. This isn't showing up. They're just like, they're messing with us.
Mm-hmm.
This is them, like, with the disinformation agents, and it's wild that they're using green font on a. It looks like a circa 1990. Like the background has little dots in the background of the black background moving. This is like.
There it is.
Oh my gosh.
That's funny. What's the channel that plays all the ghost finding stuff? They would have that on in the psych ward. They would have that same aesthetic, like the black and green and.
How wild is this? This is our life right now.
What does it say? Can you read it?
For 60 years, the U.S. government has kept a closely guarded secret. Aliens have been walking among us, living in our neighborhoods, and interacting with us in our daily lives. They've shopped in the same stores. They've.
This is not dead ass.
This is whitehouse.gov. This is whitehouse.gov. They've shopped in the same stores, they've attended the same classes as our children, and lived seemingly normal human existences. With one exception, they do not belong here. Millions arrived under the cover of darkness and embedded themselves directly into our society. Countless presidents, congressmen, and senior officials know exactly what is happening. Instead of protecting American citizens, they chose to cover it up and even accelerate the invasion, until one man finally had the courage to tell the truth. Bold, unapologetic, unafraid. President Trump was the first to call out the real danger aliens pose to every American family, every community, and the future of our nation. The truth is no longer out there. It's right here, right now.
Listen, doesn't it feel Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, and then like don't they all like look weird? Like they look like a little different. Don't you think so?
They have a reporting site.
hold
If you've
on.
witnessed an alien
I'm
abduction, do
sorry.
not be alarmed.
You
The alien
guys-
is. Hello?
I'm
If you've
sorry.
wait, hold
This
on. They have a
number.
reporting site. Hold on. If you've witnessed an alien abduction, do not be alarmed. The alien is in good hands. We will take care of it and return it safely to its place of origin. Report suspicious aliens. ICE tip line. What the fuck?
This is insane.
This is about Mexicans. This is funny, but it's also not funny because this is about
This
like,
is
they're
this
talking
is
about
totally about
Mexicans.
Mexicans. Oh my god.
Yes,
It's
because
wild.
literally,
Didn't I say
the first one popped up,
I didn't
and it's like
realize
countries
that
of
until right now.
origins.
That's
Yes,
crazy.
it's literally about.
It's fucking insane, bro.
That is really gross. What the
And that was
fuck?
on
It was funny
.gov.
at first, but now I'm a little pissed off
Yeah,
about it.
yeah,
They
that is
walk among us.
whitehouse.gov.
Jesus.
They're
says
literally
aliens.
making the aliens and illegal immigrants like the same. That's what
That's actually so.
Hold
That's
on, hold on,
actually
because
so
illegal
based,
aliens,
dude.
it's
so
written in a lot of
based.
documents. A lot of documents references them as illegal aliens. Official
Yeah, well, a
documents.
lot of documents
That's the
reference
whole
black,
point of
black
the
people as
joke.
the. A lot of documents reference black people as the N-word too.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not even that. It's
And also
referencing
property.
them as aliens. It's that it's extreme. Like if you reread the whole thing over with that new lens that we know it's about illegal aliens, it's extremely dehumanizing. Right? Like the way
It
he's
is.
talking about them, they've been walking among us. It's like these are like we live in the world. Yes,
That
people
shit's hilarious.
walk among
They
us.
invaded through the night and they opened food truck stalls. Like, dude, this is
It's
fucking
not. It's
hilarious.
fucking
Even
gross.
stargazers laugh and look at that shit. Like,
At the bottom, it says they weren't little green men. These aliens are millions of illegals who invaded our country under the cover of darkness.
Dude, okay, so you
Real.
realize reading that from Douglas Adams is not the same thing as whitehouse.gov, right?
Douglas Adams, nice. Hitchhiker's Guide, right?
That's right.
That was a great movie.
Book.
Great book.
There's a movie too.
Yeah, we know.
My wife is currently
Yeah,
halfway
sucking
through
on
it
a
with my
straw.
8-year-old daughter, and she loves it.
dude, the orange cream milkshake from Arby's, peak. You guys gotta get it.
Yeah, this is a counter to the insidious neuro-linguistic programming that you guys tend to engage in.
What? You're authorizing
does
this?
that
You think
even
this is
mean?
normal?
Hold on, Brendan. What was the first part so that I can
I'll
make
say
sure
it.
that I get the phrase correctly for the bingo
I'll say it
card?
again. Yeah, I'll say it again. This is an attempt to counter the neuro-linguistic programming that you guys tend to engage in from time to time.
Okay, I want to
It
say.
is not
Through
a
the
deliberate attempt.
neuro-linguistic program. Okay, got it.
You are
I wanna-
overestimating the people in charge
Oh,
of
dear,
this
are you
language.
writing it down for the bingo card?
Yes.
Okay. I want to be clear here. This is a step of fascism. When you start creating a group of others and you put them in that kind of light where they're dangerous or they come in the dark of night, or these are people that are not human beings, they're actual like from outer space and shit. Now it's okay to kill them. You understand that, right?
No, that's not what it says.
That
Look
is
down at the part where it
exactly-
says, if you see an alien being abducted, which, given it, that's a poor choice of words. Abducting them is not a good thing
A
to
little
do.
bit of a blur choice.
Wait, no,
it's-
you're missing my point. One of the tenets of fascism is to create other groups. You create an enemy out of other human beings in order to have everybody looking at that enemy and going after that enemy instead of coming after you. And it makes it easier to take over populations and take over governments when you
Yeah,
do
I know
that.
how it
Because
works,
now,
Mojo.
okay, well,
I
they've
know
done
how it
this. They've done this imperialistically throughout history. That's
Yes.
exactly what they're doing here. This
that
is
is
the
not
other
what-
group. This
is a troll.
This is Donald Trump's. This is Donald Trump's fucking Israel. This is Donald Trump's
Okay.
Jewish people.
This is a troll, number one. And number two, if you can't see, if you're not reasonable enough to see that this is a complete troll, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. You're being really disingenuous. If you scroll down to the bottom, it says we will take good care of them and make sure they get back to their home, right?
It's not bullshit in light of what's happening along with this, right? If this was just it, then I'd be like, maybe you're right, maybe you're onto something. It's happening. This is it. But it's also, we don't do everything in a vacuum, right? It's also ICE picking up random people on the streets, deporting them. It's everything together.
It's about the detention.
No American citizens have been deported.
It's about the detention centers. It's about the treatment in the detention centers. It's about sending people to fucking prison without their fucking right to due process. That's what it's about. They're putting them on a fucking island. They're sending them off in fucking train cars right now.
Guys, why are we immigration?
Legal documents that you're here legally when you're apprehended by these ICE officers, then there's something more that needs to be looked into. If you cannot provide the legal documents, stop
immigration is just a slop topic now. No one's being deported. We're so distracted. We're looking at this slop.
Have you
essentially
seen
propaganda from the White House administration to tell his evangelical base that I'm deported. This dude isn't fucking deporting anyone. He's gonna have the lowest deportations in history over the past 20 years.
Yeah, highest violence.
What are we?
Lowering the amount of immigration while increasing the amount of violence, the amount of social unrest, the amount of just general fuckery we see in the streets. I don't think that's a good thing. And also this little they walk among us, it's fucking crazy that they do
that's
this.
Hilarious, dude.
Stop being so PC, dude.
Wait, have you seen what's
can't even do their job anymore?
These are
what's
humans.
going on at the Delaney Center? The Delaney Center. Anybody? There's been all kinds of stuff going on.
Oh,
Anybody paying attention to that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've been watching it in real time.
Yeah,
Insane.
and Ella brings up a good point. I mean, do we not remember that? Well, most of us don't remember because we weren't alive, but the Yahtzees literally used humor to cover up their bigotry.
Right?
Yep. The comics, the artwork. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't to cover anything up. They were extremely open about their bigotry.
They're trying to soften it.
Yes.
Bro, have you watched H-Man's speech?
Well, yes, I have.
Okay.
When the fuck was he trying to soften
you've been up
shit?
here all day. I'm gonna swap you out now, okay?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's all good.
Thank you.
Bye, Bree. Bye, B. Bye.
Thank you for being here.
The Siemens speech by H-Man. This dude was very open, and everyone knew what the thought process